To those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Thursday's a beautiful word. We love Thursdays. It means football's back in our lives, even if you have to go to some crazy streaming service. Or you could go to a baseball game like the diehard sitting to my left who went out there again last night. So happy Thursday morning, y'all. Let's have some fun. Let's get ready for Niners and Vikings. Let's get ready for another Giants game tonight, Giants Brew Crew. And we'll sort it all out, Marcus, on a Thursday morning. Good morning, brother.
Well, good morning, Murph. I got to say, game number 67 on the year was a special one for me last night. Watching the Giants go out and put up 13 runs on the Milwaukee Brewers and sending me home early. I didn't have to stay for the entire game.
Was it a little brisk and breezy out there last night?
It was windy as hell.
Because I heard Copes in the pregame talking to John Miller about the wind blowing out to the right, and then boom.
And then here's our guy, Gerard, with the opposite field home run.
How about some of the stats on that? That's in 25 years at the park, it's only happened 75 times that a right fielder's gone to the arcade.
Oppo Taco.
So, 75 sounds like a big number, but when you think about the amount of games played over 25 years, 25 times 80, do the quick math, what are you, somewhere near 2,000 games, right? That's only happened 75 times?
Yeah, it's a rare feat, and we know how hard it is. I mean, still, no one to this day has hit a ball into McCovey Cove as a right-handed batter. Shout out Buster Posey, 2021.
Yeah, I don't think that was going to go.
The one that hit off the pillar. I mean, it's hard to do. I'm sure there's a couple of guys who might have that type of power, but yesterday, Gerard was definitely helped out by the wind. Murph, I went to go sit out on the bricks out in right field.
Oh, you did?
And the hair failed the pomade test. My hair was all over the place. It was windy as hell. Usually a good day with a pomade, my hair's not moving an inch. But yesterday, it was blowing all over the place.
People haven't gone to our YouTube stream at KNBR, YouTube at KNBR 1045, or just what I do, I just go type in KNBR, or go to our Twitch app. You got to go check out the pomade of a Marcus Boucher. The G-Easy pomade of a Marcus Boucher. You know, Murph, and you're telling me that the wind took that down?
Dude, the wind took down the pomade yesterday.
The hawk was back, baby.
And it's funny because Murph has been comparing me to G-Easy since the moment I filled in for Mib back in the day, 4 or 5 years ago on the morning show.
Is that a dated reference?
But lately, I will say, you've been changing up your reference. Recently, you've been hitting me with the Ricky Pearsall look.
Well, that's true. Well, first of all, I never knew Ricky. I never knew Ricky, right? I mean, he was at Arizona State, Florida. I wasn't paying too much attention to him, particularly with his helmet off. But yeah, there's a little Ricky Pearsall thing going on over here, Marcus. Be careful in Union Square, brother.
Yeah, thank you, Murph.
But yeah, I got a little. It's like Pearsall and G-Easy melded and formed Marcus Boucher.
That's a good comp. There's a lot of uglier looking people, just to be blunt, exactly. Those are two good looking men. Those are handsome gentlemen, so I'll take those comps.
No denying you're a handsome
But also,
man.
young Tony, should I be offended when Murph says, yeah, you got a little Ricky Pearsall look going on? I was like, Murph, I've known you longer than Ricky Pearsall. Shouldn't you say Ricky Pearsall's got a little water boy going on?
True. He might be biting your style. He could have been watching the app or the YouTube stream.
And we're YouTubers now.
It's very good. So the hair got blown apart.
Yeah, the hair got blown away.
Wow.
It was a windy day, but hey, it helped out Gerard. It helped out Yaz. He went deep also.
I hate to even say this at 6:03 in the morning, and because it's absolutely on zero people's minds, but I'm going to bring it up. Where are we with Gerard Encarnacion?
I was thinking about it yesterday at the ballpark.
Where are we?
Because we've kind of flirted with that conversation a little bit, like, who is this guy? Where did he come from?
Kind of came out of the cornfield.
What's up with the yellow cleats?
He's 6'6" with yellow cleats. Yeah.
I think the plan for Gerard is to be the platoon first baseman next year with Lamont Wade until Bryce Eldridge is ready.
Has he played any first base this year?
Not really. I want to say maybe he's been out there once or twice.
I don't know.
I know they've stuck him out in the outfield.
Somebody throw him a first baseman's bit. Let's see what we got.
Why the hell not?
You know what I mean?
Like I'm trying to figure out, there's not really a spot for him in the outfield. I don't think you want him as your everyday DH.
You don't?
Do you?
I mean,
I haven't seen enough.
I mean, it's funny. DHs aren't that sexy. There's not any great DHs out there. There's no, the Edgar Martinez's are few and far between. But I don't know. He's kind of a candidate, I guess, because he's not going to be a starting outfielder, right? Mm-mm. And then the other option is first base.
First or DH.
Bryce Eldridge is on the way. Lamont Wade is there, but he's a Wade's a lefty. This guy's a righty. And then DH, big honking bat off the bench. I don't know. He's kind of floating around.
Yeah, I
That's
think
why I
he
asked the
has a
question.
piece, yeah.
808 KNBR.
Yeah.
Where are you with Gerard?
Today is the big hit. What do we do with Gerard? Gerard can't stay here. But yeah, when we're thinking about the future of a Bryce Eldridge, and shout out to Bryce, he squared up a triple last night in Double-A Richmond with the Flying Squirrels. He continues to hit. I mean, at this point, he might start next year in Triple-A. Then he's really knocking on the door. And it's why I said I don't think the Giants are going to go out and get a long-term first baseman like a Pete Alonso, because I think they want someone to just hold down the fort until Eldridge is ready.
I got you here on Gerard Encarnacion. By the way, if you go into his, he's played one game at first base. One game. He's played 8 at DH. He's played 4 in left and 9 in right.
All right. Well, you've got, 16 games left this season, 17?
That's the question, baby.
Let him play first base a little bit.
I would like to see it.
Why the hell not?
Yeah.
And how about we let Marco Luciano play second every game?
Yeah.
I don't need to platoon him right now. We've seen Brett Wisely at second base. The point of this last month of the season is to see what you got with the young guys. Let Matos play. Let Luciano play.
Yeah,
I don't know what we're doing with Wisely and Conforto and Yaz.
And Yaz continues to start and right. And that's another thing we got to talk about, guys, is Yaz. I mean, you got to. The Yaz thing is getting sticky because he's performing at a Yaz-like level, which everybody will tell you is better than you think. Like, I mean, the analytics guys will tell you, he's valuable. Mm-hmm. He's got a glove. He can run the bases. Mm-hmm. He's got a little bit of pop. He hit his 15th last night. Where does he fit? It's and he's kind of putting on a little September surge. He had a big night last night, and I'm getting indications. You heard Kipe mention it. I saw Bomel in that Q&A with Baggerly kind of mention it, that he might come back. And it's kind of like you're torn because I get it. He provides some value. He does, for sure. And he's turned out to be literally one of the mainstays. Like him and Logan Webb are like the most familiar faces on the team, right? Yeah. But at the same time, it's time to turn the page, right? It's time to turn the page. He's been part of 3 consecutive mediocre seasons. It's like we got to do different, but at the same time. So that's another sticky situation.
Yeah, I just feel like you can replace that production with a Grant McCray. And shout out Grant yesterday, made a great sliding play in center field and showed off the hose. Should have had a guy thrown out at second base. Fitz doesn't pick it at the bag.
I continue to wonder. I mean, I know you're a Jung-Hoo Lee in center field guy, and I'm not against that, but Bob Melvin said in the Q&A, Jung-Hoo Lee's going back to center.
Yeah, I would assume that Jung-Hoo Lee's going to be roaming center field, but I want to see that Grant McCray arm out in right field. Okay. He definitely has a stronger arm for Jung-Hoo Lee, and I want to see how he's going to play the bricks.
He's going to have to learn those bricks. Yeah. Well, we got to call it in. Mm-hmm. I mean, listen, it might as well on a Wednesday night, nothing else going on. Christian McCaffrey keeps talking about his calf. Niners getting ready to go to Minnesota. So, in the meantime, they played 9 innings. The TV camera, by the way, they introduced like a new angle last night. At least I hadn't seen it. Like a sort of almost like a droney angle from like the third. It was kind of like a drone that went around home plate from first base around. It was pretty cool.
Ooh, like a sky cam?
It was like a kind of a droney sky cam that went down first, around home, and up third. Huh. I hadn't seen it.
From like the club level view almost?
Kinda.
Okay.
Kinda, yeah.
I think I've seen that for like nationally televised games, but last night wasn't a nationally televised game, right?
I could have just had my own things going on. No, it's definitely not a nationally televised game. Although the Brewers are good. Although the Brewers are going to be licking their wounds after last night because Pat Burrell called it in, and Rob Manfred said, "You guys still out there chopping wood, huh?" I said, "That's right. You. What are you? You empty? What? No, wait. Goodell's the mannequin. Manfred's the empty suit. You empty suit. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants. Listen to this, sports fans. 13. Milwaukee Brewers 2.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie, that Giants game is great.
I like that. Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
By the way, you heard Blake Snell in there saying, "I like that." How's this stat to blow your mind? Last night was his first Oracle Park win of the season.
You like that? You like that?
That's mind-boggling.
Wow.
So when he signed, did you have September 11 as his first Oracle Park win of the season?
Absolutely not.
He only has 3 on the season.
That's
3 on
insane.
the season. How about that?
That did not factor into our preseason predictions, Marv.
My 90 wins came a little shy. And let's go to the Dinger pool. You mentioned it. Juan Encarnacion, Oppo, number 4. And you got the strobe light last night.
Dude, you had the strobe lights a few times last night, and the people were into it last night.
Mike Yastrzemski, number 15. People were into it?
Oh, yeah. Like the strobe lights went off, and people were like, got up and started dancing.
Then let's do it again. Matt Chapman, number 24. There it is, baby. We've made it a thing. All right. Well, listen, Giants win 72 and 74. That 2 games under 500 seems to be their nesting spot. Isn't it like a nest, like a bird builds a little nest? The Giants have built that. They found the 2 under tree and built their little nest.
You know, people have those signs at their houses, like home is where the heart is.
Yeah.
With the Giants at Oracle Park, it should say home is 2 games under 500.
and like kind of there's like distressed wood that you
Yeah,
buy at like whatever Bed Bath and Beyond.
Yeah, it's written in cursive, and the kids can't even read cursive anymore.
Exactly. All right. Well, there you go. Giants did that. They go again tonight. Will you go again tonight?
Oh, I'll be out there tonight.
All right, good man.
Bird song on the mound.
Bills at Dolphins tonight. Not sure where to go on that one. Have to make a pick, though, by law. And, of course, the 49ers. They all met the media yesterday. Christian McCaffrey spoke. What did he say? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
How about the fighting Giants?
All right, bright and early on a Thursday morning, Steve Moskowitz calling in. He wants to help you. He wants to tell you what to do when you can't pay your taxes. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. That's right. Here it is. We're coming up on a weekend soon, and I'd really like your listeners to enjoy the weekend, get into the games, but instead, some of them will be worried sick about, is the IRS agent going to be coming today? Fighting with the spouse, worried about losing the business or the job, and it doesn't have to be. First of all, if you have a bill from the IRS, maybe it's wrong. A lot of times it is. That's the first thing we do. We check the bill, and if it's wrong, we get it corrected. But what if you do owe money? There's so many good solutions, like can you qualify to just pay part and they forgive the rest? Or pay in monthly installments you can afford? Or get the penalties forgiven. Sometimes the interest and penalties are more than the taxes. Or have them leave you alone for a while until you're back on your feet. The bottom line is, don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to come in, ruin your life, your business, your marriage. Call us for a free consultation. Let us explain everything to you. And then if you say, Steve, take care of me, that's what we want to do, and you go back to enjoying your life.
Sounds great. Give him a call. That's Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney, too. You want to call him at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you love East Coast style pizzas, pastas, and or flame roasted chicken wings? Well, we have the prize for you. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win a $100 Amici's gift card. That's right. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give this gift card away at 8:30 this morning. This prize is furnished by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
JP Mason down the right sideline, gets banged out of bounds, but he's inside the Jet 30-yard line. What a run by JP Mason, having by far his best game in the NFL, taking that handoff, Tim, and getting around the right edge, turning the corner and turning on the Jets against the Jets.
Vision, burst, and power. And gets right down the sideline and, again, got up on the safety. Tony Adams had a chance to tackle him. J.P. Mason shakes it off and takes this thing down to the 26-yard line.
His longest run of the night, a 24-yarder for J.P. Mason. What a game he is having now. 26 carries for a career-high 139 yards. The carries a career-high and the yardage now.
There it is, man. Just Monday night. It's only Thursday, so it seems like kind of like a massively historic night for Jordan Mason and the 49ers, and now they get ready for Minnesota Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Let's get the details out of the way. Sunday morning, 10 a.m. By the way, if you're going TV, not Papa and Ryan, CBS has the game, oddly.
Ooh.
Even though it's two NFC teams. Jim Nantz used to talk to us about that. By the way, I saw Jim Nantz on my the social media algorithm feed, fed me some Jim Nantz yesterday. He did a podcast with Amy Trask.
Oh, nice.
Told a story about how Andy Reid, after each Super Bowl on the trophy stand, has given his hat to give to Nance's son. So Nance's son has 3 Andy Reid championship ball caps in his bedroom.
Wow.
I guess Andy Reid and Nance go back to the days when, and Nance tells us those stories, he did BYU football back in like the early 80s or something, and Andy Reid was on that team.
You know, I like that story, but I would prefer if Jim Nantz had the hat of Kyle Shanahan, not Andy Reid.
Well, there you go. And he doesn't.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Friend of the program. We're also due for a Jim
We are due
Nantz
for a
hit.
Nance hit.
We need Nance in
That's
our
what I
life.
thought when I saw him on my when the algorithm fed me to him, fed him to me.
That's a good algorithm, by the way.
It is.
You're getting Jim Nance.
He looked great too, by the way.
I get all type of wild stuff on there.
I don't even want. Doesn't the algorithm adjust to what you search?
I guess so, Murph. But now, like, my algorithm is just like full of like pictures of cats and dogs.
I was going to say. That's very funny. I was going to say, does your algorithm include a peek inside of Shannon Sharp's boudoir?
Oh, man, dude, I'm not even joking. That was all over my algorithm yesterday.
Oh, my God.
And no, I did not watch the video.
I mean, I clicked on it to just a morbid curiosity.
Murph was curious.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you get to a certain age. You know? But the catch was, the way I understand it, his immediate reaction was, my account was hacked. And my team must, and then by the late afternoon, he embraced it wholly.
Yeah.
Said he was just being a healthy, active male.
Next thing you know, he's on his podcast with Chad Ochocinco, and I guess like Cat Williams called in and gave like commentary on the video.
I would like to hear that.
Like maybe that will be in the cooler content, but I don't know if that's too spicy for the 8 a.m. crowd.
Oh, man. Is this too spicy? 916, we'll get into the 49ers to say, Mike Yastrzemski is like a girlfriend you're done with, then you come home and she's done the laundry, dinner, and then you guys have a good night. And then he shows up the next day, 2 for 4 with a bomb, a steal, and 3 RBIs.
You just can't shake.
All right. Speaking of shaking, will Christian McCaffrey be shaking tacklers Sunday in Minnesota on CBS in the 10 a.m. game? And the question is, and the answer is we don't know. The most likely answer is that he won't, right? I mean, Achilles tendonitis, artificial turf game, short week. It's funny, people keep saying short week. I'm like, well, it's not a short week for him. He didn't play, right? But I guess short week of prep, et cetera. And so he was asked, why did this thing go all the way up till Monday? His answer's kind of odd. It's like a semantics answer, like, yeah, I always say I'm going to play, even if I know. So take a listen here.
That's how I am every week. I'm not lying. I think as soon as a player says, maybe I'll play, maybe I won't, that's not a good mentality to go into a week with, when you're kind of on the fence. So for me, I'm ready to go.
Is artificial turf any issue with you?
Yeah, if you can't run on turf, you can't run on the field. If you can't run on grass, can't run on turf. If you can go, you can go.
Okay, first and foremost, as always, the thing in the background, more distracting than the actual quote. Somebody's shooting hoops inside there. The unmistakable dribble and rattle of a rim.
Someone's getting up some shots on a pop-a shot.
Inside, I don't know. Is that a pop-a shot, you think, or a full 10-foot hoop in there?
Yeah, there can't be a full 10-foot hoop in the locker room, can there?
Sounded like.
I mean, who knows? The Giants have a little hoop in their locker room, their clubhouse.
Have you ever dribbled before a pop-a shot? The whole point of pop-a shot is grab and shoot.
Oh, no, I've definitely dribbled.
What?
Oh, you got to hit a crossover, a step back sometimes.
But it's a speed game where you have to just grab and shoot.
Oh, I mean, if you're playing like the actual speedways, but multiple times, if you just walk by a pop-a shot, oh yeah, I'll hit a crossover, step back. I'm like James Harden.
I think honestly, I've never dribbled at a pop-a shot.
Wow.
Yeah. Why would you? You're trying to get the shot up as fast as you can.
You got to show off the handles.
It's not called like chill a shot. It's called pop a shot.
I'm saying like if you're not going against the clock, if you're not going for the high score, if you're just walking by and putting up one shot, then yeah, you might hit a behind the back, little jump back.
Let me ask you a question. If you're not going for a high score against the clock, what's the point of a pop a shot?
Hey, just putting up reps, just putting up shots, Murph.
Anyway, so we'll debate. 808 KNBR, Gerard Encarnacion, have you ever dribbled before a pop a shot?
Yeah, it's like right before the clock goes down, it's like you have to do your free throw routine. You got to get a couple dribbles in. I got to be in my mood. I got to be in my rhythm, Murph.
I'm a volume guy.
Yeah,
I like to get as many as I can up. So, But anyway, there he is with this semantics thing. I always say I'm going to play. I always say I'm going to play. So in other words, that's useless. That doesn't do us any good.
Yeah, he essentially told us that his mentality is that he's always going to play. Now, whether or not physically lines up with his mentals, protect your mentals, kids, protect your chickens, like Marshawn told us, it seems like those are two different cases. So again, Christian McCaffrey said leading up to the game, mentality-wise, he was going to play. Then he woke up Monday morning, felt a little off, and they made the group decision not to play him.
I guess his quote is a way of saying stay ready. Stay ready because you don't have to get ready. It's a positive. Like always be like somebody like young Tony's ready to host the show if one of us goes down.
Always prepped.
You know what I mean? If I'm walking to the coffee and I turn an ankle and I go down and I'm howling in pain. And they say, we're back. Tony's like, I'm ready.
Yeah, you think my guy, young Tony's cooking eggs at 2 a.m, listening to the Bowmel show for no reason?
He's
prepping, getting ready for the show.
Perfect time to say good morning to young Tony.
Yeah, Tony.
Who you do see on the rectangle on the Twitch right there. Good morning, young Tone.
What's up? Good morning.
Is your mentality that you're ready to go?
I stay ready. Stay ready. You don't have to get ready.
Are you like McCaffrey? You should. Every time you buzz that key card down there on Broadway, you're like, I'm ready to do the show.
Next man up. I'm here before anybody, and I leave after everybody's gone.
Yeah, Tony's got that mentality like he can host a show just about everybody else who works here at KNBR.
That's good inside jokes right there. Good. We got a lot of kids out there champing at the bit. They're looking for your parking space, buddy.
Yeah,
They're looking for your parking space. But anyway, so McCaffrey, that didn't help us in terms of Sunday. So we have to go to Kyle Shanahan and ask him, what about McCaffrey? So it's cut H, Tony. I guess limited in practice? Shanahan.
Christian is still limited and not just out. I'm not a doctor, but I would read that as a positive sign for how he feels.
I'm not a doctor either, but I take that as positive. Yeah.
You agree?
Yes, I do agree. But I'm not a doctor.
Okay. So there's a positive there. We asked about the IR. Because if he goes on IR, he sits for 4 weeks and just gets this thing right. The Niners, another indication that maybe he'll play Sunday is that they don't want to put him on IR, says Kyle.
Would there be is it way premature to suggest that he could maybe go on IR just to make sure he's good for the rest of the year? Or is something never even considered at this point?
No, I've never considered that. I was considering him to play last week, so definitely not thinking about 4 weeks off.
Okay. So what do you think? Are you getting the vibe that he's going to play Sunday?
No, I still don't think he's going to play this Sunday. I'd probably hold him back even if he wants to play this Sunday just so they figure out actually what's going on. But these are positive steps. Him being at the practice field, him not going on IR, and him being mentally ready to play. We'll see what happens this Sunday, but I think the 49ers could beat the Vikings without CMC.
Can Jordan Mason, asking him to go 28 for 147 is a lot. Can Jordan Mason be really effective again? Can he be back-to-back? Is he the real deal, as I'm asking?
I definitely think so.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I think the Jets have a better defense than the Minnesota Vikings overall, and they had no problem running the rock with Jordan Mason, so line him back up. Kyle spoke yesterday, said Jordan Mason hasn't complained about the workload or how his body's feeling. That was the big question, is how his body is going to react after having that many carries. He hasn't had that many carries since he was a high school football player, but it sounds like JP is rested and ready to go.
It's good to be a young man, pliable and flexible.
Fresh legs.
Wow. But, hey, if you're saying he can do it again, you know why? Because it's the Dom Pooney era.
Oh,
that's why.
dude.
See the film review?
Yeah, did you see PFF, Pro Football Focus? I know Tim Ryan doesn't like those grades, but they had...
Who is that?
Yeah, but
exactly.
they had Dominic Pooney as the highest-rated rookie offensive lineman of Week 1.
Well, I mean, I'm not PFF. I just watched him wall off dudes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He looks like, third round's a pretty high round, but still, it's so funny because it just goes to show you the Niners have so few, you can count on one hand, like road grading O linemen they've had through the years. Trent, obviously. He sticks out so much because they've been usually doing it with kind of spare parts here and there. I mean, Jake Brendel's good and all, but he's like, these guys are kind of off the street free agents. Colton McKivitz, low draft pick.
Mm-hmm. Aaron Banks has his moments.
Pooney looks like one of their best linemen they've had in a while.
He looks like a dude.
In a while. So we'll see if he can repeat his performance. All right, guest list on a Thursday, 9/12/24, September 12, 24. Baby Friday, Young Tome. And you stay ready. What you got, buddy?
All right, well, coming up at 7:30, we have the great Susan Slusser's going to join the show. We'll talk Giants. We'll talk that unbelievable game last night.
Sluss actually writing they should go after Soto.
I can't wait to talk about that.
What are you doing?
What's your take on that, Murph?
Do not. Do not. All right, yes.
They're in the mix. They're in the mix.
Do not.
The big hit is going to be at 7:50, Matt Mayoko at 8:50, and then Ben Lieber at 9:30, Vikings radio analyst.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's
former
good.
Vikings linebacker.
Yeah, you want to know another bizarre fact here as I blow up the clock for a 30-second personal digression?
Oh, please do.
So you guys all fascinated by my Fred Lynn and John Joe with the incredibly touching Fred Lynn call on the birthday. You know who my other NFL team was growing up? The Minnesota Vikings.
No way.
Oh, my God. I loved them.
You were a Vikings guy?
Well, because in the 70s, the Niners were terrible.
Yeah.
So in the playoffs, I hated the Rams and the Cowboys.
Wow.
The Vikings were my only hope.
Wow.
They were my Obi-Wan.
Sorry about that Super Bowl loss, Murph.
No joke. No joke.
Shout out Overnight Dave driving home right now.
No joke.
Get him, Dave.
Crusher.
Yes.
Like I took that one hard. We don't talk about that. I'll have to get more into my Minnesota. I had a Chuck Foreman jersey. I had a Minnesota Vikings sweatshirt. The whole day. I thought the same thing with the Red Sox. I thought their uniforms were cool. When you're 8, a cool uniform goes a long way, right?
Shout out to City Connects.
Who's your second NFL crush other than the silver and black?
Oh, I kind of flirted with the Carolina Panthers for a while.
Interesting.
Was there
a reason?
Julius Peppers was one of my favorite defensive ends, and then that team with Luke Kuechly and Christian McCaffrey, I rooted for a lot.
And Tom Brady beat him.
There goes my Panthers.
There it is again.
Jake Delhomme.
All right.
Daylight coming. I want to Del home.
It's another reason to hate Brady.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
All right.
Add it to the list.
Steve Young spoke yesterday. It's always worth hearing. Next on the Sports Leader.
Take care of y'all bodies, you know what I mean? Don't take care of y'all chicken. You feel me? Don't take care of y'all mentals.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Down 7-6. We're looking for the lead. Brock under center. Kittle goes in motion with Jennings. Ayuk and Debo are left. There's Debo in motion. Jet sweep handoff to Debo. A block and a dive for the goal line. And he's up on the goal line and in. Touchdown! San Francisco. And this one counts. They're not taking it back.
Yeah.
49ers football, the topic as they get ready for the Vikings. Yeah, Giants fans, we did discuss the 13-2 win. We discussed Gerard Encarnacion's Oppo tank last night, and they'll go back at it tonight. Hayden Birdsong, Waterboy, will be out there as he closes in on game 69.
Murph,
Pause.
We're getting closer and closer to the magic number 69.
69.
It'll be Friday night.
Ooh.
It's a good night.
That's a good night.
Yeah.
Friday night.
So you know what you're going to
be a big night.
I'm going to go ahead and push this right up to the PG-13 edge. That means on Friday night, if you're seeing Marcus, you want to wine him, you want to dine him. All right, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and you can fill in the blank yourself.
69.
I'm almost thinking about going like full like Wilt Chamberlain, showing up to the ballpark with a sign that says 69. Maybe post it on social media.
Will you then not go over the weekend just to hold it at 69?
See, that's the thing. I gotta pick. Like, should I save a game? Do I want 69 to be the last game of the year? You always want to end with 69.
Well, once again, if I can just help, who do you think you are, Shannon Sharp? Watch your IG live, buddy. Let's get Cat Williams to call in and comment on Marcus's game Friday night. All right, so Steve Young, always great when he calls into KNBR. What a stud. How many Hall of Fame quarterbacks are calling into local radio every week? The answer is one, by the way. The answer is one. And
how many Hall of Famers are just driving around in their car and will just call into the station, not as a scheduled guest, whether it's down at Pebble Beach or the other day when he called in a Pop and Lund to give his reaction to his takes that he had on the afternoon show.
He's the best, man. You guys should just treasure Steve. Just treasure him. And he won you a bowl, and he was an MVP guy, too. So here he was yesterday with Tolbert and Copes talking about, well, the game, right? The 49ers pounding the rock all over the New York Jets defense. It's cut Z2 about Kyle Shanahan and running the ball. What did Steve have to say?
What did we do when we were in Super Bowl? Like, run the football, set up all the cool stuff that we can do out of the run, play action and pass the game, and then rush the passer. That's kind of what we did to get there. Now, all of a sudden, on opening night, we're running the football, setting up all kinds of fun stuff. They even tried a double reverse. It didn't work, but, like, it's stuff. Once the run is set up for Kyle, it just opens up the whole vista of the things that can happen. And then, obviously, for Brock, he's not going to be under duress, because they're worried. They're already been gashed. They already have PTSD on, here's the Niners run the ball. What do we do about it? And all of a sudden they come out with all these other, so much more. And so that's built for Brock. Absolutely. Not under stress, not having to run around and escape and trying to throw it all over the field. That's not his game. And so if we can keep the play that he calls in the huddle and make that work every time, we're going to be almost impossible to beat.
So there it is, man. You go through all the years of football, decades, century, whatever, run the damn ball. Remember that hat? Run the damn ball?
Yeah, just run the damn ball.
That's still out there. People still, that's a hat I'll take, by the way. I'll take that hat.
Ooh, maybe we'll put it on your Christmas list.
Put it on Christmas list. Run the damn ball.
Yeah, run the damn ball, or just have George Kittle's face on a hat.
Run it again! Run it again!
We just need a Dom Pooney. You heard Kruger tell us yesterday, Dom Pooney's a great personality. He said, you guys might want to get the Dom Pooney show.
Ooh.
Because I did see his interview Monday night. He was a bright, engaging guy. Like, he had some spark to his interviews and was kind of smiling a lot. So he had a little personality.
Yeah, and I loved his post-game comments, just him gushing about how much he loves to run the ball.
We should have that on your board. Because, Kittle has been there for a while. Get me the new Dom Pooney. I love running the football.
I'm on it.
We might want to put that in our victory montage there, buddy. And here's the question. Will there be a victory montage on Monday, or do you want to wait until Brian and Bobby's best best?
Oh, Murph, you know me. I don't mind kicking down the door. I told you earlier this morning, I think the Jets had a better defense than the Vikings. I think the Jets overall are better than the Minnesota Vikings. I'm not ready to put slinging Sam Darnold in a category above Aaron Rodgers. I'm not ready to say Aaron Jones is better than a guy like Breece Hall. Maybe you can make an argument Justin Jefferson's better than Garrett Wilson, but overall, the Jets were the better team, and the 49ers made slight work of them. I know it's been a while since they've won in Minnesota, but I think they win. I think they cover the spread this weekend.
And the spread right now is 6, by the way. So you got to win by a touchdown. I mean, that's it. I mean, that's just sitting right in front of me, too. It's sitting right there. I mean, I'm kind of with you. I mean, I'm trying to be cautious and think of reasons. Never take anything for granted in the NFL. I mean, you go to any of those games. The Cardinals had the Bills beat in Buffalo. I mean, any number of things can happen. And I'm just trying to get to that point where I'm like, do I have all my T's crossed and my I's dotted, and making sure everything goes? Can Minnesota stay within 4? But I mean, the Niners reminded us on Monday night who they are, which is that Kyle Shanahan is at the top of his game. He's I want to say he's Bill Walsh because Walsh won the bowl, but he's kind of Bill Walsh. He's Andy Reid. I mean, they just dial it up better than anybody else. You mentioned it yesterday, Purdy for 30.
Yeah.
We hadn't even talked about that Tuesday morning after the game.
Without Christian McCaffrey.
Right.
And they're still going out there putting
And they only
30.
scored the 2 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm. And there's people complaining, saying that the 49ers should have scored 50 points instead of kicking 6 field goals.
I'm not going to lie. When I was leaving Levi's, I was like, are the cynics going to be like, not enough touchdowns?
Yeah.
Not enough touchdowns. Red zone.
Oh, that takes out there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a 0.01% truth to it. They are going to have to score more touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference. If Christian McCaffrey's out there, maybe they score some more touchdowns. Right. At the end of the day, they still had a blowout victory over the New York Jets. And that's the difference to me. It's like, even if we want to go tier rankings in the NFC, the 49ers, to me, are in a class by themselves. Then we get into that second tier with teams like the Packers and the Lions and the Eagles. And maybe you throw the Cowboys in there. Then you have to move down to a third tier to start talking about teams like the Minnesota Vikings, in my opinion.
How about the Rams?
Oh, I'd put the Rams in a second tier also.
Yeah. The Rams, I told you, one of my takeaways in week 1 is they looked a little too good.
Seahawks. Do the Seahawks make it in tier 2?
It's incredible how much fear they struck in me for a decade, and Pete Carroll and the gum chewing and Richard Sherman and the Legion of Boom and the whole deal, and Russell Wilson. No.
I wasn't.
The answer's no.
I wasn't overly impressed with their win over the Denver Broncos, even though they covered the spread.
I know. I almost got the damn cover on that. I had 5.5 with Denver. So here's what Steve Young said. Everything we're saying about Shanahan, and this was, you had a great line Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, Christian McCaffrey is just a system running back,
That's
right?
it, Murph. Only a system running back.
So obviously he's not in Carolina. He was a thousand guy.
It's a joke, people.
I know. I'm
it's
just making sure, but people don't know. People don't know. So Young talked about, though, that joke that you're making about what Kyle does for people. Because we talked about Matt Breida in 2019, Raheem Mostert in 2019, Kendrick Bourne in 2019, and now Jordan Mason in 2024, pardon me. And so Steve Young talked about the plug-and-play system of Shanahan, even for look at a guy like Jimmy G.
The Jets, it was cringeworthy in how preseason it looked. It felt like August 1st. Watching them play, and when CMC went down and Willow wasn't going to play, and that what it speaks to is preparation by everyone on the football team. It's how they get ready. They get ready to play even though they're not starting, and it also speaks to the innovation of what Kyle brings. And I'm not going to try to brag on him every week, but an offense that can plug and play like that. Now, my ultimate example is Jimmy G was a hair from winning a Super Bowl at our place and can't find a job anywhere else. Mm-hmm. What is the value of being here and being able to have a system that gets the most out of you, as much as you ever going to be, the full measure of you as a player, and you can find it out here. And that's what I loved about Monday night, is all of a sudden Christian can't play, and now we're going to see the full measure of Mason as he jumped in and just dominated. And you feel in the system he could go score 14, 15 touchdowns this season, if he got the shot.
Man, look at Steve. Poor Jimmy G catching a stray. Poor Jimmy G. I told you, I wrote the Jock blog, and I was going back to 2019, and I had to throw some strays Jimmy G's way. I'm like, in 2019, they could have won the bowl with a lesser quarterback than Brock Purdy. So, all right. Well, listen, we continue on with the Niner talk on the other side. 808 KNBR is the phone number. If you guys think Jordan Mason can continue to be the guy, if you think Christian McCaffrey should sit out. Is there anything about this Vikings game that's giving you concern? So 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. There's still more fun stuff from Santa Clara yesterday. Brandon Ayuk's reaction to his quiet game. The continued saga of the near Brandon Ayuk trade, too, and more Steve Young thoughts on Trent Williams, etc. As we get ready for the 49ers and the Vikings on Sunday, of course, keeping an eye on the Giants in their quest for 500. Susan Slesher will join us at 7:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I love running the ball.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Second and goal, 5-yard line. J.P. Mason, the lone back. Kittle and Debo are stacked right. Ute behind Bell left. They run Mason off the left side. A cutback run. Touchdown! San Francisco!
A little Mason madness on the cutback right off an unbelievable block by George Kittle.
There it is. Mason madness, says Tim Ryan. And thank you, Young Tone, for a little Lizzo. Because how many times have the Minnesota Vikings been name-checked in a banger, a top 40 banger? Maybe like once.
We never found out who the new man was, did
Wasn't
we?
there? I think those in the know knew, didn't they? I think there was was it Justin? I don't want to throw a name out there.
Jay Jetta.
I thought it might have been, but anyway.
I don't know about that.
Anyway, it was wild. It was like, well, and she's just like the way it sounded.
Yeah.
Is she from Minnesota too?
Maybe. I don't know.
Haven't heard Lizzo in a while. She's due for another drop. Last night with the Video Music Awards, you watch them?
No, I did not watch the VMAs. How do they still have the Video Music Award when they don't play any music videos on MTV?
Believe it or not, there is if you have Xfinity, there is a channel that plays videos.
Yeah, but that's a completely different channel. I'm talking about
MTV.
it's not the original MTV.
Right.
It's like ESPN2 or ESPN News.
Right. You got to go to a different one.
Yeah, exactly. It's a sister station.
But if you need to see somebody get catfished, you know where to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I'm too busy. Every day I flip over trying to look at the new Kendrick Lamar music video, and there's Nev catfishing somebody.
But everybody's on YouTube. You still go on YouTube, and these, like, Kendrick Lamar probably has billions of views.
Oh, Kendrick Lamar just dropped a new single last night. And the cover work didn't have a music video, but the cover work was just all black Air Forces. And Murph, you know what they say about all black Air Forces?
I don't.
It means you're ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Like we were talking about, like stay away from cauliflower ears. Stay away from guys that are wearing all black Air Forces.
I got to check around when I'm walking down the street. By the way, the Minnesota Vikings, one of 12 teams that have never won a Super Bowl.
Ah, your team sucks, Murph.
How about that? Yeah, believe me, it hurt. It hurt. Trust me, that Raiders game hurt. They haven't been back in a long time. They used to live there. They were the Buffalo Bills before the Buffalo Bills. They were considered the team of futility that could never win it because they lost 3 of them. But among those teams, a lot of them were expansion teams like the Houston Texans, Jacksonville Jaguars, Tennessee Titans, Carolina Panthers. But the old school teams, Detroit Lions, Cleveland Browns. I mean, you almost throw the Vikings in that list too. Have never won a Super Bowl. So, and I don't think people are thinking the Vikings are going to win one this year either.
Absolutely not.
Not with Sam Darnold doing their thing. So we continue to talk about this game. Good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, got young Tony Farias behind the glass right there. We got Susan Slesser coming up at 7:30, Matt Mayoko at 8:50, and a Vikings preview, not with Lizzo, but with Ben Lieber at 9:30.
To talk about the new man on the Minnesota Vikings, Sam Darnold.
Well, there you go. We can go there right now because Shanahan was, I guess, he still likes Sam Darnold. Still loves Sam Darnold.
Slinging Sammy.
Well, he had a nice game, week 1, right? They got their win against the barely legal New York Giants. I mean, what a terrible team they are. But here's a Shanahan on Sam Darnold. And you heard Papa say in that preview, too. He's got a little fear. He's got a little Darnold fear going on. So here, cut S for Kyle Shanahan about coaching Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I did. I think just... Sam had been in a lot of different offenses and a few different teams and stuff. So I think just the more he always could make plays and stuff, but the more he got used to what we were asking, and it's hard when you ask some people to do stuff that they haven't done before. because sometimes you got to get worse before you get better. But Sam came in with such a good mindset. He was so detailed in what he did, really never wavered, and really tried to pick stuff up. And I thought he came in really good, and I thought he got better throughout the year.
He, better than Brandon Allen's situation, right?
Absolutely. Sam was a good backup quarterback, and Sam was actually the second highest graded quarterback, according to Pro Football Focus last week, next to Brock Purdy. And so we're seeing Sam Darnold have success so far. It was against the New York Giants, to your point. But something that stands out to me is Sam Darnold going from the Shanahan system to the Shanahan/McVay system light. You look at Kevin O'Connell, head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. He came over from the LA Rams. Of course, he has ties to McVay, which has ties to Kyle Shanahan. So now he's in another system, which we were just talking about last segment with Steve Young. It's a system that maybe makes quarterbacks look better than they actually are. Look at Kirk Cousins in the Atlanta Falcons. It's something that we talked about on the Fantasize This podcast with Young Tony and Copes. We asked if I was high or not on Kirk Cousins, and I said I'm low on Kirk Cousins this year because of he's coming off that Achilles injury, and he left the Kevin O'Connell system. We're seeing it across the league, whether it's DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick with C.J. Stroud, whether it's Mike McDaniel with Tua and Tyreek and all the boys in Miami. This system is putting guys in a position to succeed. Now Sam Darnold is in that system with the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah. Justin Jefferson, by the way, last week, 4 catches, 59 yards, and a touchdown. Kind of a light game, but he remains fearful. But just more Shanahan on Sam Darnold. Cut L, Tony, about loving having him in Santa Clara.
Loved having Sam here. He was an awesome guy. He's been that way everywhere he's been, and we found it out personally here. But always liked Sam before he got here, just his talent level from college and what he had seen in the NFL, and was exactly as good as advertised. I mean, he's such a good athlete, so tough, can make any throw, and really enjoyed working with him. I thought he got better throughout the year. I know he was always ready to get more opportunities in the games if something bad happened, and fortunately for Brock, we didn't have to do that till the last week, but it was really good having him here as number 2.
So there it is, man. Enjoyable time at Sammy Darnold. And as Matt Mayoko told us, the most talented thrower of the football in 49er history. You got that?
Sam Darnold might be, can I say this, the most talented thrower of the football that the 49ers have ever had.
Come on.
The come on at the end.
I'm sticking up for my guy John Brody. That's why I'm doing that for
but
sure.
I mean, that's always been the thing with Sam. He's always had the arm talent. Physically, he has the talent. The question for me has always been mentally with Sam Darnold. And that's like me saying he's weak mentally, but yeah, it goes back to that famous quote from when he was on the Jets. I'm seeing ghosts.
Which is an overstatement. You know, he was just talking about particular moment in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that defined his career.
Yeah, but that's always been the knock on Sam Darnold. He looks great on the practice field. He looks great on 7-on-7. But can he execute when Fred Warner or Nick Bosa is breathing down his neck?
He's never been in a good situation, has he?
That is true.
Yeah, the Jets are terrible. The Panthers are terrible. He backed up in San Francisco, and now he's in Minnesota. We'll see. By the way, shout out 415 said, this is great knowledge. He says, come on, Murph. Waterboy educated you on the all-black Air Forces last year when Debo and CMC wore them before the Eagles game.
Yeah, we've talked about the all-black Air Forces.
Unbelievable knowledge, 415.
Fantastic.
And
great tech.
He's right, and it's just that my fading, sad brain forgot. So what happened to your brain, bro? Exactly. Exactly. That's me right there. All right, so we teased the Ayuk situation. Not a strong first game for Ayuk. He was able to slide under the radar because the Niners pounded the Jets 32-19. It wasn't even that close. And Jordan Mason was a hero, and there were so many other things to like about the game, whether it's Len Floyd sacking Aaron Rodgers or Brock Purdy making the right decisions, or Levi's rocking on a Monday night. Everybody felt great, so you could kind of skate it. Brandon Ayuk could have kind of skated out. He did the Bill Murray Caddyshack, just drop the bag on the green and kind of run off, hunched down, like you're running with a helicopter near you. But now we kind of start to look like, okay, dude, you got the contract. Let's see you do this. So Ayuk actually admitted that he was, do you think he felt shame? Marcus, think he felt shame, but this is what he said about maybe not even wanting to watch the film.
I think after the game, I didn't watch the film until this morning. I was a little bit scared to watch it, but not as bad as I thought.
And you were scared to watch it?
I was scared to watch it.
Why did it just not feel right at the time?
I feel him, though. There's times I do stuff, they're like, we're going to review your test now. You're like, oh, man.
Yeah, there's some interviews that we do that I don't want to go back and listen to.
Yeah, right?
But it's usually the interviews that I don't prep for. And failing to prepare is preparing to fail. And that's the situation that we're in with Brandon Ayuk. He failed to prepare himself for the season with the hold out, the hold in. He showed up not in shape, and it looked like it on Monday night.
It's going to be a big game now. I mean, not this particular game. It's game 2. Remember, Steve Young told us September is preseason, everything else doesn't get real for a while. But you don't want to have this snowball for Ayuk where he starts to have this kind of, oh, man, I'm not doing what I should do. I held out. Oh, man. Then the snowball gets bigger and bigger.
Well, even like the self-doubt that you're hearing from Brandon Ayuk. He's like, yeah, didn't really feel like myself out there. Like, when is he going to feel like himself? We heard Bosa say last year it took 5 games for him to get his legs back. Debo's gone through this situation before. We talked about this topic all summer long and how it could affect week 1 of the 49ers, and there it was. Brandon Ayuk dropping that ball in the corner of the end zone, and I said it on Tuesday morning, Murph. I'll say it again. If you're a $30 million wide receiver, you have to catch that pass.
It's funny. It didn't look. We had a guy in our suite saying this. Got to catch. You got to catch. I was like, wasn't that easy? I mean, he was laid out, right?
It's not an easy catch,
Yes,
but when you're paid that much money, you got to make the play.
And it was a dime. And as we know, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You also know that we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care. Closer than you think. Let's settle once and for all whether they're going to trade him to the Steelers. Jay Glazer had that story on Sunday morning. So Kyle Shanahan was asked, were you literally running up the stairs to get to stop the trade? Tell us the truth, Kyle.
I mean, I had to sprint because I had a team meeting at 8:30, and I was getting ready for my team meeting. And Brandon just randomly walked in and talked to me at 8:15. It's very Brandon-like to pick that type of time because I was trying to get ready for something else. So about 10 minutes in a talk to him, I realized we needed to talk a little bit more when the meeting was over. And meetings can go a while and stuff, and I knew we were in discussions a lot with Pittsburgh, so I actually called up to John, and he didn't answer, picked up on the first ring. So I just wanted to make sure he wasn't on the other line making any trades. So I ran up there and just said, hold on, let's talk after this meeting.
Did you have to barge in?
No, I'm not going to make it more dramatic than it already is.
All right, so who knows really how truly close it was? Were they bluffing? How good are you at poker? The whole deal.
Yeah.
He winds up taking the deal that was on the table since August 10th or whatever, right?
Yeah, it seems like it came down to the situation on that Monday, I believe it was, when we got the report that the Niners and the Steelers have agreed to a trade. And we were asking the question, like, all right, they agreed, but the trade didn't go through. I think that was the 49ers saying, look, we have the offer on the table. We've pressed accept. You're either going to accept this contract or you're being shipped out to Pittsburgh.
Fish or cut bait is the G-rated way, or you could talk about being on the toilet, too. They told Brandon Ayuk to do that.
Yeah,
for sure,
something about a pot, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it would be interesting to watch this guy's season unfold. And as you but we've seen it. Guys don't have great seasons, and he's going to have to wear that. He's going to have to face that down. He seems a little sheepish. Like, he seemed sheepish after Monday night doing his media hit. And, yeah, it was a dime. And he seemed sheepish on Wednesday. Yeah, I was scared to watch it. He's got to get the swag back, man.
He needs the confidence of a guy who just made $30 million.
Get back in front with the boombox. And, by the way, I didn't even see. Did they do the boombox, Trent and Debo? They didn't show it.
Oh, they must have. Now, I was at the game, so I didn't see it on the TV broadcast.
I think they did. No, I remember seeing it on the TV. They also don't have everybody walk out, all together. They have the starting offense stay in the tunnel, and then everybody else runs out. But I do remember seeing it. Yeah, Debo and Trent, front of the line.
Okay, so they did do it. And I wonder if they were, what was the tune you were looking for them to bump again?
Oh, I was trying to see if Malik Collins can get some Mac Dre mixed in there.
There you go. He was saying he was up for it. All right, the other thing we wanted to hit on Kyle, and then, of course, we got Susan Slusser coming up at 7:30, on Steve Young, is the Trent Williams discussion. It's funny, two different guys, right? Trent misses the whole summer, plays great. Ayuk misses the whole summer, plays bad. Well, doesn't play bad, plays quiet, should we say, right? But Steve Young's just gushing about Trent Williams here. Cut Z7, Tony, and it remains just staggering. The Mookie Betts type trade. Again, I said yesterday, the Boston Red Sox and Washington Commanders should be on probation forever for trading Mookie Betts and Trent Williams. My God, what kind of moron do you have to be to trade Trent Williams and Mookie Betts? You know what I mean? So it's like the Giants. Hey, we have Barry Bonds. Let's trade him. You know what I mean? We don't need him.
You got to be some kind of stupid.
Jeez. Willie Mays. Let's trade him. Here's Trent. Steve Young talking about Trent coming to the Niners.
When he came from Washington, kind of it wasn't unheralded, but it wasn't like, oh my gosh, this is an amazing thing. I thought to myself, here's probably the most important player outside of quarterback in the league, just moseying on over to our shop, like just just come on over. The number one player I would want other than a quarterback in the league.
Yeah.
Just kind of randomly showed up from Washington. And then,
for a third and a fifth-round pick.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just how Saul turned over, right, yeah.
You've got to be kidding me. It was a makeup for the Charles Haley giveaway. Like, we had to Parma had to come back. Trent Williams is the universe's response for our screw up with Charles Haley. It's like it makes it all even now. I'm good.
Well, there it is. Niners had Charles Haley, and they traded him, right? Trade Mookie Betts, trade Trent Williams, trade Charles Haley. Now, Haley was in such a bad way with Seifert, but it doesn't matter. Keep him. Work it out. You know what I mean? You can't trade Trent Williams. Even though there was a lot of bad blood between him and the medical staff, I get it. They should have sorted it out.
I mean, absolutely. You don't trade away a future Hall of Fame left tackle for a 5th rounder and a 7th rounder.
Right.
And that is highway robbery.
And we were saying, and Steve talking about, where does Trent rank in the NFL, Tony?
You can make a case that there's no, other than quarterback, taking quarterback position away, the most important, best player in the league. It's not a hard case to make.
You write it? Buy it? I mean, yeah. Maybe an edge rush. You think like Bosa, TJ Watt?
You think about the 3 most important positions in football. Everybody goes quarterback right away. Then pick your poison. Do you want an edge rusher to take down the quarterback, or do you want a left tackle to protect your quarterback? I mean, the 49ers have pillars at each position. But if I'm power ranking them, it's hard for me to go back and forth between Bosa and Trent Williams.
Yeah.
But we know how much that Trent means, not just for the protection of Purdy, but also what he does for the run game.
I don't want to diminish Bosa at all, but it's almost like you can get pass rush in other ways. You can bring a guy.
Yeah, drop a blitz.
You can get somebody from the other end. A tackle can make it, but you can't replicate a Stonewall left tackle. That's like a one-off, you know? By the way, is that all going to change? I told you guys, I know it's only 1 week, but there was that story about, or the stats that came out, the lowest passing week since 2007. If you play in fantasy football, how many of your quarterbacks did nothing, right? Did you have a...
Oh, no, I just saw around the league.
Oh, yeah.
Quarterbacks were not putting up big numbers. We're talking Burrow, Herbert, like guys who were considered top 5, top 10 quarterbacks were not putting up numbers.
Pre-Achilles, Kirk Cousins was a good fantasy quarterback. He would throw, and he scored, I have him on my bench, he scored 6.9 points in fantasy. I mean, thankfully, I had Anthony Richardson going off. He was one of the only guys who went off. So, I don't know. Let's keep an eye on this now.
Pump that back a little bit.
Are we, everything switch, the pendulum always goes one way, then it goes the other, right? That's the pendulum. And are we going back towards the ground game?
I think so. I think it's coming back. We talked about that yesterday with Kyle never abandoning his fullback.
Yeah.
The Harbaugh brothers are bringing back the fullback, bringing back the run game. It seems like we are headed back in that direction.
You talked about defenses getting smaller and lighter.
Yeah, linebackers are basically like
because they want to
converted safeties.
They want to defend the pass. So
exactly.
Let's run at them.
So run the damn rock.
There it is.
Which I got no problem doing, especially when you have Trent Williams out there. Now, it was an interesting tidbit that Trent Williams had to run to the locker room to get an IV because he was cramping.
Yeah.
Did you hear this detail?
No.
That he was even cramping in his tongue. That's what Matt Mayoko told Papa and Lund yesterday, which, of course, led to some riffs from Papa. Yeah, John, that's usually a problem I have, cramping in my tongue.
Oh, boy. He did not.
He did.
He did not.
He did, live on air.
I'm going to have to pause right now. Oh, boy. He did not.
Greg Papa talking about tongue cramps.
I'm having trouble digesting that one.
Tongue cramps, Murph.
Okay, we're going to have to change the subject real fast.
About it.
Let's get back to Shannon Sharp. All right, dude?
Let's get back to me getting out to Game 69 on Friday.
Spicy on a Thursday, y'all. All right,
It's a baby Friday.
All right, let's. So there's a lot of Niner talk. The baseball team played last night, and they won. How did they score 13 runs, and did we take anything for 2025 out of it? And then Susan Slusser at 7:30. The big hit back to the Niners at 7:50. Matt Mayoko later on at 8:52. I'm still rattled by that. Rattled by what you just told me. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. You know you want it. You know it's football time coming up this weekend, but we want to talk to you about more stuff Amici's can do for you, like catering a larger event. That's right. It doesn't just have to be you and your TV and your beer eating pizza at home. You can do a business lunch, a party, a larger event, and you can do it through Amici's. Of course, they're going to give you those beautiful pizzas, pastas. Don't sleep on those. The salads. You need that to balance it out. The flame roasted lemon chicken wings. And you can do it all in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering the full range of items. So it's a corporate lunch. It's a special event. Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at amicis.com. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, 2 words, baby, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, he looked like himself. Obviously, he was winded at the game. He said afterwards that he was cramping up, which is why he needed the IV, and that the cramping included his tongue. His tongue was cramping up on him. So
I have that all the time, man. I wouldn't expect that to be from Trent Williams. That's a problem.
Exactly. That sounds like a Greg Papa issue.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Okay, so we're going to say it's because he talks so much on the air.
That's why.
That's what it is.
That's what it is, Murph.
Because he has to talk 4 hours on the radio and then do an NFL game.
Mm-hmm.
I have that all the time, man. I wouldn't expect that to be from Trent Williams.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I'm gonna go with that. Broadcasting so much causes his tongue to cramp up. Okay, all right.
Sure about that?
As he was just saying to his good friend Shannon Sharp.
Hey now.
Oh boy. Thanks, boys, for finding that. Appreciate
dude,
that.
I almost drove off the side of the road yesterday.
Yeah.
When I heard that driving home.
Oh boy.
Classic G-pop.
Okay, the faster we can get off of this topic, the better.
Well, I will tell you that young Tony gave us a rejoin of some exclusive. Kendrick Lamar dropped less than 12 hours ago. This right here is Watch the Party Die, which has a few subliminal messages towards your boy Drake.
That is my boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I said no one ever, by the way. All right, chill vibe. Watch the party die.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm down. Will he play this at the Super Bowl?
I think there's a good chance.
It's
good
a
possibility.
It's a little too chill for a Super Bowl halftime
Yeah, this
show,
might be
isn't it?
like an intro, walking out, setting the stage.
I don't know.
Before the hits start coming in.
Interesting. All right, we'll dive in, man. Good stuff. All right, well, listen, there was a baseball game last night, and Marcus was out there, game 67 that he's attended, and the Giants scored 13 freaking runs.
Ooh.
It's like, come on, man. I mean, where that came, like, talk about out of the blue, right? Just to go show you that you have no idea what's going to happen when you go to a ball game, because the Giants have scored double digits. Well, they've actually scored double digits 7 times this year, but they haven't been double digits since July 26th. Today's September 12, so it was almost 2 months, just shy of that. I don't know. You were out there, just like shocking to see. It's this guy Colin Ray, I guess his name is, for the Brewers. Yeah. He stunk. He stunk to high heaven. He was hanging, breaking balls, and the Giants were pounding him. And it just goes to show you what the Giants can look like when they actually hit the baseball.
I mean, a 4 spot in the first inning, a 4 spot in the second inning. It was a windy day yesterday, which helped some of those balls get out. But still, the Giants had 17 total hits yesterday. It was a hit-a-thon last night at Oracle Park. I'm just wondering where these bats have been all season.
Well, I know, exactly. So, Mike, I asked you this, and I was kind of joking at 6:03, but kind of not, because you look at the game last night, and, you know, the thing they're missing is that thump. And this big dude, Gerard Encarnacion, who came from the Marlins. You know, he wasn't any kind of like, you know, it's not like trading for frickin', you know, Aaron Judge. But there's a presence to him, and he hit an opposite field home run last night to the right-hander, went into the right field arcade, which has only happened 75 times in the history of the park. I was thinking about that. So this is the 25th season. You play 81. I'm doing the quick math. Young Tone, you a math guy. That's at least 2,000, right? 8 times 200, 1,600. 8 times 5 is 40, 400.
Thank God you asked Tony and not me.
I think we're at about 2,000, right?
I'm not the math guy.
And we're just shy of, that's what you do, right? You do you reduce it to the hundreds and the tens.
I don't know. I pull out a calculator. That's what I do.
Well, that's actually not a bad move. Or you just ask the chatbot, right?
Or just ask Farhan in the analytics.
Speaking of which, did you see that story Bob Nightingale had? That the Giants have fired 4 more veteran scouts.
Oh, actually, I did see that.
Yeah,
getting rid of the scouting department, huh?
I mean, what are we doing here?
What, you're just gonna let the computers make the draft picks?
I mean, because they're doing such a good job with their draft. I mean, what's going on? What we need to find out more about that.
That's a great question.
Is this Greg Johnson? Is it salaries? I mean, what's going on there?
I mean, those salaries can't be that high, right?
No, gosh, no. Is it just the computers? They've taken over the Nick Peters press room with the computers? Remember that ultimate irony last year that Gabe started doing the interviews in the dugout, which I hated because it was totally dismissive of the beat guys and they couldn't get their work in and there was noise everywhere and all that. And they said, well, they can't do the interview room. They said, why? I said, because the analytics department took it over. I mean, bro, you could you couldn't script that.
You can't use the interview room. It was literally designed to have interviews in.
And because the analytics, but Bob Melvin found a place. They're doing it for Bob. So obviously they solved the problem somehow, some way. There's a will, where there's a will, there's a way. But anyway, the point is Gerard Encarnacion came over, and I was asking you, any spot for this guy next year? As a DH? I don't know. What do you want out of a DH, by the way?
Oh, what would I like? I would like 30 home runs. I'd like for someone to go deep 30 times since Barry Bonds was the last guy to do it at that ballpark.
Is Giancarlo a full-time DH?
Giancarlo is essentially a full-time DH. Every once in a while, they'll throw him out in the outfield to give Aaron Judge an off day.
But he's basically...
But he's essentially a full-time DH.
I mean, it's Shohei Ohtani, right? I'm trying to think of...
Shadow Ohtani encroaching on a 50-50 season.
I know.
You ain't getting that production from
I've
anybody.
actually seen people diminish it because the stolen base rules.
Cry me a river. Everybody's got the same rules. No one else is stolen 50 and hitting 50 this year.
Is Yordan Alvarez a DH?
Yeah, Yordan. He'll play outfield a little bit in Houston, but yes, more of a DH.
He played outfield actually when I saw him in Fenway. He was playing right field.
Yeah.
Jordan, Shohei, let's see others. Bryce plays first base. Marcell Ozuna.
Ozuna from the Braves.
He's like a top 5 MVP candidate. Did you know that?
He's putting up numbers quietly.
Other DHs out there.
I'm Ozuna from the Braves. Sorry, my dog.
Thank you, Tony.
I mean, that's about it, though. There's no like great JD Martinez, I guess, of the Mets. Is he a DH?
Yeah, and apparently there was a story about how he changed his mind about hitting at Oracle Park. I think that ship has sailed with JD Martinez because he was one of the guys that the Giants were talking to this offseason.
You mean the Mets who probably are going to make the playoffs ahead of the Braves? They're ahead of the Braves.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Francisco Lindor, like a legit, I know it's Shohei probably, but Francisco Lindor, like a legit MVP candidate.
Everything changed once Grimm showed up at the
Seriously.
at Citi Field.
What's his name? Timmy Trump. Bring back Timmy Trumpet. So anyway, now I'm at the point now where at Giants games, I still do follow closely, and I'm interested in what they're doing. So I look at the lineup, like who are they running out there? Who are they giving time to? And it's nice to see Marco Luciano.
Who did not start last night.
Well, he
came in as a pinch hitter.
Came in as a pinch hitter. Okay, so that was your point, that they got to be playing this guy every game.
Yeah, I mean, when we're going down the final stretch, when you're essentially all but out of postseason contention, I know we were joking about yesterday, if they go 17-0 and go on this immaculate winning streak, they could maybe make the postseason.
You only got to go 16-0 now.
Hey, one down, 16 to go. But let's be realistic. Just like this team probably should have been realistic around the trade deadline of what this future was going to look like. And now with those 16 games left, you're playing for next year. You're trying to figure out if Marco Luciano can play second base and if he can hit at the big league level. That's why I don't want to go out there every day and see Michael Conforto and Yaz, even though there's rumors about maybe Yaz coming back next year. This is when you give the opportunity to the young guys. Marco Luciano, Luis Matos, Grant McCray, get them as many at-bats as you can.
So Matos came in for Yaz later in the game. Luciano came in for Chapman. He pinched hit for Chapman, actually, believe it or not.
Yeah, that's when the game was already 10-1.
Yeah, and they moved wisely over to third. By the way, the Brewers wound up pitching a position player, huh?
Yeah, I was long gone by then.
How was the crowd out there last night?
It was sparse but lively, kind of similar to the crowd that we saw on Tuesday night. And as we talked about earlier this week, if you're going out to a Tuesday, Wednesday night Giants game with a team that's 72-74, you are a hardcore seamhead.
It's the candlestick vibe. That's what I miss. Like the guys who really enjoy it. You're into it. You said they were into the strobe light and everything last night?
Yeah, people were dancing, having a good time. Home runs were going off. I was getting sprayed by the pillars out in right field. It was a good time.
Good time. So, I mean, listen, let's get to the Yaz question, because I want to get to this. I'm getting indications they might bring him back. And we'll ask Susan Slusher about this. And while I get it, he's a very good defensive player. Some say borderline Gold Glove.
I would say you can make the argument that he has played right field at Oracle Park better than any other right fielder in Giants history.
I would say so. I mean, Jose Cruz Jr. in 03 was very good. However, he did drop a pop-up in Florida. That hurt.
People don't forget.
Hunter Pence.
Yeah, Hunter's the other guy I through into that conversation.
But I think Yaz has been the best.
I'd say Yaz has a better arm than Hunter and just plays it overall better.
And there's a value there. I mean, he's hitting 240, OPS of 758. It's not bad. He's got 15 tanks, 50 ribs. I mean, there is a slight value there. He's going to be 34. He's getting older. He's kind of a clubhouse presence at this point in time. But it's like, if you start doing this, like we're talking about like the same thing over and over again, the freaking definition of insanity, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of torn. Like I like Yaz. I love seeing his last name on the back of a jersey on a road game, all that stuff. But is it time to move on?
I agree with you that Yaz has value, but the value to me is as a fourth outfielder. It's not as a guy you're running out there every other day in a platoon system.
Late inning defensive replacement?
I think that's a perfect scenario. Late inning pinch hit kind of guy, a guy that has some pop. But when we talk about the value of a Mike Yastrzemski, don't you think that value can be replaced by Grant McCray?
Well, I mean,
left-handed bat, defense, strong arm, has a speed element that Yaz doesn't have. To me, you can replace that value with a younger player that probably has a higher ceiling than a guy like Yaz.
I'm not going to lie. I get a thrill out of it. Whenever the ball is hit near Grant McCray, I get excited. You know, I mean, I love watching that guy play. And I continue to wonder, is he actually just marginally a better center fielder than Jung-Hoo Lee? I didn't see enough of Lee. I'm not trying to knock Lee at all. I think he's really good out there. But I remember early on, I didn't think he was quite as fast as I thought he was. McCray looks faster. I don't know what their sprint speed. We can go to StatCast.
I'd say maybe there's an argument there. Grant might be quicker, but it felt to me like Jung-Hoo Lee, as soon as contact was made, he was heading in the right direction. Like he made up to it with his routes. Now, I will say Grant McCray has a much stronger arm than Jung-Hoo Lee, which is why I don't mind putting him out in right field because he needs to make the throws.
That's not a bad call. But again, can his speed element be? Is his speed element nullified by putting him in right? Are you not maximizing his talent?
Not at Oracle Park with Triples Alley, because we know at ballparks like here in San Francisco or ballparks out in Boston, you essentially need two center fielders when you play in these ballparks. It goes back to the story about Willie Mays telling Yaz that he's a center fielder, and Yaz is like, well, in this ballpark, you need two center fielders, and that's why I'm playing center essentially over and right.
Okay, so according to Baseball Savant, in terms of sprint speed, Grant McCray is in the 95th percentile of running, and in terms of sprint speed, Jung-Hoo Lee is 79th.
Okay, yeah.
So according to the computers, Grant's quicker. Now, he doesn't have enough data to qualify in some of the other stuff. His fielding arm strength is 99th percentile.
That's Grant McCray?
Yeah.
I mean, he was throwing seeds. Last night had a beautiful throw to second base. Tyler Fitz could not pick it at the bag. Should have hosed the guy out last night.
But he probably ain't going to hit higher than two. You know, he's not going to. Can he hit? Does the bat play in the bigs? Or can you just live with it? But then you're back to almost like a Yastrzemski guy.
Yeah, but at least he gives you the element of speed also. This is a guy that was a 2020 guy down in San Jose. It's something that Bob Melvin talked about in his sit-down with Andrew Bagley, is not having the athleticism on the roster. So even if Grant McCray finds himself in a platoon system with a guy like Luis Matos, then maybe either of those guys are your late innings pinch runners. They can come in big situations. I think Grant McCray gives you a different element. I mean, we're talking about Mikey Yaz. It's not like he's a 300 hitter.
Yeah, you're exactly right. A little more pop. You're right. He's hitting 240.
Yeah, exactly. So the bar's not too high when it comes to batting averages.
When you saw Grant McCray in San Jose, do you think he was the real deal?
Grant McCray, I will say this, didn't blow me out of the water in San Jose, but he was a guy that I showed up every night, and it just seemed like he was consistently making hard contact. Like he was a line drive guy. Now, this was coming off the heels of the 2021 San Jose Giants team, where I saw Luis Matos when he was an MVP that year, with Marco Luciano and Casey Schmidt, with Patrick Bailey and Kyle Harrison and Ryan Walker. They had a bunch of dudes on that team. He felt like he stuck around San Jose a little bit longer, had some pop, had some speed. I didn't think he would make an immediate impact like he's doing right now, but he's a guy that's always had potential.
All right. Well, stuff we can talk about with Susan Slusser. I'm very intrigued by Grant McCray. It's the skill set pops, like even more. I mean, Matos was so exciting when he became NL Player of the Week. And Luciano, you see the minor league highlights and the big, strong back when he's swinging. But there's something about McCray that just catches the eye. And like I said, I look forward to him playing every night now. Again, and God, you get the 2-homer game in San Diego. So anyway.
Yeah, last night in the 6th inning, I'm thinking about leaving. I'm like, all right, who's coming up this inning? Elliot Ramos, Matt Chapman, Grant McCray. I said, I'm going to stay for Grant McCray. As soon as that at-bat was over, I 86 it out of there.
I mean, he went 1 for 5 last night.
Yeah, but at least, like, again, when it comes down to this final month of the season, you want to see what you have next year. That's why you give the opportunities to McCray, to Luciano, and to Matos.
510 bringing up, don't sleep on the Danville Flash, Nate Shearholtz in right field. He was a very good defensive player.
Nice.
And also
Shout
had
out Chabot College.
Absolute rocket for an arm. Absolute rocket. I'd love to see, I don't know, just Baseball Savant, how far back does it go? I don't know. Probably doesn't go back as far as Shearholtz. I bet his arm strength was like 97, 98, 99. It was an absolute hose. All right, we'll do some more Giants with Susan Slusser on the other side, and then back to the Niners. Steve Young talked, Christian McCaffrey talked. Get you ready for the Vikings at 7:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, Marcus Boucher here on a Thursday morning, and I've got one question for you. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? Well, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for over a month, and I lost 20 pounds this summer, and I did it without counting points or calories, not exercising, no prepackaged meals, no surgery, no drugs or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss system, check it out at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com and lose up to 1 pound of fat every single day. No sweat, no calorie counting, and no boring prepackaged meals. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. So schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle Senior MLB Beat Reporter. And that's why she joins Murph and Marcus on KNBR. Now.
Susan Slusser, our friend. I love talking to Sluss. I'll find her sponsor eventually. But first, good morning, Susan. How are you?
Hey, morning, Susan.
I'm great. How are you guys?
How's it going? I was actually thinking about you. You're just a couple weeks away from Wheels Up back to the UK, right?
A little more than that. But, you just played My Ever-Changing Moods. Weller's here for 2 nights at the end of this month. So
in San Francisco?
Yeah, at the Fillmore.
Get out of here. Wait, where is he? At the Fillmore?
At the Fillmore,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
25th, 26th.
The 25th and 26th. All right. Yeah. All right. That's going to be big now. Will you be, you're on the point where he sees you, he invites you, you guys are out to dinner, right?
I've been to dinner with his sister. Does that count?
That's when you know you're a lunatic. I went to dinner with Paul Willer's sister. All right. Well, that's good. I'll take that. Maybe you can get to the brother this time. So you get ever closer. By the way, Susan is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle. With its lakes, parks, and schools, start your tour today at riverislands.com. What are we going to do about these Giants, Susan? What are we going to do?
I don't know about you, but apparently I now think that there's some offensive force that just scores at will. That was at least coming off a game in which they scored some runs. They've got a lot of issues, obviously. The offense is the first and foremost one that has to get addressed this offseason, but there's been a few good things. So what are you thinking, Much?
Well, we were just talking about that. I still wait for the big status quo is unacceptable, right? It's been 3 straight 500 seasons. I just wonder, Farhan has to shake it up. There has to be a status quo shaking trade I keep going back to I go back to the same story over and over again. Al Rosen made a bit status quo shaking trades. Brian Sabian made status quo shaking trades, and you have to do it. Now, I don't know, like, does that mean trading like Logan Webb? Like, no, but you got to think about things like that. Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong. I mean, Marco Luciano. I don't know. Something big has to happen to change the structure of their organization. That's my feeling.
Wow. And what are you targeting in such a trade?
Well, an everyday position player, and like an everyday position player, we talked about this. Baggerly just threw out over the winter for fun. He had this little side sense where he goes, Kyle Harrison for Matt McClain. What do you say? Now, Matt McClain's the Reds infielder. He's been hurt all year, though. But something like that. I'm not saying that specific trade. Something like that.
Yeah. I think they can address this isn't probably the shakeup that I think you want, and I'm not sure shakeup is necessarily needed. I think they can address their needs on the free agent market. I like the nucleus they have. First and foremost, they have to re-sign Blake Snell. That's what they have to do. I think that's obvious.
Well, can I just jump in right there?
Yeah, of course.
You don't think that's going to happen, right?
I do. I do think that will happen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
I think
big.
if they want to, he would come back. This is, I think, unless Seattle had the wherewithal, and they've got plenty of pitching, so I don't think that would happen. I think he likes being in San Francisco. He likes pitching for Bob Melvin. He's said repeatedly he that's something he'd like to do. So, I think that's their biggest order of business, and then they need to add at least one bat. I mean, look, they're not made of money, but they're pretty darn close. They could probably add 2 bats if they really wanted to, but on top of signing, Chapman, and if they do Snell, that might be a tall order. But, Pete Alonso's out there. Ha-Seong Kim, obviously, we keep talking about him for obvious reasons. Willie Adames. There are some nice options out there. I don't think you necessarily have to rip up, your rotation or something to go trade for a bat.
Susan, one name you did not mention is a name that Murph doesn't even want me to bring up. Juan Soto. Is there any chance that the Giants are involved this offseason with Juan Soto?
Susan, no.
I'm sure they will call, but I don't think this is one of those ones where we need to make it a thing, I think we've had a few too many of those where, the Giants go like, yeah, we're all in, and they are, and then they miss out. I don't think that they would be the front runners, even if they are, willing to go as high as some of the other. I think it sounds like New York is the place he wants to be. Both teams are going to be absolutely throwing huge mounds of cash at him. So I would say the Giants are very much a long shot, and I hope this offseason doesn't get characterized as another miss by the Giants on the biggest offseason free agent. Now, if they somehow manage to land him, phenomenal. Even better if they kind of did it under the radar. There you go. That's kind of old school Giants, right? Kind of sneak around and then boom, land the biggest name.
Well, I'm pledging to everyone: do not go. Just don't. This is trauma. This is family trauma. This is emotional trauma. No, this is like if you went and saw a therapist, he'd be like move away from your problems. Like, this person is a problem. Like, they'd say it's like there's a person in your life who's a problem. Like, detach yourself from that person. That's me and these pursuits. All right.
Yeah, you can't go through it again, right?
No,
you get too invested, and
If you went to a therapist, they would tell you, do something healthy with your life and time. Don't be in what do they call it? A toxic relationship? Isn't that what they call it? Yeah. That's a toxic relationship. These stupid free agents. So I'm not going to get into it. I'm gonna trust my therapist. All right. Hey, the other big story was your colleague John Shea had a story saying Farhan and Bob Melvin's contracts only run through 2025. Mm-hmm. I wondered what you think that means.
Well, I think it was just presented a little differently when Melvin was hired, which is, technically it was not accurate to say that he had a 3-year deal. What was said was he signed through 2026. Which, when you got a club option, I guess technically you could say that, but that was a little bit of a misrepresentation, I will say, which is a little unusual. But yeah, they will both be going into their final guaranteed year this coming year. I always feel like anybody in those positions can go at any time. I think every year is a lame, in air quotes, a lame duck year for people in positions of leadership. in pro sports. So I don't think it necessarily means that much. I just think it was interesting that it was presented slightly differently than how it was. It's not a huge deal that was maybe not represented accurately, but it's interesting for sure.
And does it mean, I mean, the phrase lame duck comes up, right? If you're in your last year, are you a lame duck? Meaning you have I guess, I'm sorry to interrupt, but meaning that they don't really have say over what the Giants would look like in the future. Like, it puts the Giants into a state of flux, as it were.
Yeah, and a club option for manager and your top baseball executive at the same time. That's a little unusual too, to have that be a club option. I'm not quite sure what to make of it, but certainly that we already know that Farhan Zaidi's under fire, and Bob Melvin was brought in to make the team better than it was before, and it hasn't been to date. For many, many reasons, but I think Farhan's the one who's probably a little bit more under fire. And it is interesting that it's a club option. So, but the Giants, again, they have plenty of money. If they want to, whack all of their leadership at once, they could, no problem. If they wanted to go a different direction. I don't think this is huge or indicates anything, because this is honestly, it's been the case for some time. We're just learning about it now.
Do you view Farhan and Bob Melvin as a package duo, or do you think the Giants could move on without one or the other?
Oh, I definitely think that this could be an either-or situation if they were to move on. I don't see any indications of that happening right now. But, yeah, if they got off to a terrible start next year, or if there was something this offseason in free agency where they just absolutely fell on their faces somehow, I could certainly see that one or the other might be a choice to go or not.
Susan Slusher of the San Francisco Chronicle, last couple of minutes here. So, I mean, listen, that's where we're at. We've settled all that situation. Then there's finally just the question, Marco Luciano. I mean, my God, does this guy create reactions? And just people are like, what's going on? Like, where's the Marco Luciano everyone was promised? And the poor kid seems lost. He really looks like you can almost visibly see the lack of confidence. I don't know. What do you think the organization thinks of him?
I don't know if they know what to make of him. I think we are all a little bit unsure about what to expect from him, about where he should be playing on the field, if he's an everyday player, if you open up a spot for him to play every day. I usually, when fans go, oh, he keeps going up and down, it's going to ruin his confidence, I'm usually think, you know what, if they can't handle that, they're not going to be able to handle pro sports. In this case, I do think that some of this has gotten to Marco, and very understandably so. That one thing I will say about some of the things that have been said over the last few years is they've been well-meaning. And it's not just him. It's been David VR and a couple other young guys where they're sort of promised things and then don't really get them at all. I think that messes with you. And, of course, Luciano, it's happened a couple of times here. The shortstop, we traded Soler, so you'll get every day at bats. They're saying it to the media, but, of course, he's hearing the same things, and that's got to be a little tough on you.
Similar question, just to wrap it up. With Luis Matos in comparison to Marco Luciano, that's another guy I thought we would see get consistent at bats. Michael Conforto is still getting at bats. He'll be a free agent. Yaz is still getting playing time. Is this any indication on what's going to happen with the future of Yaz, and just overall your thoughts on Luis Matos not getting those at bats?
I do. There's also an element, and this includes Luciano too, where you do have to earn your bat. There's sort of a fine line, right? You don't just have an unlimited leash. And Matos has been a little erratic, and they've been a little bit hesitant to throw him out there full time after, a few mistakes here and there. I'm on the fence on that one. But I think with Yaz and Conforto, I think one or the other might be back. My guess is it's probably Yaz. But yeah, I think, they still need some left-handed hitters. They could use another left-handed hitting outfielder. I think they really like both. I think Yaz would happily add on another year to a deal at a very low cost and maybe be a very good fourth outfielder type. I do think I would like to see some of the younger guys get at bats, and I think that their outfield for next year is definitely set. So if somebody's back, it's probably as a fourth outfielder.
I know we've gone long, but since we've gone Luciano Matos, the final one's Grant McCray. We seem to think, like, of those three, he seems to have taken, like, the duck to water. He's taken to the bigs a little better than those guys.
So far, there will be ups and downs.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the team stick with some of these guys through their ups and downs a little bit longer. He's one I really like because they keep saying we want to go younger and more athletic and have more speed. There you go. This is a guy, younger, athletic, more speed, good outfielder. So, yeah, I hope they stick with him when he goes into a big dip, because he will.
And, Susan, if you bet that September 11th would be Blake Snell's first Oracle Park win, you won.
Whoa.
How about that?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's not, when you look at that record, 72 and 74, there's about 8 or 10 Blake Snell starts you thought were going to be wins, and they weren't, just because that first 3 months were so disastrous. So, all right, always fun. Looking forward to your 2 weeks from now at the Fillmore, and maybe, like we said, you can go with like 2 siblings instead of just one. Have a dinner, something like that.
Well, he's only got the one, but he's got like 8 kids.
So we knew that. Maybe we'll get some kids in.
Yeah,
we'll
take
get some
one
kids.
of the teams.
Yeah.
He's highly productive. 8 kids. Who does he think he is? Dave Grohl out here doing this thing? Man, I'm just joking.
Who is he? Tyreek Hill?
This is what we do. We make stupid jokes in the morning. Susan, go. Have a great Thursday. Be good.
Thanks, guys.
Susan Slusser. She's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. I shouldn't have said that. That was cruel. Okay, big hit. 49ers. We got sounds from Christian McCaffrey. We got sounds from Brandon Ayuk. We got sounds from Steve Young. We got ready for the Vikings next on the Sports Leader. Let's talk Bigelow Tea. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We have it right here at KNBR. We have it in our break room. Anytime you need that great mug of tea, we grab that Bigelow. English breakfast, cranberry, apple, chamomile. Shout out Gwen Stefani. I'm just sipping on chamomile. All of Bigelow's different flavor options are perfect for those of us who make a living behind the microphone. So grab a mug and tea proudly.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you love East Coast style pizzas, pastas, and or flame roasted chicken wings? Well, we have the prize for you. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win a $100 Amici's gift card. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give this gift card away at 8:30 this morning. This prize is furnished by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
started now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
That's how I am every week. I'm not lying. I think as soon as a player says, maybe I'll play, maybe I won't, that's not a good mentality to go into a week with, when you're kind of on the fence. So for me, I'm ready to go. Is artificial turf any issue with you? Yeah, if you can't run on turf, you can't run on the field. If you can't run on grass, can't run on turf. If you can go, you can go.
There he is amidst the dribbling and pop-a-shot in the background at a 49er locker room, Christian McCaffrey, with this sort of semantics saying, my mentality is to play every week. That's why I thought I would play against the Jets, but at the same time, he didn't play against the Jets. So now he says his mentality is to play against the Vikings. And at the same time, we don't know if he is going to play against the Vikings.
Murph, my mentality every Friday night is to go home with a lucky lady. A lot of nights I go home by myself.
Oh, my God. That's a pretty good analogy.
Thank you. I've been working on that one.
It's a great, your mentality. You go in with a winning mentality.
Exactly.
And sometimes you win and sometimes you don't. I like that very much. So there you go. Good morning, everybody. It is The Big Hit. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And it's all about the 49ers, getting us ready for the Minnesota Vikings Sunday at 10 a.m. on CBS, don't you know? Don't get fooled by y'all. Niners-Vikings. Niners are a 6-point favorite in this game. We still don't know if Christian McCaffrey's playing. He did practice a little bit at practice yesterday, limited. What does that mean? We don't know. Does artificial turf matter? You just heard him say it doesn't matter. You can't run on grass. You can't run on turf, etc. It sounds like through Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport and common sense that he would not play. But he's going in with the quote-unquote mentality like you do on Friday nights.
You always have to have that mentality, Murph. Now, who knows if that's going to translate to Christian actually playing this weekend in Minnesota. And to be honest with you, I don't think the 49ers need Christian McCaffrey to beat the Vikings. With the production we saw from J.P. Mason on Monday night, the fact that the 49ers offense still went out there and put up over 30 points without Christian McCaffrey. I don't want to be like a worry bug here too much, but keep the training wheels on Christian McCaffrey, hold him out for his own sake, and have him healthy, ready to go next week against the LA Rams.
If we were doing this show at the end of the first quarter on Monday night, I would have said, oh, my God, this is what they look like without McCaffrey. Because they went 3 and out. Yeah. Purdy was 2 of 6 for 20 yards. We were like, he misses him so much. But then they went to the right. They pounded and pounded and pounded, and look what happened. They broke the dam down. They made the Jets look bad. New York's killing the Jets right now. Russo went on another rant yesterday about the Jets. I love it. He's going after Aaron Rodgers now. Because did you see Rodgers tell Jets fans, you better stay on the bandwagon because if you hop off, you can't get back on?
Oh, wow.
Bro. And Russo rightfully said, you've been here one game? We've been here all our lives, bro.
There is no Jets bandwagon to hop on.
That's why I got this oil painting of this D coming off the field in the snow. Buddy,
look at
we
him
still keep
sitting on that trash can.
We're keeping this up all week. We'll take it back. By the way, my lovely bride, the talented Candace, she said, why don't you bring that home? We'll hang it up in the playroom.
That's going to make it up in the Murphy household?
Yes, I think
That's amazing.
I think it's going to go up in our little playroom.
Right next to you and Owen Nolan.
That's in the digital frame that rotates around. No, next to all the Fan Fest pictures through the years, back when the Fan Fest was awesome, and we were all there with Pablo and Timmy and all those guys. So, but anyway, back to McCaffrey. Like you said, I agree with you. I hate to say he's a system running back, but they can beat the Vikings. Without him, I mean, it also speaks to Jordan Mason's talent and to Shanahan's system. So here's McCaffrey about Mason himself. He said he talked to him before the game. Cut Z10, Tony. Here.
Honestly, no. I think with someone like him, man, I'm so proud of him. He, when you're in a rhythm and you're in a groove, you let him be, and he showed that, man. I was so pumped for him, and just everything that he's done all camp. He's earned that, and he balled out, and it showed.
Did you talk to him after the game?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, congrats. Yeah, congratulated him. We got a special room, and he's right there in the play, and someone who's going to help our team a lot this year. So I'm happy he's in our room and super happy for him.
Okay, man. By the way, do you think that Friday gate is completely over at this point?
Yeah, let's just move past it now. I mean, there hasn't been any updates from the NFL
The
investigating.
NFL said there's nothing to see here. Move along.
Yeah, who cares? Leave Jordan alone. Let him enjoy his victory.
The only bummer was that about that half hour, 45 minutes where he was like shell shocked that he got negative reaction.
Yeah, that should have been a moment to celebrate the biggest game of his career, and instead he felt like the kid who said something wrong in class and ended up in the
So he
principal's
didn't
office.
speak. Yes, I wonder if he's doing a podium today. Probably. Doesn't Purdy do podium today? Purdy and Kittle and those guys do the podium today.
Usually on a Thursday, yeah.
Hopefully Jordan Mason will, and hopefully he'll have a little better attitude going into this thing. Also, McCaffrey, though, on the new O-line with Pooney. God, we're going nuts. Never has a right guard been talked about so much. Eric Branch wrote about that in the Chronicle today. He's like, can I really lead my film review by talking about a right guard? Yeah.
Yes, you can.
That's what 77 is doing for us. So here's McCaffrey on Pooney in the line.
He looked great, man. He looked like a vet. He looked like somebody that's been there before, and I think that's just a testament to, the room that they have and him being able to follow those vets. Trent coming in, without hardly practicing too and looking that well, and just think the whole unit, the O-line, the tight ends, Juice, they all look good, and so hopefully we can carry it on to this week.
There it is. Yeah, he looked like a vet. He really did. You know who he didn't talk about at all? And it got mentioned in a couple film review recaps. Eric Sobert.
Bro, he was out there blocking.
82.
Mm-hmm.
We got to talk about this guy. He's out there. He was in the backfield. He was in motion a lot. He was a successful part. Sobert, a big part of where we joked about, somehow, some way we made a joke in the spring about him getting signed. We're like, who's going to get their Sobert jersey? Yeah. Well, go ahead and get it.
Well, someone is going to go get it because we kept on bringing up that question, especially when the initial 53-man roster came out. And I think Kittle was the only guy on the roster at the time. We're like, all right, who's it going to be? Is it Sorber? Is it Cam Latu? Like, who's going to be that guy? And he had some great run blocking on Monday night.
Maybe the Niners can sell a Sobert sorbet out there you charge for like $26 for a Sobert sorbet.
Yeah, they ain't giving those things away.
Where do you rank with a sorbet? Do you go sorbet with a little lighter than the ice cream, perhaps?
I like a nice little strawberry.
A little strawberry sorbet?
Yeah, on a summer night. Yeah, it's not like full gelato, a little bit too much sugar there.
Just a little watery, slight watery taste to kind of cleanse the palate.
They got the rainbow one.
What do you think, Young Tone? You down with a sorbet?
Yeah, absolutely. You got to mix it up, like soft serve almost type thing.
Yeah. Okay, so we're all pro sorbet. Mm-hmm. All right, look at us. We might as well be at a Parisian cafe.
Should throw a sorbet party.
All right, so anyway, the Sobert sorbet. Hey, by the way, Tim Ryan and Greg Popper, you're free to use that.
Oh, take it.
You see that if you lays a block. A little Sobert sorbet on that block there.
It's a Sunday man out of Charmer.
Steve Young talked about this run, and again, don't be surprised. The Niners run the ball, and this is what Steve Young saw. He was on with Tolbert, and was it Tolbert and Copes yesterday, or was it JD and Copes?
Oh, I think it was Copes and Dieter, to be honest with you.
Copes and Dieter. Okay, all right, Copes and Dieter. You never know. The plug-and-play system here at KNBR.
Well, that's the thing. KNBR is just a system radio station.
Tolbert's actually going to the Vikings game. He's going on like a bender. He's going on like 3 or 4 different, going to a college game, going to an NFL game. He might be going to a baseball game.
He's done this in the past. He's done his little sort of like multi-city, good.
It's the Tom Tolbert road trip.
You gotta live your freaking life, man. Tell you what, you get to be my age, you start learning. You got to go do these things. That's where we're going to Kansas City next week.
Hell yeah.
We're just going with, like, my buddies and I, we had a few mishaps on plans. We were going to go to Seattle. It fell through one reason or another. And we were like, guys, we ain't not doing this. So we looked at the schedule. We're like, KC it is. So I'll be gone next Friday.
Yeah, enjoy the barbecue.
We'll have to pre-record Brian and Bobby's Best Bets.
Oh, you cannot leave in the middle of football season.
We're not leaving that to Dieter or JD or Kerry Crowley.
Yeah, I think it might be KC, young Kerry Crowley filling in.
You know what? That's So, by the way, when it comes to your pasty white Irish-American kids from the Sunset, who do you ride with, a Curly or a Crowley?
Ooh.
All right? Because, those are two very similar products. Sunset District, SI, Reardon, their skin has never seen the sun.
Are we going to have turf wars next Friday?
And they
I don't think the two have ever met each other.
They kind of bring the same thing to the table a little bit, that kind of nerdy San Francisco kid thing.
With the face of Ireland on their mug.
Exactly. The map of Ireland is right there. So, 808 KNBR, who do you ride with, Crowley or Curly?
808 KNBR.
Because you can only take one.
Yeah, I don't know. John Joe Curley didn't make Brock Purdy a hum baby after being drafted as the last pick of the draft.
Your early lead is Crowley.
Hey, I'm A1 day one Kerry Crowley. Sorry, John Joe.
Anyway, Steve Young on establishing the run, Z2 here. Here you go.
What did we do when we were in Super Bowl? Like, run the football, set up all the cool stuff that we can do out of the run, play action and pass the game, and then rush the passer. That's kind of what we did to get there. And now all of a sudden on opening night, We're running the football, setting up all kinds of fun stuff. They even tried a double reverse. It didn't work, but it's stuff. Once the run is set up for Kyle, it just opens up the whole vista of the things that can happen. And then obviously for Brock, he's not going to be under duress because they're worrying. They're already been gashed. They already have PTSD on, here's the Niners run the ball. What do we do about it? And all of a sudden they come out with all these other, so much more. And so that's built for Brock. Absolutely. Not under stress, not having to run around and escape and trying to throw it all over the field. That's not his game. And so if we can keep the play that he calls in the huddle and make that work every time, we're going to be almost impossible to beat.
Man, oh man, it's so true. It's so funny. After all, we talk bummer summer. Week one, everybody's like, oh, there's the Niners.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Niners. And it's funny, some people on the ESPN and others, it's the best team in the NFL. I'm like, well, you can't say that because they've literally lost to the Chiefs in 2 Super Bowls. They are not the best team in the NFL.
You also can't say that when half the ESPN crew picked the Jets to beat the 49ers on Monday Night Football.
Did they?
Oh, yeah. Greeny and all those guys on First Take, like 5 out of the 6 panelists all picked the Jets.
I tell you what, I will keep half an eye on the Jets the rest of this year. They play the Titans this week, and the Titans are, they lost to the Bears, right, in week 1. Yeah. I mean, you'd like to see, if you're the Jets, you'd like a bounce-back W, but Did
you see Bobby Saleh's comments about how they're better off this year being 0-1 than they were last year being 1-0?
I mean, I get what he's saying because they have Aaron Rodgers healthy.
Yes, but the New York media is losing their minds over that quote.
I wonder how long. I mean, for Bobby Saleh, that's a tough town, man, and that's a tough franchise.
Yes, it is.
And if you don't win with Aaron Rodgers, then it might be time. They got pieces. At the end of like I said, if we were doing the show at the end of the first quarter, I was going to tell you, man, this defense is a problem. McCaffrey, I can tell Brock Purdy misses McCaffrey. When he drops back to pass, he's not there. I was a little worried until they just started pounding the freaking rock. And Dom Pooney and Trent Williams started doing their thing.
Until Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers gave him a taste of championship football, which Robert Saleh said after the game on Monday night.
Yeah, it's anytime you get run on like that. And credit to them, like I said, it's a championship outfit, and they introduced us to some championship football. And we'll get that fixed.
We'll get that blank fixed. You better beat the Titans, or they're going to kill you.
Oh, yeah, you got to beat Will Levis.
I think we have in the cooler of content Russo going off on Aaron Rodgers, which is always enjoyable.
Nice.
So how's Jordan Mason after 28 carries, the most carries by any back in Kyle Shanahan's tenure? This is probably quite a stat there. Hasn't been since Frankie Gore. I was a dog, Frank Gore. Cut X, Tony. How's Jordan Mason's body?
When I've seen him, he hasn't mentioned anything. The trainers haven't mentioned anything. That's what I was kind of explaining on training camp that I thought was so impressive, having so many guys out and how hard he went each day, and the way his body really never changed. So he ran so hard in that game, and he seems good to go.
Okay, so that's good news. Now, just playing devil's advocate here for the fun of it, because I am just, I do this. I'm in this pool. We're playing for big points. And Niners -6. You do remember the age-old, you play Monday Night Football and go on the road on a short week, the numbers are against you. Now, you presented numbers to us that Super Bowl losers frequently did not cover the spread on week 1. I mean, it wasn't impossible. It was like 5-14 or something like that.
Yeah, it was
20.
5-19 over the last 24 seasons against the spread, and 10-14 straight up. But the 49ers bucked both those numbers on Monday night.
So now you're talking about having to buck a Monday Night Football short week. Do you buy anything into this fact that they haven't won in Minnesota since 1992?
No.
It's bizarre, right?
I don't view Minnesota as a house of horrors, to be honest with you.
It's like a statistical oddity more than anything else. It's kind of like we go back. You want to go back to last year. I mean, they were there on Monday night.
Yeah, without Trent Williams, though.
Right, and without
Deebo Samuel.
Right.
Which was a huge issue.
And it also didn't Moody miss the kick? Oh, no, it's Cleveland. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Moody missed the kick in Cleveland. And it's the cover zero blitz, the Steve Wilkes.
Yeah, right before halftime.
Yeah.
So Steve is gone, and Deebo and Trent are back.
And Kirk Cousins isn't the quarterback, pre-Achilles.
Sammy Darnold back there.
So you don't, the short week Monday Night Football thing, because, as a guy who plays, you're an ATS guy against the spread. That doesn't play into you still think the Niners can cover that, even given the history of short week Monday night game?
Yeah, on the road, short week, I'm throwing all those stats out the window. I just think straight up the 49ers have a better roster. I think the Jets had a better roster than overall the Minnesota Vikings. I don't see how Sam Darnold is going to keep up with this Brock Purdy offense. no shots at Kevin O'Connell. I think he's a great head coach and a great play caller. They just don't have the pieces outside of a Justin Jefferson.
All right. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 707 says, don't forget there's stories that Purdy might have had a concussion in that game.
Yeah, we forgot about those.
There's that, too. 650 says the Niners are champions like Dwight Howard is a champion. All right.
Come on.
707, very upset at me. Says, don't say we. We're talking about Bummer Summer. That was you, not anyone else.
Ooh, get him, 707.
209 says Bummer Summer. You were the only one saying Bummer Summer.
Get him, 209.
All right. So there you go. All right. Well, the big hit, we wanted to hear from McCaffrey. We wanted to hear from Shanahan. And the Niners are getting ready for the Vikings, where we feel like they reminded us in week 1 that they are the 49ers. Skull. You doing Skull?
Skull.
Young Tony.
Skull.
Are you down with the skull chewing tobacco?
Ooh,
the
long
chewing
cut.
tobacco.
Long cut,
No.
Tony.
Okay, so
none of that Zen stuff that Gen Z's using.
You strike me as a guy who would have dipped.
Back in the day, I threw in a couple lippers, but to this day, no, Murph, it's bad for your health.
You strike me as a lipper guy.
Yeah, Murph, but it's bad for your health. We're a positive show. We're trying to give positive message to the kids.
So let me tell you what.
No more lippers. Only lippers on the field.
I'm gonna give you what did young Tony learn today. Running back Earl Campbell. You ever heard of that guy, Earl Campbell?
Yeah, I heard the name. Yeah.
Okay, he was one of the most memorable running backs because he was probably nobody trucked anybody more than Earl Campbell. His body took a beating and his career was shortened. One of the most physical running backs of all time. Also a cool dude. Ready for this? This is back Monday Night Football. You used to watch. They'd have commercials for Skull tobacco, and famously, he was on a beach promoting Skull, and a very attractive lady walks by.
Ooh.
And he says, just a pinch between your cheek and gum. And then the very attractive lady walks by and he looks at the camera and he says, Skull, brother.
So.
And that maybe that's gonna be today's young Tony. I want you to learn this commercial. It was an all-time classic. First of all, just advertising dipping tobacco.
And second of all, it being a football player. Football players who dip like during practice and stuff, those guys are psychos in my opinion.
You talk about the Blake Snells that you played with growing up?
Yeah, that's fine. But baseball's different. Like you're hanging out in the dugout, you're spitting in the bullpen. These guys are spitting through their face masks at
Society
practice.
has kind of outlawed that at this point, haven't they?
Oh, yeah, it's been bad. You're not allowed. Technically, you're not allowed to have tobacco at like all college ballparks. Like it's a ban. There's a big tobacco ban.
Bro, it used to be a thing.
Don't tell anybody.
It was a thing. Like big wads.
Oh, you
Red
throwing some Red Man with some bubble gum? Put it in a chaw, Murph.
How
A
surprised
nice
are you
chaw.
to see? How surprised are you to hear that your boy actually popped a couple Red Man chaws in his
I'm
day?
guessing, no, you never went full moon, did you?
No, and to be honest, I didn't like it. I did it a couple times with my buddies on road trips, and I was like,
Bro, I had some
Not my
teammates
thing.
that would go upper deckers, bottom deckers. We called it a full moon. Like every single like
thought you meant
crack and
full moon
orifice.
was
No.
two cheeks.
We're talking bottom and upper. We're going double decker, Murph.
Anyway, all right. Well, so skull for the Vikings, not skull for Earl Campbell.
Skull.
Yeah. All right, guys. All right, here's the deal. The cooler of content. I love it when Russo goes after Rodgers and other fun stuff coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you love East Coast style pizzas, pastas, and or flame roasted chicken wings? Well, we have the prize for you. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win a $100 Amici's gift card. We love our loyal KNBR listeners and we want to reward you guys, so stay tuned. We are going to give away this gift card at 8:30 this morning. It is all furnished by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler. You're not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right. By the way, shout out Young Tony, who had to deal with some serious. Our email was down this morning. He had to do the sponsor sheet entirely, almost by hand, almost like doing scratch paper. Give it up for Young Tone. You know what I mean?
I mean, every single day, this kid just amazes me, Murph.
Well, now we've gone too far. Don't say he amazes us. So I just wanted to give you a brief prop, and we probably went too far.
No, Tony's got that mentality of a Christian McCaffrey. He's already ready to go, whether or not the emails are working or not.
By the way, 2 days later, 3 days later now, how's your reflection on the Monday night going to the suite with the old host that creeped you out?
Unbelievable.
Okay.
Still living off of that.
Okay, good.
Still living off that pregame visit with John Lynch.
That was it. It was all worth it right there. It was all worth it right there. All right, guys. Well, listen, Chris Mad Dog Russo is one of our all-time favorites. We love him. And he's having fun on First Take. He's bringing heat. And I love it when he takes on Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
Listen.
This is fun because, listen, you know, blank Aaron Rodgers, blank the Jets, that whole situation doing their thing. So here he is, Mad Dog Russo, speaking for all of us, taking down the Jets after their terrible performance against the 49ers.
I mean, this is ridiculous. That performance by their defense especially. I'm not even going to kill Rodgers. Now, he can't move. He can't move. He's very nervous about this Achilles. He's going to be a sitting duck back there all year long. Jeff, he can't move. He's nervous about these Achilles. He can't do anything. Hackett isn't freaking Bill Walsh. And Salah. One thing about Salah, okay? Let me get to... I'm not done yet.
Go. Jesus.
One thing about...
Oh, my
How about
goodness.
Salah? Let me get this straight. Salah, who has done nothing for 3 years, who is supposedly a defensive guru.
I feel like I just got bit by the dog.
He's got 3 months to figure out something against Shanahan, and Purdy had all day. They ran for 147 yards, and they had 3 guys out Saturday, for crying out loud.
Oh, man. God bless you, Mad Dog. Coming after Salah now.
Yeah, but he
Bobby
wants
Salah.
to make sure to let you know, I'm not going to kill Rodgers. He's a statue back there. He can't even move.
I tell you what, I am going to keep an eye on that. You know, the Titans, whoever they're bringing off the edge, you know, I mean, they just can do 3-step drops all year.
I mean, I'm surprised he didn't just go full-fledged. Aaron Rodgers is in New York. He's a Statue of Liberty. He was sent over from France.
Shout out. We were at the Statue of Liberty on a very hot and humid day in August, man, but it was still stirring sight nonetheless.
Well, I think we got more Russo. Who else is he mad at? Because I feel like he's got the same feeling as a lot of Jets fans since Robert Saleh has yet to have a winning season in New York.
Done nothing. Here he is, part 2 of the rant here.
I mean, the Jet defense, can you try? Where is the sense of urgency? This is the Niners on Monday night, ABC, first game of the year. You've done nothing in a season, and all of a sudden you lay an egg like that? And I understand it's the first game, but that was an awful performance. And then I got to listen to Rodgers tell me, well, if you jump off the bandwagon, you're not coming back on. Aaron, you played 1 game. Go back to Green Bay. You played 1 game. Don't start telling the Jet fan who has been sitting there since Namath. Okay. All right? Richard Todd and Matt Robinson, all these old quarterbacks who stunk. And they sat there and watched nothing. You're going to tell the Jet fan what they should and should not do? Enough already. That was a disgrace.
I love it. I love that Rodgers take. That's really good because Rodgers did see, if you missed it, Do we have the one where he tells Jets fans, he goes, you better stay on the bandwagon because if you get off, you can't get back on. It's like, whoa, dude.
What is there to get on?
I heard Greeny, react not quite as entertainingly as Russo there. He goes, wait a minute, I've been here 57 years. You know what I mean? And how about that? Since Namath. He drops a Richard Todd. That's back in the day.
We've gone from Jets fans maybe being too delusional, thinking that they were Super Bowl contenders to week, to the whole entire roster falling apart.
Well, I just want to circle back on personally attacking Rodgers, too.
Yeah.
I love
That's fun.
that. I do love that.
But also, I want to circle back to personally attacking Robert Saleh. And look, we don't want to personally attack Bobby Saleh, but to me, this was kind of a big brother, little brother situation where the little brother finally hit puberty, finally went through a growth spurt, and finally thinks that he can stand up to his big brother. Murph, we're both little brothers. We know what the situation's like. And then guess what? Big brother put the beat down on little bro. Kyle Shanahan gets the better of Robert Saleh once again.
Yes, he does. And Russo, you bet. New York, man, they'll come at you. They'll come at you in New York. And I love that. Aaron Rodgers, man, don't tell us how to feel. Don't tell us how to feel. That's the worst part about Rodgers. You know what I mean? That's where Rodgers, that's why we get the oil painting right there that's hanging up there because he just does stuff like that. I get it. I read the story. He gives money to Chico and all that. But two things can be equally true. He can be a great philanthropist in Chico and still be a D.
Yeah, he can piss you off when he has a bad performance week 1 against the 49ers after, he skipped OTAs to go visit the pyramids out in Egypt.
Dude, I'll tell you what, he still throws an unbelievably pretty ball.
A-Rod can still sling it, but Russo's absolutely right. He has a statue back there. Yeah. The Achilles injury has taken effect. It's taken away one of his best weapons, his mobility.
Right, good stuff. All right, we move on to Logan Webb on with Chris Rose.
Webby.
He's the cooler of content. Good morning, everybody. And Matt Mayoko's going to join us at 8:50. Ben Lieber, Vikings radio guy at 9:30. Get us ready for Minnesota and Lizzo. But Logan Webb, so the All-Star game, he didn't pitch great. He did not. And so I guess he went on with Chris Rose. Rose wearing one of those cool Giants batting practice hats. And I guess Logan Webb said he had extenuating circumstances here.
5 minutes, and I start throwing again on the mound. And I was excited, right? I was nervous. I was excited. I had a lot of Red Bulls. I got Tylenol on me because I'm trying to get the hangover out of me. And I think I wasted all my good pitches in the bullpen. It was all I had. I wasted all of them. And then I go from the bullpen and I jog out to the mound. And only thing I'm thinking is don't throw up, don't throw up, don't throw up, don't throw up, don't throw up. And it's a long jog. It's a long jog. And I think my first pitch almost didn't make it to Will Smith. I would have felt real bad about that.
Dude, what's with Giants pitchers and partying at All-Star games? Remember when Tim Lincecum missed the 2009 All-Star game at Yankee Stadium? They said he had the Irish flu.
Oh.
Said he had the Irish flu.
Well, credit to Logan Webb showing up. And yeah, let's let Logan live a little bit. I don't care that he showed up hungover to a baseball game, to an All-Star game that has zero meaning anymore. Even though it is my favorite All-Star game, and I know Giants fans wanted to see him go out there and perform, it is a pretty funny story thinking about Logan trying to hold back a yak on his way to the mound.
Don't throw up, don't throw up. That's what we say right before every show here. Don't throw up, don't throw up, don't throw up. So 1 inning, 3 runs. He gave up 3 earnings and 1 run. He didn't throw up, but his box score kind of threw
I wonder
up.
what he was drinking the night before.
I wonder, but again, so now do we find out that in 1983, Atlee Hammaker gave up a grand slam to Fred Lynn, which when Fred Lynn was on, people were texting ask him about Hammaker, but we were our heads were flying around and we got what we could get done. But Atlee Hammaker, a Giants pitcher who would win the NL ERA title in 1983, gave up a grand slam to Fred Lynn, and it was considered a moment of shame for the Giants. Damn, we finally got a guy on the mound. He gives up a granny. I think it was at the time the first grand slam in the history of the All-Star game.
Wow.
So I'm wondering now, was Atlee Hammaker, was he too hungover?
Oh.
Timmy in 2009, Logan Webb in 24. Maybe Atlee was completely hung.
I'm going to throw this out there. I don't think Logan Webb was the only player hungover in that All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing that a lot of those guys go out the night before.
Oh, by the way, I was in Cooperstown a month ago. I walked past Mickey Mantle's plaque. I think his plaque was hungover. I think it was.
Yeah.
I
mean, this has been going on forever in baseball, and there's guys who have pitched well being hungover or pitched well being sick. Hell, we once had Doc Ellis throw a no-hitter on LSD.
Which is, who knows if it's true, but it's one of the greatest stories of all time.
It's a great story.
All right. Hey, and then we got this Stunner-Man thing out here. So give me the book on Stunner-Man.
Stunner-Man. So Stunner-Man is a Bay Area rapper out of San Francisco. I believe he went to the same high school as John Joe Curley. I think he's an SI guy.
No. Says he went to SH, Sacred Heart.
Okay.
John Joe went to Reardon.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, I'm not a San Franciscan. I don't know all the politics like that.
Bone up. You are now.
But I can tell you about Stunner-Man. Murph, you're familiar with Little B, Bass God.
Sure, yes.
Yeah, so they used to
He
be...
was involved with the Warriors, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So both
The
of these
curse
guys...
on, who do you put the curse on?
On
Kevin Durant, Oklahoma City.
Yeah, that's right. All right. So
that.
going back to the days of Little B Bass God,
What's
he
the
was
connection
in
to Stunner
a
Man?
group called The Pack. Got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers.
I know that one too.
Yeah, I'm in my car. A few old school slaps. But now Stunner Man, you'll know him from Big Steppin'. 4.5s
Yes.
on me look like I'm bench pressing.
Okay, I've even heard that one too.
Yeah, so Stunner Man is a local Bay Area rapper, and he put out a new anthem for the San Francisco 49ers this year.
Last year I said we finna make a run now. They shot Ricky, I got a gun now. D-line forcing picks from the rundown. And in the offense we against, getting shut down. The team so raw, we just beat them in 3. Fourth quarter here now, we taking a knee. And we locked in, we ain't never fatigued. I can't believe they try to say we ain't the best in the league. That's why we make plays, then we laugh about it. And then we running up the score, do the math about it. And all these rings still valid, better ask about it. And if the league got a problem, we go, See us moving timid, that's the OD. Now we scoring touchdowns with Big Kyle. And these colors still gold, these some old rings. End zone, now we big step with the whole team. We big stepping. 49ers with me and we out here bench pressing, big flexing. Offense scoring and we got them big weapons, come on. We big stepping. 49ers with me and we out here. Y'all know what we doing? We stepping all over your team. Hey, look.
There it is. So what do you think, man?
I like it, dude. I'm down with Stunner Man.
Okay. I liked it,
and
too.
it's a classic Bay Area song. He remade his own song.
Okay.
I give 2 thumbs up to Stunner Man.
Dude, with They Shot Ricky. How about that?
Yeah, so that is a remix of a line that he has in the song also.
Honestly, okay.
About someone getting shot.
Okay.
Yeah, so
All
he
right.
piped that in there.
All right, Stunner Man, keep that one around. Should put that in the victory package, maybe?
They shot Ricky.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, maybe not that part in the
I
victory
know that's
package.
that's a little too
But
violent.
shout out Stunner Man.
Yeah, it's a little
Bay
too
Area's
violent.
own.
All right, big step. That's a new one.
We big stepping. 49ers with me and we out here bench pressing,
They got to. Why are they not playing that at Levi's?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if they do start playing at Levi's. I wouldn't be surprised if Stunner Man is performing it live at Levi's. He's at a bunch of those
So
games.
he just dropped that this week.
Yeah, that is recently within the last week or two, I would say that came out. Yeah.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, my kid sent me that on Instagram.
Stunner Man.
Yeah. All right, well, there you go. Productive, cooler content.
Young
Whether it's
L.
Russo coming after Rodgers, Logan Webb saying don't throw up, or you just heard the new Stunner Man drop on the 49ers. All right, productive. Matt Mayoko at 850 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We big stepping. 49ers with me and we out here bench pressing,
What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday. Are you ready for some Thursday night football? Well, if you're not, let's get ready right now with Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. And it's the most easy and exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat options and watch the winnings roll in. We've been talking about the promos that they're running all month long. All you need is Caleb Williams more than 1 passing yard this Sunday. But if you're looking for some action tonight, Thursday Night Football, join me and pick Josh Allen over 39 rushing yards. I think he's going to be running a lot tonight down in Miami, taking on the Dolphins. I use Prize Picks every weekend on football games. I used it last night on Blake Snell with the strikeout total. Maybe sprinkle something on Hayden Birdsong. Maybe just stay away from the Giants and watch Thursday Night Football tonight. But anyways, you want to get on the action, all you need to do is download the Prize Pick app today and use the code word LEADER, and you will instantly get $50 when you play $5. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to instantly get a $50 bonus when you play $5. And get this, you don't even need to win with your lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, because Prize Picks runs your game.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Third penalty on the Niners. Straight drop by Brock. Throws left. Juszczyk wide open. Inside the 10. Inside the 5. First and goal 49ers on the 3. Can we all do it now?
Juice! That is the ISO Bob pass. So they fake the ISO lead, the fullback lead, and Juice. Kyle Juszczyk just keeps going on a wheel route. Got the linebackers and the safety to suck up. Brock Purdy is not going to miss when they get nosy like that. Dropped it right on the money to Juice. First down and goal at the 3.
Well, there it is, Kyle Juszczyk, who's definitely still going. Took that pay cut, was pissed about it, told Mike Silver of the Chronicle how upset he was, but came running out of that tunnel on Monday night. I was watching him as he ran out. I was like, well, this is why he came back, for that moment, that sound, the coming out of the tunnel, feeling that love, and then hearing Greg Papa and Tim Ryan do that, and then, of course, being that little weapon that just when you forget about him, there he is on the wheel route, and there you go. A little Minnesota for you here.
Oh, this right here is atmosphere, sunshine. Shout out to our guys Slug and DJ Ant. Don't know too many Minnesota rappers, but these are the first two guys I go to.
Nice. Just as nice as a $100 Amici's gift card, which we're giving away right now. That's right. It's time to call John Joe Curley at 415-896-KNBR. And get a $100 Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card. I'm going to the Pier 39 Amici's today. I'll give you a full review tomorrow.
Oh, get some of those wings for me.
I should.
Bring them back in a doggy bag.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 14 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite East Coast styles, pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. Once again, 415-896-KNBR. So you say a doggy bag. Wait, they're eating our wings.
Oh, stop it,
They're
Murph.
eating your wings.
Stop it.
All right. So we continue to get ready for the Vikings. Ben Lieber is going to join us at 9:30. Don't know what to make of them. They beat the Giants. They're 1-0. Sam Darnold's got a new home. They're without Kirk Cousins. Aaron Jones is the back. He's the new back. And Justin Jefferson remains Justin Jefferson. The Niners haven't won there since 92. These are all things. It's a short week on the road. It's a big point spread, 6 points. So, just trying to take this one carefully, consider it. Will the Vikings load up to stop Jordan Mason and dare Brock Purdy to beat him with, Brandon? Can Brandon Ayuk bounce back? Can Pooney have a game like he had in game 1? Can Trent Williams, overcome the IVs and do all his things? So this is what we're talking about. And you feel supremely confident despite all those things I brought up. Short week on the road, the history of Monday night games, and then going on the road a week later. You still feel confident?
Yeah, I just don't think the Vikings have the talent to match up with the 49ers. It's something that we talked about last week with our preview about Brandon Ayuk and how his week 1 was going to be affected by the hold in. Also was affected by guys like Sauce Gardner and that Jets defense. I take a look at this Vikings defense, and you see like a Stephon Gilmore, a Harrison Smith, guys who are past their prime. Like there's no Quinnen Williams in the middle of this Vikings defense. So, yeah, they might have some pieces. Ivan Pace is a young linebacker that I like. But overall, they just don't have the talent to compete with the 49ers, and that's with or without Christian McCaffrey.
Now, they held the New York Giants at 240 total yards.
Yeah, the Giants stink.
They turned it over twice. To your point, the Giants stink.
The New York Giants might be worse than the San Francisco Giants.
Well, I think they're definitely worse than the San Francisco Giants. Because the San Francisco Giants are on pace to finish 2 games under 500, They'll finish 80 and 82. The Giants aren't going to finish the New York Giants are not going to finish 2 games under 500. But Sam Darnold, 27, still only 27 years old, still young. Wow. 19 and 24, 208, 2 touchdowns, did throw a pick. Here's what he said. His rating was 113, if you care, against the New York Giants and their Montreal Canadiens sweaters in that game. But here's what he said about being in San Francisco. Listen, he was around Kyle Shanahan. He was around Brock Purdy, et cetera. And now he's going against him.
I learned so much, last year. Just what we did every single week. Like I said, week in, week out. Just being able to learn every single game plan and study throughout the week. I think that was the biggest takeaway that I had. With all the different things that we had to know as quarterbacks going into a game. Being able to study and know all of it. Without really having the reps throughout the week, being a backup and being ready to go whenever my number was called. And I think I learned a ton about myself last year. and learned a lot about football last year as well.
No, I mean, listen, he's never been in a good situation. The Jets was a terrible situation. Carolina wasn't a good situation. Here he is now in Minnesota. He's got Aaron Jones, who had a nice opening game, 14 for 94 and a touchdown. Mm-hmm. So, shout it out. So I'm just trying to take these guys as seriously as I can.
Yeah, and Sam Darnold was smart to go to another positive situation, and he was smart to stay in the Shanahan system. Kevin O'Connell, head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, former offensive coordinator for the LA Rams. Of course, that stems from the Sean McVay tree, which goes back to the Shanahan tree, which is why I think Sam is going to have a good season. It's also a big reason why I don't think Kirk Cousins is going to have a good season down with the Atlanta Falcons, but that's another story for another day. Sam is in a situation to succeed. He's got one of the best wide receivers in football lining up outside. Justin Jefferson is the only player on this roster that puts any fear in my heart. But after seeing Charvarius Ward last week, and even Demo, who was someone that we've not talked about enough this week, I feel like, got the tip on that interception. Diamador Lenore is turning into a dude right beneath our eyes.
Well, we don't talk about the corners much because Aaron Rodgers only threw it 21 times.
Never they're making plays.
Yeah, and also they were only on the field for 21 minutes. Yeah. I mean, this is a well-rested defense going to Minnesota. By the way, shout out Andrew Van Ginkel with a pick.
Van Ginkel.
For the Vikings, just so I can say Van Ginkel, right? As opposed to the Padres reliever, who's just Ginkel, right?
That's a Diamondbacks reliever, right?
Diamondbacks,
Ginkel.
my bad. Good job.
Look at that guy Ginkel out there.
Confused my NL West guys. Well, Kevin O'Connell, he's over there, as we said, from the Rams, as you mentioned. He talked about plucking Sam Darnold from San Francisco here.
I think Sam being around, the Niners and Kyle and how he coached, that group last year, I think he took a lot out of that. And then I think just the way he went about the daily, I really stressed to Sam throughout training camp, as we installed plays, go through a process of how you were digesting that information, what you were doing at night before we, if we gave him information early, how he was going about trying to be comfortable with that, what types of questions would he ask either in the quarterback meeting or when I get a chance with him one-on-one. And then that clarity that I can give him going into the games when we go through the whole call sheet the day before, Saturday mornings. That's why we do the things that we do to make sure he does have that confidence.
It'll be very interesting to see how he performs. He knows the Niners. He's at home. He's got a better situation with Justin Jefferson out there. Kevin O'Connell's a pretty good play caller. They're coming off a win. All these things to give respect to Sam Darnold.
Absolutely. And that's a good point by you. He knows this 49er team well, but also couldn't you say that the 49er defense knows him well?
Yeah.
From going against him in practice last year, one-on-one matchups. Like, who knows if Fred Warner knows like a little tick or tendency that Sam Darnold will do if he stares down one side of the field?
And I wanted to bring this up this week. Did the Niners, and I didn't do the film breakdown, I'm too busy taking naps. Did they blitz once the entire game? I don't remember a blitz the entire game.
Ooh, early on it felt like they were not blitzing.
I definitely know if they blitzed, it was once or something. I mean, this was, they go with that four-man rush. So my point is that four-man rush that they rely on, can they get to Darnold? How mobile is he? How well can he throw on the run? I mean, Leonard Floyd showed he got a little push. Again, they were on the field for so few times. It was such a brief run, but they just relied on that four-man rush, which is what they do. The Niners are not a blitz-happy team.
No.
Even under any of those guys, Saleh, Ryans, or Wilkes.
Well, that's why they invest so many resources in that defensive line, because of how valuable it is if you can drop back 7 behind your front four. If Bosa and the boys are getting pressure, it makes life easier for everybody else. It's complementary football that we talk about each and every year with this Niner defense.
I mean, you talked about Jefferson being their only guy. Jordan Addison, 3 balls for 35 yards.
Addison's a decent young up-and-coming wide receiver.
That was about it. I mean, Ty Chandler, the back, caught 3 balls for 25 yards. Aaron Jones caught a couple balls, but Aaron Jones is a runner.
Yeah.
That's a guy in Green Bay, scored a lot of touchdowns.
Yeah. But I wouldn't say that Aaron Jones at this state of his career is a better running back than Breece Hall. And I don't know, I'm not going to the X's and O's about who has the better offensive line or not, but seeing how the 49er defense performed in the run game against the Jets give me confidence that they can slow down a team like the Vikings.
The Vikings only gained 312 yards in that game against the New York Giants. The defense had a huge game. Remember, we made the New York Giants bum babies because Dan Jones couldn't do a thing. Anyway, just giving you guys a little sense of who these Vikings are. To be respected but not overly feared. The 49ers are 6-point favorites on the road. Are they biggest? I haven't looked at all the point spreads this week. Are they the biggest road favorite this week? Probably.
Ooh, so, yeah, last week there was only one spread that was more than a touchdown. That was the Bengals-Patriots game, and that took about 70% of everybody in survivor pools out of competition.
I'm looking at the Chargers are 6-point favorites at Carolina.
Well, I got to say, I think the Raiders are getting plus 9 or 10 in
Baltimore.
No,
I meant my question is visiting teams.
Oh, okay.
Favored. The Chargers are on the road in Carolina, and they're giving 6. So that's an example. Seattle's on the road in New England. They're giving 3.5. That's about it. Indy. Oh, because Indy's favored at Green Bay, but that's because Jordan Love is out, right?
Jordan Love, yeah.
And Arizona's favored. Pittsburgh's favored at Denver, but only by 2.5.
Well, that's going to be an ugly game.
And by the way, the Chiefs-Bengals spread is small, only 5.5. That's interesting, given how the national media is destroying Joe Burrow and the Bengals. So, yeah, the Niners are the biggest road favorites this week, tied with the Chargers.
Yeah, you're right.
Who are playing the Carolina Panthers. So, all right, guys, well, let's talk about it with Matt Mayoko. Next, your Matt Mayoko Thursday hit on a video screen for all y'all on the KNBR Twitch app. Download our app and just hit it. You get the Twitch app. And then, of course, on YouTube at KNBR 1045 to see the handsome Matt Mayoko. Next on KNBR 1045 and 680, the sports leader.
Sam Darnold might be, can I say this, the most talented thrower of the football that the 49ers have ever had.
Come on.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko. It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on these sports leaders.
All right, get your lighters out. Get them out, baby. Wave them high. Before we bring Matt Mayoko, I want to tell you we're sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. You ever seen the movie, Marcus?
I've never seen the flick.
Great flick. You ever seen it, young Tony? Well worth it. Well worth it. Plus a gratuitous nudity.
Hey,
in
now.
that too, to keep our PG-13 alive.
Why don't you go purify yourselves in the waters to Lake Minnetonka?
So you know the scene.
I know the Chappelle skit.
All right. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Matt Mayoko's like, really? That's what they're holding me for. Matty, good morning.
What's up, Matty?
Have you guys ever been to Paisley Park?
No. You know, my buddies and I, we did our road trip to Minnesota, and it was sold out.
Really? Yeah. So last year, 49ers played a Monday night game, which, of course, there is I believe that's a 7:15 start. And so Jennifer Lee Chan and I took an Uber out to Paisley Park morning of game or day of game, and it was great. It was a fantastic tour. So I would highly recommend it, even if you're not the biggest Prince fan in the world. Is very interesting and it was great. It was one of the better things I did on the road.
You confirm what we hear. Everybody's like, you got to do it, got to do it. It was sold out. So it was like, I don't know, man. I guess it's a hot topic. It's a hot ticket. But you and Jennifer are the kind of people who can get that ticket. That's the deal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no doubt. We just threw our weight around, and they just let us right there.
Big NFL TV guy. Come on now. All right. So will Christian McCaffrey be touring Paisley Park on Sunday? Because he won't be playing. That's a tortured way of asking. Where are we at, Maddie, with Christian McCaffrey? What's the latest?
I will say this. Last week, when he spoke to the media, he was very insistent that he's not concerned. He's going to play this and that. And he said it, but you could tell, like, the body language and the way he said it, it wasn't a sure thing. I mean, going back and rewatching it, I kind of bought into the whole, he said he's going to play and he's not concerned, so of course he's going to play. And so he wasn't active in retrospect. We probably shouldn't have been surprised that he wasn't active. When he spoke yesterday, he did kind of pull back the curtain a little bit just on his mindset. And his mindset is you have to go into every week when you're going through something like this. You have to go into every week thinking you're going to play, and you take all the right measures in order to play. In your mind, you're playing, you're getting prepared mentally and physically to play a game. And then Sunday morning, whatever happens, happens. But that's the approach you have to take. I will say yesterday he did talk a lot more openly and shed a little bit more light on things. My guess is he doesn't play because there's really, this early in the season, why push it? But the other kind of positive thing about it is that he still is practicing. He's doing limited practice, but he's still out there practicing. It's not like, this thing is so serious, they need to shut him down, or, hey, let's consider injured reserve. The 49ers haven't done that. They haven't shut him down. He's back practicing limited. Now, he went about a month without practicing, so it's probably kind of a ramp-up period, too, to get him back onto the field, full practice, and then game. So that's a long way of saying I don't think he's going to play, but a week ago I was wrong. So if I'm wrong this week, it means he's going to be on the field on Sunday.
Do you think seeing Jordan Mason's performance on Monday night will kind of incentivize the 49ers to play the safe option with Christian McCaffrey?
I don't know if it does, but it certainly makes them feel a lot better about their running back situation if McCaffrey's not out there. You're taking away the guy who was the NFL Offensive Player of the Year. You're taking away a guy that finished third in the MVP voting, and then you go up against a team that has, Super Bowl aspirations, and you just beat them down like that, and you control the game. with the 49ers offensive line and the running attack and just controlling the football, and you just didn't give the Jets even a real chance even to win that game. So I don't think it has any impact on, well, McCaffrey's kind of like it can go either way. Well, because we have a good running back, let's keep him out. I don't think you can do that. I think you have to just take whatever McCaffrey's health situation is on its own and then make the decision from there. But it certainly probably gives the team more peace of mind knowing that it doesn't matter who they're playing. They can line up Jordan Mason in the backfield and believe every game that they go into that they have a really strong chance of winning. And this game is no different.
Well, it's all part of Marcus's riff on Tuesday morning. He said, well, that just goes to prove Christian McCaffrey is a system running back.
Yeah, there you go.
There it is.
Just a riff, man.
Well
Just a
done.
riff.
Plug and play, right?
I know.
Plug and play.
I understand. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Brandon Ayuk.
Hold on. Before we have people started saying, hey, they might be better without McCaffrey. Nobody said that yet, right?
No.
Well, we're 1 week from there. 1 week from there. Okay, Brandon Ayuk, 2 catches. We set the over-under at 4.5. He came in under. We set the over-under at 55 yards. He came in under. It was quiet. The dropped ball heard around the world that Peyton Manning lit him up for. What do you think in the locker room? Like, is he is the word sheepish? Is he like a little sheepish? And is he going to get his swagger back anytime soon?
He was he used the word scared. He was scared to look at the game film for fearful just how bad it looked. So a lot of these guys, Monday after the game, Monday night, when they get home, they're probably so wound up they'll watch the game over before going to bed, or certainly on Tuesday at some point, they'll watch their cut ups and kind of analyze what they do. He pushed that off until Wednesday morning because he was afraid of what he was going to see. It just didn't feel right for him. And that play in the end zone is one of the plays that he didn't really want to watch. But his evaluation was, and you always hear guys say this, it's never as good as you think, it's never as bad as you think. So he did see some good things as far as perhaps the route running and maybe the blocking and some other aspects of the game. But, he admits that he just needs the reps to get back. Let's face it. Nobody expected him to step off out of the contract negotiations and pick up in midseason form. In that catch in the end zone, it was a tough catch, but to me, as it's happening and as I'm watching it, I'm thinking that the difficult part of that catch is holding on to it once, securing it once you hit the ground. But that pass slipped through his hands before it even got to that point. It really slipped through his hands before he even really started the full-on dive to catch it. Brock Purdy put it right where he should have put it. He put it right in his hands. And Brandon Ayuk, to his credit, we've seen him make that catch time and time again. And so anytime you create this, I shouldn't say he created it, but the situation was such that, he missed all the training camp, missed all the offseason program. Anytime you kind of start off at that disadvantage of not doing through all that, everything you do on the field is going to be scrutinized. Everything, especially everything that doesn't happen the way you want it to happen, is going to be scrutinized. So does he make that catch if he went through training camp? You can certainly make the argument he does. And he knows the thing. He's now a $30 million a year wide receiver, and that's a pass that a $30 million wide receiver should make.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, and you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Yeah, Matt, I completely agree. Brandon Ayuk did not look like the wide receiver we saw last year in week 1, but a guy who did look like himself in week 1 was Trent Williams. And I know that he had to go to the locker room to get an IV, but this is a guy that went out there Monday night, did not allow a single pressure the entire game. What are your thoughts on Trent Williams' performance, and is there any talk around the locker room of how his body's recovering after skipping out on training camp?
Yeah, no, it's incredible. I was on the pregame show, and Dennis Brown was like, well, we know, Trent Williams is going to be the same Trent Williams. And I was like, Dennis, slow your roll here. Do we know that? The guy's 36 years old, didn't go through training camp. Do we know that he's just going to show up and be the same guy? He wasn't even better than what we've seen from the past. No, he's a marvel. Like, he is something else. And the 40, like I noted, 49ers offensive line controlled that game. Trent Williams and really everybody else really did a good job on that offensive line. So, talking about a guy who's worth it and, really sets the tone in a lot of ways. And even though he wasn't there for training camp, he shows up and he just, boom, fits right in. A few hugs around the locker room, and then it's like, okay, get back to work. So I think he came out of it okay physically. The team was kind of not banged up, but just sore. There were a couple of guys on the injury report, Aaron Banks with a calf contusion, Juwan Jennings with an ankle. But it was mostly just soreness that they're battling through at this point to get ready. Nothing at all that should carry over from last game to this game. But what Kyle Shanahan did was, and it's kind of unique early in the season, they basically went through an entire they went through a walkthrough practice on Wednesday, which is uncommon. Today will be their full speed practice, but Tuesday and Wednesday was all about recovery, getting the body right, and today is going to be their big work day, and then it's Friday have a lighter practice and travel to Minnesota.
Maddie, I'm just sort of feeling slight warning signs. It's a road game on a short week. They're not going to go 17-0. They haven't won in Minnesota since '92. Weird things happen in domes. I'm not taking the Vikings lightly at all. Are you buying that this is going to be a tough game?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think you don't know what teams are all about, especially this early in the season. And Nick Bosa was like, we're not patting ourselves on the back. And he said that this game's going to be more difficult because he said the Vikings are a better team than the Jets, which of course kind of runs counter to what everybody is thinking. The Jets, even though they haven't been to the playoffs since 2010, everybody, and especially Jets fans and people in that organization are thinking, oh, Aaron Rodgers, the defense that they have, oh my God, they're Super Bowl, the Super Bowl aspirations for the Jets. It's kind of a make or break season for Aaron Rodgers, for Robert Saleh and that coaching staff. But they didn't look good. They just didn't look sharp. The defense couldn't get off the field. 49ers put together 8 consecutive scoring drives, and it wasn't necessarily that the offense was – the running game was clicking, but, there were some things off in the passing game. Brock Purdy it did have a good game, not a great game, but he had a good game, made all the right decisions and everything else. But, we've seen him. You were on the 49ers beat starting in 1994. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I joined the beat the following season. So in that long span of years, the 49ers haven't won in Minnesota. And I've seen them lose in every possible way in Minnesota, including that crazy Brett Favre last-second touchdown pass to Greg Lewis, I think it was, running along the back end line. And it's a different environment there. It's a fun environment. It's loud. It's difficult on the opposition. So the 49ers are going to have their challenges. And, doing all that, coming off the high of Monday night, another emotional game as far as just the crowd energy, short week. I don't think 49er fans should take this one for granted.
Matt, you had the opportunity to see a lot of Sam Darnold last year down in Santa Clara as QB2 practicing against the 49er defense. What are your expectations for Sam Darnold as a starter this Sunday?
I think Sam benefited greatly from his one season with the 49ers. He was not in position to play good football during his first few years, whatever that was, his first 4 years in the NFL. Whether it's the coaching staffs, the offenses that he was asked to run, the supporting cast. And so, no one has ever questioned, his ability to throw a football. In fact, yesterday, Fred Warner says that he's not sure he's ever seen anybody with that natural throwing ability that Sam Darnold possesses. And the 49ers starting offense saw it every day in practice last year because he ran the scout team. But the things that Darnold were lacking as a quarterback were kind of the behind the scenes stuff. You know, it was the understanding of the offense, how that fits with, reading defenses. It was the preparation part of it, all these things that he said, even by taking a step back and being the number 2 quarterback all of last season behind Brock Purdy, he kind of gained a greater understanding of what it takes to be an NFL quarterback. And it's kind of funny, the number 3 overall pick in whatever year he was drafted ends up learning a great deal from watching the 262nd pick, who was only in his second year in the NFL. So I think being around Kubiak and Greasy and Shanahan, of course, and Purdy helped him, in his mind, helped him become a better quarterback. So he looked good week 1. He threw an interception on a pass where he was hit as he was throwing. So that's going to be the key for the 49ers, is to be able to stop Aaron Jones and the running game, make them one-dimensional, and then get after Sam Darnold, because he will hold the ball a lot longer than Aaron Rodgers, who got rid of the football quicker than any quarterback in the NFL in week 1. So there should be some opportunities for Nick Bosa, Leonard Floyd, and company to get after Darnold on Sunday.
Was that a stat? Rodgers was the quickest release?
Yeah.
I
think that comes from, I forget if it came from Next Gen or PFF. But
measured stats?
2.33 seconds.
Yeah, well, he was not letting them any chances. By the way, who does Fred Warner think he is? Matt Mayoko talking about Sam Darnold?
I know,
like that?
right?
Oh.
He's stealing my line. Stealing my material.
All right, Matty. Well, I never got the Juicy Lucy. That's what it is, right? The Juicy Lucy, right? And Papa's talking about it. Yeah.
It's at a bar, Matt's bar.
Well, you're just, you're going to walk in, it's going to be like Norm walking into Cheers, right? So,
they just slide it onto me. And then it's like you bite into it, and it's like molten lava, dripping down your chin.
That's what you're there. That's what it's all about, Matty. That's the road trip, man.
That's right.
All right,
That's
buddy.
right.
Well, listen, always great. Have a great trip to Minnesota and see if the Niners get that first win since 92. So we'll be following you this weekend, buddy. Have a good trip.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Matty. Look at this. I just went through this. Ready for this? 2023, 2018, 2012, 2009, 2003, 1999, and your boy was there on December 26, 1994. 7 straight losses in Minnesota.
The 49ers have never won in Minnesota in young Tony's lifetime.
I mean, that's what we're up against, guys.
Damn near my lifetime. No, I was alive in December of 92, Tony.
And I mean,
6 months old.
So we're talking 94, it was Steve Young. 03, it was like Jeff Garcia. 12, it was Kaepernick. 23, it was Purdy. I mean, it's transcended generations, man.
The monsters of Minnesota.
It's weird. It's a dome. I'll tell you what's weird. I'll tell you what. It's that stupid.
Oh, it's the horn.
Stupid horn, dude.
And that skull clap.
Well, the guy used to come out on the Harley.
That's right.
With the fur vest. And then there was a problem. Like he had a falling out with management or something like that.
Oh, no.
His name was like Raglan or something like that. He was, and then he'd come out on the Harley Davidson. Young Tony, this guy dressed as he was like a combination Hell's Angel medieval Viking. He wore a fur vest. And he had long hair, but he rode a Harley Davidson, which I don't think Leif Erikson rocked with the Harley Davidson when he was plundering the North Atlantic. You know who Leif Erikson is, buddy, by the way?
No.
Oh,
come on, man.
Famous Viking, right?
Come on. Even we got this guy.
Come on.
Rocking his GPA.
Even this dumb public school kid knows that, Tony.
So anyway, then they play this stupid horn. And they're like, and it's loud. It's just like the first thing that goes wrong in a dome, and it starts to snowball. And there's like, oh man, Purdy, gets sacked or something. And I see all the people in the text line. Oh, stop it! You're being so negative. I'm just being realistic. This is one. They're not going. Wait, you think they're going 17-0? They're not going 17-0, guys.
I'll take that bet.
Yeah, with the Niners.
That they're not going 17-0.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
nobody does. I'm not saying I'm betting you.
I'm not saying they're not going to win. I'm just saying be on alert, man. Just don't go in there thinking you're going to roll out the helmet and win the ball game.
Murph, I believe the saying is any given Sunday.
Yeah. Or can I go Steve Kerr, appropriate fear? Sammy Darnold, he's right. Sam Darnold in some ways might be more dangerous than Aaron Rodgers.
I don't know if I'm there yet.
Because of he'll scramble more.
Mm-hmm. Aaron Rodgers ain't seeing ghosts, though.
All right, do you believe in ghosts, Marcus? 808 KNBR. We'll get into that
That's
later.
a deep question.
All right,
That's a
what I
deep
want to do,
question.
I'm going to call an ad lib here. Susan Slusser said something during her interview about Blake Snell.
Ooh.
That surprised me. And then I got a Blake Snell stat that'll blow you away. And then we'll go back to the Niners and Vikings with Ben Lieber at 9:30. So, stay tuned on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Seeing ghosts.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young joined Tobin and Copes yesterday to review the 49ers win over the Jets. He also talked about Trent Williams and how he might be the best player in the NFL. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
Monasterio got an RBI single in the 7th, and he drives one into deep center field. Going back, McRae onto the warning track near the wall. He slows and makes the catch. And the Giants have defeated the Milwaukee Brewers for their 4th win in the last 6 games, and they have evened up this series at a game apiece. And for the Giants, a rare laugher. The Giants 13, the Brewers 2.
How about that? 13-2. And so I'm going to get right into it on the tees. I don't know if all y'all in your cars knew this. I don't know if all y'all on our YouTube stream knew this. I don't know if all y'all on the Twitch knew this. That was Blake Snell's first home win of the season. That stat knocked me back. By the way, nice rejoin. What do we got?
This right here is, once again, our guy Slug, Atmosphere.
Okay.
Sticking with the Minnesota
sounds
theme.
real good. Anyway, how about that? I mean, guys, if we want to look at a 72 and 74 season, how much are you just putting on the feet of, like, Blake Snell has only won 3 games this year? And, I mean, that's like, whoa. He was supposed to win 15? 18?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He was supposed to be putting up Cy Young numbers in one of the best pitcher parks in the country. And we talk so much about, hey, maybe Blake Snell's going to come back next year because he wants to stay pitching in a pitching park. He just got his first win last night. That's mind-blowing. You hit me with that stat this morning. I was like, there's no way that's true. I looked it up. It is true.
It's unbelievable. So, again, it is what it is. His first 3 months were a total disaster. Scott Boras missing spring training. We all know it. And to be honest, if you had to list the biggest reasons why the Giants are 72 and 74 this year, I think number one is hitting and timely hitting. They've been atrocious with runners in scoring position. Yeah. And number two might be the disconnect between what you thought Blake Snell was going to give you and what he really gave you.
Well, let's pull back and go big picture, Murph. When everybody this offseason was quick to hand out an A-plus report card for Farhan Zaidi's offseason, really? How good of an offseason was it now in retrospect? Of course, nobody saw Jung-Hoo Lee getting injured in the first month of the season. Nobody saw Blake Snell being this bad for the first month of the season. Nobody saw Jorge Soler just going absolute stone cold silent at the plate.
But
I mean, Matt Chapman was the one gem you found this offseason, but we're talking about 3 out of the 4 big names you got this offseason as misses for Farhan Zaidi.
You're telling no lies there. I mean, he's just, and part of it is just circumstance, and you got to get lucky. And Jung-Hoo Lee, tremendously bad luck, obviously. Blake Snell, you can say, was not bad luck. It was maybe we all should have realized that missing spring training was going to hit you, but still, you didn't expect him to have this kind of year. Now, his numbers balance out. He's got a 3.52 ERA, but he's only going to throw 90. He's at 92 innings, guys. He threw 180 innings last year. So what does he have? What does he have? 3 more starts, something like that?
Yeah, 2 to 3 maybe.
So he'll get to like 110 innings or something like that. He's going to be 70 innings less, the injury bug, and then you point out Soler. I mean, he winds up dumping the guy. So of the big 4, he went 1 for 4.
Yeah.
Now, and Lee was bad luck. Snell was a, disaster, and Soler was not what we thought he'd be.
Yeah, but Farhan will tell you, Murph, 1 for 4. That's one of the highest batting averages on the team. Farhan's out here batting 250.
So Blake Snell's 30. Here's how old he is. Blake Snell is 31 years old. He'll be 32 in December. So he'll be 32 going into next year. what realistically should the market pay him, given that he continually has these on again, off again, on again, off again years, given that he's probably going to barely crest 100 innings this year, but also given that if we want to be positive, his second half of his season has been pretty darn good. And in fact, I'll give you the exact numbers on that right now. But like realistically, what should the market pay him?
The market is going to be what Blake Snell was looking for this offseason. A long-term contract.
240?
I mean, that's what Scott Boras is going to be fishing for this offseason. And I think that's a contract that you're not going to see given out by the Giants front office.
So, second half of the season, here's what he is. He's 3-0 with a 1.76 and a whip of 0.92. Second half of the season, he's legit. First half of the season, 0-3 with a 6.31 and a 1.43 whip. So he's been two different guys, first half and the second half. Second half, Snell is the guy. But do you think a team is like the Yankees? Is somebody going to give him 8? They're going to give him 8?
Somebody's going to overpay.
7, 6? Well, we all think no. Well, Susan Slusser came on with us today. Susan's covered baseball for a long time. We said, well, we know Blake Snell's not going to re-sign here, right? And this is what she said.
I do think that will happen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
I think if they want to, he would come back. This is, I think, unless Seattle had the wherewithal, and they've got plenty of pitching, so I don't think that would happen. I think he likes being in San Francisco. He likes pitching for Bob Melvin. He's said repeatedly he that's something he'd like to do. So, yeah, I think that's their biggest order of business, and then they need to add at least one bat. I mean, look, they're not made of money, but they're pretty darn close. They could probably add 2 bats if they really wanted to, but on top of signing, Chapman, and if they do Snell, that might be a tall order. But, Pete Alonso's out there. Ha-Seong Kim, obviously, we keep talking about him for obvious reasons. Willie Adames. There are some nice options out there. I don't think you necessarily have to rip up, your rotation or something to go trade for a bat.
So Susan thinks he will re-sign. Or she thinks there's a real strong chance he'll re-sign.
I think there's a possibility, and I agree with Susan.
You do think there's a possibility?
I think that Blake Snell probably wants to stay here in San Francisco. I think there's a real possibility. Pitching in this ballpark, there are benefits to that. Now,
Wait,
again,
this ballpark where he got his first win yesterday?
No, you're not telling any lies, Murph. You're speaking truth right now. But Blake Snell, I think, in this ballpark can have a successful career. And that's why I agree with Susan. If they offer him a long-term contract, there's a high chance that he'll sign it. But I don't think there's a high chance of them actually offering that long-term contract. Because with this front office, they have been reluctant to hand out those long-term contracts, especially to players over 30 years old. Now, they just broke that standard with Matt Chapman, who is also 31 years old. He's an everyday player, especially when we've seen it with Kevin Gausman and Carlos Rodon. There's a fear with pitchers once they get to 35, 36 that arm is eventually going to break down.
Right, I hear you. Now, I will say this. I'm making jokes about him getting only his first home win of the season. However, his home numbers are pretty darn good. In 53 innings, he has a 2.85 ERA and a 1.09 whip. So, and it's way better than his road numbers where he has a 4.46 ERA and a 1.14 whip. So his numbers are better at home, to your point. Now, that's it. So here's 2 things here. One, if indeed they did somehow sign him, which I think we would all support, right? Even as maddening as he can be, and he'll have those starts where he's up to 60 pitches in the second inning and you're losing your mind. But you also know he can also hit that stretch where he just is dumb. Just big league hitters can't even come close to touching him. So I think we all support it. I said, and I think what it would do is if their number one thing is to not create like this belief that the Giants are a sinking franchise and Farhan should be fired and all this stuff, and I've turned off on the Giants and I never want to go to the park again. If they sign Snell, fans will respond. Like, tickets will be bought. Yeah. Like, that's what they have to think about. Like, Snell would give people like, they re-signed Snell. They're in it. Whereas if they let him walk, which I think is more likely, people are like, who do we have? What's going on? It's Birdsong. Listen, Birdsong might be a nice pitcher. He's going tonight, by the way. So, but I don't think the Giants will do it. And I also don't think, I think he'll get a bigger contract somewhere else. Probably somewhere like New York. Although he's a West Coast guy, you'd think Seattle would make a good run at him. They don't. Maybe they're. I haven't looked at their payroll situation, but the Giants quietly now with Robbie Ray at $25 million and Matt Chapman at $25 million. You're at $50 million for 2 players right there.
You know who I think makes a run for him this offseason? The Dodgers. And I know that every Giants fan is probably yelling at their radio right now, Waterboy, why would you even say that? Yeah. Well, when you're a team like the Dodgers, you have a little bit more leeway to hand out a contract that maybe won't look as good at the back end. they have the opportunity to maybe say, hey, Blake, we'll give you a 7-8 year deal, but we only care about the first 4. We care about trying to win a World Series because as much as we hate to admit it, the Dodgers are in contention every year for the World Series. The Giants do not have that same luxury, which goes back to the trade deadline and the future of this franchise and the direction we want to head it. They decided that the juice is worth the squeeze with Matt Chapman. Even if he's not the Matt Chapman we're seeing every day in 6 years at the end of this contract, they can still sell jerseys of him being out there every single day. It's hard to sell Blake Snell at age 36, 37 on a long-term contract when you're not competing for a championship.
Right. But if you give him the money, he might do it. Anyway, here's what the people are saying on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 408 says, Snell likes the Giants since he has October off as long as Farhan is here. Oh, look at that. 510 just says, the Giants, all caps, need Snell, sign him. 707 says, 6 and 180, give it to him. Like, would you do 6 and 180?
I would. And here's probably my final take on the Blake Snell situation this segment, Murph. When you don't trade him at the trade deadline, that tells me that you have the game plan to re-sign him. You've got to be realistic. Whether or not Farhan was playing for this season to keep his job to make the playoffs, him not trading away Blake Snell and getting value for the next 4 or 5 years tells me that you need to lock this guy up for the next 4 or 5 years, or else he's going to be walking away this offseason for absolutely nothing.
Right, exactly. And so there you go. And then 408 says, to save Farhan's job, they will sign Blake Snell.
Well,
and then
that's
707,
why he didn't trade him.
very upset about us. These aren't misses. Stop with your Twitter radio. Farhan cannot forecast injuries and low production. It is what, but as the great Bill Parcells is, you are what your record says you are. You are what it is. Just like Bob Melvin. I like everything about him. He's 72 and 74. I love Matty Williams and Pat Burrell in the dugout. They're 72 and 74. All right, man. So anyway, I just wanted to get that out there because I was surprised that Susan also thinks they should make a low-key run at Juan Soto.
Oh.
Which I don't even want to. That's a whole nother.
You don't think that's possible,
We'll
Murph?
kick that around this winter. All right, buddy. So you just enjoy the ball game tonight as you approach ever closer to game 69.
Closer and closer to 69, Murph.
Pause.
Nice.
And if you see Marcus on game 69 Friday night, by all means, wine him and dine him.
Yeah, buy me a beer.
Okay. There you go. Ben Lieber is a former Minnesota Vikings linebacker. He's a good radio dude. We're going to get a preview of the Niners and the Vikings next on the Sports Leader.
Yeah! Soto! Guy's incredible. If they don't sign this guy, they're insane.
Faithful, Murph, and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, 49ers Vikings. They haven't won there since 92. 1994, 1999, 2003, 2009, 2012, 2018, 2023. Different coaches, different quarterbacks, something weird. Different domes, too, from the Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome to the new stadium they have there. What's going on? We'll find out what the Vikings are all about with Ben Lieber, who, of course, played for the Minnesota Vikings and the Chargers and the Rams, and now doing the media thing. You can see him, of course, or you should hear him, of course, as the Vikings sideline radio analyst, KFan 1003 Radio. Ben, it's great to have you back. We've had you on KNBR in the past. It's good to have you back on here in San Francisco. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Ben?
Hey, what's up, guys? Always good to be on. Especially talking about this matchup. My goodness, you guys, this is going to be a good one on Sunday.
Well, a good matchup because the Vikings are like, we always beat the 49ers in Minneapolis, right? Including just last year in that game where the Niners didn't have Trent Williams and Debo went down. Now, you had a different quarterback then, Kirk Cousins. So, Ben, is there anything from last year's game that applies to this year's game?
Oh, yeah. For sure. It's the ability to stop the run and stifle the run, your guys' run, is I think both teams will be watching that film. Clearly Brian Flores is going to say, all right, this is what we did really well on defense. This is what we have to replicate. But it's going to be difficult because we have so many new faces and new players and new positions. And, so many guys sort of move around in this revamped defense for Flores. So it's going to have to be like a reteaching of things. There's some guys on the defensive front that are still there that were a large part of that run stoppage. But that, I know you guys hear about it all the time. You guys break it down all the time. But, as creative as Shanahan is with this passing scheme, this thing running scheme, it scares me on the outside looking in, and that's the number one thing that the Vikings defense has to stop.
Ben, you heard Murph mention the new quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. Sam Darnold was here in Santa Clara last year. I know it's been a small sample size, but what has been your initial takeaway so far for Sam Darnold?
Well, first of all, I'll say that might be maybe our best secret weapon internally. To have a guy that has intimate knowledge of the offense going over to Brian Flores, last week and even this week and saying like, hey, this is kind of this is how they like to think. This is how we like to play defensive leverage. This is how we like to run our option routes. This is kind of like what we're thinking internally. So, I think from that standpoint, the best asset to have in the building this week. From just a performance standpoint, I thought he was a little slow to get off last week, but the 43-yard hit to JJ down the sideline, you saw himself, you saw the offense, the whole sideline. They just kind of perked up. I'm like, this is it. This is the big play energy that we needed. And from there on out, I thought he looked like he was in command. He delivered the ball exactly where he needed to. He was efficient, and everybody keeps talking about it, and I know that KOC and Sam have talked about it at length, that's all he has to be. Don't try to be a hero. Don't think that you got to throw for 350 yards every game. Those things will happen if you just get the ball out, be efficient, make smart decisions, and let the playmakers go out there and make plays.
Ben, I want to circle back about your comment on Sam not only knowing the 49ers offense, but also knowing the 49ers defense. But I was thinking about it. You're a former linebacker yourself. Who do you think has the bigger advantage with familiarity, Sam Darnold practicing against the 49er defense or that 49er defense practicing against Sam Darnold?
I would probably say, Sam going against that defense, just because it's, from a knowledge standpoint, like I laid out, I think he's going to be a huge asset for Flores and the Vikings defense. But, my goodness, for him to go against, in his time there, to go against that defense, what they do with the safeties, how they roll things down, how they bring extra guys in the box, how they have to, keep track of certain guys in certain situations, it's huge. He's going to understand that more than anybody else, that, how they like to invert things, how they like to bring extra guys in the box. But I got to say, it's kind of the best of both worlds, because at least from my estimation, you guys probably have a better understanding than I do, but the Niners defense doesn't blitz that much. They don't move around as much as maybe like Brian Flores' defense moves around and gives you a whole bunch of different looks. So he not only gets to see the defense for the 49ers, but then all offseason he's practiced against, Flores in this very, complicated looking defense, even though it's not complicated, but there's a lot of moving pieces. So he's gotten a lot of great work in the last year.
Ben Lieber is the voice you hear. He does Vikings sideline radio analysis, does radio in Twin Cities, and, of course, wore the Vikings uniform as a linebacker in the NFL for many years. It's great to have Ben on. Ben, I'm going big picture. So Kirk Cousins leaves. It's the end of an era there in Minnesota. And I was looking at you guys' schedule, and just it's kind of a small thing, but, like, the NFL didn't give you guys you have one Monday night game. No, I don't think you have any Sunday night games, if I'm correct. They didn't, like, see you guys as a marquee team. So I'm wondering, like, now Minnesota loves their Vikings, right? I mean, it's a part of the culture there. Is there like a lack of buzz? Did it change after the week 1 win? What's the macro feeling of Minnesota and the Vikings right now?
I got to be honest. I mean, nationally, I think it's probably where they need to be in the conversation. You lost your quarterback, and you don't know what you're going to get out of Sam Darnold, and then the potential. And now, obviously, they didn't know this when they're setting the TV schedules, but the potential of having J.J. McCarthy, play this season, that, kind of factors in a little bit too. It's like, it's exciting, but how much are we going to put them on prime time? Is he actually going to play? Because the narrative really when he was drafted was like, yeah, he's going to probably sit out a year and learn. So I don't think there's any disrespect from the national level. I definitely think locally they have caught the attention of a lot of fans of like, whoa, okay, well, if the defense can look this good and all of our new pieces were immediate contributors all the way down to Dallas Turner being the rookie, then we really got something on this defense. And they saw what we could do with Aaron Jones running the football and then Sam Darnold, like I said, just being efficient. It's like, all right, we might have something here, at least to be highly competitive in this division and hopefully push the Lions for that number 1 spot. So I would say the overreaction, as everybody does on week 1, I think is definitely happening a little bit here, but for a lot of like tangible salient reasons.
Ben, one of the big matchups I'm paying attention to this weekend is Aaron Jones, who you just mentioned, going up against Fred Warner, not just in the run game, but in the passing game also. I would love to get your take as a former linebacker on the skill set of Fred Warner, and how do you think that's going to match up this weekend in the passing game?
Yeah, I love Fred Warner. I mean, even my 10-year-old who was just his second year of tackle football, I don't know how he recognizes, because listen, guys, like, inside information here about my family. Like, we watch football a little bit. Like, I watch it, but I'm not a diehard. Like, I've got it on all the time, and I'm always talking about it. It's Fred Warner is my 10-year-old's favorite player. Like, how do you know about Fred Warner? Like, I know about him, but like, I think the guy's special. I enjoy watching him. He's obviously a huge player for you guys' team. The way that he can get downhill, that's going to be the important thing. Is if he can continue to keep attacking the line of scrimmage like he does and run those alleys, it's going to be a great matchup, he versus Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones, love the way he runs. He is, to me, it's a little bit of artistry in motion. It's so smooth. It's also powerful, especially on the point of contact. He can change directions at full speed and not really miss anything. And then what he showed last week is just his vision. His vision. If he has to bounce it outside, he's got the speed still to bounce it outside. So it'll be a fun matchup because no doubt that Warner can fill those holes and get downhill and meet that velocity. But also, it's just getting to the edge. Can we get Fred Warner to have to change direction a little bit? Because Aaron Jones, no disrespect to Fred, I mean, Aaron Jones probably has just better footwork. And if we can get those inside linebackers to stop the feet a little bit and hit those edges, that could be a huge plus for us.
Ben, a couple more minutes with Ben Lieber. Give us a good peek at the Purple, the Vikings, who have owned the 49ers in Minneapolis through various regimes and domes and all that. It's kind of a funny statistical oddity. Niners haven't won in Minnesota since 92, 7 straight losses. So, Ben, if the Vikings are going to have this season, and the division suddenly is so tough, right? The Packers and the Lions are all of a sudden forces again. If you guys are going to have the season that they want to have, what will be the headline? Is it going to be a defensive team? Is it going to be like the Vikings run, just, Darnold and Jones just hand the ball off and they win on defense, or Aaron Jones has a great year, or the great Justin Jefferson becomes the one of the great receivers that he is? What needs to happen for the Vikings to have the season they want to have?
Well, 2 things. It's got to be not turning the ball over offensively for everybody. That includes even the C.J. Hams of the world that fumble the ball. in the first drive last week, which he never fumbles the ball. And that was the Achilles heel for our offense, and then really for the start and the end of the season last year was turnovers. So if we can limit turnovers, that'll be a huge thing. But I really think it's going to come down to the defense. And you look at our division, you've got a pretty high-powered Lions offense. You've got a pretty high-powered, Packers offense. And we don't know what we're going to get out of Chicago. Everybody's, obviously very optimistic about what they have there, but they got a lot of weapons on offense. And so I think looking at us as the Vikings, do we want to get in shootout matches with these guys? Do we want to have Sam Darnold feel like, again, going back to that hero ball and putting that cape on, do we feel like that Sam Darnold should go out there and throw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns? Like, I just don't think that we're going to win a lot of matchups doing that. I think that the Vikings are successful if the offense is efficient and don't turn the ball over. But the bigger picture is we got to limit these offenses in our division. Our defense has to step up, take the ball away, be able to blitz with 4 guys and not have to, bring pressure with 4 guys and not have to blitz. It'll be all those things. But I think at the end of the year, at the end of the season, hopefully the headline is Vikings defense, dominates and keeps these and wins a lot of games.
Good stuff, Ben. Last one for me. I'm a big college football fan. Low-key good game Friday night. Your Kansas State Wildcats hosting the up-and-coming Arizona Wildcats. What do you think? Because I got to make a pick.
I mean, I think the toughest thing for me is trying to pronounce that Arizona wide receiver. I don't know how to
right?
say it.
Yeah. Well, usually just say touchdown. That's all. Just I mean, they're they're high powered.
It's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true. I know. I'm a little worried about it, you guys. Our quarterback Avery Johnson has not taken off, I think, in the flashy way that I thought he was going to take off this year. I mean, this is a super, super talented kid. Maybe the fastest guy in the field for any team that they play. But he hasn't taken off, and our defense, our secondary is going to have a huge challenge against Arizona and this wide receiver that I can't pronounce and just say touchdown. So I'm a little worried, guys, but always faithful in my Cats. So hopefully they pull it off.
I love it. Just had to get a little squeeze in there because it is a Friday night game. It's a good game. 2 top 20 teams going at it. So in the new Big 12. All right, Ben, we do appreciate it, man. It's always a good conversation, and have a good weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Always appreciate being on.
Yeah, Ben Lieber does a really, really good job talking about these Vikings. So, listen, he kind of said it. Listen, we're not – I was looking at their schedule, and I was like, the NFL doesn't really care about these guys. They gave them one Monday night game against the Bears in December. But, they're the forgotten team in the NFC North. Yeah. The Packers obviously although the Jordan Love injury changes things. The Lions were the darlings of the nation last year, and the Bears have Caleb Williams. What do they have? It's kind of funny. We've talked all week about the Vikings. We haven't even mentioned the fact that J.J. McCarthy was supposed to be their guy.
Yeah, and then he went down in the preseason with a torn ACL, right?
I completely had just kind of moved on from that.
I know he said that. I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. This was not going to be Sammy Darnold's team.
I mean, and if it was J.J. McCarthy, you'd go in thinking you'd feast on him. Right?
Yeah, I guess the only angle we would be talking about is that 49er defense versus mobile quarterbacks because J.J. can get out of the pocket and move around.
So, and like he was like, yeah, they're just going to have to be a defensive team that kind of grinds it out and doesn't, and Justin Jefferson's Justin Jefferson, obviously, superstar. So that's a challenge for Ward and Lenore. But, Bosa, Floyd, the whole pass rush is coming. So, listen, the Niners are 6-point favorites on the road for a reason. They and the Chargers are the 2 biggest road favorites this week, and the Chargers are playing the Carolina Panthers, who are, So there's by the way, did you see I think the Panthers are playing the New York Giants overseas.
Oh, God.
There's a meme going around saying this is literally an act of war by the United States to send these 2 teams over to
When America sends its football teams across seas, Murph, they're not sending their best.
Oh, my gosh. All right. On the other side, I got the doctor. I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball. I'm going to miss that, by the way. I get very melancholy at the end of baseball season.
Same here.
And you're going to tell me what's going on with the Sutter Health. And then, of course, young Tony. I'm looking forward to the young Tony today on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Fred Warner's my 10-year-old's favorite player. I'm like, how do you know about Fred Warner? Like,
Bigelow Tea every season. We're talking football games. How about football season, baseball season, basketball season? How about Bigelow Tea season? Every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the number one tea in the Bay Area. Right here at KNBR, it's the number one tea here too. We have it right here in our break room, and you go grab some Bigelow English breakfast, soothe those pipes. For those of us who make a living behind a microphone, a perfect soothing cup. So what you do is grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There it is. Listen to this kid giving us some epic Prince. Thank you, buddy. Raise your hand if you saw it in the theater. Okay. All right. There, yeah, the only one. Because I was the only one alive when it came out in the theater on this show.
They still have movies in theaters, Murph?
Oh, boy. When is the last movie you saw in a theater?
That's a great question. I stream everything
has it
from
been a
home.
while?
I stream everything from home.
Has it been a while?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Young Tony, do you go see movies in theaters? Have you been to a movie theater?
Ooh, like pre-pandemic, yes. Post-pandemic, I've maybe seen one.
Do you think it's been like years?
Not many, yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you? With it being at home, free popcorn at the house.
The magic. The kids still, I still have a 7th grader, and they'll still like go for a birthday to a movie or during the summer just because it's something to do.
Oh, it's like the perfect high school day.
Yeah.
I'm sure Big Deck's hitting up the movie theaters.
You know what's funny? They go and they snuggle and they stream stuff.
Well, yeah.
You can't talk in a movie theater, though. How are you going to go on a date? You can't talk for 3 hours.
Who needs to talk? I wasn't talking during the movies. What were you doing in the movie
Wait,
theater?
you just did the...
You're saying you're going on a date to see a movie?
Yeah.
Who needs to talk?
Yeah, Tony. What were you doing in high school? Not a whole lot of talking on my dates in high school.
It's like in the...
I'm just about that action, boss.
There it is, buddy.
So you're just sitting together watching a movie?
You're making out the whole time, Tony.
How about that?
You can't read in between the lines?
No, I got you. I'm just saying, a lot of people say let's go to the movies, but like I'd rather go bowling with a female, You could actually have some fun, chit chat, have a good time.
Where are you making out at the bowling alley?
Well, there's places. You'd be surprised.
You're not wrong. Tony's in the gutter. Just like my mind.
This was very enjoyable. All right, guys. Also enjoyable is Nick Turturro. Yes.
Nicky.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, today's Giants Health Report is on Robbie Ray, who was expected to throw a 50 to 60 pitch bullpen yesterday at Oracle Park, but the Giants decided to shut him down after he started to feel some discomfort on his 42nd pitch. Giants manager Bob Melvin says Robbie Ray will be reevaluated on September 12th before the Giants determine his next step. And that, my friends, is our Giants Sutter Health update, sponsored from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to help make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
I don't like that one. Usually I just kind of listen to you do your thing. Do they need him?
I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. He's... This is why the Mariners traded him. Huh?
And this is why he's going to be opting into his contract next season.
Now, that said, Mitch Haniger, he has not been a box of chocolates up there in Seattle. 208, OPS of 625. He does have 12 tanks and 44 ribs.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
His OPS plus is down to 85. I mean, so...
You never know what Haniger's going to hit.
It's just kind of two guys... Come on, they need Robbie Ray.
Yeah.
It's part of the deal. And guess what? Oh, I got news for you. Next spring, he'll be a year older. So... Anyway, that was
pants will be even tighter.
Yeah, I mean, he signed for the kids, which was really nice, and I wish him good health, but they need him, and I'd like to see him be a part of the team. So that's it. Robbie Ray, Blake's. Now, remember they kept telling us second half. Here you are. So, all right, what did young Tony learn today? I'm looking forward to this one. Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
So this is a fun one because we were talking about the Vikings, and then Marcus started doing his clapping over the head.
Skull.
Skull. That's what they say. It's some Viking chant, right? And I said, oh, I said, Marcus, you clearly, you were a rough-edged ball player. You guys got down and dirty. I said, surely you packed lippers all the time. Skull, right?
I've thrown in a horseshoe in my day, Murph.
And then I said, Skull was, of course, a great brand when I was growing up because there was a legendary commercial with Earl Campbell, the famous Hall of Fame running back, on a beach promoting Skull tobacco. This is an NFL running back promoting chewing tobacco. And then a football lands near him, and a very attractive young lady in a bikini walks away, and he utters the immortal line, "Think I'll play some touch."
I understand.
And he says, even more famously, "Skull, brother."
Skull, brother.
And I said, Tony, you know this? He said, I don't. I said, oh, please. So we actually just went and watched it during the break. Two thumbs up on this ad, young Tony?
Oh, dude, 100%.
And this is the kind of thing you're happy to learn that this is how America used to roll. Here it is.
And I love relaxing, because for me, relaxing always includes Skull, the smokeless tobacco. Just a pinch between my cheek and gum gives me great tobacco taste without lighting up. Got the sea, the breeze, got my Skull, nothing's gonna make me move. Think I'll play some touch. Skull, brother.
Oh, man, it doesn't get any more iconic than that.
Keep that drop. Skull, brother.
So
Skull,
good.
brother.
I mean, that's just kind of, it was Monday Night Football, and that just came on. You were like, okay, cool. I guess I'll go get some Skull and be like Earl Campbell. And maybe a girl in a bikini will throw a football near me, and then you'll say, think I'll play some touch. Skull, brother.
Skull, brother.
Think I'll play some touch. Skull, brother.
That's
Classic.
We miss those days.
Classic.
All right, guys. That, of course, is all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab your mug full of Bigelow Tea and tea proudly. Let me hold that mug up there for you. There you guys go. All right, well, that was fun. Tomorrow, more Niners-Vikings hype, and Marcus will go to the ball game tonight.
That's it.
And Dolphins-Bills, you got to pick. I had to make a pick for my pool. I actually didn't know. The Bills own the Dolphins. Josh Allen owns the Dolphins, and Tua's terrible. I'm going with my spread I got was 1.5. I'm going with the Dolphins laying 1.5.
Wow, I saw it at 2.5.
Yeah, it's gone up.
Even with the news that Raheem Mostert will not be playing tonight.
Yeah, well, we got Jalen Wright, the rookie. We got Devin A-Chain.
I'm taking Bills plus points on the road.
Yeah, look at you. God, man, look at us.
Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
You and I make opposite picks all the time.
Yeah, that's good for radio.
Are you just doing that for radio?
No, I'm not doing it.
All right.
You think I do bits on the radio?
I don't know.
I just pretend to be a doctor.
You're talking to a boy who was 10-6 against the spread last week.
Yeah, get him,
Not
Murph.
too bad. Not
Get
too bad. I've just wreaked havoc on my spreads this week by even mentioning that. Time to get out of here. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto. You'd think I'd know it by now, right? Because I don't even have it in front of me.
You would assume
Speedy
so.
Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. All right, and smog experts, pardon me.
Skull, brother.
And Skull, get the hell out of here. Time for Papa and London on these sports. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Well, if you jump off the bandwagon, you're not coming back on. Aaron, you played one game. Go back to Green Bay.
Don't throw up. Don't throw up. Don't throw up.
We big stepping. 49ers with me and we out here bench pressing.
Skull, brother.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman, San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
But Addison out wide right, watched by Ward. Inside rush.
There it is.
Throw a deep one to Addison, and it's broken. No, it's caught by Addison. Touchdown, Minnesota Vikings. He took it away from Charvarius Ward. Ward went for the pick on him like he got earlier in the game, and right at the contact point, Addison pulled the ball away, spun out of it. It's not quite a Minneapolis miracle, but how did they score a touchdown there? Purdy out of the shotgun. Purdy steps up, gets to his right, throws middle. It is intercepted by Bynum. The 49ers lose again. Cam Bynum intercepts Purdy twice in the fourth quarter. And now the 49ers are going at the Vikings.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Our deep dive into the Vikings today as we are live. Both of us are live. You were here yesterday, but we are live From the palatial KNBR studios at Levi Stadium, Tim Ryan's going to join in an hour for the most informative 49ers hour of your life every single week, as T-Rock will give us his insights into week 1 and looking ahead to week 2. And it is already week 2. The Bills and the Dolphins will go at it tonight on Thursday Night Football. Before we get into the 49ers, can I ask you a question? Oh, you're going to hear that thing a ton. I was listening to your buddy
Paul Allen.
I
was on with him
just
a half hour ago.
Oh,
Did
you
hear
were?
me?
No, I didn't. I was already here by then. But
and I had a much different disposition. Normally, I'm all, hey, Nordy. Hey, PA.
Yeah,
I'm
nice.
like, you guys beat us last year.
Yeah, we're not
going to deal with that. And we don't want to. You stole our backup quarterback, and I'm not going to deal with.
God, that's annoying. What's more annoying?
What's the question you want to ask?
Well, you just piqued my interest on something, then I'll ask you the question. It's not Niners related, but it's NFL related. But what's more annoying? The guy at the Rams game that is yelling, "Whose house?"
Niners house?
And it's all Niners fans yelling back, which is funny. And then the girl
I kind of
plays,
ignore him.
and then the girl plays the guitar every 2 seconds. Or
it's the skull horn.
Oh,
the skull horn before
both
kick, and then what's that thing? What is that thing they do before? And I think it's whenever they get a first down.
Yeah, it's so annoying. So annoying.
And they didn't score a lot of touchdowns when we were there. That was October the 23rd of 2023 last year,
and
week
a lot
7.
Of changes
Monday Night Football, but they didn't score a lot of
changes.
touchdowns, but they had 24 first downs to the Niners, 19.
And 3 turnovers for the 49ers.
And Kirk Cousins, 2 at the end by Brock after he got concussed by Jordan Hicks, who is now pitching out of the bullpen for your San Francisco Giants. No, he's gone.
Yeah.
That Jordan Hicks. Anyway, yes, I still have,
too.
I got a bottle of Advil that I'm taking to Minnesota to deal with.
Yeah, it's might go a little stronger than that, you know.
Viking shot?
Something. All right, here's my question. Sorry, it took a minute to get to. Here's my question.
I interrupted you.
Years ago, you and I talked about NFL dominance every single night, but could we start with
You want
this?
a Friday night game tomorrow?
I want a Friday night game.
I'm flying to Minnesota on an airplane. I won't be able to watch, so don't.
Oh,
let's not do that.
you guys got. You're not the. It's not the Raiders. You have internet on the plane. I mean, come on, man.
Not for live streaming.
I'm just thinking about this. Thursday night is awesome. Last week
we got Bills Dolphins tonight.
Yeah, it's great.
Mahoster's not playing. H-Chan's not playing.
I know. It's
what is Josh Allen going to have on his right hand, his wrist tonight? How's he going to have to wrap that up?
So you got that tonight.
Yeah.
And then last week we had the game from Brazil.
How many people watched the game in Brazil streaming on Peacock?
It was incredible. It was
Were you strutting like a peacock?
We already have it. We have all the channels.
But how many people watched the Packers Eagles game?
It was a huge number.
As much as over the air?
Yeah.
Was it?
I think so. Plus,
they had 29 million watch the game the night before Chiefs and Ravens. They didn't have 29 million
no, they
streaming
didn't,
on
but
TV.
In addition to, Friday night you want to go out anyway, but still, you go back and watch it or whatever the case may be. But, and then Peacock's paying the NFL, so they're getting money. I think there should be a streamed game every Friday. And then Saturday college football, then Sunday the regular football, then Monday, and it accomplishes what you want, which is it's another game you can watch, and it's not another game that is distributed on a Sunday that a lot of people don't see. Now, Eagles-Packers would have been probably not a night game, but it would have been an afternoon, like
that may have been a Sunday night game. That could be the
been.
NFC Championship game this
year.
You
had the Lions and the Rams, but it would have been like a late afternoon.
I don't know.
Game that 80% of the country would have seen.
Well, Peacock took that, so they wanted the prime matchup.
But that's my point.
Philadelphia and Green Bay are big audiences. But
if you think about it like this, Thursday football, Friday NFL, Saturday college, Sunday NFL, Monday NFL, 5 of your 7 days, there'd be a lot of divorces, but 5 of your 7 days would be filled with either NFL or college.
We've talked about this for years. I would stay away.
But just add the Friday.
I would stay away from Friday. Friday night's high school football. It's Friday Night Lights. You have to have a feeding ground of college football and Saturday's college day. You don't need it. You have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday you can play. I would stay away from Friday. You don't need Friday. Add Tuesday and Wednesday and do it on a grid. We've talked about it. What are we talking about? There are 200 and I don't agree with the Friday game. It's weird. Why not a Tuesday game or a Wednesday game? Friday's not a good TV audience night anyway. Friday and Saturday. So you'd stay away from that. Let high school and college play Friday, Saturday. We've talked about it for years.
But isn't NFL immune? Like, on a Friday, wouldn't you go to a sports bar on a Friday?
But you're not going to get the ratings in sports bars as you would. There used to be 256 games a year. Now there's 272 with the 17th game. And in a few years, there'll be, 288 when they have they go to the 18 regular season and 2 preseason. But so it's always beyond me why they kick them all off simultaneously. Like this first weekend of NFL football on Sunday morning, our time, 10 a.m., because you have the U.S. Open later. And the U.S. Open is on ESPN now. It used to be on CBS.
Right.
So, like Pat Summerall was out doing the U.S. Open. They didn't even do a game on the second game of the doubleheader. So CBS, when they had the U.S. Open, they kind of kicked the first week of the NFL season. But this week, there were 8 games kicking off at 10 o'clock in the morning our time. And you're like, well, then you get into YouTube TV, and before that, DirecTV.
But that's why we need 2
Zone.
TVs, you and I, and 2 iPads going.
I showed you the picture I had. When you go to the quad box now,
I love
you
that.
can do all
Sunday NFL ticket.
8 games on 2 quad boxes. It's
pretty
amazing.
cool.
But that's the one thing that it's like, it's really hard. When I sat there Sunday and watched every single game, and Kyle Shanahan is the great line every year when we're on a bye week or not playing on a Sunday. He's like, I watched every single game, and I saw absolutely nothing. I have no idea what happened. It's like you're seeing, and you leave the red zone up just to kind of feel it, but you watch every game, but you're literally like, when I first moved here, we'd go to Ricky's Sports Lounge in San Leandro.
He'd give you
For some reason, drinking Bloodies made it easier to do that. I don't know. Maybe I was younger. But it is hard to concentrate even when you're trying to. And now people have fantasy leagues and, they're all into it, and people are gambling all over the country. But it's kind of like the NCAA tournament where you have, these units that you're looking to sell. Why do you compete against yourself and kick off 8 games at the exact same time where you can't watch it? But it's the reason that the NFL has hypnotized America. Sunday afternoon, the country stops to watch your team play football. So I want to see the numbers on Friday.
But isn't there a better way? I mean,
we've been talking
they're
about
doing
this.
great.
You know how many billions of dollars
but because they played last Friday, and I feel like Thursday, then Friday. Like I'm not going out to high school games.
I would not do Friday.
I think they could buck the trend.
You're not going to see Friday night high school games?
No.
Redwood High, Monte Vista High, De La Salle. You're not going to Treaton. You live right there, Treaton.
I do. I live right there.
Go
but
watch
the
the De La
problem
Spartans.
is that
Maybe you're running to Kyle Harrison.
my son ran into Antonio Brown a few years ago.
Where?
at De La.
Was he looking to, does he have high school eligibility?
No, they were playing. Antonio went to didn't he go to the same high school as like Nick and Joey and all that stuff? They were playing Nick's
St. Thomas Aquinas?
Yeah, against De La Salle.
Yeah, in Florida. They were out here.
And so he was out there, and George just went through the crowd and took a selfie with him. And I was like, you got to be kidding me.
What's Antonio Brown doing now? He's out of the league completely. That guy was still good when he went crazy.
He's nuts.
But anyway, we got a Bills-Dolphins game tonight. That is a huge.
I'm excited about it.
That's for the AFC East. We'll see. The Jets that good. New England's not. So that's really for the AFC East, and probably 2 games. 2 best teams or 2 of the better teams in the AFC. And we got Al Michaels back, the greatest television play-by-play announcer.
He'll like this game
ever.
at least.
I love Al. We'll see Kirk Herbstreit. Now, he does not want Friday night football. Poor guy. What a weekend schedule he has.
Well, he does. A lot of times he'll do the college game day show, and then he'll jump on a plane to wherever the big game is. A lot of times.
Isn't it every weekend?
Yeah, but I mean sometimes it's where it is.
City, but a lot of times not.
Yeah, and so he flips on a plane, grabs his dog, and goes to a place.
His golden retriever.
Yeah. All of a sudden, it was like...
Is the golden retriever lonely and there's nobody home to watch him? He takes him on road trips now?
I guess it's become a bit, and I don't understand people why they're complaining about that. Why do you care if Kirk Herbstreit has his
people
dog
care
in
about
the
everybody else's business and everybody else's golden retriever.
People get mad
Live
at
your own life, bro.
It's like, when I'm at home, my dog comes in and out of the studio. Like, I look at him, he looks at me. If I don't have any food, he leaves. So that's, it's no big deal. It's, doesn't distract him. He's doing his job.
You can't worry about people.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got a full day of football here, do a full day of interviews, and then right when it's time to leave here, start streaming live. And I love the pregame show. We got Beast Mode back tonight.
Very nice.
Carissa Thompson. Whitworth is back. Fitzmagic is back. Is Richard Sherman back as well?
Is he?
Did they make any changes? That used to be a big deal when they first started. Now it's like same old crew.
Yeah. Because he's not that good. I thought he was going to be a lot better. I've said that a million times. All right, let's get into everything. We'll talk about the 49ers, the latest on CMC. Plus, we'll give you a guest list, which is tremendous. The first one starts with Tim Ryan about 45 minutes from now. He will sit down with us in the studio. The Tim Ryan Football Hour, the Power Hour at 11. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our good friend Matt Mayoko joined Murph and Marcus this morning to preview the 49ers Week 2 matchup against the Vikings. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. It is always a good day when we can talk to Steve Moskowitz because he has the answers to all your tax issues. And Steve, we're talking ERC again. What's going on?
So ERC is a great government program. It's still open. If you haven't applied, you have until April 15th, 2025 to apply. But a lot of people feel like they're growing long white beards waiting for their checks to arrive to them. They applied a long time ago. They say, what's going on? There's been a big slowdown. But there's ways that we can go to the government and ask them to hurry up. So if you're tired of waiting for your check, let's talk about ways to hire the government up. But suppose you got a nastygram from the IRS that says, you don't qualify, you're rejected. You only have 30 days to appeal that. We think the IRS is using AI and they're disallowing people saying they don't qualify when the IRS doesn't have the information to know whether you qualify or not. We certainly want to file that appeal for you. Again, you only have 30 days, or you're being audited. We'll go ahead and represent you on that. The bottom line is, anything to do with ERC, give us a call. We'll start off with our free consultation and tell you what's going on.
Call right now. ERC. If you didn't get your check, if you need more information, 888-TAX-DEAL, all the tax issues that you may be having, Steve can help you out. It's 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Thursday as we're live from Levi Stadium. Tim Ryan's going to join us in 41 and a half minutes to do the Tim Ryan Power Hour. By the way, I like the... Are more SF lids here because Trent Williams is back?
No, it's Zach King. More. Zach King from Residency is bringing him in by box load. Kyle he can't wear them during the game because they're not NFL approved. But the players wear them all. Trent owns part of the company. But you saw the Bosa one, black on black.
Love that one.
Trent, it's the same logo. And I actually met with those guys and their designer. There's 3 of them. They all got a different element of the company. Great people. And they do other cities as well, but it's the interlocking SF, and now they've got more colors. They're starting to bring some Giants ones in. They sent me one that's got orange, and they've got the Warrior blue a little bit. So, they're very, on the practice field, almost very few people wear the NFL issued hats. Kyle wears this hat just about every practice.
Every press conference.
But then he's not allowed to wear these hats during games. And now the one they issued this year with the little band between the bill and the cap, not a good look, is it?
No.
Do they make them wear those? Who's buying that?
It just in general, I mean, I think this is a fair statement, whether it's baseball, football, all that kind of stuff, like the secondary uniforms. And I'm not talking about the City Connects as much as I am. I'm covering myself.
You're covering your face, and there's the hat right there. You're watching on the street.
There you go.
I love the white one.
I don't know who they consult. Like, I think there should be like a committee for each sport and be like, what do you think of this? And they either...
who makes this is residency. Who makes the NFL? The New Era?
Yeah. I just think they should run it by somebody before hey, here's the design. What do you think of it? And then there could be like a design committee, like in the NBA, Russell Westbrook would be on it or something, something that, because a lot of times, or whoever.
He would be your fashion consultant.
Yeah. But I mean, you look at it, you're just like, oh my God, like Trent Williams, as cool as he is, should be on like some sort of a committee. That's just, I don't know.
He just buys hat companies, so maybe he'll go into that. He's the mad hat.
But like I said, they came up, like Nick Bosa yesterday when he was saying, by the way, very controversial, that the Vikings are a better team than the Jets. I love Nick because he's just honest. But he's like you said, he's got the black on black. It's like a trucker. It's sweet. It's like, oh yeah, people
how's
see that.
How's that going over in the tri-state area in New York? I don't disagree with him.
What can they say?
How's that going over?
I don't know what they could say,
One game. I mean, look at the roster. It's an interesting debate.
Yeah. But so I was looking this morning, and we're going to talk to Tim all about it. We'll go back and we'll look at, obviously, last week. But I was looking this, even though it's less than a year, so we're 11 months away from that game, Kirk Cousins is gone. Doesn't look like Jordan Addison's going to play. T.J. Hawkinson's not going to play.
He's
11 catches for 86 yards.
Danielle Hunter, a hard time with him. Danielle Hunter's gone.
Is gone. And then you look at the Niners side. Remember, no Trent Williams last year, no Deebo Samuel last year. You're bringing in a guy like Leonard Floyd. Christian McCaffrey might be out. J.P. Mason didn't have any carries in that game. Elijah Mitchell had one for minus 1 yard. Even though it's the Vikings and the 49ers, Darnold in for Cousins. Cousins had a great game. Brock threw 2 interceptions. There is a lot of difference between these two teams than there was just 11 months ago.
So it was week 7 of a year ago. Now it's week 2 of this year. And we know when we went there to play them on that Monday night, I remember being on the field with Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, their GM. He was walking laps with John Lynch. And you just kind of knew Kirk Cousins was leaving, that it was the final year of his contract. And Kwesi came out when he first got there and said, he's not an elite quarterback. He's not in the category of Mahomes and others and Burrow and Allen. And then he went out that night and played one of the best games any quarterback has played against a Kyle Shanahan team. He was 35 of 45 for 378 and 2 touchdown passes, 107 quarterback rating. He was amazing. And the very next, they won the game, and the very next game at Soldier Field in Chicago, just coming up, innocuous play. It was a non-contact injury. He tears his Achilles tendon, and he's done. And you kind of knew. We didn't know what they were going to do at quarterback, but you had a feeling that they were going to move on. After he had that big game against the Niners last October the 23rd, John, I thought maybe they'll bring him back. You really going to let this guy go? But he's made so much money, Kirk Cousins, because in Washington, they never committed to him with a long-term deal. They kept franchise tagging him, and because of that, he was the highest paid quarterback or among the top 5 year after year after year after year, and he's making big bank. And but then he got $100 million guaranteed to go to Atlanta, so you knew they were going to move on. Getting Darnold, and we heard all offseason they were in on Darnold, but they still drafted J.J. McCarthy out of Michigan, and then he got hurt. He played a great preseason game against the Raiders in their U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, the first preseason game, threw a couple of touchdown passes, and then I don't know where he got hurt in that game, but he tore his meniscus, and he's gone. He's done. So they got Nick Mullins backing up Sam Darnold, 2 former 49er quarterbacks. The running game has completely changed. Last year it was Alexander Madison and Cam Akers a little bit, and now they brought in Aaron Jones, who's a state-of-the-art player. Dalvin Cook is long gone, obviously. And last year, Hawkinson had a huge game. Jordan Addison had huge games. Neither one playing. KJ Osborne was one of the best third wide receivers in football. He's gone. So they've had a lot of loss from their roster, and you kind of knew it was coming. But the guy, Sam Darnold, and we'll get into it with Tim. You know how much respect I have for Sam. I think the Niners, they were asking me on Minnesota radio, why do you love Sam Darnold? So I just feel like, had something happen to Brock last year, the Niners were fully capable of winning and winning it all with Sam Darnold at quarterback. And watching the first game with the Vikings, this is a perfect offense for him. It's Kevin O'Connell. Kevin came from the Rams and Sean McVay when they won the Super Bowl. It's a West Coast offense. He's a former NFL quarterback. He's a very pleasant guy, but demanding at times. And, Sam flourishes in this offense. He ran this offense at USC, the stretch run, the keep and boot game, the movement stuff, even rolling to his left. He's just got to avoid, the bad play. And he did throw one pick against the Giants, but he made a lot of good throws. Again, the pressure is going to be the key to the game. And they have Christian Darrisaw. I think their tackles, Brian O'Neill and Christian Darrisaw,
they're far better than the Jets.
Are better. There's not even doubt. So Darrisaw is one of the best in football at left tackle. He just got paid in the offseason. And Brian O'Neill reset the market for right tackles years ago. So, that's what the new gold rush is going to have to dominate their offensive line, John. And and then the defensive side, this is a Brian Flores defense. And the Niners, McCaffrey wasn't quite right in that game. He didn't have Trent Williams, but they couldn't run the ball. Christian was 15 carries for 45 yards in that game. Brock had 5 scrambles in the game. Elijah Mitchell had 1 carry for -1. The Niners had 22 carries, 22. They had 38 the other night with 28 from one player, J.P. Mason. They had 22 carries for 65 yards. The longest run of any Niner in that game last year was Brock Purdy's 17-yard scramble. And it's a tough defense to run on. It's a 3-4 front. They got Harrison Phillips, the big nose guard, right in the middle of it all. They got Jerry Tillery. Was a high draft pick, obviously, to the Chargers. Went to the Raiders for a while. And Jonathan Bullard. They've added Stephon Gilmore in the offseason. He's now one of their corners. They got the hitman, Harrison Smith, one of the best safeties in football history. And they brought in Van Ginkel, Brian Flores had in Miami. Andrew, a.k.a. Rip Van Ginkel. And he's ripping the ball out to get a pick 6 again. He had one last year. And then they had this other player, Joshua Metellus, John, who doesn't even start for them. And Larry Krueger was talking about him when we chatted about the Vikings on Tuesday. And he plays everywhere. He's part defensive end, part linebacker. They blitz him. They drop him. He can drop back and play safety. I mean, Brian Flores comes from New England and Belichick loved his positionless versatility kind of players. Is there anybody on defense in the NFL that is more versatile and hostile than Joshua Metellus? That guy's a player.
Yeah, and they got Grenard in the offseason from Houston, but they did lose Hunter. They lost Danielle Hunter on that side, so that was a big deal. So, I think Nick is right. I mean, they played better. I think the Giants absolutely stink, and Daniel Jones is terrible. So we'll see if they can carry that over. But having lost 11 months ago, they're not going to be able to sneak up on anybody. But there are a lot of changes on both sides of the ball. Guys leaving, guys injured. The biggest one, obviously, Justin Jefferson is in, although Addison and Hawkinson are out. And then, obviously, Sam Darnold in for Kirk Cousins, who played really well last year. There was no Trent Williams in this game. There was no Deebo Samuel in this game last year. And if Christian McCaffrey is out, J.P. Mason didn't play against the Vikings last year. So some major changes, even though it was just 11 months ago against the Vikings. Tim Ryan's going to join us in about a half hour. We'll get you caught up on everything. He'll give you the insight from week number 1 and look ahead to the Vikings as we continue to discuss them. Remember, we're on YouTube and Twitch as well, so you'll see Tim's wonderful flowing hair. It'll be probably pulled back today. He doesn't usually have it out and flowing But he has it kind of back, so we'll have that for you at 11 o'clock. It's Pop and Lunch.
Baby.
Yeah. And by the way, we got to get through this whole Mason thing. Are you? Is that just his thing, or
who's that?
Magic Mason, or what was the other one?
That's Tim's.
He's
thing.
got a couple.
He's
of
got
things.
the alliteration.
Got a couple of Masons. So anyway, there's that.
That's all Tim.
Yeah, so we got to ask him about that, as he had a great game. So we'll do that at 11 o'clock.
I wonder, how do you handle fantasy? McCaffrey did practice yesterday. He's limited, but he's still practicing. I would not be surprised if McCaffrey plays in this game. So how do you? And then he probably won't play his normal volume, and you got to put in J.P. Mason. It is intriguing. I mean, the smart play was to draft McCaffrey and have Mason as the backup, thinking one would be in, one would be out. But when they're both in together, they're going to kind of share the stats a little bit in this game.
Yeah, I'd play Mason. I don't know if I was a fantasy
Thank you,
guy.
Bobby Turner.
Remember that Saturday show I used to do? If somebody called me up and goes, "Who should I play?" I'd tell him Mason.
Well, what if Christian plays and gets 25 carries?
But it's better to get something than zero. Like if McCaffrey doesn't play, then
well,
you're really
assuming McCaffrey doesn't play a lot in the game. I'm saying if Christian plays and takes his normal volume of carries, Mason may get like 2 carries.
Yeah, it's tough. That's a tough one. I am a fantasy expert. I was thinking yesterday I could have been Matthew Berry. That guy makes millions.
Does he?
And they just opine on everything. Oh, I think this.
He makes
It's
millions.
great.
Who pays him millions? NBC?
Yeah. He
Millions
was
of dollars?
Yeah, he was at ESPN doing okay. And then somebody said he's a fantasy expert, which there's really no such thing, to be honest with you. Everyone's just guessing. And then all of a sudden it's like, wow. Like did everybody pick up Likely from the Ravens?
I would have drafted him. I don't play fantasy, but I would have drafted Isaiah Likely's a player.
Yeah.
He had the greatest preseason game I've ever seen by a tight end his rookie year. And then Mark Andrews is not moving well. That guy's a good player, Isaiah Likely.
Yeah. But watch this week, he'll catch like 2. He's
a good. I understand that, but he's got tremendous skill.
Yeah, he's
and
good.
Andrews is just lugging around. He's not able to run. Likely's the guy.
All right, Tim, in 30 minutes, it's Pop and Lund live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tariq Habas, joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Thursday edition of the show. Tim Ryan in 25 minutes. Real quick, just a quick deviation from the Niners to the Giants real quick, because we're going to get into a ton of Niners with Tim Ryan. This is pretty funny. You and I were talking about Logan Webb being on the Chris Rose rotation. I got to keep this thing moving here. We were talking about the Chris Rose rotation, and he talked about being hungover. And another thing he said is, so Blake Snell throws the no-hitter, and everyone else wanted to party with him, and he wanted to go home because he's a huge gamer. And he said
Blake himself.
Yeah, he says Blake didn't even hang out. I think he was playing 2K. He likes getting on there and talking S to the kids that he beats in 2K. So the reason I bring this up is Susan told us. Oh, sorry, I didn't tell you. I apologize. Yeah, get the.
I didn't know we were switching time.
Yeah,
I was
sorry.
on the phone though. Sorry. But they were on the road. He threw the no hitter August the 2nd in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So they all went out and partied Blake Snell's no-hitter when they were on the road?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's baseball.
So, well, they wanted to, but then he went and he played 2K, right?
He went back to his room.
So the reason I bring that up is, so Susan told us this yesterday when we had her on in the 1 o'clock hour, and then she was on, I heard her with Murph and Mac this morning, and she was very adamant that the Giants have a really good chance to sign Blake Snell back. She mentioned Seattle with us yesterday, mentioned it again. They've got really good pitching. I think they're going to spend their money on hitting, but what do I know? He's from Seattle. But just like Lincecum, I mean, this is close enough. A lot of times you don't need to go home. You're pretty close. San Francisco to Seattle. He's got a new baby, all that kind of stuff. His girlfriend lives up there, so that would make a lot of sense. But the thing that got me was, so they signed Chapman to a 6-year contract for $151. A little more than you'd like to go, but okay, it's a hitter, and he wants to stay, and you make the deal. She mentioned that same number for Blake Snell. Blake Snell's 31.
25 a year?
No, the years.
Oh, 6.
6.
Okay, what's the number?
She's saying like 30 to 35. So are you going to go 6? Because I'll give Blake Snell top end dollars. I think at his highest point, he can, he and Logan Webb, a 1-2, great place to start. Robbie Ray, then you get the young guys in there, whatever. That is a good staff. Farhan said it was the best staff. It could be if Robbie Ray's a year away from Tommy John surgery and Blake Snell gets an early start on things, and the other 2 young guys progress, or whoever it is, Mason Black, whatever the case. They can be your 4 and 5, and you got some depth in the rotation. But 6 years for Blake Snell? 6?
Yeah, the one thing about Blake Snell, and Susan said that he wants to stay. So there was a quote that Susan got from him that people aren't picking up on. There was one that Matt Chapman, when they lost those 3 games to Atlanta to start the series before the last game on that Thursday morning, he was in the clubhouse, and I think the Bay Area News Group had it that, Giants, come here, come sign me. I want to stay. And then, when a player says that, they're going to get signed. And I didn't know if they would do it in the season or not, but they did. So Matt Chapman was signed. Blake Snell said this a few weeks ago, talking about the Giants. If that's something they want to talk about, I'm open to it. I've enjoyed my time here a lot. Fans have been hounding me about it, but truthfully, it's up to the Giants. So he's saying, I will want to resign here, but it's up to them, which gets to the point of, what's the figure? Yamamoto got such a huge deal in L.A., and he hadn't pitched in Major League Baseball at all. He's got great stuff. He got hurt. He came back and threw decently the other night. They lost the game. I love Blake Snell, and I think he's starting. It was actually before that. It was a couple of starts, off the IL, but culminating with the no-hitter in Cincinnati on August the 2nd, and the way he threw those last 3 innings economically. And he said after that outing, my goal is to get the batter out in 3 pitches or less. That's what he said. And that's hard. You're not going to strike him out. You could. With his stuff, he could go, fastball, blow you away, or throw a curveball and chase. But he's starting to revert back to the Blake Snell that he was before. And he's had some long innings. He's had 42-pitch innings and 39-pitch innings, and he's nibbling again. He's not pounding the strike zone. He had a 6 or 7 start streak where, honestly, his stuff was as good as I've ever seen, and he put up just incredible numbers. What did he give up, like 18 hits and 45 in a third innings over one stretch? I mean, it was like, these numbers don't compute. They're insane. He hasn't been that guy since. He has great stuff, and I think he's a top-of-the-rotation ace pitcher, and he should make big-time money. But when you watch him more and more, he started so poorly this year, and a lot of it was because he was unprepared to pitch, and he had to rush spring training, and he got hurt twice, and then he came back, and he was as good as we've ever seen. His curveball has a dimension to it that's unbelievable. We've seen the changeup be good, but not as good as it was last year in Milwaukee. And when he's right, he can put his fastball wherever he wants, but he does nibble a lot. There are a couple starts where I just thought, if you're Kyle Harrison, if you're Hayden Birdsong, even if you're Robbie Ray, a veteran guy, just watch Blake Snell pitch. Would you just watch him pitch? Because he's going to pound the strike zone. And then he didn't pound it. He was nibbling around a little bit. So I want to see him finish the year. I would want to re-sign him. I'm not saying that. But I do wonder if some of the earlier career concerns with Blake Snell are still not there, where for whatever reason, he's got good enough stuff to just pound the strike zone and challenge hitters and get him out in 3 pitches or less, John. But a lot of starts, his mechanics aren't great. He can't locate his fastball. He hasn't walked guys like he did last year when he led the league in walks and still led the league at ERA, which is amazing, and won the Cy Young. But there are times he's just allergic to getting in the strike zone. I don't know if he's nibbling or he can't pound it. I thought after the no-hitter he'd be a different pitcher and he would challenge more. And he did for a while, and then he's kind of reverted back to what he was.
Well, the negotiations are going to be really interesting because he's 31. He's going to be 32 in December. So next year he's pitching at age 32. He's been up and down in his career. He's won a couple of Cy Youngs, but in between he's been bad at times. And like you said, he was so dominant at the end of last year, was so bad at the beginning of this year, which is attributed to missing spring training. But then, like you said, he got into this hot streak. And then the other day, his last outing, he pitches 42 pitches in the first inning, and then he's out of the game. So he's 3-3 with the 3.52. He's got 124 strikeouts and about 90 innings pitched. But, Scott Boras likes to put together this big Bible about how great these guys are. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm going to give 6 years. So he's going to pitch till this is through his age 38 season for a guy who right now has got about 2 more starts. He's got 18 starts under his belt. He's 3-3 with the 3.52. I understand everybody wants to go deeper into the analytics, but the bottom line is, and you talk about this all the time, how many wins did you give me? Like, not even just 3-3 with the 3.52. How many wins did you give me during the season? And I start thinking to myself, to Scott Boras, look, I know a lot of teams are going to be in on him because pitching is at a premium, and he is at his top level one of the best pitchers in the league. But how long is that going to last? Now, I can eat a couple of years at the end of a contract. That's what a lot of teams do. That's just it's just the way things go now. The last couple of years might be ugly. But can I even get 4 good years out of Blake Snell? Like 32 to 36. Can I get 4 years out of it? Because I can eat the last 2, and I understand how that works. But can I get 4 out of the 6? I don't know.
Yeah, he's 31. He's going to turn 32 December the 4th. So I hear you. I think early 30s, he should be able to pitch effectively and he does take care of himself. Has he ever had a significant injury? He's had years where he hasn't thrown that many innings. Even when he won his 2 Cys last year and in Tampa, he threw 180 innings both of those years. So, but I think that's more just how they used him, and he would not often go through the lineup a third time. That's another thing. He was getting deeper into games, but if you're going to pay a guy, so how much are we talking about here? $30 million a year for 6 years?
You're probably talking around $200 million, right?
So,
I mean, 30 is
30
180,
plus.
so you're going probably 30 plus.
Yeah, I
6
mean,
years.
You're paying $1 million to start. Then he pitches 2/3 of the game. That's the one thing with him, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt because last year he did go deep into games starting in May. He wouldn't go deep, into the 7th, but he was going 6 strong. It wasn't like he was 5 and fly. But, he threw his no-hitter, and that's the only complete game he's ever had. He's had a few 6-inning outings, 7. You mentioned the game start in Seattle when he threw just 3 innings, and he was mad at himself that he went back out there after I think it was the 39-pitch second inning, and then a start before the one last night against Milwaukee, Arizona. He threw 42 pitches in the first inning, and he was gone. I mean, that's not, he just does that a little bit too much. The one thing is... Scott will represent him and get the deal done. So, Blake has said that he the Giants it's up to the Giants if they want to sign me. And Scott Boras did break tendencies in signing Matt Chapman, not even in the offseason, but he signed him in the middle of a season, which is really odd. But Scott did say when they were reintroducing Chapman after his, another contract signing last week, the biggest and most important thing is when a player plays well somewhere, you have to pay attention to it. Because we want players to do well. So I think he is doing well here, or he was, and he feels comfortable here. But he also said, did you see what Scott Boras said about the impact of the Oakland A's leaving this marketplace will have on the San Francisco Giants? And the Giants franchise will generate more revenue than the New York Yankees, which is, whoa. Now, I understand that they'll have the entire Bay Area, and it did change the business model with the Niners where we are today. When the Raiders left, there's no doubt when you have the entire Bay Area to yourself, that you'll be the biggest one team in the market, city. New York, Chicago, LA, they all share. The Yankees are at a different stratosphere for what they're able to generate in their TV rights. I'm not sure that's exactly accurate, but if you're looking to Scott Boras to sign a half a decade or more contract with the San Francisco Giants LLC, what he's making a point is that they are going to be flush with cash when the A's leave in 5-10 years. And so are they going to put that back into their baseball team? How are they going to do that? So the number could be even bigger than you'd think if he stretches out and signs a 6-year deal.
I don't necessarily disagree, but there's 2 things at play. We've discussed this many times. All these NBC Sports Bay Area, I don't know how much more they're going to pay just because the A's leaves with all the issues with all these independent.
These rights are getting up there.
Yeah.
Our rights are up,
Yeah, I heard that.
And the radio rights are up one more year.
Yeah.
And they're paying big money. Big money. Well, it's just, are they going to get that kind of money? The NBC Sports Bay Area rights are huge, and they don't draw the ratings the Warriors draw.
Right. And then the other side of it is that if he's talking about, all of a sudden a bunch of A's fans converted to Giants fans, that's not going to happen. But maybe
it will in time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. 10 years down the line, I agree with him.
He's going to sign his player to a 6-year contract. He's going to want some of that.
Yeah, you're going to have young people who aren't a fan of either yet. Then the A's leave. It's kind of like the Raiders. It will gradually grow, but it's not going to be like, damn, I was an A's fan.
No,
now I'm
I
a
think
Giants fan.
if you're going to go to 2 baseball games a year and your 2 games are going to be in Oakland, now your 2 games you're going to go to are going to be in San Francisco. I think it's different for baseball. I'll be anxious to see starting next year what the dynamic for attendance is. I think they will have a spike in attendance next year because the A's don't draw a lot, but they draw some. And if the Giants are able to get baseball fans that treat it like the county fair and they go to the game once or twice a year, They got to go to Sacramento. Maybe I think A's fans will drive to Sacramento, but I think some of them will go over to San Francisco.
I think some will, but I do think over time it will be gradual because people will grow up with it, and that's just the way it goes. We've talked about that with the Raiders and the Niners. When the Raiders left for the first time, a lot of people were football. They didn't have any choice, so they became Niners fans. And while the Raiders nationally are a great brand, locally they absolutely took a hit from that. But it took.
But the
time
business
to do that.
model here increased a lot that the Raiders left town, and the Niners are the only NFL team in the market.
But he's saying that right away that's going to happen.
He's saying he's saying in 10 years.
10 years I could buy that.
You think? I mean, they say they're going to generate more revenue than the New York Yankees.
I don't know about that.
Well, the thing that's different is the Yankees own the S Network, so they don't. But I'm sure they sell the revenue and they generate money from it. It's not like NBC Sports Bay Area, NBC Universal writes the Giants a check for the Giants' rights. They don't do that with the Yankees, but the Yankees sell it themselves. So the Yankees probably make more money doing it that way and taking the middleman out. But I mean, just to say, because their TV rights in New York are so enormous.
Right.
I mean, just to say they're going to, it doesn't matter if they do or don't. What he's saying is they're going to be not, where they are, like top 10 probably revenue in baseball, top 8 now. They're going to be in 1 and 2. Will they generate more revenue than the Los Angeles Dodgers or the San Diego Padres in 10 years?
They could. I mean, they could, but a lot of it has to do with corporate sponsorships. So were the A's flush with corporate sponsorships that now want to go over to the Giants? I mean, it's great that more turnstiles are turning, but just like we've seen the last couple of nights, when they fall out of the race, the attendance is going down. I mean, I'm being nice. It's sparse. I think that's being nice. It's sparse right now.
Yeah, it's 22,000
once
right
they
now.
fall
well,
out.
I can't recall. I guess when they lost 98 games when Boach was here. When is it we've had a completely dark September like this? I mean, they've been, even last year, they went right to like the third week in September, and they went to those 2-game series in Arizona with Cap. I mean, basically the season's been over since Labor Day.
Yeah. All right, let's get you ready for Tim Ryan, top of the hour in about 10 minutes. Many topics to discuss. We'll look back at the Jets, look ahead to the Vikings. T-Rock will join us for the football hour at 11 on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, inviting you to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar. They have these periodically, and the next one is Friday, September the 20th at noon, so a week from Friday. It's a great opportunity to find out all about custom lens replacement. At the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have, like what's the difference between custom lens replacement, CLR, and LASIK surgery. I've had both, and I think CLR is way better, but you may not be a candidate for CLR. LASIK may be the way to go. So they'll tell you if you're a good candidate for one over the other. What is the cost? Is there financing involved? How long will the procedure take? And they also will educate you that you cannot get a cataract after you have the CLR procedure, which is great. So find out how CLR is the permanent solution for you to readers, contacts, glasses, and never developing cataracts the rest of your life. It's all at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar, Friday, September the 20th at noon. So plan ahead. Space will be limited. Register now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tim Ryan, in about 5 minutes, he will darken our doorstep. He'll be outside that window. And
it's a big shadow.
It's a big
He
shadow.
can darken a lot. He's a big man.
Yeah, so he'll join us in about 5 minutes. We'll do the Tim Ryan Football Hour, look back at the Jets, look ahead to the Vikings. By the way, I know we'll have Paul Allen on tomorrow. Kevin Harlan is calling the game nationally. We'll have
Kevin
Harlan
tomorrow.
on.
Two of my favorites.
So that's going to be fun. But I know he always gives you grief. How was the appearance today? How confident were they in them?
No, he was mainly inquisitive about the San Francisco 49ers. You want to know about Sam Darnold? I did say, about I thought the Niners were the best team in the NFC, and he said, why do you think they're better than the Lions? And I said, basically, Jared Goff. I think Detroit's good. We got to see where their defense is and the young pieces they put there. They look good against the Rams. Goff is a good slinger. He's not like Darnold. But unlike Sam that can reset his feet, I mean, the difference in the championship game last year was Brock's feet. The 21-yard run, the 21-yard run, the 10-yard run. And Jared Goff missing Reynolds on the fourth down, but Bosa made him reset. And, the other fourth down, Armstead chased him out to his right. I think it comes down to just a few plays here and there, and the Lions are good. We're going to see them late in the year on a Monday night game that may decide supremacy in the NFC, but it was all business. I go on Paul's show quite a bit, probably once every couple of months, because they talk heavy football. They love football in the Twin Cities, but this week it wasn't as jovial. It's Viking week.
Because usually you guys, do they play that for you?
No, that was
when
more
you were
me.
on the air?
I took on that tone just to make it a different vibe.
Yeah, and that's not like a wolf
Because we went
thing.
there last year and they stole our Juicy Lucy's. We don't want that again.
There he is.
Tim is darkening our doorstep. You want me to bring him in? I'll bring him.
Yeah,
in.
go ahead.
It's your show. I'll be
No,
back
go
in.
ahead. It's not-
I'll be back
definitely.
in. I'll be back in 2 and 2.
Okay. You and Chuck Willery? All right, so Tim Ryan's going to join us momentarily. We were talking about Paul Allen is the voice of the Vikings, just to get you caught up on everything. And Paul is awesome. He's a Bay Area guy, and he's been the voice of the Vikings for many, many years. PA on the mic. I think he's on Twitter. Really fun guy to follow and hilarious. And he'll come on our show tomorrow. And between he and Harlan, they'll have a great time. Good friends with Pop. And it's just fun. It's just fun to have him on. So he was on, and he said they are talking all business, which normally is not the case. Normally. Oh, very nice. I avoided pain as Tim walks by. Very, very good.
Out of the way out.
Yeah, it won't be it'll definitely be on the way out. He's looking good. He's getting all
We got the same
settled.
outfits on today. It's very
Yeah, you guys.
We're like twinsies.
Wow. Wow. If you didn't hear that. So,
And if I had
because
arms
Tim
like
has
his, I'd wear short
Tim has short sleeves, same shirt, but Tim has short sleeves, Pop has long sleeves, same hat on. So tired.
Same shoes.
Wow, both. Do you have the same shorts? You have the same shorts?
Same underwear.
Oh, my God. Tim doesn't wear underwear, I don't think. I think he's
Commando.
He's free falling. He's
commando.
Tom Petty.
Free
falling. But he'll
Is
get
it time?
situated. Yeah.
For the football
Yeah,
hour?
sure. We'll play the. Why don't we play the fancy open, and I'll give you a read while Tim's getting all situated and stuff. Tim Ryan, sponsored by Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Let me try this again. Tim Ryan is sponsored by Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org. Here, he can take these good ones and I can fix those. Yeah, those are busted. Let me fix those. Yeah, I'll fix them. Hang on a second. Here you go. I'm gonna do a little flip here. You can take those. All right. I will fix these broken ones. I'll fix these broken ones, and then we'll get Tim in here and start talking some Jets, and then we will get into a little bit of get some feedback here. Hang on, a little bit of Vikings as well.
Whoa! Please stand by. We are experiencing technical.
Oh yeah, those ones are.
We got the
weird.
headphone situation on.
Never let equipment beat you, Johnny Lund, ever.
Let me see here.
No.
All right, there again.
How are you, bro?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Your tape review of the Jets game. What did you ascertain?
dominated the trenches on both sides of the ball. I thought Brock did a great job executing the game plan in the passing game. We can go over how the start went. It's obviously a team sport. Offense not great early, but they once that third drive started, they started humming, and it really was about the line of scrimmage. I think where I was so impressed was watching. I mean, these when you got 10 guys or 9 guys blocking like they're blocking and locked up a lot of those white jerseys right at the point of attack, and that game has got the synchronicity to it. That usually doesn't happen till a little bit later in the year. And when you consider the fact that the 5 guys didn't really play together in the preseason in terms of the offensive line, along with the tight ends, and Saubert had a lot of good blocks too when he was out there with
good.
Really good, and was out there with Kittle, who was just Kittle, dominating again in terms of his blocks and doing what he always does in the passing game when his number is called. Kyle Juszczyk blocking, the wide receivers blocking. I mean, it just Juwan Jennings coming alive, getting the passing game started on that deep crosser versus that cover 2. To get him in position. I think it was the third drive, maybe the fourth. But I think what was so impressive was the synchronicity of the offense in terms of the run blocking and the fits of the running back. The Mason madness was ridiculous. You guys asked me pregame, what's going to change? Absolutely nothing. This guy is going to pound the rock. And he was on that free safety all night long. Tony Adams, I promise you, woke up sore Tuesday morning because of what JP was bringing to the table. And that's key to the 49er run game. If they can get it on the deep middle safety or on the free safety, they're cooking with gas. And they were able to do that throughout the game. And then defensively, what can you say? I mean, Aaron Rodgers made a couple of great throws in the game. The first 3rd and 8, which keyed their third drive, right, and got him
Garrett Wilson.
to Garrett Wilson. Diamador Lenore, great throw, beats really good coverage, and it was really good coverage, but it was a great throw, and Garrett Wilson was able to hang on to it. He made a couple of the throw over Ike Adams' ear hole to Lazard down the sideline. Was a spectacular throw. I mean, he made 2 or 3 really good throws that gave them some momentum. The free play on the touchdown. The mistake by the defense. But other than that, the defensive line dominated, and Fred was Fred, the Fred punch, knocking it out. Devondre Campbell played well. Flanagan Fowles played well. Great eyes on that interception. Gio played well. I thought everybody played well. Where I was most impressed was the play of the defensive tackles. And watching Malik Collins and his impact on how he can defeat double teams in the run game and how he can set guys up in the pass game. I know Leonard Floyd told him after the Vegas game, you owe me a sack, because he thought he was getting one on the one where Malik rolled into his knee and hyperextended it. Well, he got his payback because obviously Bosa got the party started running the corner on Big Tyron. But it was the stunt on the other side. Malik Collins, it's the TE stunt. I call it a tech stunt because the tackle's first. He's got to get the gap. He's got to get the B gap. He's got to get in between the guard and the tackle. And once he does, and it's such a cooperation block because the end's got to charge up field like he's rushing the edge. That helps open the door. Malik Collins gets in that B gap, throws a nasty rip. Man, he is violent with his hands. That's old school D-line play. Not a whole bunch of swipes by him. I mean, he's a ripper and a clubber. That's what he likes to do. And he got the gap. Once that first guy gets the gap, it's a wrap, because now they've got to make a decision. Do they let the guy that got the gap go and then the guard falls back inside for the wrapper, or does he stay with him because that guy's got the shortest run to the quarterback? Well, they stay with Malik. Leonard Floyd with his eyes and wraps it tight, comes underneath, gets the sack. Then the next drive's a 3 and out. I mean, the defense was humming. I thought Sorensen was on it in terms of his calls when he was, you look at some of the run stunts, some of the defenses they played were right on time and called at the right time. So all in all, I mean, then special teams 6 for 6, almost had a couple of blocked punts. When you go back and watch that on the tape. So it was a dominant performance from top to bottom. When you score on 8 consecutive drives, they'll want to get the red zone stuff cleaned up. And we can talk about why that didn't work. There's certainly reasons, not excuses, but reasons why it didn't work, including the one dropped by BA, who did a great job of really bursting at the end because he was covered. And Brock trusts him, so Brock's going to throw it to the spot. And Ayuk bursted at the end, laid out, was in great position, really created space for himself with that last-second burst. and then dropped it. And that's what the thing with Ayuk is great route runner. I knew he wasn't going to be out of gas. I don't think he was. And they didn't play him as much as they typically do in a game. But his gas tank is fine. His stamina is fine. It's just the processing of making plays on the ball. Executing in that split second when the ball's in front of you and you got to go get it. The first drop with C.J. Gardner getting the pass breakup. I think if B.A. just keeps driving through that slant, and it's man coverage. He does a great job of getting the inside leverage and running the slant route. But in the last second, he kind of drifted back into C.J. Gardner instead of just driving to the football.
Sauce Gardner.
Sauce Gardner, yeah. Instead of just driving to the football. And Sauce was able to use those long arms, get in position to get a pass breakup. But dominant performance all the way around. I was fired up for the Levi's crowd.
As a former player, how do you explain what Trent did to go out and just do what he did like it was normal?
Well, he's different than everybody else, John. I was just a normal player. So he went out there and Trent was Trent. I mean, he had to get some IV fluids late in the game. With dehydration, but
ever have a tongue cramp?
I never had a tongue cramp. Well,
because I talk so much.
Hold on. Think about that. Yeah, so he was Trent. You don't worry about him. He was great in pass pro. He was hooking guys in the run game. When they were charging across his face, he was doing his classic, let him fall on his face, not get a holding call. He was Trent, which was awesome. The whole offensive line, Brendel was out of his mind good. And look, Quinnen Williams did nothing in the game. The first play of the game, Brendel and Aaron Banks pancaked Quinnen Williams. That was a tone setter right from the get-go when they were backed up. And then Pooney's bringing the Monsoony, bro. He's going to rain on a lot of parades this year in terms of guys singing,
is that new?
Yeah, that one just came out of nowhere. That one just came out of nowhere. I was talking to my daughter the other day, or my son.
Bringing the Monsoony.
And they said, Pooney, Dad, Pooney's good. I said, he's a Monsoony. He's just going to rain on a lot of parades of these defensive linemen that think they're going to have a post rookie that they can take care of. His balance, he's reaching wide three techniques, four eyes. The block on the touchdown that was called back, which was an absolute garbage call. I thought it had no impact.
Mason, the Debo hold.
It had no impact on the play. They were already by Sauce, and they call that play because he's got that loose jersey on. But, I mean, he reaches out and just hooks the guy bigger than Dallas, opens the lane. I just love the synchronicity in the run game, the play calling, the defense at the line of scrimmage, dominant performance from top to bottom.
We didn't talk about the quarterback a little bit.
Damn good.
Just solid game by Bragg. At one point, he was 2 for 7. He hit his first throw to Kittle, and then he missed 5 in a row. And then he was 2 for 7. I thought what unlocked it, you mentioned that Jennings, the 22-yard gain on 2nd and 19, got him going. And then he had Kittle on the out cut.
Correct.
And Brock just had a very efficient game. They obviously leaned heavily on the run, but Brock played like Brock.
Oh, yeah, Brock was outstanding. He was reading the coverage, diagnosing where he needed to go, finding the holes, and throwing the ball. And, look, the first 2 incompletions on the first, there was nobody open. The one he threw away to Debo, maybe there could have been a better play called. I think it was 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 2, some options on the stick, something shorter. There was nobody open, and there was some pressure coming. I think it was Quinnen Williams on that play. So he just unloaded it and threw it away. And then the same on the next incompletion. Kinlaw trucked Brendel and got under Brendel's pads right on the nose, and got him kind of off his spot and moving backwards. Jake did stay up. He didn't go down, but Kendall had a major impact on that play, and Brock just threw it away. Then the Sauce Gardner pass breakup. So, I mean, there's reasons why the ball wasn't completed on those plays. And in the red zone, the first one, again, nobody open on either one of those plays. Second time in the red zone, give the Jets credit, they blew up the reverse pass to Debo. They were all over that. Jermaine Johnson and his penetration just blew by Chris Conley and really wrecked the play. And Debo almost made something out of it. He breaks that last tackle and gets outside. He's taken that one to the house. And then the third time in the red zone was the BA drop. So they're going to want to clean those things up anytime, especially after takeaways. You love to capitalize with touchdowns. But But there's going to be a major challenge now in Minnesota when you start talking about the Vikings and what they do on both sides of the ball, but especially on defense.
Tim Ryan is here, the Tim Ryan Power Hour, Tim Ryan Football Hour. We do it every Thursday here from Levi's Stadium. The big story, obviously, is Christian McCaffrey. J.P. Mason was great last week. If he has to do it again, can he do it again? We'll get to it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Joined Copes and Dieter yesterday, was in for Tom, and discussed Trent Williams' importance to the 49ers offense. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. Yes, John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. Some are not even based in the entire state. Now, you don't want that. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and it's been that way for nearly 30 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Of course they do. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, we're coming up on fall, but the weather is still beautiful. And, of course, in the city, it is always great in the fall. So motorcyclists, pedestrian cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident, feel extremely confident that you are in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That is the Dolan Law Firm, and they've secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you paid nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now back to Papa and Lund and Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Oh, my goodness. You talk about a tidal wave rush?
This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Second and goal, 5-yard line. J.P. Mason, the lone back. Kittle and Debo are stacked right. Ute behind Bell left. They run Mason off the left side. A cutback run. Touchdown! San Francisco!
A little Mason madness on the cutback right off an unbelievable block by George Kittle.
He's maddening!
You had that one in your pocket. You knew. You definitely knew. The Tim Ryan Football Hour, the Tim Ryan Power Hour. It's Papa and Lund live from Levi's Stadium right here on these Sports Leaders. We get week 2 underway tonight with the Dolphins and the Bills. But let's get more into it. Christian McCaffrey, even though he was, again, yesterday saying, I want to play, it'll come down to probably another game-time decision. But J.P. Mason sure showed that he can carry the load. 28 carries, 147 yards.
Yeah, what was his previous high? 11 carries?
11
was it the Bucks last year?
Yep.
I tell you where JP, he's always, he's 5'6" carry, so he's always done a really good job when he's been given opportunity. But to go out there and to be the bell cow and to run a variety of different runs, whether it's that cutback run and counting on those down blocks and the seal blocks, such a challenge for defenses because you run it front side, now the backside's flying to get to the rock. Because they know that there's going to be a hole to the front side, and then they're flying, and then the 49ers run game just takes their momentum and uses it to their advantage. And they end up getting seals on the backside. Great block by Kittle and Debo Samuel, and JP knows where to go. I think what really, his physical style is obvious. His burst is obvious. I really appreciated his vision, again, in the variety of runs, but his conditioning and his stamina is... And again, he never had to really dig into his gas tank before in terms of what his role was. But I think working out with the linebackers, in particular Fred Warner, pushing him all summer. Nobody works out as hard as Fred in terms of just really, really getting after it in terms of burning those lungs and being ready for the grind. And he stuck to it. He was obviously all in, and it showed up on Monday night. So there's no doubt he can do it again. That's his running style. And again, the hay's in the barn, if you will, in terms of the conditioning. So I don't worry about that whatsoever with J.P. Mason.
Jets are a good defense, but we talked about it. The one weakness in their scheme is you can run on their front a little bit, and the Niners got after them with a variety of runs. These Minnesota Vikings of defensive coordinator Brian Flores a whole different deal.
Well, it's Brian Flores' offense because they play offense on defense. They don't play defense. They've got more packages, more fronts, and more people challenging the line of scrimmage than. And again, you can go back to wherever he's been, and that's what he does. And what makes the 49er offense and Kyle Shanahan great as a play caller and as a schemer is he's gonna use your discipline against you. So it's all about predicting where guys are going to be. First, you got to predict what the coverage you think the coverage is going to be. Then you got the beaters for that coverage. And that's obviously on a sliding scale post-snap when the coverage rotates or whatever. But they have a good idea of where guys are going to be, and they know how to make them pay for being disciplined and being good cover guys. You hooked flat, there he is, hooked flat. He's deep third, he's deep third. He's deep half, he's deep half. So they know how, and that's the key to the whole game planning and the scheming. And then, the good part is obviously the execution and getting it from the grease board to the grass. But when you have something like this, and this is a buzzsaw on defense, they have got 5-6 guys challenging the line. They'll have 9-man fronts. They'll load it with different players, which is also a challenge. Josh Mettle is a safety. He'll be in the hole as a linebacker. He'll be in the slot as a nickel. He'll be in the deep half as a safety. They blitz him off the edge all the time. Ivan Pace Jr., second-year linebacker, has shown up big time. He's flying around. He's downhill all the time. Reminds me of one of those Cleveland Brown linebackers where he's just hitting it. They're just hitting it. And the reason they do it is a couple reasons. Number one, they want to confuse your blocking schemes up front. Different players, different alignments. Oh boy, what do we do? because everyone usually adjusts to the 49ers shifts and motions, and it's not, and I'm talking run game now. So that creates a little bit of a hesitation for the blockers and the aiming points and now who they're getting. And then I think most importantly, when you've got 6 blockers in the run game at the line of scrimmage, or 7, they're going to match that number, and then they're going to send everybody because they're going to get one-on-ones. The combination blocks, there's not a lot of combination blocks because everybody's got to be accounted for. So they get a lot of one-on-one opportunities, and when you watch them play, the violence that they play with and the ability to not stay blocked is impressive. Now the Giants, not a great effort. And I think you go back to Minnesota, and I think maybe they started to had some injuries and stuff. They started to wear down at the end of the season last year on defense, and that's hard when you're, got a musical chair at quarterback and you don't have a real run game to count on, and they didn't. They do this year. So their defense is humming. I mean, 4.4 yards per pass attempt, a 44 QBR for Daniel Jones, 240 yards, 5 sacks. I mean, they dominated that football game on the road. So they're flying high. They've got confidence through the roof on that side of the ball, and Brian Flores does a great job with those guys. But where they're different with all that stuff and with all the blitz pressures, and again, I think they had the highest blitz rate. I think I read that somewhere, highest blitz rate in pro football last year, is most of the time when guys blitz, they're going to play man behind it, and they're going to get in your hip pocket, and they're going to make the quarterback make a quick throw versus tight coverage. I see a lot of off zone behind their pressures. So they don't have a lot of guys in position. They kind of, I want to say bend but don't break, but they're going to give you the underneath stuff with all those guys wreaking havoc, counting on you making a mistake, counting on your quarterback making a mistake, counting on getting a free runner, counting on winning quick and getting hits on the quarterback. To them, the risk of that is worth the reward. Now, the risk is if the quarterback's seeing it and getting it out, there's space underneath to be able to complete a lot of short passes against these guys. But the challenge with that, again, is being able to get yards after the catch and being able to break tackles. And you look at those two safeties, Harrison Smith, I don't know, he's a year 20. I mean, it's 13 or 14, but he still is really smart in terms of where he is on the field, on the grid, his angles. He's an outstanding tackler. And the other guy in Bynum's better. The cow kid who
intercepted Brock twice last year.
He's a better tackler. I mean, he is a really, really sure tackler. So, they're not going to ask Stephon Gilmore to play man coverage. Stephon Gilmore was a great player in his day. Still a very good player. He's not, and we saw that in Dallas over the last couple of seasons. He's not the shutdown corner that he used to be, but he doesn't have to be here. He's got to get to his deep third, and he's got to rally up and tackle.
It sounds to me, though, that if they want to do that, and especially looking at the tape and say, okay, we're going to bring a bunch of guys up, Brock we all know, he's a fast processor. So isn't that advantage 49ers?
Well, it's advantage 49ers if they can get yards after the catch,
which they can,
and then B, and probably most importantly, execute in the red zone. Because they're going to give up. If you do that, and teams certainly have done that, and Brock's more than capable of doing that, there's going to be a lot of double-digit play drives, and you'd be shocked, John, at the 10, double-digit, 10-plus play drives that end in a mistake, not a touchdown. It's just a trend in the NFL that's always happened. The more opportunities you have on a long drive, guys start to get tired. Guys start to, maybe get impatient, and then you end up making a mistake. So Brock's got to take what they give him. This is a big challenge on a short week because these guys do what nobody else does, and it's all right in the face of the quarterback and in the face of your protection. So major challenge for the coaches, for the quarterback, for the offense, everybody on offense.
You got to go silent count on the road.
And I mean, you correct me. You know the numbers, days since, days until, but I don't think they've won there since '92.
That's it. That's right. That's the number.
And I know the Dome rocked. I played, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 times in the Dome. That place was a challenge in terms of the noise level.
That thing?
This place is just as loud.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Do you hate that as much as he does?
Oh, yeah, I
I
know.
still got a headache from that, Dan. Every time they make a first down, they sound that.
That was
thing.
like college.
They had 24 first downs
Congratulations,
last
you
year.
got a
Yeah, well, that was an ugly performance, obviously, and lost fumbles, 0 blitzes before half. Kirk Cousins was out of his freaking mind. T.J. Hawkinson was out of his mind. That was without Justin Jefferson. I mean, we haven't even gotten into the other side of the ball, but that cat had 1,000+ in 10 games last year. They move him everywhere. He is maybe the best, complete wide receiver in pro football, and rightly so. So that's going to be a major challenge for the defense. And then I know we're going to jump into their offense, but where they're different is consistency and arm talent at quarterback with Sam, who started 12 of 12. And then Aaron Jones, who in division comes over from the Packers, rejuvenated. I mean, he was rejuvenated when he came off the injury list last year. You better gang tackle this cat because he's going to find a crack, loves the belly play, loves to bounce to the edge, hard to tackle.
Yeah, we know what he did in the Green Bay playoff game as well. We will get into all those conversations. Plus, does Tim Ryan love Sam Darnold as much as Papa loves Sam Darnold? I don't know if that's possible, but we'll discuss next.
Papa loves talent, that's all.
On the
Sam, I am.
Later.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. Aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels, it delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. So stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double casked, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail.
faithful. This hour, we go from snap to whistle.
It's the mindset of full speed, nonstop, snap to whistle.
This is Tim Ryan's Bull Rush with Papa and Lunch on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
2 are left, 3 are right. Darnold pumps, throws, end zone. It is caught by Ronnie Bell. Touchdown, San Francisco.
What a strong catch by Ronnie Bell.
I know those guys. Last year, 11 months ago, Vikings and 49ers were getting to Sam Darnold, but some of the changes, it's amazing. In the NFL, look, there's always turnover in this whole thing, but Justin Jefferson is back. Doesn't look like Addison's going to play. He had 7 for 123 and 2 touchdowns. TJ Hawkinson, their tight end, Iowa guy, 11 for 86. No Donnell Hunter, who had the Minnesota's only sack. The Niners turned it over 3 times. Minnesota outgained the 49ers 452 to 325 and 8 of 13 on third down.
Cousins was out of his mind.
Yeah, he was awesome. So no Cousins. You got Darnold in there. As I mentioned, some of those guys missing, and then the 49ers get Trent back. They didn't have him. They had a concussed, as we talked about a lot, Brock Purdy in that game. They didn't have Deebo Samuel in that game, plus Leonard Floyd, all the additions.
CMC was not CMC with the oblique off the Cleveland game. So,
and they did have Greenlaw. They did have Talon Holofunga, but I would say with all the changes, and that's a lot for 11 months, I'd say advantage 49ers.
I think I agreed. Now again, it's hard to win on the road, and it's hard to win, period. But on the road in a place like that, in that venue, on a short week, trying to prepare, there are certain indicators that lean for the Minnesota Vikings. But 49ers are a better football team from top to bottom. I think Kevin O'Connell does a great job with what he does on offense. I mean, is the challenges they had for, again, 7 games not having their best player on offense to still end up 10th on offense without a consistent run game. I mean, that kind of he's just a good play caller. He has a feel, and this is, so much of Kyle's stuff in terms of what he's running. And so there are some similarities. But having Justin Jefferson back, I don't want to say it makes up for those 2 players because they were great in that Monday night game. Addison right before half, Addison on the over route. I think it was Greenlaw on the little special that didn't get out there, if I remember.
It was.
I know the plan going in was to get hands on TJ Hawkinson, the tight end. That never happened throughout the game defensively. So there were some structural issues. And then you mentioned the turnovers on offense, the fumble down in the red zone early in the game from CMC, and then the 2 interceptions late and with opportunity. So this is when you look at this offense, again, I think first and foremost, they got a good offensive line, especially at tackle. I think Bradbury's a good center, although he's a little undersized. He's a veteran. He's been there for a while. The way Malik Collins is playing, we haven't even talked about the Gravedigger. Looks totally different to me in terms of just his fitness level, his burst, his ability to stay in that gap in those double teams. That was on full display the other night. He really, really played well. Those guys should get after their offensive guards. Brandel is a good player, but he's mostly been a backup, the left guard. Ed Ingram is in his 3rd year. He's a guy that certainly is talented. He was drafted high, I think, 2nd-round pick. Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott, whoever's in there should be able to get after him in the passing game and in the run game. It's going to start with stopping Aaron Jones and not letting Sam Darnold find a rhythm. Sam started 12 of 12, and Pop loves, as I said, he loves talent, and Sam is loaded with talent. He's the human jugs machine. He's incapable of throwing a non-spiral. I mean, the way the ball comes off of his hand, and it can be at any platform, up here, down here, on the run, sideways, back. It's always it's always hissing at you, and it's tight. The touchdown to Justin Jefferson on the slant route, that ball location, you just can't. In that game last week, you can't. It can't be any better.
He fired it.
So if he can lean on that run game and get himself into the third manageables, and then most importantly, I think if you watch him last week, I didn't see a lot of it. They did some of it, but I know Kevin from last year and what he wants to do. They can up tempo you. They can change their tempo on offense. And the good thing about tempo is a couple things. Number one, they want to get you rush tired. Number two, they want to force the coordinator to be on the sideline and not be a part of the game, because now they're going so fast and they don't sub. They can get you in a personnel grouping, or they know that it's got to be quick checks by the defense in terms of the coverage, and a lot of times it's transparent coverage, especially play 3 or 4 of an up-tempo drive. Now, if Sam knows what you're in pre-snap and you stay in it post-snap and he knows where his reads are, this offense it's got really good structure. Again, it's a lot of Kyle's stuff. It's quarterback friendly. There are going to be holes, and all zones have holes in them. There's going to be holes. So, there's opportunities to play man against these guys, but then what do you do with Justin Jefferson? You put 2 over 1 on him. They move him around everywhere. How do you do that when he's in the slot? So there's a lot of catch-22s when you want to do different things because of his talent and how they use him. But I think the biggest thing, and Sam started 12 of 12 against the Giants, and they overcame some early issues. I think they had a sack on the second play of the game. Then they had a lost fumble on like the 4th play of the game with their backs up, C.J. Ham. Yeah. Then they had a big holding call on like the 5th play of the game or something. They were able to overcome it. He started 12 of 12. If he can get into a rhythm and he sees what you're in, it's going to be a challenge to shut down that passing game.
Aaron Jones, and you were talking, John, about the differences this year, last year. And last year, Dalvin Cook was gone. Alexander Madison was their lead back, who's mainly been a backup in his career. The upgrade to Aaron Jones is huge. We saw him last year with Green Bay, and he just knows how to run the outside
Seems like
zone.
we see him every year.
Yeah, we play Green Bay a lot, but last year in that playoff game on your flip 90 getting wide, I thought we were going to lose the game. And that play happened, I thought, whoa. And then Charvarius ran him down, and they missed a field goal. But at that very moment, I thought, uh-oh, what's going on here? This guy he's got some years on him, and Green Bay brought in Josh Jacobs, but he is a special back and a huge upgrade over Alexander Madison. So the challenge, and the 49ers shut down Breece Hall, one of the best backs in football last weekend. What do they do with Aaron Jones?
Gang tackle him. I think the thing with Breece Hall is, you take your shot in space on him because he's not going to really run a lot of people over. He's going to make you miss. Very slippery, and saw that all year last year when he was playing. They just shut him down early, and I think getting penetration by the D tackles, you get bodies in his face in the backfield, and again, he's not a true power back that's going to run through that stuff. Capable, but that's not his MO. This is a different animal. For his size, and he's, 210 maybe in terms of Aaron Jones, he runs much bigger. He's an absolute slasher. He's got contact balance. He's strong. He is hard to get down. You saw, we've seen it for years as a Packer.
Remember the little screen when Aaron hit him in the snow game outright and he ran all the way down?
Yeah, you were mad at Jimmy Ward.
No, Jimmy Ward, who made the tackle? Tart.
Jaquaski saved it.
Day.
Yeah.
And then we blocked a field goal.
Right.
He's involved in everything. He takes a little check down, he can run after.
And I would imagine, especially if Addison's limited or can't go, he's their number 2 option in the passing game. He is a complete player. Not bad for a 5th rounder out of UTEP. What a career he has had. So I think the thing with him is set the edge on defense because he's going to want to bounce. He's capable of running between the tackles. There's a hole there. He's going to squeeze every bit of grass out of it. But if there's not, and you have not set the edge with your outside arm free in good position, he's going to bounce it. And when he bounces it, good luck because he's got instant acceleration. He's got juice. And he wants to take it to the back end with power. You got to gang tackle him, get a lot of people to the football.
Well, let me go back to Sam Darnold for just a second because he was saying yesterday, I was watching him talk to the media, and he said that he learned so much here. But why hasn't it worked? He does have the arm talent. He has the physical side of things. I saw a little bit early in training camp. Sometimes he'll struggle mentally.
Who has it worked for with the Jets?
Yeah, that's true.
Let's just start with that. So, again, when you're a high pick, you're usually going to a team that doesn't have it all together. And then you start pressing. And I think the one thing you could say about Sam, and I think that probably a lot of what he learned here is, and he's with a really good team, so you don't have to press all the time. When quarterbacks press and they start forcing stuff, you're going to end up with mistakes in pro football against defenses. And that's obvious when you look at all the interceptions he threw. in his first 5 or 6 years as a starter. I thought he was playing damn good football in Carolina before.
He was 4-2. He played great football with Steve Wilkes.
Yeah, and again, I mean, this is a team sport. You need everybody around you. You need your defense playing well. When young quarterbacks are pressing, it's usually a challenge. That's the luxury Brock has had. He's had good defenses for the most part since he's been out there playing. And you say the same for Jimmy G, other than maybe the first year that he was here. So he's got all the skill sets. He can throw it anywhere on the field. He's got way more mobility than you think. There's no doubt he's coming into his own. And I was reading over the summer and once in training camp before McCarthy got hurt that McCarthy was going to win the job. Not in my mind. There's not many college quarterbacks that are coming out that were going to beat Sam Darnold out. I think he would have won that job anyway. And I think in the long run it would have been good for JJ. So this will be good for him. But he's loaded with talent. He's an unbelievable competitor. The guy was a linebacker in high school. He likes to get dirty. He likes to, he plays a physical brand of football. So, again, it's going to be a big challenge for the defense. And, knows how to look guys off, knows how to thread the needle, has a rocket arm. But if they can get the run game contained, offense can do their thing with long drives, keep him off the field, and get points, touchdowns or field goals. Sam will have to press a little bit. And again, when he's going to press, then hopefully they can force him into some errors.
By the way, really, really quick, really good job in the pin and pull. So many things we were seeing Jones last year in that game, just these big alleyways. We saw that at the end of last year. We did not see that in week number 1. Is that issue solved?
Well, I think everyone loves to run the crack toss into the pin and pull into the boundary against the 49ers. So a few things need to happen. Number 1, the edge defender can't get pinned. That being the defensive end. So I think they've got opportunities. We didn't see it in the Jets game, but they've got opportunities now when they're in that situation to stand the defensive end up and be ready for the crack, be ready for the pin. If they can't pin that guy, it's a whole different play. When our DNs are in a 9 technique, historically, and they've got their helmet, their face mask 8 inches off the ground and all the weight's forward, and they've got their eyes tipped into the football trying to get a get off, right? That's how they're all taught. Even if there's a crack alert, they're penetrate, wreak havoc, get the edge, go. And it's an easy block for even a wide receiver or a tight end, big-bodied guy just to seal off the defensive end. Now if the center gets a free release versus, a 49er alignment that doesn't have him covered, Fred Warner now has got to be able to beat that and beat it quick and see it right away. So I think they're ready for it. They ran it last week. Bosa spun out of the crack. Diamador Lenore absolutely triggered from his nickel position and saw it. Anticipation and recognition. It's the whole thing with the crack toss. If you anticipate it, you can stop it. If they catch you by surprise and get you flat-footed, now they've got some alleys to run through. So I think they're mindful of when teams want to run it, and they'll continue to see it. And the more they shut it down, the less they'll see it. But I loved what I saw the other night.
All right, we got one big story that we need to discuss as well. Who's playing? Some injuries to discuss already. We'll finish up with the Vikings and the 49ers. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Tim Ryan's Bull Rush continues with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening to Tim Ryan Power Hour? We are wrapping it up. Mike Silver's going to join us at about
Michael.
12:30.
That's a good imitation. You sound like.
Yeah, there you go. Christian McCaffrey's been the big talking point all week long. I know J.P. Mason was awesome, like we talked about a little bit earlier, but do you expect CMC to play? What do you think?
I don't know. I think it depends on CMC and how the rest of this week goes. Did see him out there taking some reps yesterday. I don't think that was what's funny from the story from last week. And I don't think you rule CMC out until CMC rules himself out in terms of how he feels. And you know, and you trust him right up until game time. If he can go, he'll tell you. And most of the time he's going to. If he can't go, he'll tell you, and he'll be honest with himself, as hard as it is for him, I think. I think the thing with him is it's not like a timetable injury, right? It's something that's just been lingering. It's not like a high ankle where it's 4 to 6 weeks and maybe 3 weeks in he's closer than you thought and maybe he plays a little bit sooner. This is more on how he feels in terms of, that day or that in terms of the being game ready on game day. So I have no idea if he'll play. I hope he plays because he is obviously a great player and maybe the best player on this offense in terms of what he brings to the table, both in the run game and in the pass game. So I hope he does. If he doesn't feel like he can, I feel great about J.P. Mason, who had a big catch on that 3rd and 3 last week. Debo in the backfield doing his thing, and the 21 Tyson and running the football. If the offensive line plays like they played in the run game, and it's a much bigger challenge against these guys with all that attacking the line of scrimmage to be able to run it. And I think the 49ers ran it pretty well on them last year. They don't give up a lot of explosive runs because they're such good tacklers on the back end. But if the O-line and the protection, including the tight ends and Juice, if they execute like they did last week, there won't be any problem with the offense being able to move the ball.
We saw Leonard Floyd make his 49er debut, and just the combination and the bookend. I mean, Leonard Floyd had a sack himself, and it was, Bosa ran the hoop, and he came underneath, so he forced him to step up, and it was right there. But he was involved in both turnovers.
The shovel pass, the Fred punch, he was the swim on Tyron Smith on that was ridiculous.
And then on the interception, he was able to
ran the corner. Yep.
Yeah. So just as you size it up, we talked a lot about their interior three, and Malik and the Gravedigger inside, and Givens and Elliott behind. They got good tackles in Darisaw and Brian O'Neill. Yep. Just as you see Nick and Leonard Floyd, I don't know if Gross Matos will play in this game, at Beal Jr., how do you see the edges against them?
You got to ace at the edge in the run game, obviously, and that's not always an end with some of the stunts and the things they run. Sometimes it'll be a corner based on formation. Sometimes it'll be the nickel. I like the matchup. Nick is a great player. He's an all-pro. He's a former defensive MVP. Darisaw is good. He looks a lot like Trent Williams with his number and his body type. But he's, to me, not Trent Williams in terms of his execution and what he's able to do in the run game and in the pass game. Very good player. But, again, if Nick gets a swipe on you, he's going to turn the corner. And Floyd is, to me, and I say it about Debo Samuel all the time, it's horsepower and willpower. And Floyd's got both. He's got tremendous length. His RPMs are red hot all the time in terms of his motor and how he's going. And you and I have talked about this, and we talked about it in the game. Plays with great eyes. He's always got his eyes on his target. The target is the quarterback. The target is the football. So he never really gets out of position in terms of too far past the quarterback or stuck inside. He's always using his eyes and again, using his hands to get people off. He doesn't stay blocked very long because he's so violent and aggressive with his upper body. So I like that matchup. O'Neal is still a very good player. But if they can get Sam to have to hold it a little bit and get him hitching, and then I think the guys inside are going to dominate. I think and Woodoo and every pocket quarterback will tell every quarterback, especially when they're in the drop back game, the gut pressure is what kills them because they can't step up, and it's the quickest route to the quarterback. So when you talk about the matchups inside, I love those matchups. And if those guys are cooking, and now it's got to try to get out the side door or try to spill over the edge, both of those defensive ends will be in position to make a play. The whole key is, A, limiting and containing the run game, and then getting Sam into the third and longers where he's got to get off that first read, Justin Jefferson, and maybe a little bit cloudy in terms of what you're running in terms of coverage, mixing and matching zone and man, showing man, playing zone, showing zone, playing man, showing 3, playing 4, showing 4, playing 3. Just all that stuff post-snap. If that's synced up and he's got to hold it a little bit, and again, these guys are good, especially at tackle, the D-line will get home.
It seems logic would tell me that since he spent a year here, that they might have an advantage, what he likes to do, what he might struggle with. Would that be accurate?
I think the continuity of this system, which again, a lot of similarities, I think is a feather in his cap because he got better here last year. I don't think there's any question about that. Going against this defense every day in training camp. And they go at it now. A lot of 1-on-1s in training camp and 2s-on-2s. And with, remember, Brock's injury last year, it was still Sam was out there. Sam was out there ripping it with the ones, going against the one defense. And knowing that Fred Warner wants to open this way to bait you to throw that way when really he's coming. And just kind of that stuff in going against those guys and knowing the behavior pattern of what the 49ers like to do on defense, I think could be an advantage for Sam.
All right, there you go. Thank you as always. By the way, do you enjoy a Juicy Lucy when you go to Minnesota or no?
Have you had one?
I've never had a Juicy Lucy.
It's when the cheese is in the middle of the burger.
Where they have the cheese inside of
in
the burger.
middle.
If it's got meat and cheese, I love it, John.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go get you one.
Give me a Juicy Lucy. I'll be looking for a can of dip at the market. Something with some flavor.
Well,
you got no flavor here.
You played in Minnesota a
bunch of times, yep.
With the Bears. You went there a lot.
The Metrodome.
Loud.
Unbelievable.
Riding that Harley pregame.
It snows in that dome. When the fourth quarter starts, they start to snow.
Oh, my God.
Good being with you guys. 2-0, bro. Let's go.
See you out there.
All right.
The great Tim Ryan giving us tremendous insight, as he always does. Each week, we do this every Thursday from Levi's Stadium. If you're new around here, this is what we do. We come down here and we talk to Tim every Thursday. Pop, you get your work done, and then the boys are heading out tomorrow, Friday, from here as well. So we'll be down here once again tomorrow. All right, it's Pop and Lund on KNBR, AM and FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. The big story of the week has been Christian McCaffrey, and he did speak to the media from his locker room yesterday. This is what he said on his playing status for Minnesota.
That's how I am every week. I'm not lying. I think as soon as a player says, maybe I'll play, maybe I won't, that's not a good mentality to go into a week with, when you're kind of on the fence. So for me, I'm ready to go. Is artificial turf any issue with you? Yeah, if you can't run on turf, you can't run on the field. If you can't run on grass, can't run on turf. If you can go, you can go.
Sorry, if people were watching as that was playing. Yeah, I was just laughing. So
what happened? What did we do?
No, nothing.
Okay,
didn't say anything. You kind of cheat on the tests every week, but it's okay.
I take a picture of his board. Actually, what I'm looking for is his 40 times. He's got every 40 times what we do. I would give him my board, but he can't read.
Yeah, it's a little rough.
One thing.
Your board's a little rough.
I have the handwriting of a doctor filling out a prescription. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
you guys are back. Yeah, it's cool.
Christian's just a serious dude.
Yeah,
I mean, that guy is he's serious all the time. You see him on the practice field, everything. Tim said he did practice yesterday. I think the media just thinks because first of all, none of them knew he wasn't going to play in the Jets game, so that kind of shocked them. And then they immediately are determining what he's going to do a week later, which is not going to play.
It was based, I think, on, right? Schefter said it on Monday night.
Schefter doesn't know. He has no idea.
Rap Sheet said it yesterday.
Did Schefter have him being inactive before he was inactive?
No, thanks.
He did not.
Yeah, the bettors are not
so
happy.
He did. Cam Inman actually had that first. So anyway, like Tim said, it's a joint decision, like Christian said, but he knows his body and how it feels. It's Achilles tendonitis, so sometimes it feels worse than others. There are times he goes through the practice and he's full the whole way through, and there are times he doesn't. So I think it will be him making the decision. But his mentality, you've got to prepare to play to be able to play. And he's doing it mentally and physically. That's why he's here. He is just, I thought Bosa was the hardest working guy I've ever seen. Christian McCaffrey on the offensive side is his equal that way. He's just incredibly serious about
what he does. And he had a lot of years in Carolina, John, where he missed games. He does not like missing games. He's at the height of his powers right now as a football player. So if he's healthy enough to play in the game, he will play in the game.
So there's no logic of thinking, okay, it's early in the season, it's a long season.
No, I mean,
let's hold back.
You don't want to lose this game. It is an NFC game. I'm not saying, the Jet game was an AFC game. They all add up at the end. These other teams in the NFC are going to be good. Philadelphia won their game. Their quarterback turned the ball over a little bit. Detroit looks like they're good. Dallas, got off to a good start. You don't want to have to go on the road in a playoff game. You don't want to, cost your division. So, no, I think if he feels good enough to play on Sunday in Minnesota, I think people make proclamations based on what happened last week. Last week, if you asked me on Thursday, I would have said McCaffrey's definitely playing. If you would have asked me on Friday, I would have said, I don't know if he's playing. And then Saturday the same, and then it's just how he feels. I think based on what he did yesterday, he could play in the game, and we'll see what he does. But it's all how his body feels when it's time to go practice, if he's able to get a practice in. And then ultimately, he's one of those guys that doesn't need to practice. He could just show up on Sunday if he feels right and go play. So I know it's important because he's the number one pick in fantasy, and he's on the cover of Madden, and he means so much to offensive football around the country, not just the Niners offense. But I would not, at this stage, I would not make any proclamations that he's not playing in this game. I always think McCaffrey's going to play.
And look, after 1 week, you're very confident in J.P. Mason. Having said that, he's not Christian McCaffrey. And my logic would think, and this doesn't mean it's the 49ers logic, it's my thought, is that it's early in the season. Like when I hear them say he would have played if it was a playoff game, well, yeah, because if you lose, you're out. Whereas when you look at this situation, you've got 17 more weeks with the bye week. You've got 16 more games, 17 more weeks to keep this guy healthy. And I'm thinking to myself, I just saw J.P. Mason be pretty good. So right now, let's back him off.
If McCaffrey is healthy, he will play in the game. And J.P. Mason's a terrific player, and he caught the 1 3rd down outcut, but he doesn't open up the passing game the way Christian does. J.P. Mason is a really good player. Christian McCaffrey is a really great player. No one would deny. I mean, if J.P. Mason himself would say that McCaffrey. I mean, everybody, that's why he's here. That's why they traded all the draft capital, and he's made him the highest paid running back in the history of pro football twice. He's that special of a player. It's not, this is pro football. You only play 17 of these a year, and you can't kick games here and there. It could come back to cost you seeding and, going on the road in the playoffs or even making the playoffs. I mean, we're just, the assumption is that the Niners are a great team and they're going to do all these things. This season just started. So no one's of that mindset. It's just how his body feels. And he did take a lot of the carries yesterday. Based on what I saw yesterday, I would not be surprised at all if McCaffrey will play.
The other thing that Tim said I thought was really interesting is, and this was the case last year against Minnesota too, whether it was Brock being concussed, whatever, we talked about all the differences between the two teams, and it is interesting that 11 months later there are so many changes. Some are injury related, some are just guys are gone, some guys were added. But he talked about how Brock's going to have to process fast, that they're going to bring guys up to the line, they're going to challenge him. Maybe J.P. Mason doesn't have the same kind of game. But, and look, for teams, it's just the way they play. This is just the way Minnesota plays, and I understand that. But I would think would be advantage 49ers because Brock processes so fast. And if you're going to challenge to stop the run game, cool. I think Brock can handle blitzes.
Well, they're bringing pressure. They play a 6-man front. And this is Brian Flores comes from New England and Belichick. And Belichick played a Super Bowl against Sean McVay and the Rams in Kyle's offense and played the whole game in a 5-man front. And he spread it out to take away the wide outside zone. They're going to have guys up. New England, you could never tell what their front was because they would walk around so much. With the Vikings, it's a pressure-based. And it's even different with Wink Martindale and the Giants last year where they just blitz guys. They just have guys up on the line. I mean, Tim said there's snaps where they'll play a 9-man front, which is what? You got 2 guys behind, so if you pop one, you can get behind him. They're attacking you. They're a pressure-based team. And the Niners weren't fully themselves last year when they went there because Trent didn't play, Debo didn't play, McCaffrey was still hurt. He wasn't himself. It was the middle game of their 3-game losing streak. They were vulnerable then, and they were tired. But they got overwhelmed. They could not run the ball. The longest run was Brock Purdy's 17-yard scramble. They averaged 3 yards a rush. But it's not just the Niners. That's what this defense does. They slam the run game. Harrison Phillips, their nose guard, is a monster player. They have some guys on the front that are going to make it tough to run the ball. So I think first and foremost, can they run the ball? If they run the ball the way they ran it or anywhere near that, like they did against the Jets, they're a tough offense to deal with because then you got the play action and it all marries up where you just don't know what they're going to do. Then they can carve you a number of ways. If they stuff the run and make you drop back and throw it, now you got some issues there. Brock can do that, certainly. Will Ayuk be much better with the timing and the synchronicity and the route running and the ability to track the ball and catch the ball in this game? I know Justin Jefferson will. On the other side of it, we didn't see Justin Jefferson last year. And I don't know if Jordan Addison's going to play in this game or not with an ankle injury, but Addison has been running. He kind of takes the spot of T.J. Hawkinson in their offense and the way they use him as a slot wide receiver. They're going to move Jefferson all around in this game. He'll be in the slot. He'll be at X. He'll be at a Y. He'll line up everywhere. And then in this game, and we didn't see it against Garrett Wilson and the Jets. I do wonder about Charvarius Ward in this game. Will they allow him or ask him to follow Justin Jefferson around in this game? They didn't do it against Garrett Wilson, and Wilson attacked Timo Lenore in the slot. And if they want to if the Niners do that, like they did with DK Metcalf last year, and they've done it with DeAndre Hopkins, they did it with Drake London in Atlanta, where they asked Charvarius Mooney Man to follow a guy, then, if Kevin O'Connell puts Jefferson in the slot, then, he's not going to be on him. It's going to be Diamador Lenore. There's a trickle down there. If you have, Ward go over and follow Jefferson on the other side, usually Charvarius is your left corner on the offensive right. If Jefferson lines up on the other side, outside receiver, and Ward goes to get him, then Yadam is forced to flip sides. So, everybody has to adjust to all of that. Yadam does have size to be. And Jefferson, he's different, though, because he's not, D-Hop and DK, where he's just a big, strong, box you out muscle you. This guy is an incredible route runner. I mean, as Kyle said, he can run extreme cuts at top speed. It's uncommon. He may be the best in football. He doesn't have Tyreek Hill's just straight line speed, but he's able to make cuts, violent cuts, and move his body running as fast as he can, which is unusual. So there are a lot of areas that are, concerning in this game. Certainly Brian Flores in that 6-man front and taking the run away. That's the bread and butter of the 49er offense. If they can't run the ball, typically when the Niners can't run it, it's hard to win. Even with Brock Purdy and these weapons around him, it's hard. And then the other side of it, what do you do with Justin Jefferson? Does Mooney Man follow him around on Sunday?
We'll talk to Mike Silver about all of this at the bottom of the hour. Plus, he had something breaking. I saw him disclose on Twitter that is interesting. Another wide receiver that the 49ers tried to trade for but were rebuffed. We'll ask him about that as well at 12:30. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former 49er Dante Whitner. Of course, you see him before and after 49ers games on NBC Sports Bay Area. He joined Copes and Dieter, who was in for Tom yesterday, and gave takeaways from the 49ers Week 1 win over the Jets. Check out that podcast and more. The KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Laser.
That's right. I can see. I don't know why I just sung that, but it's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and they did a procedure on me called CLR, custom lens replacement. It was about, it was 2 summers ago, and I see great, near, far. I don't have to run around my house and look for readers like I used to have to do. It has been life-changing for me, and you've heard me and Pop talk about it a ton. So if you want to find out more, other than just us saying how great it is, which it is, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's got a live, I tell you, CLR webinar, and it's coming up Friday, September 20th at noon. So a week from tomorrow, it's a great opportunity to find out all about custom lens replacement. So you can ask any question you want, but some of the more popular ones, the difference between CLR and LASIK. Are you a good candidate? I don't know, but they'll tell you. What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does a procedure take? I can tell you this, minutes, but still go and ask that question. You can't get cataracts after CLR. Any of those questions are great, or any that you would come up on your own. I know the first one for me was, can I trust you guys? Yes, they've done thousands and thousands of these procedures, so I guess I can answer that too. Dr. Joseph Ling did my procedure. It was easy. It was awesome. Worked right away. But find out for yourself. I would tell you to find out for yourself because they're much smarter than I am, obviously. September 20th at noon, a CLR webinar. That's next Friday, so a week from tomorrow. Space is limited, but absolutely free, so get involved right now. Make your appointment. LaserEyecLR.com. Doesn't cost you a dime. LaserEyecLR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I took a sixer to old Milwaukee or Lone Star, nothing snooty.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Isn't that the truth?
Don't interrupt a man of an off day drinking.
No. I do love day drinking, I will say. I'm not going to lie. We will play, maybe we'll do this at 1:30 instead of 1. We got the foreplay, got a bunch of stuff. But maybe at 1:30 we'll play the Logan Webb stuff, where he was talking about why he didn't have such a great all-star game performance when he was on the Chris Rose rotation. It's actually pretty funny.
He elaborated on it. He talked about that when he got back from the All-Star game. He celebrated a little too much in Arlington.
Well, I think, too, I could be wrong. We'll have to ask him about it when we have him on next. By the way, he did have a Raiders hat when he was during that interview. But I think he drinks Red Bull and vodka, which I've drank Red Bull and vodka before, and it freaks out your system because alcohol is a depressant. And
It's
Red Bull
synergistic.
and Red Bull is a stimulant. So your body's going.
A lot of people drink Red Bull and vodka. Some people in this building drink that routinely. Logan drinks Red Bulls before he pitches.
Yeah.
I think he used to have like 3 Red Bulls before he pitched. Now it's like 2 Red Bulls and he goes Dan Campbell with the Venti. But he loads up on caffeine before he pitches, which is interesting. But he was just loading up before he pitched in the All-Star game. And if you're going to go out and drink like that, you got to be able to back it up. So, but he's had a couple of those here and there. So,
yeah, what would I think he just does the sugar-free ones, but what is a couple of Red Bulls and a 4-pump vent? I mean, that's guy. I don't want to be in the stall next to that.
It's the same. When I one night in Kansas City when I was doing the A's games, we had a game Friday night. We were off Saturday, and we had games. I think it was Sunday and a Monday wraparound series. Anyway, we were off Saturday. It was on national TV or something. So we all planned to go out and play golf on Saturday. We were drinking Red Bull vodkas, which that's the first time I ever did that on Friday night. And I was like, I didn't sleep a wink that night. It was like we were to tee off at 8 in the morning. I was 7:30 and I was still awake. I'm like, what's going? You know what it feels like? You know, when Romo gives me the neuro.
I was just going to say
it's that same feeling in the back of my head where the capillaries open and Romo's. I don't like the way that feels, Romo. That means it's working. That's the same feeling I get when I drink Red Bull, and I do not like that feeling. So I don't drink Red Bull.
I like sugar-free energy drinks.
Coffee, that's a different thing. I drink it all day.
And caffeine and everything, it doesn't affect me. So I can drink coffee before bed. I can drink Red Bulls, although I don't late. But I did when I was younger. I would drink Red Bull and vodka, and I thought it was the greatest thing ever. Then I was like, I don't know. There was one day where I flipped. I was just like, because I do summer drinks and winter drinks. I'm much more of a whiskey person in the winter, and I'll do refreshing stuff. So I'll do Red Bulls. I used to do Red Bulls and I just can't do it. So
I know Logan has Red Bulls before he pitches. Is that his drink?
I think
vodka
it is.
Red Bull?
Yeah. So next time we have Mom, we got to ask him about it. But
I'll text him. We'll ask him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got it. Yeah.
He admitted that he did not pitch well in the All-Star game because he was hanging.
I don't want to give it all away.
Well, he said that to the local media when he came back. But he said it. And then with Rose, he got into detail.
Yeah, because he said he was running in and he almost puked running, and he said that's a long run from the bullpen in. Is it in Texas this year?
Yeah, it was in Arlington.
Yeah, so he said that was a long run in, and he the only thing he could think to himself, and this is not a great mentality coming into a game, don't puke, don't puke, don't puke.
The All-Star game's a night game.
Right.
He wasn't day drinking the day of the All-Star game, so was the night before he was still feeling it in the evening?
Plus, he's young. What's he, 27,
He didn't start
28?
the game. He didn't pitch till like 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. It wasn't out of his system by then?
He must have really got after because I haven't – all-day hangovers are something that happens to you at like after 40. Like when you're like in your 20s, you don't have all-day hangovers.
No,
like you might
don't have hangovers at all in your
right.
20s.
And really even your early 30s, you're kind of like you're still good. You hit a point, I've heard, where that when you get older, they hang for a long time. But like an all-day hangover is an older thing. There's no way. Like
so
in
was that
20s?
the giant pitcher's jinx in the All-Star game?
Well, from
Adley
Rick Rush-
Hammaker
yeah,
giving
Rick
up
Russell.
the grand slam to Fred Lynn. Russell gave up Big Daddy to Bo Jackson. Sean Estes gave it up to Robbie Alomar.
I hate to talk.
Was it
about
Robbie or Sandy Alomar? Maybe it was Sandy.
that. Yeah, I think it was.
Lost a All-Star game. Was it all because they were hanging?
You don't have to ask Sean that.
Logan Webb. Well, Logan's wasn't that
Well,
bad.
it would be.
He was the losing pitcher, though.
Yeah,
was he the losing pitcher?
Yeah, he wasn't good.
It's all right.
But even go back to Kyle Harrison during the Futures game. Remember, we had him on the next day. He was terrible in that
At
game.
Dodger Stadium.
I wonder if he was hanging. He was terrible. We're like, hey, how's it going, buddy? That's not very good. No, we don't.
I just want to be like my idol, Logan Webb.
Yeah. I don't know. That would be hard, though, especially for him, his first one. You're hanging with these guys. They're going out to the bar. You want to hang and, get to know everybody, have a good time. And, people are throwing drinks down at the bar, and you don't want to be the one who's not, doing it. I mean, that's what you did to me in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's peer pressure.
Because it was a Sunday night, and you kept doing the Jamesons, and then I had to wear sunglasses inside because in that convention center in Las Vegas, they had those bright kitchen lights, and they were buzzing. They were really loud on that Monday. Felt like a bunch of
That was
bees.
after opening night.
Ugh, man. The next day was like, there are people like, why are you wearing your sunglasses? I'm like, my eyes are beet red, literally. You do not want to see these eyes.
It's Vegas. Just roll into the next day.
That's what
We're
we
fine.
did.
We're fine.
That's what we did. I mean, I want the 49ers to go to New Orleans, but that was the hardest Super Bowl by a mile because nobody sleeps ever.
In New Orleans?
Ever. Yeah, ever. And it was 6 a.m. every day. And we were on, where were we? I think we were on at noon at that point, which made it 3 in the afternoon. That was pretty tremendous.
Making the shows.
Yeah, it's like I got to be on the air.
That
by
was so long
3.
ago, I hardly remember. What was that, 12 years ago?
Yeah, we had to be on the air
Super
by
Bowl
3.
47.
It was like,
And I was doing TV every night. We
Oh,
were on
yeah.
NBC then every single night with Romo.
Guess what? All right, there's that. We'll play that for you in the probably 1:30 rather than 1 o'clock. We'll play some Niner stuff at 1 o'clock. We'll do Logan as part of the Caboose Pistol. All right, let's talk to Mike Silver coming up next. He's got a little bit on another receiver that the 49ers tried to trade for. Plus, we'll get into week 1 with Silver and much, much more. We'll do it next only here on the Sports Leader.
Okay, it's Greg Papa here with a question. What's the best way to deal with triple-digit temperatures and then below freezing temperatures? Our microclimate here is insane. It's getting to that time of the year where it's starting to get cold. Well, don't let those temperatures in. Let them know the experienced staff at Golden State Window and Door are dedicated to understanding the vast range in temperatures across the Bay Area. And thankfully, technology and style are ever-changing when it comes to windows and doors. With assistance from Golden State Window and Door, homeowners can live comfortably year-round while lowering energy bills. You'll find modern options and energy-efficient performance in a wide range of popular designs from all-weather Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, Weather Shield, and others. So get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click on virtual tours, then call or make an appointment with your builder or designer to see how you can gain control over your high energy bills. Serving the Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's the Chronicles' Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Papa and Lime on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
You take me back to the running up the stairs when you thought Brandon might get traded. Did you really have to sprint to make sure?
I had to sprint because I had a team meeting at 8:30, and Brandon just randomly walked in and talked to me at 8:15. And it's very Brandon-like to pick that type of time because I was trying to get ready for something else. So about 10 minutes into talk to him, I realized we needed to talk a little bit more when the meeting was over. And meetings can go a while and stuff, and I knew we were in discussions a lot with Pittsburgh, so I actually called up to John, and he didn't answer, picked up on the first ring. So I just wanted to make sure he wasn't on the other line making any trades. So I ran up there and just said, hold on, let's talk after this meeting.
Did you have to barge in?
No, I'm not going to make it more dramatic than it already is.
There's Mike Silver asking Kyle Shanahan about something that Jay Glazer reported on Sunday, which was Kyle having to run upstairs to stop the trade with Brandon potentially going to Pittsburgh. There were some other trades that the 49ers tried as well that we want to talk to Silver about, plus look back at the Jets, look ahead to the Vikings. Mike Silver, the Chronicle, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Yeah, high drama, man. Coach is sprinting upstairs. That's when you're stoked that your coach played wide out at Texas and isn't, not to insult him because I love him, say Andy Reid.
Yeah, he's not sprinting.
No, Andy Reid's like trying to make the call, and then he's like calling someone else and saying, run upstairs and tell Brett Beach. Don't do that.
No, he's taking an escalator or the elevator if it is upstairs. So what do you make of it? And Brandon re-signed here, so he's going to be here for a while. We'll see. We could, they could trade him at some point later. But now that the Ayuk anxiety and agita of August is behind us, and we started the year with such a good performance, how do you look back on August with Brandon? And you and I talked on the air and off the air about them trying to flip the draft picks to get Courtland Sutton. But you also mentioned. They were talking to the Raiders about maybe flipping one of those draft picks they got from Pittsburgh for Jacoby Myers, Michael?
Yeah, that's the name that I put in my column, and I just did it to illustrate that I think if you're a 49er fan and you hear, first you're hearing like, well, they get Amari Cooper if they trade with Cleveland, and then even Courtland Sutton is a former Pro Bowler where you're like, that guy's, been a pretty good player. I'm just trying to underscore the point that they were at a stage where they were like, we just need a receiver. Like, not that they don't like Jacoby Myers is a good player. There's some other names I've heard that are less sexy. So, and in fairness to Kyle and John, they were in a situation where it wasn't working out. The player was telling them he wanted certain things and then changing his mind. They worked out 2 trades with teams, the Browns and Patriots, who would have given them players they wanted as part of the package. Pittsburgh was not going to do that, but then the strategy became, okay, well, maybe we can flip one of these picks or do 2 separate deals. And so, when they finally gave him that ultimatum, and we're going 2 weeks ago today, I believe, which was long coming. Like, look, dude, no more hold-in, no more sore back. You're medically cleared. You're either practicing, playing for the, 14-1, or you're taking our latest offer, or we're just trading you. And you said you'd go to Pittsburgh. We'll do that. So that was the backdrop when he showed up at Kyle's office that morning as he was preparing for a meeting, which, if you know NFL head coaches, not, other than like during a game, that's like the worst time to bug them. And to the point where Kyle's like, man, I think you might want to stay. Stop the presses! And it worked.
So can we conclude that if he doesn't run up the stairs that Brandon Ayuk gets traded?
I don't know that I don't know that it was actually in the process of being completed because it's got to be turned into the league and all that. But I guess the point would be in Kyle's mind, he wasn't sure that it wasn't happening. And he was now at his thinking had changed dramatically enough from that 10-minute conversation with Brandon that if it is happening right now, I would love it not to be. And since John didn't answer on the first ring, maybe he is literally completing it. So I just got to make sure it's not happening at this second. I think that's what I got from it.
Yeah, I mean, that was the tipping point. And you got to remember, that was the week when they had to get the roster to 53. They saved a spot for him. They had the press conferences where they said our doctors have cleared him, and they basically said we're going to start fining him if he doesn't practice. He still did not practice. We had a player for a purpose dinner the night before. And then I think there were reports, Mike, that they sent him a 5-day letter, which is the letter that you send to a player if you don't, start to practice or report.
Yeah.
We can take the season away from you, where it's not going to accrue and it's not going to, go towards you being a free agent next year. It's just kind of staying still. So did they send him a 5-day letter as far as you know? Have you heard that?
Interestingly, I have not seen any of those reports, so I can't say one way or the other, but I have no knowledge that they did. But if they didn't, they should have. I mean, if you reach your breaking point, you at least make every threat you can make. Now, would they have actually done that in that situation? I think they would have used it as leverage to say, hey, the Patriots aren't so bad, or God, Cleveland's not terrible. They're going to pay me $32 million a year, or do the Pittsburgh deal. Washington also kind of got back in at the end. So to me, yeah, if they did do that, it was smart just for leverage.
Mike Silver joining us. Niners beating up on the Jets, and they got the Vikings coming up this weekend. Now to the biggest thing that is dominating Christian McCaffrey. As far as you know, what is the latest there? How concerned should we be over this Achilles tendonitis?
Well, I talked to him yesterday, and then he also did a group interview that I was part of. So, I think it's basically one of those things where they made the calculation collectively that by resting at least that first week, that it would set him up for a better reality going forward. In his mind, I think it was a 1-week thing. It's possible they could have that same conversation again. He kind of shrugged off the turf versus grass thing, and his mentality is always that he's playing. So, I kind of tried to explore whether that meant, you hear Achilles tendonitis and you remember like when Richard Sherman had that and then it popped, and, you just obviously anything you can do to forestall that possibility, you do. But it didn't seem to me that he's sitting there worried that it's a ticking time bomb, that he's wanted to play. He's very, very hyper competitive. He might have faked it on the sidelines, and he might have rationally been happy for Jordan Mason and for his team, but he was miserable, way less miserable because they won. But, he wants to play every single snap that he can. So, I don't know what that means for Sunday. I certainly, from a broad-based perspective, from the team's perspective, could make a strong case that there's no reason to play him this Sunday on turf. But I know he's going to want to, at least.
Which leads to the Viking game, and they're a tough team to run on. Brian Flores plays a lot of 6-man fronts. The Niners went there last year, and they didn't have Debo, they didn't have Trent, and Christian wasn't himself because he was still feeling the effects of an injury in Cleveland, and they couldn't run the ball at all. They had 22 carries, 65 yards. So that matchup's going to be difficult, but Sam Darnold is now their quarterback. And we saw Sam last year in Kyle's system and look good on the practice field. Got to make the one start at the end against the Rams. Had a brilliant first half, and his first game as a Viking against the Giants went really well on Sunday at the Meadowlands at MetLife Stadium. Michael, just going back to your conversations with Kyle when they brought in Sam Darnold to be Brock's backup last year, there were comparisons made to Steve Young. The difference is Joe Montana was hurt, and eventually Steve got to play here and win Super Bowls and MVPs, where Brock is younger and healthy. But just the relationship between Kyle and Sam and what Sam was able to get out of his time here, Michael. How do you assess that?
Okay, well, first of all, caveat, I covered Steve Young for many years. He's literally one of the best football players I have ever seen. And I just, I understand what Kyle was saying. He meant career resurrection, second chapter, all that. But I think it's hard for me to listen to anyone be compared to Steve Young at this stage, at least. If you want to talk about the Mahomes of the world, then I'm cool. But let's not ever, as a community, underestimate his greatness. So, I think if you subscribe to the belief that Sam Darnold's struggles were largely attributable to situation and context, which I think Kyle does after having him, then you would also say that being with Kevin O'Connell is going to be proof that he's a good player, because Kevin O'Connell is a very good coach. He's really, really good in terms of the leadership and the personal connection side, but he's also really, really sharp when it comes to scheme. He was with Sean McVay after being in Washington. He was with Sean McVay in LA. And, you saw in that game last year, it wasn't just his scheming, and you mentioned Flores, who did a great job, but, Kirk Cousins was picking them apart that day, and that didn't have anything to do with Trent or Debo being out. He was just on, and they couldn't really stop it. So I do think Sam, if you subscribe to the belief that, it was the Jets, it was the Panthers, it wasn't really Sam, then you should expect him to do really, really well. I may be less gung-ho on that than Kyle or maybe Kevin, but I'm also not, I'm also a journalist and not a professional game planner. So the jury is still out.
Mike Silver joining us. In regards to Dak getting his new deal, we never know what is totally guaranteed, but it sounds like they're saying 231, which beats out Deshaun Watson's miserable 230. I don't know if there's anybody that's going to restructure deals or anybody else is up. I looked, I didn't see anybody, but does that definitely mean, because you could make the case if you were his agent that you're better than Dak Prescott. You've beaten Dak Prescott in the playoffs a couple of times. Is it pretty much Brock's going to get $60 million a year and he's going to get maybe even more guaranteed money than what Dak Prescott did?
I don't know. I think, obviously if Brock has another season like he did last season, he will have a very strong case to make that kind of money. And I know Kyle is convinced that he should be his guy, and understandably, and I just don't think it's going to be a thing. I know it's hard for people to believe that because the 49ers seem to drag out every single contract dispute, except Christian McCaffrey, by the way. But, so many of them have gone so long, and obviously Ayuk and Williams were, painfully drawn out and dramatic in Brandon's case. But I just feel like if Brock has the kind of season I expect and is healthy, and they're going to want to pay him a lot, and he's going to, I don't think he's going to be weird and, ask for I want 50% of the cap, there's weird stuff you could do. I just think he's going to be stoked to get a great deal and be with Kyle and move forward. So, I would compare it to Jimmy Garoppolo's deal. He had those 5 games. He reinvigorated the franchise. They went on that run at the end of that year, and he was momentarily the highest paid quarterback in the league. And I just think when there's will on both sides, it doesn't have to be, this crazy drawn out thing. So I don't really care whether he gets 63 million or 57, like he may care. Although I've talked to Brock about it, and I don't know how much he cares, but he should care. He should get the most he can, but I also don't think Brock is going to, be unreasonable, and I don't think they're going to be unreasonable.
You dropped by the Jets locker room after the game on Monday night and visited with your former KNBR alum, Aaron Rodgers. Just what did you think of him, seeing him play off the Achilles injury, and what do you think of after seeing the Jets, Michael?
I was surprised that the Jets were, so unable to stop the 49ers, especially on the ground, with all I've heard about their defense and knowing Robert Saleh and Jeff Ulbrich and how well they coach it up. So it was game one, and I think the way these two staffs in particular approach the preseason, this is basically a preseason game now, week one. It's like college kind of. But so I think they'll get better. But I'm also not surprised that Kyle schematically was able to unlock something that exploited their weakness and, use their rules against them. That's kind of, the thesis of my book that's coming out October 1st, and really what he's better at than, anyone on earth. So I'm sure Jeff Ulbrich, I saw him on the field before the game, the Jets defensive coordinator, former 49er linebacker, and he was like, look, if you give Kyle enough swings at you, he's gonna connect and he's gonna hurt you. And after the game, I saw him, he's like, pretty much what I said, and it was worse than they thought it would be. As far as Aaron, it wasn't perfect, but I saw enough that convinced me he's the thrower of the football. He's one of the absolute most gifted that's ever been. He's still got that back shoulder throw to Garrett Wilson early, the classic Aaron Rodgers free play touchdown, another beautiful pass earlier with incredible placement on the sideline, I think, to Lazard. So he's still got it. I'm not sure about the movement and how he is in the pocket and all that, but to me, if you're the Jets, it gives you hope because you do have a lot of really good players on defense. You have good coaches. You can correct those things presumably. And when you have a quarterback that amazing, still able to do it, it gives you hope that you can round into something. We may look back and say, yeah, the 49ers tore them apart, but they just weren't that good. But I do think if he's healthy, they have a chance to be a lot better.
Silver, great stuff, man. It's always our pleasure to have you on. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
Right on. Be very interesting to see what happens on Sunday. They did not have fun there last year. So
no.
I'm looking forward to seeing it firsthand. And sadly won't be listening to Greg, but I'll be thinking of him.
We will see you. We will see you this weekend in Many, Michael.
By the way, will you be eating a Juicy Lucy? Have you had a Juicy Lucy before?
I heard about the Juicy Lucy last year. I think Matt Mayoko was telling me about it. I don't know that I've had a Juicy Lucy. I do know there's a lot of really good draft beer usually in Minneapolis.
Yeah,
so
they do.
When are you getting in? You getting in Friday night or Saturday night?
I'm getting in Saturday, so I've got one beer session in me. So we'll
shoot me a text when you lay it. I'll get you a Juicy Lucy.
Yeah, done and done.
All right, man.
All right.
We'll talk to you soon,
Michael.
All right, that is a great Mike Silver, of course, connected all around the NFL, and you can read his great stuff in the Chronicle, in the latest. And he was talking to Kyle yesterday about sprinting up those stairs. By the way, our good friend Ted Wynn, at FB_film analysis, and this is always an issue, is that, Jaden Daniels did not play all that well for Washington, but he did throw for 184 yards, and I guess no rookies were absolutely great, and they got smoked by the Bucs. So he was voted as the NFL's Player of the Week, Pepsi Player Rookie of the Week.
Can't give it to a guard, huh?
And then Ted Wynn just put a picture of Pooney up. I mean, I think he was a lot better.
Do they ever give Offensive Player of the Weeks to offensive linemen?
Well, with all the analytics now, can't you? Isn't there a way? I mean, I know they don't have stats.
I mean, have they ever done it?
They have analytics.
Have they ever given an Offensive Player of the Week to an offensive lineman? Trent Williams, in his brilliant career, ever won Offensive Player of the Week?
No. But was there anybody more impressive in that it was the 33 pass snaps, but it wasn't just that.
Of any rookie in the NFL?
If they go to he was just mauling people, and sometimes when you look at Trent, you're like, and you go back and you look, that's like a 280-pound defensive end, and he just with one hand will push him completely out of the picture. Like it is impressive. And he had no training.
Dominic Pooney is throwing away 320-pound defensive tackles. Yeah, Quinnen Williams goes over 300, and he's way more than that. And Javon Kinlaw is 319 and bigger. So, I mean, the size of what the athlete that Trent is blocking is totally different than the athlete that Dominic Pooney's blocking.
Yeah, it's impressive, man. Yeah, I agree with Ted, man. Just there's some analytics that's got to tell you, because Jaden Daniels, okay, so he threw it for 184 yards. He wasn't good. Caleb Williams wasn't good. Bo Nix
it's hard to play
good.
quarterback as a rookie in this league. No matter how much you played in college, he'll be better.
But I think they were looking, because there was no really good statistical rookies, that they were like, I guess we got to give it to this guy when there's players. And look, there might have been even better ones than Pooney, but it's just that, we saw it on the Monday night stage and how good he was. And they might be able to run almost as good right as left, which is going to make them really scary, but brings up a good point. All right, 1 o'clock hour on the way, 10 minutes from your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. Plus, we'll have some fun. We're going to have bags on the show. Plus, we got to find a way to play some of this Logan Webb stuff. We'll know that coming up. It's Pop and Lund live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, and I'm obsessed with football, obviously. Fired up about the red and gold being back. But still, my number one obsession is in the North Beach and Tony's Pizza. The best I've ever had, but I'm not alone. Tony's has been literally ranked number one in the world. And it's my go-to spot. A lot of people around the Bay Area and the world's go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas. Have you ever tried their spicy bucatini? One of my all-time faves, so save room for that. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep dish pizzas, and one of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic, but they are delectably good. Don't forget to finish your meal off with the best dessert in the Bay Area, holy cannoli or tiramisu, and then you're going to be hungry come morning time. So get up and stroll through the North Beach again and try his homemade sourdough breads, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And when you're going to a Bay Area sporting event, hit the Tony Slice House, fast casual restaurant serving up delicious slices and more across the Bay. You can get to the Chase Center, Oracle Park, where I am today, Levi's Stadium. Football's back, number one sport in the country, and eat it with Tony's Pizza, number one pizza in the world.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, here's what we've got. Papa and Lund on a Thursday. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. So Tim Ryan we had, Mike Silver just had. Bags is going to join us in an hour. So we'll do foreplay here. We'll get some of that Logan Webb sound to you at about 1:15. So we'll do kind of a mini version of the caboose at 1:15, and then 1:30 we will do
extra bags.
The extra bags. So just give me a quick moment here. So yeah, we'll play that the hungover, and like I said, we knew that it was just it's gone a little bit A little bit deeper.
I believe Lincecum had one of those too at an All-Star
He did.
game.
2000.
Could have been anyone. 8 or 9 when he won the Cy, the year after the Cy.
He was 9, if I'm remembering right, but I could be wrong. But anyway, there's that. Also, we'll go behind enemy lines. Not your guy, Paul Allen, who's going to join us tomorrow, but Ben Lieber is the color man. He's the analyst for the Vikings, and he'll talk a little bit of Sam Darnold, which I think you shall enjoy. So we will give you that as well and get you a little insight into what's going on with the Vikings, which part of this thing is, does Sam know the Niners better from that year, or do the Niners know Sam better because of that year, or does it matter not at all? What do you think?
He knows the Niners. He knows the defense. He went against
to Sam.
No, we'll just see how the game goes. If they get pressure on him, he can be vulnerable. Sam's a great thrower of the football, but you have to confuse him. The one thing about it took him a while to figure out the Niner offense here. I think well into training camp, he was still figuring it out. But once his brain unlocked it, but the real advantage he has, and Jimmy hasn't played against the Niners. We may see him, and he's Jimmy's
3, right?
Well, he'll be a backup to Stafford, assuming. But how many quarterbacks ran the scout team 49er offense against the defense and then played against them? And I have to think about that. Nick Mullins has never played against the Niners. C.J. Beathard got in a little bit against the Niners.
Yeah,
but, the one thing is Darnold went against the Niners' first-team defense a lot as the scout team quarterback last year. So he had a lot of reps against these guys. And they know him as well. But I think he would have, he would have a lot of knowledge on how to attack the Niner defense based on the repetitions he had in last year and on the practice field.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, I just sent the stuff over, guys. I owe you one more, but we'll hear from Sam Darnold himself. We'll hear a little bit from CMC. Steve Young makes a good point on something that you and I were just kind of talking about. I don't know how you can quantify things for an offensive tackle, but we were just saying Pooney maybe should have been the rookie of the week over Jaden Daniels, and I think you can make a case, and Steve does, for Trent being the best player in the NFL, but we'll save that for just a minute as well. So as soon as those guys load those up, guys, just let me know, and we'll get into that conversation as well. And, we've got everything. These guys they're on top of it. Let's start with your guy, Sam Darnold. Here he is talking about his time last year with the 49ers.
Yeah, it was huge. Just being able to, learn how they do things over there. Not only schematically, but just as an organization. It was great to be able to be a part of for a year, and to be able to have the season that we had last year was amazing.
So how much, if he is legit like he played in week 1 against the Giants, how much credit does Shanahan get?
His talent is legit. Just watch him play. His arm talent, his movement ability as a scout, when you look at Sam Darnold.
But it's been the mental side, right?
No, it's circumstance. He turned the ball over a lot at USC. I think when you have an arm talent that he has, you just make throws you shouldn't make. He's kind of the opposite of Brock, where Brock is discerning with the ball. He'll rip it at times. But Sam, when you have amazing, like Josh Allen, some of Josh's turnovers, like, what are you doing? It's because he feels like he can make every single throw. And with Sam, his early years in New York, whether it was mono or shoulder injuries or a lot of things set him back just playing. And then, I do think Sam is not the thinker of the game that Brock Purdy is.
That's my point.
So, but he learned his system. And Jimmy's no Rhodes Scholar, but Jimmy knows football, and he was able to play effectively. I think with Jimmy, does he see it all the time? Some quarterbacks see it, some don't. Brock is smart, and he's able to see it. He's able to process it and all that. But Sam's got natural, obvious ability. Like when you watch him on the practice field, it's just amazing how he throws a football. Honestly, I don't think I've been around too many people, probably Jamarcus Allen and Carson Palmer, that could throw a ball like Sam. Sam is just incredible. But he makes errors. And I think the Niners will get him off his spot and force him into errors. But his time here was well served. He was very attentive. It took him a while to learn the offense. I honestly thought he would push Brock a little bit last year because Brock was coming off the elbow surgery. That never really happened. but he was, much better than Trey Lance, and they wound up moving on from Trey Lance, and it was obvious. I just felt last year that if anything ever happened to Brock, the 49ers could win and win at a high level was Sam Darnold. I was convinced of it. And yet the first half that he played in that Rams game, they wound up losing the game later, and the game was more important to the Rams for positioning as far as seeding. It wasn't important to the Niners at all, but he played outstandingly well, especially in the first half of that game. And guys started to drop some passes on him later. So his ability, whether or not you play well week to week, happens. It's pro sports. Some nights your jumper's dropping and some nights it's not. But his ability is not going away. He's going to come at you. He's got amazing ability. And it will be interesting to see just because of his intel on the Niners and actually working. And, the interior of the defensive line is different. But he knows Charvarius Ward. He knows Diamador Lenore. He knows Fred Warner probably more than anything because Fred's right there, running the first-team defense against the scout team. I think that matchup, if we had a previous Niner quarterback who ran the 49er scout team, was the number 2 quarterback, play against the Niners defense. I'm trying to remember this. I don't think anybody has.
No, you mentioned, we were talking during the break about it.
C.J. Beathard, he was forced
But that was late in that game.
Yeah, he came in off the bench. Nick Mullins never played against the Niners, did he, anywhere?
I don't think so.
Jimmy might, but it'll be Stafford. Well, Gabbard's going back to an earlier time.
Brian Hoyer. Those guys were early, Kyle.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not to the degree. Sam Darnold was the entrenched backup quarterback every single week last year. He was the guy, and he ran the scout team against Fred Warner and that number 1 defense every single week in practice.
This was yesterday. Here's CMC, the big story of the week. It has replaced Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams. Holdouts, hold-ins. Here's Christian McCaffrey saying if he can play on Sunday, he's playing.
Yeah, if you can't run on turf, you can't run on the field. If you can't run on grass, can't run on turf. I think if you can go, you can go.
All right. Short and sweet.
If you can run, you can run. C-spot run. I think I heard that the other night. And if you can play, you can play. So we'll see what he does today at practice. I noticed watching him yesterday, he is preparing to play in the game, and that'll be how his body does react later in the week.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's a long season.
You don't want to play McCaffrey. I've heard you say that.
I just think that Mason showed a lot. I think it is turf. I think turf matters. I think a long season matters. I don't know. Look, I have no idea if the tendonitis in an Achilles can make it that it burst.
Matt Barrows did a big piece on it and kind of did the research that we asked the other day, and the experts do say that you are more susceptible to a ruptured Achilles tendon if you have Achilles tendonitis. So he did say it was probably more of a possibility with basketball players because of the movement, and we're freaked out about what happened with Kevin Durant. Although I'm not sure Durant had Achilles tendonitis, he had a calf injury. But in any event, I know what everybody thinks about it, but I just watching McCaffrey, and he will ultimately make the decision on this. It's going to be how he feels. So he just didn't feel right to play in the game on Monday, but Sunday could be a whole different deal, and we'll see what he does today in practice and tomorrow, and then Saturday at the if he's at the walkthrough on Saturday, you got to think he's playing.
We were just talking about this. Dominic Pooney was probably the best rookie in week number 1. Jaden Daniels won it. So how do offensive linemen get their love? Here's Steve Young with the guys yesterday. He joins Tolbert and Copes every Wednesday. He's saying you can make a good case that Trent Williams is the best player in the NFL.
You can make a case that there's no, other than quarterback, take the quarterback position away, the most important, best player in the league. It's not a hard case to make.
I just think what he did, I don't know how many guys could, because, spring training, we just saw it with Blake Snell. Hitters, I think, can come along pretty fast in spring training. They don't need as long. NBA training camps are not overly grueling. But getting in football shape, being at your Oklahoma GM that he owns, and then coming into a game, it was 33 pass snaps. But not only that, when you go back and you watch the game, he's just dominating guys. He's throwing guys around. He's pushing guys out of the picture. It's like he never even needed training camp. It's astounding what he did, especially at the age of 36.
Yeah, I'm not shocked. He's that good of a player, and I've been saying that Trent Williams, I think, is the best player. McCaffrey was so good last year, so it's hard to compare what Christian does versus Trent. The positions are so different. But Trent Williams is that good of a player. He just is. He's just a dominant player. And I think later in the year when his body starts to break down a little bit, he's a little more vulnerable, and he has played games when he's not been himself. He's played game compromised, and some games just injured when he shouldn't play. When he's right and early in the year and fresh, so even though he didn't have training camp, his body may have been fresh for this game. He obviously wore out to the point where he left the field and he had to have 2 different IV bags, not just one. So he wore down. But I'm not surprised by him. You just see things that he does. He doesn't do a lot of reps. Even during training camp, he doesn't do a lot of one-on-ones. He may give Bosa a couple here and there. He just doesn't do it. He's kind of saving his bullets for when he needs to save them. So I know to the outside world it's amazing, but he is amazing. He's that good of a football player in every regard. And I think when it all goes said and done, it's hard to compare tackles throughout history and decades, but I think he's on a short list of the top 5 tackles that have ever played.
All right, and then finally one more, and again, we'll get to a kind of a limited version or a smaller version of the caboose coming up next, and then we got Extra Bags talking some Giants with us at the bottom of the hour. Here is Kyle Shanahan talking about Jake Moody and why he didn't give him a game ball.
I thought it was great. I didn't even realize how many he hit till after the game. I think he got Player of the Week, so which was more than deserved. Probably should have gave him a game ball, but one hit the crossbar. But no, it was awesome for him, especially I think there was 2 50-yard plus ones, and that was huge.
It hit the upright.
Didn't give a game ball?
It did not hit the crossbar.
Didn't hit the crossbar.
Kyle does not. Did he give anybody a game? Did he give one to J.P. Mason? He doesn't give game balls. He very seldom gives a game ball. Did he give one to J.P. Mason?
That's who could.
I mean, that's the guy who would get the game ball. But I don't think he gave him.
I think
he doesn't give out game balls.
What he does is in lieu of that, he lets that person break him down. So so when they say 1, 2, 3 Niners or whatever, let's keep it going. They give a short thing.
Yeah, J.P. Mason did do that.
Broke
yeah,
that
he
down.
broke.
So I think they do that.
He doesn't give out. He doesn't like giving out Dukes. Those are expensive items. You don't give up the Dukes. So he just doesn't give out game balls. But with Jake Moody, he from the left hash, he hit the left upright. It's the right hash where he misses to the right upright. But, he's going back to Minnesota.
Missed one last year.
But he also made a 55-yarder late in that game. But right early, like the second play of the second quarter, he missed a 40-yard field goal in that dome. And this was after the week before in Cleveland when he missed the 41-yarder. But the 41-yarder in Cleveland, the winds were howling off Lake Erie, and you could see that coming. I think where it started to build on him was the 40-yarder minute, because it's in a dome. And then later he banged a 55-yarder. But just watching him, and I'm going to talk to him after we get out of here today. You are? Yes, I like Jake
Send
Moody,
him my
John.
regards.
He says, as long as you don't bring lawn, you can sit with me. And he has a different, the way his eyes are set.
He's like the chillest guy ever.
No, last year he was not chill.
Well, yeah, because
last year he was really gripping.
Yeah,
and he had the weight of the world on him last year, and then he got hurt. He got hurt at the end because he kicked too much. He went right from all these workouts to get drafted, and Schneider's kicking him here and there, and he rolled into training camp and. He missed the one against the Raiders where he pulled it, and then he wound up getting hurt. He missed the last preseason. There was no guarantee he was going to kick the beginning of the year, and then he got off to a really good start, and then the Cleveland miss was his first, and then he missed in the dome. But this year, he's completely different. Last year, he was just gripping. You could see it on his face, the pressure. He's not Robbie Gould. Robbie never missed a kick in the playoffs. It was a whole different deal. This year, he is completely comfortable, and how many field goals did he miss in training camp? I think he went a while before he missed the first one. I think he missed 3 all of training camp. And watching him yesterday, even kick, he backs up 3 steps, and then he goes 2 to the left. He gets up on his toes, and he's just hitting the ball so pure. His talent as a kicker, and then kickoffs, everything he did with kicking the ball, kicking off and touching the ball back after all the kickoffs he had, because he scored so many times. And then I think we're still going to see him, hit the dirty ball and have it bounce. But last year he got through that year with all the pressure on him. Now he doesn't feel it the same way. He's completely comfortable, and his talent is coming out. He's already off to a great start. Special Teams Player of the Week, the first one since Robbie Gould a few years ago. But I think he's in line for a huge year.
Well, and again, not that I want to talk a ton of kickers because I don't know, that affects the ratings in a negative way, in my opinion.
It affects the scoreboard, John.
But I will say this. That's why I had trouble with taking him in the third round, because what happens is kickers are like a business that just started. They're like 50-50. And what happens is they get nervous that first year, and then it gets in their head, and then they're gone. Cade York has tried it. He was a fourth-round pick of the Browns, Commanders. They just let him go. You know, Chris Ryland, the guy that was picked in the same draft after, it was like 20 picks after Jake Moody by New England, he's already gone. Like, it's, if you can get exactly to where you just said, that nervousness of the first year, and then Robbie Gould told us this, you go to the different stadiums, like this year, he's already kicked in this stadium. So he should have a really good idea, even though it's a dome, everyone's a little bit different. So now he's confident kicking at home. He knows all the wind patterns. He goes to these places that he's kicked before, especially in the division. He's been there before. It's got to give him confidence. So it takes that first year, and kickers really are like not even a 50-50. It's like, whoa. And you took him in the third round. So for now, he's into the second year. Now you can feel a little bit better about things, but it takes a minute for all kickers to get their footing, to kick in the different stadiums. That's just how it is.
He had a good rookie year last year. He was 21 of 25. He made his first 60 extra points. He set a record since Belichick had the rule go back and put the ball on the 15-yard line, and it's a 33-yard kick on the extra point and not a 20-yarder. He had the greatest. He made 60 for 60 to open the year. And you could evaluate kickers based on talent like any position, like Trent Williams at left tackle.
But it's such a weird mental position.
But the ability, the ball comes off his foot differently. It's obvious. The whippiness of his leg. And we love Robbie, but Robbie, if the ball didn't go to the 35-yard line, he wouldn't try a field goal. And I remember being in that dome in Minnesota. He would not try a 53-yard field goal. Wouldn't try it. Jake made a 55-yarder in this dome before. He made a 55-yarder in the Super Bowl last year. I think he can make it out to, mid-60s. I wonder, what Kyle will let him kick in this dome. So you can evaluate kickers based on ability. Sebastian Janikowski was a first-round pick because he had probably the most powerful leg that's ever been. And when you just see Jake and the way he whips that leg around and how pure he is, he has incredible talent. The same kind of talent you're talking about when you watch Sam Darnold throw a football, it's the same way with Jake Moody kicking a football.
It's just the mental side is all I'm saying. Is Sam Darnold, it's a mental thing. With young kickers, it's a mental thing. If they can get through and gain their confidence, they're fine. Because, you could kick it through a wall, but a lot of these guys, Tampa took a second-round kicker a couple of years ago. Like, it's a lot of times it's not even talent because you get into those weird things. Jake did that for a minute last year, not very long, but where it was like, it was a little bit shaky.
You're going to miss a kick. People miss kicks.
Yeah, but when guys are young, they don't like a veteran kicker is like, I'll get him next time. Justin Tucker missed a kick against Kansas City.
They can get the yips later in their career. Mike Vanderjagt had a year where he did not miss a single kick, and then he got. Well, that was in Indianapolis where he got the yips. He missed the net. He got it later in his career, so it can happen. But as far as pure ability, Sam Darnold, it's reading defenses. It's a lot more confounding. It's confusing. That's a whole different deal. But as far as the pure ability, Jake is just a different guy. Last year, it was hard to make eye contact with him because he was so serious and he was so gripping. Now, he laughed after the ball hit the upright the other day and went through. He broke into a big smile and laughed. He's just completely more comfortable this year.
By the way, 49ers starting practice. Christian McCaffrey on the field in uniform with everybody else. It's not a fully padded session. That's our friend Cam Inman giving us that. So McCaffrey on the field participating per usual. So good news if you're into that kind of stuff. All right, we'll give you a little bit of Logan Webb coming up next. He expanded on why he struggled in the All-Star game. This is pretty funny. We'll give you that as a mini edition of the Caboose Pistol. And then our good friend Andrew Baggerly joins us at 1:30 to talk some Giants, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our good friend Matt Mayoko joined Murph and Marcus this morning to preview the 49ers Week 2 matchup against the Vikings. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Thursday. Let's see, about 24 hours, 25 hours away from
us
Wheels
leaving.
Up.
I think I can do the entire show tomorrow, John. I think we're leaving. The bus rolls at 2:15 tomorrow.
Very nice.
So you got me all 4 hours tomorrow.
We're going to talk to Extra Bags, the bottom of the hour, but very quickly. We've been teasing this today. We don't have a full version of the caboose today, so we thought we would just play this. So Logan Webb was on the Chris Rose rotation, which he does every couple of weeks, wearing a Raiders hat, by the way. And he expanded on. We knew this story, but it was funny to hear him tell it. So here is Logan Webb on why he struggled so much. He got the loss, and the All-Star game was not very good. Here's why.
I was excited, right? I was nervous. I was excited. I had a lot of Red Bulls. I got Tylenol on me because I'm trying to get the hangover out of me. And I think I wasted all my good pitches in the bullpen. It was all I had. I wasted all of them. And then I go from the bullpen and I jog out to the mound. And like, only thing I'm thinking is like, don't throw up, don't throw up, don't throw up, don't throw up, don't throw up. And it's a long jog. It's a long jog. And I think my first pitch almost didn't make it to Will Smith. I would have felt real bad about that. So yeah, it was an experience, but like I said, definitely gotta take it easy next time.
Really?
That's not
how many pitchers have started? He didn't start the game, but how many pitchers in baseball have pitched with a hangover?
A million.
Like Whitey Ford's entire career, probably.
Look, everybody listening knows what it's like to go to work with a hangover. I mean, they're not pitching, but
it's a little bit different when you're a professional athlete.
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, man.
So Skeens started that game for the National League. Paul Skeens, then Max Fried came in. Webb was the third one in. So I mean, that was like in Arlington. What time that game started? Like 7:00 local time. You know, by then it was like 8:00, 7:30.
All day? I mean, he's 20. Isn't he like 27?
He wasn't day drinking. He was the night before, and he almost threw. Maybe it was the Tylenol that threw him. He did tell the local media about this after he got back, that he celebrated a little too much being a first-time All-Star this year, but he went into great detail here. So he did not. He was warming up in the bullpen. He wasn't up and throwing up in the bullpen before his outing. It wasn't that bad, but it was close.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have the mentality jogging in, which it's not that long with jog, don't give me that. You're a professional athlete. But if you're jogging in saying, don't throw up, don't throw up, don't throw up, that's probably the wrong mentality. It's an issue.
Or just throw up. Bill Russell threw up before every single game.
Here's the
how much was it not just the alcohol, but the nerves of going into pitching the All-Star game?
Well, after you drank 18 Red Bulls, you're going to be jittery.
Was it 18? Did he say that?
No.
Yeah.
But the other thing is I guess he probably needs to call us at some point. I'm a professional when it comes to getting rid of hangovers. And
well,
like
you do
said,
the IV drip now.
Oh, yeah. He should have done that. He's got plenty of money. And they come to your hotel room. It's no big deal. But here's the second thing. He's like 27 years old. When I was in my 20s, I didn't even think about a hangover. Now every drink I have, I go, am I going to have a hangover because of this? You can't get hangovers like that when you're that age. Like, you had the whole morning. You probably got to the ballpark. I don't know, probably early because it's the All-Star game. But if it starts at 7, you're getting there maybe 2. So, I mean, you had all morning to figure this thing out, and then into the afternoon, and then you get to there, and it's like, if you have a hangover, you're talking to the guys in the clubhouse, they're giving you stuff. I mean, you're a professional athlete. You have access to things. You could have got an IV when you got to the park. Hey, I'm pretty dehydrated. Hit an IV right there.
I think you're overthinking it. I think he just wanted to go out and pitch. He was not the losing pitcher.
I thought he was.
No, Green was the losing pitcher.
Yeah, but what was his he wasn't good.
He went 1 inning. He gave up 3 hits and 3 runs, and they were all earned. He had 1 walk, 1 strikeout. It was not his ERA in that 1 inning was 27. It was not good, but it falls into the long line of Giants in the All-Star game, from Stu Miller getting blown off the mound at Candlestick in 61, to Atlee Hammaker giving it up to Fred Comiskey in 83. Sean Estes gave up a All-Star game losing home run. I think it was to Sandy Alomar Jr., wasn't it? In Cleveland?
It was Sandy.
He was the losing pitcher in that game.
Who else? Rick Russell gave up the bomb with Ronald Reagan in the booth with Vin Scully against Bo
Can your guy
Jackson.
Feldman really quickly give us the Giants ERA in the All-Star game, Giants starters through the years?
They've had
Didn't Cueto started that All-Star game, didn't he, that year he was here?
He fell off the mound, I think. No, that was the start later. Matt Cain threw well in an All-Star game.
Because Lincecum was hungover, too.
Lincecum had a hangover game in the
one.
It's part of Giant tradition to get bombed the night before the All-Star game and then get bombed in the All-Star game.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's all right.
All right, there you go. There's the latest mini edition of the Caboose. Coming up next, Andrew Baggerly is going to join us. We got a lot of questions on the field. We got a lot of questions off the field as we look ahead. Just a couple of weeks left in the year, especially Blake Snell. Some of the things that Bags has been talking about as well. We'll get to those things next, only here on the Sports Leader. Yes. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. Some are not even based in the entire state. Now, you don't want that. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and it's been that way for nearly 30 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Of course they do. Go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, we're coming up on fall, but the weather is still beautiful. And, of course, in the city, it is always great in the fall. So motorcyclists, pedestrian cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident, feel extremely confident that you are in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That is the Dolan Law Firm, and they've secured more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Papa, Lund, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
He delivers, change up. There's a drive in the deep center field. Way back there, still going. Hits off the center field wall. Coming around third, Luciano heading home, having to chase down McCarron. The center fielder Perkins retrieves it and throws it back. Wade has a long double.
There's the great John Miller. We played yesterday of him singing Old Blue Hawaii. Very solid. In the Hawaiian Airlines broadcast booth. The Giants, as Bags writes, and he'll join us momentarily, a rare laugher. As,
4 in the first, 4 in the second. They were up 8-0.
13-2, culminated in Jake Bowers, position player for the Brewers, actually on the mound at the end. So we'll talk to Bags about that. Plus, of course, as we are coming down the stretch here, the Giants are out of it. Some of the offseason things. I know Susan Slusser believes that the Giants want to re-sign Blake Snell, and he wants to re-sign here. So we'll get into those conversations and the things they could potentially be doing in the offseason. In fact, he joins us now. Make sure you're following him at Extra Bags, reading his great stuff. Like his latest, Elliot Ramos and Mike Yastrzemski display their skills as Giants win a rare laugher, 13-2, over the Brewers last night. Hi, Bags. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, we're really good. As you say there, a rare laugher for the Giants at home, 13-2 last night.
You know, I was going through and I thought, when's the last time that the Giants won a game without Ryan Walker pitching? And it had been 8 wins ago. The last win the Giants got before yesterday, in which neither Tyler Walker or Ryan Walker, Tyler Rogers or Ryan Walker touched the mound, was Blake Snell's no-hitter. That was on August 2nd. So, it's I think the Giants are going to kind of try to build to be that team that can win the close games, that can win with pitching and defense. But, it's awfully nice when you can take some pressure off everybody and just win a laugher every now and again, and have a position player on the mound for the other team. Maybe not once a week, but once every 2 weeks. And this team just hasn't. Too many games have just become coin flips. They've had to come back and scratch and claw their way to a comeback win. They've got 11, walk-off wins at home, the most in the majors. But when you make too many games into coin flips late, then they become coin flips. And you know what the odds of that are. It's 50 heads, 50 tails, and you end up a 500 team. And that's kind of been the story of their season. So. Definitely. I think that was good tonic for the soul for them to win one easy last night.
Yeah, Blake Snell wasn't perfect, but he got through it, giving up just 1 run in 5. Encarnacion to the opposite field home run. Mike Yastrzemski hit the 3-run shot on the pitch down that he was able to go get Bags to make it 8-0. And then he drove in a run later. I want to ask you about Yaz, because we're already obviously looking ahead to so many regard. And Grant McCray with a 2-homer game in San Diego on Saturday is showing surprising power for a guy his size. The ball does jump off his bat. He's really good defensively. And he got Ramos in left. He made a couple of nice plays last night. And then obviously Jung-Hoo Lee coming back. But the role with Yaz and where he is at as far as his salary and what they could pay him, do you think there's a place on the roster next year for Mike Yastrzemski?
Yeah, I do. I think we're seeing that more and more. And they're showing their hand in some of these decisions early. I mean, we were kind of up in the air about Tyro Estrada and what they were going to do with him, and they clearly kind of showed their hand and by outrighting him, and they continue to play Mike Yastrzemski every day. Not only that, but batting first or second in the lineup. And I think that when they re-signed Matt Chapman, one thing that both Farhan, Zaidi, and Bob Melvin said is you got to pay attention to, is a player comfortable in your environment, and in your ballpark, et cetera, et cetera. And Yaz just plays so well, especially at home. And you also look at how veterans finish the season, because he's 34, right? And I tell you what, you sort of, look at and watch him play, and he looks just the same as he did in 2019 when he was busted on the scene, and in the pandemic 2020 year when he was, down ballot MVP candidate. I mean, he hasn't produced to that level offensively, but in terms of, just his motor, I mean, it looks like the same sort of youth. And so, even though he is 34 and that's, pretty ancient, frankly, for arbitration years, that's just how long it took him to get to the big leagues. You look at, is he worth $10 million? I mean, they're paying Taylor Rogers that much this year. So, they paid Tommy LaStella that much, toward the end of his contract. So, I think he's absolutely going to be worth it for just what he's showing you now at this point in the season. If he's still got this in the tank at this point in the year, then I think you feel kind of good about him moving forward. And, maybe he does end up in a platoon with Matos. Maybe Matos becomes his right-handed platoon partner. Maybe McCray becomes kind of a fifth outfielder with options who can go up and down. I know everyone's excited about McCray's tools, but his strikeout rate is still, like 40%. So, that's just not going to work. You're not going to give 250-plus plate appearances to a player, with that kind of strikeout rate. So he can work on that, go up and down in the big leagues, kind of be a version of like what Jake McCarthy was to the Diamondbacks, and then grow into more playing time as he gets that strikeout rate under control. So, and Jung Hoo Lee obviously will be back to play center field. So I think that I think they feel pretty good about their outfield without having to do a whole lot this offseason.
It's always great to talk to Andrew Baggerly. It's Pop and Lund here on The Sports Leader talking some Giants. John Shea had reported that the contracts for Bob Melvin and Farhan Zaidi were maybe a year. The last year in 26 wasn't guaranteed for either of those guys. Does that mean anything specifically for Farhan Zaidi this year, or is it just a bookkeeping to you? How do you look at that?
I'll be honest, I did know about that. It was told to me kind of in confidence, so I didn't report it. And frankly, it's not something that I tried to chase down with other sources because I really didn't think it made that big a difference. I mean, if this ownership group decides it wants to move on from Farhan Zaidi, now or a year from now or whatever, obviously it's important to those two guys that salary is guaranteed in 2026. But I don't think that salary is something that would keep management and ownership from making a change if they want to make a change. So, it does mean that last year or next year will be the last guaranteed year on their contract, and that can kind of, make them, vault up, a little bit higher on the list of columns that people write about, executives and managers who are on quote unquote lame duck status. But I really don't think it impacts a whole lot. What really matters in the end is, are they going to be, sitting in their chair or are they not? And I don't know if the contract having the option one way or the other really impacts, whether they will be or not. And, I mentioned this on the morning show yesterday. I mean, you don't forget about the fact that, when this contract was announced, and it wasn't announced what the terms were for Bob Melvin in October. It wasn't announced, really never has been announced about Farhan's extension, but Farhan was asked, what's the term on this contract? And he said through 2026. So, there was some misdirection there, and I think that was intentional.
So how do you think it goes with Farhan? And I do think ownership in sports, they will eat 1 year of salary, but it's difficult to eat 2 years of salary and have to pay his replacement and double the cost of that for 2 years. But just what are your thoughts? He's just so wildly unpopular among the fan base. I think to some degree, speaking of Farhan, he's not as popular with members of the media, certain members of the media. And the Giants and their ownership and executives do listen to that. I think that was part of what the changes were last offseason, especially with Cap and the way they play the game. When the season is over, would you be shocked if they move on from Farhan, Beggs?
I don't know if I would be shocked. I would say I would be a little surprised at this point. I mean, they are operating business as usual. They're making some reorganization in their scouting staff. They've already let a few scouts know that they won't be renewed. They're going to I'm told that's not downsizing as much as they're going to change the way that they do their pro scouting and maybe have more special assignments looking at specific guys rather than entire, system coverage. Like you've got the AA systems for these 8 organizations, et cetera. But the point is they are making those decisions. They're making those changes, and a front office usually doesn't continue to operate, sort of with that future casting going forward if they're not going to be, in charge of the operation. So, they're going to have their meetings at the end of the season, and the executive board, it's 5 people, 6 people, and if they, have a open-ended conversation and one person convinces another person. I mean, that's how decisions get made in different ways, depending on the group dynamics. And so anything can happen. But I think right now the expectation would be that they would go into next season with the current group intact. And yeah, I would be a little surprised if that changes, but it's human nature, man. I mean, someone can make a point, someone could say, hey, that's a good point, and let's rethink this, and hey, this person's available that we're excited about, and that's how changes happen. But that's the whole thing. Who would you replace him with? I mean, Kim Ng is someone who would be front of mind as a seasoned executive who they've interviewed before, but there's too much. I think Ken Rosenthal wrote this the other day. There too many people in the game kind of operate the same way. So, you're probably not going to replace Farhan with somebody who thinks completely different from him. So, maybe stay the course and see what next year brings. And yeah, I think the unpopularity is a concern for management. They want people to feel good about, the direction of the team. But ultimately, the metric that I think they use to best sort of gauge that is attendance, and their attendance is up. I mean, it wasn't so great last night. They announced 22, which was the lowest of the season, but the season ticket base is still around 16, I think, and they're I think they're about 6th or 7th in the league in terms of year-over-year attendance increase. They're up about 2,200 a game. They're going to draw their most fans since 2019, since the pandemic. So some of that may be pandemic recovery year-over-year, but I think they also, if there were a ton of empty seats all season, then I think there'd be a little more panic or edge to make a big change.
Yeah, when you ask who they're going to replace him with, and I love that angle, like we're going to, we get rid of the guy or keep the guy because we can't find anybody. There's a lot of people out there. I think one name to keep an eye on is Billy Owens across the bay with the A's, and now that the A's are not going to be across the bay anymore, I don't know what his future is with Sacramento and, ultimately Las Vegas or not, but he's been there with David Forst and Dan Feinstein for about 10 years. He's very well respected. The other part of it could be that, like Sabes had Dick Tidrow, who, and Sabes was a great evaluator. He was a scout at heart. But Tidrow just knew pitching on that level. Who does Farhan have in the organization, Bags, that is his version of Sabes' Dick Tidrow? Or it's a pure baseball guy? I think Billy Owens, maybe not replace Farhan, but to bring him in the organization and be kind of his eyes like Dick Tidrow was for Sabes.
I mean, it's a great question. I love the fact you call them Saves.
I just do that for Billy Bean, and I'm hoping you go pick up a Moneyball DVD so I can make more money today. But anyway.
Was that made up? Did he really call them Saves, or is that just somebody threw in the movie?
That was Brad Pitt ad-libbing, I think.
Okay, all right. Well, if Brad Pitt ad-libs you, then I think you're probably okay with it. In fact, Sabes had one he ad-libbed for me the other day, or not the other day, but last year in spring training, I saw him at one of the ballparks, and he sees me walking up to him, and he says, "Bag of donuts." And I didn't realize.
Wow.
I didn't realize "bag of donuts" could be one of my nicknames, but it is now. So
we called Savey Saves on the air.
Yeah.
Savey Saves, and he was not happy.
There was a
he
pause.
Was not happy.
You didn't like it?
No, he didn't like it. He didn't like it at all.
Well, I mean, come on. Some of the best Brian Sabian moments in when his time in San Francisco were his repartees with Ralph Barbieri. Some of that,
God,
great. It doesn't get better than that.
The best.
But to answer your question, it's a really good question. I think Brian Bannister served as that guy. He wasn't just. I mean, he was director of pitching. He oversaw everything that was happening with the people in the system. But he also did a ton of draft work too. So I don't know if they necessarily kind of replaced that acumen. I think they kind of backfilled it, but that may be something to look at going forward because. You had all these pitchers that were taken, and some of them have found their way to the big leagues. Some of them have hit some bumps along the way. Will Bednar was a first-round pick, and he's, I guess, throwing 97 again, but he looks like he may be a reliever going forward. Wisenhunt kind of maybe didn't have had that up-and-down time at AAA, didn't do enough to sort of bully his way to the big leagues. You see Birdsong's got big-time stuff. Kyle Harrison is a guy that, if they get a little more oomph out of his fastball next year, which I think they're confident that they can, he's got the fastball sort of characteristics that could be pretty dominant if it all falls into place for him. So I think they feel good about, some of the pitching in the system, but you're right. They don't sort of have that, sort of guru with the reputation, and maybe you don't need that. Maybe it's just, you just need the results and the results are what matters. But, when you're Dick Tidrow, he was so confident he could draft people with, you don't get two different body types that are more dissimilar than Tim Lincecum and Madison Bumgarner. And he looked at those two guys throwing as amateurs and was like, yeah, that'll work. We'll take that. And the Giants obviously don't win 3 World Series without, Dick Tidrow kind of, having the wherewithal or the gumption or cojones or whatever you want to call it to make those kinds of picks and believe that, there isn't just a cookie cutter approach to finding big league success on the mound.
Great stuff. Bags, as always, we appreciate the insight. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week. Have a great week.
Sounds good. You guys have a good week too. Thanks.
Thank you, Bag of Donuts.
Bag of Donuts. What is that?
That's Saby Sabes.
Yeah. I remember when we called him Saby Sabes.
He's not happy with me.
I think before the segment, I think I said something like, what if we call him that? What do you think?
You goaded me into it. See, it was all your fault. Like everything else, you corrupt me.
Well, there was just a pause.
What did he say to me when I said that?
I remember there was just like an awkward
He just gave
pause.
me a really, Papa? Really? I forget what he said. He was not. It was a joke.
Yeah, plus you were in the movie. I mean, it wasn't like you're just some nobody calling him that. You're a big part of the movie. You get those big residual checks every year from those things.
$34 every 3 months. I'll never starve.
You and your buddy Philip Seymour Hoffman.
He's no longer with us, John.
Yeah, I
so
know.
let's be respectful.
So you're real tight on the set, everything like that. And then in the days that Angelina stopped by back when they were seeing eye to eye, which they are clearly not doing now. All right. We'll give you a couple of remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour. And then Copes is with Ray Ratto. What are your favorites? You used to do a show with Ray on TV.
The Happy Hour.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go happy hour. My Bills are playing in a couple hours. John.
Oh, yeah. You got to get worked up. Just like you did on that show. What was in your red
Wild
cup?
Wings.
Yeah.
And this is a minute about dirty play.
Is that Ray?
He'll be back. Yeah.
Is he interviewing Kyle today?
10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, this will be fun.
Boy. Oh, boy.
You don't like that idea?
Oh, boy.
All right. We'll get to all of it next. Only here on the Sports Center.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ray Ratto, we were just talking about him, and there he is.
Look at that.
I haven't seen Ray in so long. How are you, Ray? You're looking wonderful.
He doesn't have any headphones on, so we can see him.
Now he can hear us. Now he can see us.
Can he hear us?
I see him. Can you hear me?
There he is. Oh, now he's got headphones on.
Now we can hear you.
I can see he's got headphones
Got his
on.
sunglasses on around the sweater. How are you, Raymond?
I'm having the time of somebody's life, but I don't know whose it is.
Many people's life. Many people.
What about you? What about you, reprobates? Why aren't you in jail yet?
How do you know I'm not? Where do you think I am?
Bailed about this
Live
morning.
from Cell Block D here in San Quentin.
They wouldn't let you wear that stuff in prison.
No, I know. So practice is over at 2:54 today. I think I'm getting Kyle like right away after practice, maybe at like 3.
Boy, that'll be a treat for him.
Well, yeah, I know. And but
First guy he sees.
No, the real treat's going to be you.
Oh, I'm
So
not
are
talking
you-
to him.
You're not talking to Kyle?
No, Brian is, or Adam's talking to him.
Oh, you're not talking at all? You're not involved in the interview?
I'm not involved.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
I think the 49ers made it clear.
Well, we can run through the questions.
Ratto?
I mean, I'll be honest with you.
What would
I
you have
wouldn't
asked
talk to
him?
me if I didn't have to.
What would you have asked him?
How
Pretend I'm Kyle and you ask me the first question.
much
You look
longer do
like
you think
Kyle.
you can skate on that Jets win?
Yeah, we'll throw that one back. It won't work.
Yeah, you kind of look like Kyle. You got the hat going.
I got the Kyle hat on.
You got the Niners thing,
residency.
Yeah, you look like a semi-drunk Steve Spurrier is what you look like.
The old ball coach.
Yeah.
Saw a picture of him the other day. Man, he looks like a catcher's mitt.
Wow.
Does he? I haven't seen Steve Spurrier in years.
Well, he's aged as you might think he would.
Yeah, not well, huh?
Well, he's outside a lot.
Yeah, he was, too.
Yeah.
In Florida forever. Probably drinking, Florida-type drinks.
Yeah.
At
On
age.
Saturdays during the game.
Exactly.
So what are you going to ask the guy?
I'm going to ask him, why won't you talk to Ray Ratto? No. I don't know.
I think that's a question that answers itself.
No. They're all afraid of you.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's it.
Say, I demand you tell me what's going on with Christian McCaffrey.
I want to know.
I
I demand.
Is he playing?
So what's your thoughts
Tell
on
me.
McCaffrey, Ray? Should they rest him in Minnesota? John thinks if he's not, they should rest him and win with JP Mason or play Mason.
Oh, I think he's a malingering fraud. I don't think you'll ever see him again.
JP Mason or McCaffrey?
No, I don't think you have to be in a hurry with McCaffrey. You don't have to rush him back. And if he's not right on Friday, you just say, you got another week. I mean, the one thing we learned Monday night is that the system takes care of running backs. Yes, is McCaffrey better than Mason? That's indisputable. But I don't think the Vikings are the team where you have to rush him back for. It's week 2. What's the hurry? So I would say he would have to prove that he's 100%. If anything less, he gets to wear civilian clothes.
Plus, I don't like
Kind of
the
like I
kills.
am wearing.
Yeah.
Probably a similar outfit.
Oh, no. That's a step too far.
No, I know.
I mean, seriously. I mean, that's dressing in the dark level.
I'm getting ready for Halloween. That's what I'm doing. Anyway.
The holidays must be fun at your house.
They are.
I think you and Tim Ryan's would switch. I think you should go
We had
with
the
long
exact
hair.
same outfit on today.
You did, 100%. Then you changed your hat.
Yeah.
But
I change my hat every segment.
Yeah. Maybe you should do that. You could
What
be
do you
Tim
like,
Ryan.
Bills Dolphins tonight, Ratto? Who do you like in this game?
I like the Bills just because the Dolphins are more flash than cash as far as I'm concerned. I think in time they could be better, but I think it's a little early for them to have to do some uphill shoving. And I think Buffalo is sneaky good. Not Super Bowl level good, but I think they're better than Miami.
What's the spread on that game? Is Buffalo favored in Miami?
They are.
Yeah.
Mostert's out. Is A-Chain playing tonight?
No.
He's out too?
Either, yeah.
They ruled him out?
Are they now to Jeff Wilson Jr.?
Well,
Is he
he's the guy
next?
who
How
got
many
he's the guy who got the most carries last Sunday.
Yeah.
So.
Plus, Mike McDaniel looks like a cocaine dealer. He could be the cocaine dealer to Miami Vice episode.
Well,
he's changed his hairstyle, hasn't he, in the offseason?
Yeah, he's a cocaine dealer if the place he does his business is the library.
Yeah, but he has this whole look now that's like totally different than when he was here.
The sunglasses, the porn glasses, and the hair.
Got his hair a little bit. Now he's got some
different.
Yeah, type of Miami type beard.
He's got a little curl to his hair.
A lot of leisure suits.
Hey, you take the Dolphins to a playoff, you can dress any way you want.
He's taking them to 2, and he loses every year when he freezes his ass off.
Well,
whether he's going to Buffalo without Tua, or last year in Kansas City, he didn't have. It's too cold there.
The best they've been since without Shula.
Well, yeah, I mean, he could wear a red gingham dress.
He might.
Oh, Raymond.
He might.
Tell Copes we say hi.
No.
Okay, don't tell Copes we say hi.
I'm trying not to talk to him at all.
Tell Kyle we say hi. Oh, you're not going to talk to him.
I'm not talking to him.
You can't do that either. All right.
This is gonna be. I'm gonna sit here for 3 hours and just watch moss grow on my leg.
Tell yourself we say hi.
I will.
Good to see you.
Yeah, with those 70s versions TVs, you can't watch anything but infomercials in that studio. Enjoy those while Copes talks the whole time, basically. All right, man. You're looking good.
Bye,
there
Ray,
he goes. He's right by him.
He's gone.
All right, Ray's not going to talk anymore.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Ray Ratto and Adam Copeland coming up right now. All right, you're off to talk to Kyle. We'll find. We will. We'll let you. You'll tell us.
I'm going to go
exactly
watch practice for 54 minutes.
And then, all right. Yeah. Sounds good. All right. They are coming up next. Thanks, as always, to Danny and to Walter. Great guests. We just heard from Bags. That was tremendous. The Tim Ryan Power Hour from 11 to 12. Make sure you tune in for those. If you miss any interviews from any of the shows, just go to KNBR.com. Ratto is with Copes, and they're next only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, our Cumulus Media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's going on? Adam Copeland. No Tom Tolbert. Still, he's out traveling the country watching Minnesota Twins, Anaheim Angel games. Brutal. In today, not Dieter Kurtenbach, not Mike Silver. It's Ray Ratto. We got third string.
Something
Nice.
infinitely worse.
Yeah, you're like the Josh Johnson for the show now. It's like yesterday Dieter went down with a UCL, and now here comes Ratto.
I could be Josh Johnson if I worked for 15 more stations between now and Christmas.
Pretty close. I guess Greg Papa's more the Josh Johnson.
Josh Johnson's my favorite football player.
Why is that?
Because he's good enough to keep getting jobs, but never good enough to have to prove it.
Yeah, he's sort of, the better equivalent is Edwin Jackson.
Edwin Jackson
starting
was
pitcher.
good
He's
too.
pitched for didn't he pitch for 13 teams or something?
Yeah, but I think Johnson's passed him.
We'd have to look. We need Derek in the KNBR Stats and Info Center.
If we ask him to do anything, we're doomed.
We might get it by 5. Yeah,
5. We might get it by Friday.
Ray Ratto hanging out
Don't bet
today.
your life on that, Ray.
Yeah, no. Ray Ratto hanging out today. We'll have some fun. We got some stuff that we like to do with Ray. Some games we'll play a little bit later on.
We like to do to him.
Yeah, we like to do to him. JT Snow going to join us at 2:50 today for his weekly conversation. Head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, right here on KNBR at 3:30. Kyle Shanahan at 3:30. And then Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, at 4:50 is going to join us. So Kyle at 3:30, Farhan 4:50, Larry Krueger at 5:30, and then Steve Kerr, of course, at his usual time, Ray. How you doing? How you been?
I've been fine. How are you?
Good. I feel like with you, it's like, I don't know how well you know the movie Coach Carter.
I saw it once.
You saw it once? You remember when it happened over at Richmond High?
Yeah.
Yeah, when the whole lockout thing where they decided not to play. They were undefeated.
Yeah.
There's a line in the movie where Samuel L. Jackson's like going to the classrooms to make sure that the kids have been going to class and doing what they say. And the center junior battle hasn't been showing up to math class. And the teacher says, we like to think of junior battle like Halley's Comet. We don't see him often, but when we do, it's always special. That's how we feel about Ray Ratto coming back to Tolbert and Copes.
Wow, you're shoveling with both hands already, and it's
right.
3:03.
I'm groveling. It's 2:04, but thank you.
I was talking, in Denver, it's 3:03.
Okay. No,
you gain an hour, lose a minute.
Yeah, thank you. 59 minutes ahead if you're in Denver, Colorado. I like that. Fun to have you back. What have you been up to? How was your summer?
Uneventful. I mean, we went to a bunch of places. Saw my in-laws, which was a treat.
Was it really, or is that just
Well, it was great when we left.
Yeah.
No, nothing out of the ordinary. Still working at Defector, which is America's greatest website.
Yeah.
It's fun. I mean, I get to write.
What's the most recent piece you wrote?
Oh, I wrote something about Bill Belichick, television star, for Today.
What's funny is I don't know if I thought I'd be
so exciting.
I thought I'd be entertained by Bill Belichick at this point. Like, it'd be funny to have him and Saban, two very serious guys in their football careers, doing this media stuff. I'm not really into the way Bill Belichick has handled the media so far. He just seems like he's pandering, is what I feel like.
Oh, he's saying as little as possible because he doesn't want to say anything that will irritate a potential possible employer.
Are you surprised he doesn't have a gig?
No.
Why not?
Because I think he showed the two things that the National Football League has a great deal of trouble with: age and fighting with the owner. They don't like it when you get too old, and this is becoming increasingly a young man's hire. And two, he and Bob Kraft went out on lousy terms, and owners talk to each other. And I think when people thought he was going to get the job in Atlanta, Arthur Blank, does the due diligence call to Bob Kraft, and I think Kraft probably said, without overtly saying it, I'm glad he's gone. Because, I mean, based on resume, it's not going to be Raheem Morris. But, there didn't seem to be much hesitation in Arthur Blank when he said, that's the guy I want.
I thought that was sort of a weird spot anyway, Atlanta, because it seemed like a team that needed, I mean, maybe you look at the South and you go, well, maybe they can just go win it because it's one of the worst divisions. There's nobody who's really spearheading that thing, and maybe Belichick could be the difference. But I sort of looked at it in like the way Bruce Bochy came back to baseball, which is sort of funny because when I looked at the Texas Rangers at the time, I didn't think they were World Series contenders. Bochy did and said, I have a chance to win with this team, and I'm going to come back. And what a great way for him to come back. But I thought Belichick would go to a team with a quarterback, a defense like the Chargers, I thought were going to be a good spot potentially.
But I think we found out the choice wasn't his. And I think we all assumed that he could pick and choose. And
I did. I guess you're right, yeah.
And, the Chargers did seem like a logical spot, but if you're going to take him, you basically have to gut your front office too.
Because he's going to run everything.
Because he's going to run everything. He's going to bring his own people in. Heck, he brought his own people into that podcast he does every week with Mike Lombardi and Matt Patricia. Two thigh-slapping, commode-hugging good times right there.
Does Patricia wear the pencil in his ear when he does the...
No, he seems actually almost human. He's more into this gig than Belichick seems. I mean...
Well, yeah, I don't think Belichick wants to be doing this. I just think
I don't think he does either.
But he feels like he kind of has to.
But he's taken enough jobs where you have to wonder, well, something's got to make him happy. I mean, I watched him, with the Mannings Monday night, and, between the 5-second delay, every time they asked him something.
It's brutal. Like with their riffing, it's fine, but it's brutal when they're trying to riff back and forth with you.
Yeah, I mean, but it was inevitably, well, you got to try to get better every day. Really? Why don't you just say do your job over and over again?
So exciting.
Well, what's wild about Belichick to me, and we'll talk more 49er stuff in just a few minutes. Kyle Shanahan going to join us at 3:30. What's wild to me about Belichick is his coaching tree, which is basically non-existent. Everybody who left either came back or failed wherever they went.
Well, but I'm not sure that that's his fault.
No, it's not his fault.
Because what I think is the coaches that were hired from his tree all thought they had to do things the Belichick way. And the Belichick way only worked once he started winning.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that skin on the wall, you don't get to act like you invented football. And they all have. Josh McDaniels twice.
The first guy I thought.
Tricia, Bill O'Brien. That Bill Belichick without rings, just a guy.
Can I offer you who was the special teams guy? Who went and coached the Giants?
Joe Judge.
Joe Judge. How about that hire?
Yeah.
It's like the Pats special teams guy. Nobody's going to find another Harbaugh like that. Everybody's looking for one on the special teams. It's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
Steve Young told us yesterday, got to have an offensive-minded head coach. A smooth transition here.
Wow, and he's so wrong about that.
We can talk about it.
We will.
Okay, I disagree. I think you do have to have an offensive head coach.
I don't know if you've noticed how football is being played now.
Yeah, that's why I think you have to have an offensive head coach.
You have to have an offensive head coach who's got a new scheme.
Do you know what football? Do you know what you're talking about?
No.
Okay, good.
We'll go through this. I'll straighten you out.
I know you're a soccer man. Is that what you're talking about?
No.
You're talking lasso? Is that what you're getting into here?
I don't know if you've noticed this, but last week was the lowest number of passing touchdowns in an opening weekend since 2006. There were 74 field goals tried.
Well, yeah.
Every coach in football is now trying to win on defense. They're basically stealing the Shanahan playbook there. And if you're going to hire an offensive guy, he'd better have a gimmick that nobody's tried before, because I think defensive coordinators have caught up to everything but Kansas City.
We'll talk more about this. Ray Ratto, and this is a smooth transition, Ray, into me asking how you feel about ZZ Top and the 2024 rendition of Leonard Skinner.
Oh, I wouldn't miss it unless I could, and I can, so I do.
It's going down at Toyota Pavilion in Concord on, 7 days away? A week from today. You can go see these two bands on September 19th. Tune in between now and 6 o'clock. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win 2 tickets to go see ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord, furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call today? The Tube Snake Boogie. When you hear that clip again between now and 6 o'clock, 415-896-KNBR, caller 10 is going to win 2 tickets to go see ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner. Ray Ratto hanging out today. We're going to hear from JT Snow 250, Kyle Shanahan 330, Farhan 450, Larry Krueger 530, Steve Kerr as usual time. When we come on back, we'll get your thoughts, Ray, on the 49ers win and the offseason. We didn't talk a lot of Niner football this offseason. It was a lot about contracts. What were your takeaways from the Niners win over the Jets Monday? We'll get into that next. Tolbert and Copes with Ray Ratto on the Sports Leader.
Hi, buddy.
The 49ers take on the Minnesota Vikings this Sunday for an early kickoff, 10 a.m. We got pregame starting at 7 a.m. with myself and John Lund over on 810, The Bread.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Right.
Tolbert and Copes, Thursday afternoon. Ray Ratto hanging out with us. Kyle Shanahan to join us at 3:30. Farhan Zaidi, 4:50. JT Snow, though, first in about a half an hour at 2:50. Ray, 49ers offseason, I don't know if you'd call it wild. It was just noisy. Noisy offseason and then a dominant win on Monday night. I mean, I don't think anything makes you forget about the offseason faster than having both guys who have signed the contracts out there playing. Trent Williams at the level that he played on Monday was fantastic. Ayuk was not, clearly rusty and not where they want him to be. But your thoughts in general on the win on Monday night?
It didn't surprise me only because I don't believe in the Jets.
Yeah. Neither do I, really.
I mean, if you think about it, the game turned not on Jordan Mason, but on the fact that the Jets, who were supposed to have this vaunted defense, you know, so much so that they can play hardball with Hassan Reddick, they got scored on 8 times. Yeah, I mean, 6 of them are field goals, but you stack those up high enough, you still end up with 30-plus points. And that was the thing that did surprise me. I thought the 49ers would win, but it'd be like, 20-14, something like that. But it didn't hinge on, on Jordan Mason. It didn't hinge on Aaron Rodgers. It hinged on the fact the Jets couldn't get a stop. And the Jets are supposed to be a defensive team. And they failed profoundly.
8 straight scoring drives, 6 of them field goals, but still 8. They hadn't done that either since the 70s.
Yeah, I mean, well, it probably hasn't been done by anybody. I mean, just 8 in a row.
It's a lot.
Where you get points. It's just so improbable. Yeah. The result of the game didn't surprise me the way it came down did, because I bought into the notion that Robert Saleh has fixed the Jets, and he hasn't.
Real quick on you mentioned the Jets and believing their defense is vaunted enough that they can play hardball with Hassan Reddick. For those who don't know, Hassan Reddick, of course, traded to the Jets, did not get a new contract, showed up April the 1st, did his physical and his welcome presser, held up the jersey or whatever the hell they do, and they haven't seen him since. He wants a trade. He's demanding another trade. Now, the Jets are saying I think there's two different sides of the story where he's saying we didn't know, or his representation is saying we were promised we were going to get a contract when he showed up, and the Jets are saying, no, we said we would negotiate a contract when you got here. If that's really the case, you're foolish for making that trade, for bringing a guy over before you know that you're going to lock him up or that you've got him there. I don't even know that I think they're playing hardball. I think they've just kind of fumbled this thing.
But they all think that players will eventually cave, that this is, this was just some way of, so that Reddick could avoid doing any training camp.
So far, they're wrong.
Well, so far, they're profoundly wrong. And they are literally nearing the point where they don't have a choice but to trade it. Because if a guy's willing to miss, real games, he's serious. And, it's not like the Jets have a compelling reason to make him be starstruck. What have they done in the last 40 years? Remarkably little, and maybe even less. And if he thought they were going to do a new deal with him and then went back on it, why would he trust them with anything?
Yeah.
So,
You think he plays this year?
For somebody, he won't play for the Jets.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think they're going to have to move him. You'll get to a point where you have to. In terms of all the 49er teams you've covered or you've been around for, where does this rank among the most chaotic off seasons?
It wasn't as chaotic as the first week of the regular season. I mean, most of the 49er holdouts, the Williams things felt to me all along like he was a guy who just, I'll come in right before training camp, when training camp's over. I don't want to do this. I'm 33. I've done all the running around and colliding into people, without getting paid that I'm going to do. Ayuk felt a little cuter, but in the end, he sort of caved.
Yeah.
And, if that was it, maybe he was thinking, you know what? I'm not going to, sweat for 4 weeks in Santa Clara for no good end. I'll do the dance and then I'll come in the week before.
Well, he sort of caved, but didn't he want his cake and he wanted his cake and he wanted to eat it too, and I feel like he got to.
Oh, I think he rolled the dice hoping that he'd get a new deal.
But he wanted to do it here.
Yeah.
Or he would have accepted the trade
when they kept
if it was
saying
purely money.
When they kept saying Pittsburgh, I'm going, what's the Pittsburgh angle? What's so great about there?
Yeah.
And you saw they kicked 6 field goals too.
and we were joking yesterday. Did you see Russell Wilson?
Yeah.
What was that about? Russell Wilson, inactive for the game, and he went out full pads, and the best part, he was wearing eye black.
Oh.
He could never have played. Would not have, in zero scenario is he playing in that game. Was ineligible to play. It's the goofiest, dorkiest thing.
Yeah, what was he going to do? Confuse the Falcons for, what? Until the national anthem?
That's like the Broncos country, let's ride, the run, pass. This is as corny as it gets with us.
I just can imagine Raheem Morris going, are you sure he's inactive?
Yeah.
And then he finally realized, if he's active, he's the backup. Why am I worrying about this?
We need to check if he were his wrists taped.
Yeah.
Was he wearing the play band on his arm? I wonder if part of this, with a lot of the stuff he does, because he's been, he was a dork when he was in Seattle, but he wasn't the focus always of that team. And when he became the focus of that team, they moved on, and it was the right move. He hasn't been nearly the same guy. Didn't have the defense or hasn't had the defense around him. It just hasn't executed as an October MVP like we saw for many years. He oftentimes faded at the back end, but he was really, really good, it seemed like, at the beginning of seasons. But when they started letting Russ cook, then things kind of fell apart when it wasn't about the run game and the defense. What I wonder, though, is when he left Seattle, there was all the stuff that came out from the Legion of Boom and all the former players on the team who were teammates saying, bad teammate, not bad teammate in general, but they didn't like having him around. He demanded the office in the building, and teammates had to make appointments with him if they wanted to hang out. They're like, what does a quarterback need an office for if he's on the team? Tom Brady doesn't have his own office, and Russ wasn't hanging Super Bowls year after year like this. I wonder if a lot of what he's doing now is overcompensating for the crap that was talked about him when he left Seattle.
It might be, because what quarterback do you think would be the guy who would ask for an office? Of all the 32 starters, who do you think would be that guy? I'll give you a hint. You just saw him.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. He's never asked for an office.
No, it's a good call.
If he's never asked for an office, then
he's got just as many rings as Russ, too.
He might ask for his own mountain, but that's an off-season deal.
He asked for his own cave.
Yeah.
I
don't know what Russell Wilson's thinking or why he's thinking it, but his days of leverage are over. And if he thought he could get leverage on Mike Tomlin, who, frankly, I mean, you could light a highway flare off his face. I mean, he just looks at you and you wither.
Yeah.
So he's going to go, an office here? I have an office. I'm not sharing it with you.
No. The
Yeah,
office thing's insane. The stuff he's doing now is just so much goofier and out there to save face is what it feels like to me.
Almost, except he's not saving face. He's
looking worse. He just doesn't understand it.
He's creating more attention for himself at a time when you're the backup, you hold the iPad.
Yeah, shut up and
That's
shut up
what
and
you're
do
here
your
for.
job. Yeah.
Hold the iPad.
Tolbert and Copes, Ray Ratto hanging out with me on a Thursday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Christian McCaffrey was out at practice today. We'll get you some of the details on that when they become available. JT Snow, 250. We're going to talk to head coach Kyle Shanahan at 3:30 and Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, at 4:50. So keep it locked right here on KNBR, the sports leader. We'll see what Christian McCaffrey's designation is officially tomorrow and if he's going to travel to Minnesota. We'll talk about how they handle this with Ray Ratto when they come on back. Tolbert and Copes with Ratto on the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Right.
Tolbert and Copes, Ray Ratto with me on a Thursday afternoon. JT Snow going to join us in about 20 minutes. Christian McCaffrey, we're waiting to find out his status for this week. The report as of Monday night, per Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport, was that it was trending towards the direction of him not playing even in week 2. Cam Inman reported a little while ago from 49er practice that 49ers are starting practice and Christian McCaffrey is on the field in uniform with everyone else. Not a fully padded session today is what Cam Inman reports. There were other reports out there, and there's video of him out there running, and he looks like he's practicing with the team. I don't know in what capacity that means or what limited means or at what speed they're going. David Lombardi then reports all these Christian McCaffrey are back at practice tweets are making it sound like he just returned today. He was out there yesterday, too. He was out there all of last week, though in a limited capacity. The Achilles is something that's become a huge part of professional sports. It seems like it's what the ACL used to be, and now you guys have ACLs, and you go, well, he'll come back. We don't necessarily know if he'll be the same, but the Achilles can be a career-changing or ending type thing for guys, it seems like today. Once you start hearing about the calf and the Achilles, there's a lot more attention paid to what's happened with Christian McCaffrey. What do you think the best course of action is and how they handle this? Is it just rest him until you think you absolutely need him?
Rest him until he's absolutely 100%. Because if he's 100%, and you just sit him out, I don't think he's a guy who sits well. But he has to be 100%, not 95. Because I don't think, you saw that, they coped well without him against a team that was allegedly good defensively. Minnesota's not supposed to be as good as the Jets are. I think you be as prudent as you can get away with. But when he is fully ready to go, then you say, well, we're paying you, so get out there. And I think he would prefer that too. So I think the decision they have to make is not very difficult at all. Because it's still week 2. They don't have to rush him back for any reason. So, just wait till he's 100%. Because look, there's miles on that tire. He's
a running back. At some point, running backs decline.
Yeah,
and they used him a lot last year.
So be as prudent as you can get away with. If this was week 11 and they were, on the verge of maybe not making the wild card, then I'd say you'd have to think about it differently. But it's week 2. You're coming off a comfortable win over a team that was allegedly supposed to, have some game to it, and they handled that. So I think the decision makes itself. Just, are you 100%? Is there any restriction in the movement of your leg? Do you feel any pain at all doing anything? If the answer to either of those questions is yes, he's in civvies. If it's no, he plays.
I was wondering, we can ask Kyle this at 3:30 when he joins us later this afternoon. How much of something like this, where it's different than like Talanoa Hufanga. He's coming back from a major injury and had a surgery, and so he's got to gradually work his way back and get into football shape and make sure he's strong enough to be out there. But he was cleared by doctors. For McCaffrey, like he's at practice, is it strictly a pain tolerance thing? And how much do you take into account what the player is saying versus what you believe? Because it's not like the doctor is saying, yes, we know it can get more strained or it can get more hurt or something more catastrophic could happen.
On a guy like McCaffrey, no, I don't think his word is good.
So
only
whose word
because
do you go by?
I think he's sort of a guy who, if he wasn't 100%, would say he is. I would say the doctors have to tell me you're 100%. Because if I ask you, you're going to tell me you're 100% now.
But
I know that's wrong.
Is this an imaging thing, though? That's what I mean. Is it something that, can you just rest an Achilles and it gets better? Is it just it doesn't feel good? If it's a strain and they're worried about it, that's what I'm wondering.
Well, I left my lab coat in the car, so I can't really help you. No,
I wearing like 4 layers.
I think you've got doctors. Presumably, they've been trained at some of this.
Sure.
And they would be able to tell you, look, his motion is back to everything it was. He's running freely and fluidly. We have tape on him before the injury, so we know what to compare it to. And then you ask him. Because I think football players, more than any other sport, will lie about their condition. And even if all you are is a bean counter, you just go, we're paying this guy a lot. Do we really want to hurt him again for no good reason? I mean, there's just no compelling reason to have him playing at anything other than 100%. And I think you've got doctors who can tell you, because he's not going to tell you.
What's interesting, too, about the Jordan Mason, if we'd say like emergence or whatever happened, 28 carries, 147 yards. He was fantastic. And really, the Jets were on their heels. They were exhausted. The defense was on the field. They almost doubled them up in total offensive plays. The Jets' D was on the field for like the entire second half, it felt like, as part of the 8 consecutive scoring drives for the Niners. But what's interesting is we were talking with Dieter Kernbach about this earlier this week. Like, the quality of the roster in 2019 when they went to the Super Bowl was not as good as the quality of this roster. And while I think you have to believe, of course, he's one of the best to ever do it, Christian McCaffrey gives them the absolute best shot at being Super Bowl contenders again. I'm of the belief that they can find success and still be contenders even if he's not out there. Like, I don't think you need him this week, obviously, but I don't know if you need him to get back to the Super Bowl is my point. You want him. You'd love him to be there. But they went with Raheem Mostert and Matt Breida. And I just think I trust the Shanahan run system enough that they'll find success. Elijah Mitchell was incredible there. I don't know how much more you use Deebo Samuel there, but I think that there's still top 2 teams in the NFC without Christian McCaffrey.
Well, I suppose you could fake it, but the whole idea of having Christian McCaffrey is so that you're not in the argument. You're dictating.
You're absolutely there. Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's not a question of, could they do without him? I mean, that's not in the discussion yet. And yes, it is true that Kyle Shanahan has established that as long as he can run the football, it almost doesn't matter who it is running it.
Sure.
But if you've got this elite weapon, you want to be able to use it, because you don't want to win every game 17-14. You want to win games 35-10.
Well, they just did without Christian McCaffrey, is my point.
True, but can you rely on that every week?
You're not going to run the ball, or you're not going to be able to, I don't think, 30 times every week. But I think my point is, I think there's enough elsewhere. I think Brock Purdy's good enough to do it. I think Deebo Samuel's good enough to do it. If Brandon Ayuk reaches any form like he had last year, George Kittle there, you've got Trent. Like, I believe enough in the roster.
You just dropped 3 ifs, though. You want to have
it's
no
all
ifs.
ifs.
Well, yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I don't think
if Brock Purdy is special, well, one of the reasons why he's as special as he is now is because he's got Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey solves a lot of problems.
Of course. It raises the floor. I understand that, absolutely.
And the question of, well, could you do it without him? I suppose conceivably it would, but it would be harder.
Of course.
And what happens when Jordan Mason gets hurt?
Isaac Guerrero, come on down.
Yeah, well, okay.
Patrick Taylor and Keyshawn Vaughn, get your cleats ready.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The whole reason to have an elite player is that he gives you elite things so that you don't have to require, a non-elite player to be elite. I mean, we'll find out if the Jets defense is actually as sorry as they showed on Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they would be, but I also don't think if I'm Kyle Shanahan that I want to find out how good I am without Christian McCaffrey.
Well, no, he said, they asked him, I think the media did yesterday, I think it might have been yesterday.
Oh, the damn media.
Yeah, I know, one of you guys. Have you considered at any point putting Christian McCaffrey on injured reserve? And he said, no, I almost played him last week. So to that extent, he wants him out there himself.
No question. The only thing I'm saying is you are in a position where you can wait till he's 100% to play him. Now, if they come out against the Vikings, they have trouble running the ball, then Christian McCaffrey has had a miraculous recovery.
Sure.
But for this moment, which is when you're asking me the question, my answer would be he's got to prove that he's 100%. And I'm not taking just his word on it.
What did you make of the Jordan Mason postgame situation revealing when he was told he would start and then Kyle denying that he was ever told when he would start?
If you're going to lie, get your story straight, because one of those two guys is lying.
I felt to me more like Jordan Mason answered something that he was like, oh, man, I probably shouldn't have answered in the way that I did. Yeah. And then just, it's not the crime, it's the cover-up.
Well, yeah, because it's not a crime. I mean,
of course.
Answering the question is not a crime because it's not a question designed to get you in trouble.
Right.
And there would have been ways,
because it was in great performance, and we thought McCaffrey was playing until 90 minutes before the game.
Yeah.
There was no.
That's one of those moments where I look at Kyle Shanahan and I go, "Why are you worrying about this? Why is it a big deal when you told him he was playing?" what is to be gained with this fiction? Whatever it is, and whoever's fiction it was, why are you spending time on this? It's not important on any level.
I don't think the NFL really cares to this point, right? I don't think there's been reports of any investigation or that there's anything happening with it.
Well, I mean, was there anything in the injury report that indicated that, Christian McCaffrey was absolutely going to play and then he wasn't?
Well, that's the thing, too, is the sort of not even gray area, but the bigger picture of this, if you're going to look into it and the legitimacy of it, you can say that a guy is questionable all week like they did, and you can say to a guy he's going to start without saying the other running back is inactive. You can still decide that later. You can say, we thought he was okay, we thought maybe he'd be okay to go, and he'd go in a limited capacity. Just because you say somebody's starting doesn't mean the other guy's not playing.
Yeah, it feels like they worried about something that isn't important.
Or just trying to buy themselves more time.
Well, why?
Isn't that the more realistic to see how he felt? I mean, Kyle, they said it with McCaffrey. It does seem like it's day-to-day.
But this is after the game.
Yeah.
When they're somebody's trying to protect the fiction here. Why? What is to be gained? The answer here is nothing. When Jordan Mason was told he was starting is irrelevant to the result because the result's already in.
Yeah, they won.
So what are you sweating?
30 carries.
Yeah, I mean, just, it's one of those things where, and football is more guilty of this than any other sport, is they worry about stuff they don't need to worry about because they think everything is a nuclear secret.
Yeah. And
when Jordan Mason was told he was going to play is not a nuclear secret, especially after the fact. What are you winning here? Do you really need to worry about this detail? How does this detail hurt you? I mean, at some point, every decision you make is risk reward. There's no risk here. So what are you trying to defend? If you don't need to defend it, don't worry about it.
Matt Mayoko did say yesterday, was it yesterday he joined us, or maybe it was Tuesday he joined us? He said when he...
who listens to him?
Yeah, I don't know. We have to, at least once a week here on Tolman Copes. When it was Tuesday when he joined us. He said
you guys throw money around like it's nothing.
It's easy, dude. Rolling in it. Well, Tom's off, so we just took some of his. So I don't think he gets paid when he's not here. It's a pay-to-play situation, I think, is how it works for Tom. But he said when he asked that question, he goes, I actually didn't even hear the question that Lisa Salters had asked him on the postgame. He said he was doing like a TV hit for NBC after. He said, I'd actually missed that. I was just wondering when I sat down. So there was no malicious intent no gotcha there because, to your point, there was no gotcha to be had. That's not the point.
And Matt Mayoko is not the gotcha guy.
And it became a bigger thing.
If you need somebody to get somebody on the 49ers.
You call Ray Ratto.
No. That would mean I'd have to go down there, and that's not happening.
This is as far as it goes. You're coming to San Francisco.
I've sat in that interview room too many times wishing I was somewhere else. Wishing I was locked in my car and being taken to the airport.
Locked in a hot car. Tolman Copes, Ray Ratto hanging out. JT Snow, former Giants first baseman, going to join us in just a few minutes here at 2:50. Kyle Shanahan in about 45 minutes at 3:30. Farhan Zaidi at 4:50. Keep it locked right here. Tolman Copes with Ray Ratto. JT Snow is next on the Sports Leader. Bro, Tim Ryan joined Papa and Lund for a full hour today to break down the 49ers matchup against the Minnesota Vikings. You can listen to the full podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
winter is coming.
They say it doesn't snow in San Francisco.
Snow swings, high fly ball to right, hit to the corner, to the wall.
We beg to differ.
It's gone! Oh, no, it's gone! Snow has homered, and we are tied!
Here's Forever Giant JT Snow with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
JT Snow joins us every week in the baseball season. JT is sponsored by the Hayward Police Department. Visit joinhaywardpd.com today to learn more about how you could be the difference. JT Snow joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. JT, I guess I'll open up going, oh, what happened to your Rams, man? What happened? Got a little tired there in OT?
Well, let's get real. The overtime rule is complete BS, right? Roger Goodell needs to step up. You can't play 60 minutes and then have one team score a touchdown and you don't even get the ball. So they went on the road.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You know, I was going to say, what do you... Go ahead, finish.
What's your comeback?
No, I was going to ask, what do you want to see the overtime rules be then? You just want to see both teams get a chance no matter what?
Absolutely. You play 60 minutes and you don't get a chance to get the ball? Like, that's like playing baseball in extra innings and the first team scores and the other team doesn't get an at-bat. That's not right. And I know people know that's a total miss, and that's the worst rule in sports. These guys are professional athletes. They can play another 10 or 12 minutes. They can take a few more hits. But a chance that you don't get the ball because the team scores a touchdown, it's ridiculous.
See, you want because that's what they do in the playoffs now, right? Because that's what happened to Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Is that right? Josh Allen didn't get to touch the ball in overtime, and everyone's like, dude, after that incredible playoff game, how does a guy with that offense and that opportunity not get a chance to go out and score? And Mahomes just walked it off. That was it with a touchdown.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, come on. Like, the whole overtime in the NFL it's stupid. And Roger Goodell and those people need to step up, and both teams should get a possession in an overtime game. That's just like what any normal human being would think is fair. So, anyways, thanks for bringing that up first.
Well, you said they could play an extra 10, 12 minutes. I don't know, man. That Rams deal is pretty tired. David Montgomery running it down their throat.
I know, but you never know. Like they're on the road. Like I've had enough of Dan Campbell. Like I can't stand that guy. You give Matt Stafford a chance to have the ball. And if both teams have the ball and the other team doesn't score, then you tip your cap to the Lions. They won. But one team goes down. Oh, but if it's a field goal, then you get a chance to get the ball. So the decisions in sports are not that hard. They're really not. Just make it fair and give both teams a chance to have the ball.
I don't want to keep picking this scab because it's now 4 days old, but is this really a worse rule than the courtesy runner in extra innings?
Yes.
Make your case, because I think that's the worst rule.
So do I.
Well, but baseball changes it, right, in the playoffs.
Well, if it's good enough for the playoffs, why isn't it good enough for...
Football changed it in the playoffs too, JT. I think that's the point.
Because we're in a soft society and they can't extend a bullpen. They got to protect guys' arms. Meanwhile, pitchers in the bullpen are running out there every night with 70, 80, 90 appearances. So if you want to get into the rules of baseball, I would love to come on and spend an hour. We could talk about the bigger bases, the ghost runner, the claw. I mean, the claw. I don't know.
I was just questioning your use of the worst rule in sports.
It's the overtime rule in football. The chance that the other in baseball, at least the other team gets a chance to bat, right? The other team starts runner on second, they score, the other team gets a chance to bat. In football, they don't even get a chance to get the ball. So how is that fair?
I hear what you're saying. Let me ask you this: was it better or worse when it was just do or die? It was you could go out and just kick a field goal and win it. Was that worse?
I think in overtime, both teams should get a chance to possess the ball. If they kick a field goal, then you get the ball.
And if you score a touchdown, you win. It's like a walk-off home run, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Or you know what? Or I'm fine with whoever wins the coin toss. They go down. I just think both teams in overtime should get a chance, because you can't have Oh, if it's only 3 points, then you get the ball. Oh, it's 7 points, you don't get the ball. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. Okay, what about college overtime? Where do you come down on that?
Well,
depends on UCLA winning.
You know what? I don't mind that. I mean, whatever. Start on the 25, and then it goes triple overtime. But those are student athletes, right? So those are young kids. So they do it in high school. You do it in college. Nobody really bitches about it in college because the one team scores, the other team gets a chance to get the ball, and that's my point.
It's exciting. It is fun. And after two, when you go to triple overtime, they make you go for 2?
Yeah, exactly. So that's my point.
Yeah,
the other team should get a chance to possess the ball.
What did you think when you saw that Darren Baker got called up by the Nationals?
I was super excited and super proud of him because he's a great kid, and he's worked his ass off. I saw him play at Cal Berkeley when I was doing Pac-12 baseball, and I always thought he was a player. I thought he knew how to play the game. He ran the bases well. He played a great second base, and he at the plate he had an understanding. He didn't strike out. He could hit the ball the other way, and you can watch guys play and understand which guys get the game, which guys don't. And you know, he's grown up in a baseball family. So when he got called up, the only thing I was upset about was my phone was blowing up all day long with videos of me saving him, and then I had to respond to all my friends. And that was 22 years ago, so a lot of people don't even remember. But he's a great kid, and I hope he sticks in the big leagues for 10 years because I think he can play, and I think he understands the game, and I think he's a little bit old school when you watch. Doesn't strike out, puts the ball in play. Like I said, runs a base as well. He understands the game of baseball and the way it should be played.
How many friends did you cut off when they started calling you and bombarding you with texts? Who did you banish from your life after that?
Nobody. I answered all my text messages. I get back to all my friends because I'm a good guy, Ray. Like I get back to all of us.
JT, do you and Ray have history? You have history with Ray?
No, I loved Ray.
Yeah, define history. We got along fine.
Yeah.
I thought the world of him. He endured me.
When I heard, I was driving over, so I'm at the Oakland Ballers game tonight because we have a playoff game. We can get into that later, but the players wanted me to come back, and but when I heard Ray was coming on, and then Larry Krueger, I was like, it threw me to flashbacks of 1997, and I was like, wow, Back to the Future. Like these guys were back on KNBR way back in the day. But you know what? I like Ray, and he asks tough questions. You give him good answers, and he wrote a really good article in the Chronicle in 1998 after my mom passed away during the season, and it was a really hard year for me. And I still have it in my office, and Ray's in the Chronicle. And there's an article about that situation. So I like Ray. I think he's great.
Well, we'll see if we can do something about that now.
Talking to JC Snow here.
So Adam, he always wore the coolest sweaters. He had this sweater, and so we were in the clubhouse, and Ray would walk in, and we're like, check out Ray's sweater today. He always got the sweater on. But no, the guy does his homework, and he knows what he's talking about, and I appreciate his takes and his. In today's world, it's hard to find somebody that will put themselves out there and have a stance on something. Not everybody's going to agree with it, but I never had a problem with Ray. And I think when Ray talked to me or interviewed me, I was honest with him. He honest with me, and it was all good. So I enjoy hearing him today.
Well, JT, you can either look now or you can look when we get off. But I just took a photo of Ray and sent it to you. And you can see if you want to take a look at your phone right now. I just texted you a picture of the sweater Ray's wearing today. He's also got like these what do you call those, like Ringo Starr sunglasses hanging around on your collar.
So sunglasses. What? By the way, JT, I like you a lot, but the guy I'm working with, I could happily watch him set himself on fire.
Well, Right. Next time you host, ask me to come in. I'll host. Let's do a 3-hour show together, right?
Oh, absolutely. I'm fairly sure. I'm fairly sure you'll be drunk after an hour, but I'm willing to go with you.
I will not. But I like your sweater. It's either Cal Berkeley or it's the Rams. So.
Well, it's the Rams because I believe as you do that Roger Goodell specifically screwed the Rams on Sunday night, because he definitely wanted to prove that the Rams couldn't make a tackle in overtime.
That's fine. That's good. That's fine.
Come right back to that. JT Snow with us on the Umar guest line. So JT, Ballers are in the playoffs. Tell us what's going on, dude, out in Oakland tonight.
So the Oakland Ballers expansion team, we finished with the second best record in the Pioneer League. We played the Davis team, the game 1 2 days ago up in Davis. They won game 1, so we have the next 2 nights here, and it's do or die. We got to win tonight and tomorrow, and then you go to the Pioneer League, the finals. But I was away from the team for a while. I had some health issues that I had to leave for, but the players I stayed in contact with them, and they wanted me back, and you coming back, and I came back a few weeks ago, watched them play, and they're great kids, and these kids are all kids that were undrafted. It's going to be a sold-out crowd tonight here in Oakland, and we're going to do whatever we can to win this game and win the next, and then go on to the Pioneer League championship. But the fact that 2 teams, Oakland and Davis, 2 expansion teams, made the playoffs is what I've been saying all along. Is the best baseball is played in California. Like, these kids in California can play. So it's super fun. I've had a really fun year with these guys. They keep you young. They're energetic. They're trying to get signed to an affiliated team, and it's a blast. So 6:35 is a game. You can follow it online. We got to win tonight, and then try and win tomorrow, and then we either play the team from Missoula or from up in Kalispell, the Glacier team. So hopefully we get a win tonight.
In your experience with the Ballers this year, what is the thing that surprised you the most?
I was surprised at how good the level of play was, because when I came out of college, there was 50 rounds in the draft. Now there's only 20. So these kids are all kids that are undrafted. So these kids are around 21 and beyond. And their passion for the game of baseball and their willingness to work and get better. And you have to remember, these kids all just came off a year of college baseball, and now they're playing 90 more games in a professional league. It's an independent league, but they're and people have asked me what do you think the level of play is, and I think it's comparable to high single A, because I told all these kids, you would have been drafted back in the day. You're definitely in the top 50 rounds, but these kids drive here, they live here, playing up in Montana, Idaho, and it's just fun to be around them. It makes you young again. They actually listen. They're sponges. They want to know. We have our managers, Aaron Miles, who played in the big leagues, won a World Series with the Cardinals, played for the Rockies a long time. Our pitching coach, Jim Dietrich, pitched in the big leagues with the Orioles. Myself, and they want to know, they want to learn. They talk to you about what it was like, how do I get better, and that's not always the case when you work with kids in professional baseball nowadays, because when I worked with the Giants when I retired in the minor leagues, there was kids that got millions of dollars signing bonus, and they just didn't want to listen, or they didn't want to hear what you had to say. So for me, it's been really refreshing. It's been just a really fun summer, and so it's been a lot of fun. These kids are great. Like, they're great.
Talking to JT Snow on the UMA guest line. We do it every week. Just a thought from you on yesterday. There was a piece in the Chronicle by John Shea about the futures of Farhan, Zaidi, and Bob Melvin as it relates to their contracts, that they're maybe not as long as we initially thought, maybe an option year at the end of 2025, but here for just one more year. Just your take on next year kind of being a do or die year for these guys?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read that. I don't know what their status is, but I watched the game last night, and it was fun to see him score 13 runs.
Yeah.
They've lost a lot of close games all year, and I think that the downfall is, has been the hitting, right? They play a lot of close games. They just can't get through it. So, and Adam, we've talked about this all year long and week to week. It's when you have a lot of questions, sometimes the easiest answer is to let's develop guys and let's go with the young guys and let's let them play for a couple years. Let's let the fans get to know them. I watched a game last night. There's hardly any fans at the game, but there's still a lot of questions after this year. I mean, they signed Chapman, Snell. Who knows what's going to happen? But there's still a lot of question marks, and I just think the development of players nowadays is different from when I played because we were in the minor leagues a little bit longer and got to fail and have success, and now kids come up, and if they start failing, it's hard on them, and it's not their fault. It's the product of the situation where they're rushing kids, but you have to make a decision. Are we gonna? And I've said this the last few weeks about the Giants are probably not going to get offensive hitters to come to San Francisco to play because they're worried about their numbers and it's not an offensive ballpark. So you got to go with pitching and you got to go with defense. You got to start getting some speed and stealing some bases. And then the hitting is what it is. If you can just get a couple hitters in the lineup, but get guys, and you watch the Brewers play, they didn't have a great game last night, but these teams at the top in their divisions, they put the ball in play. They don't strike out. They win close games. They win run games. So there's still a lot of decisions that have to be made which way they're going to go. And I think it's okay with the fans if they let these young players develop and let them develop for a year or two so they have someone to connect with and then go forward. Because, I mean, they've had, two or three winning years in the last 10 years, right? They've been above 500. So I think and I'm out there talking to fans and people talk to me and they're getting frustrated and they're getting upset.
Yeah.
And San Francisco deserves better. And, they're 15 games out of first place by the Dodgers, but they're 10 games out behind the D-backs and the Padres, and they're 8 games out in the wild card, and that's not what the fans around here want.
No. JT Snow, the voice you hear, we do it every week. JT, appreciate the time. Good luck tonight with the Ballers, man.
Thank you. You can track us online, and we got to get tonight, and then we'll get tomorrow, and then we'll see what happens. And it's good to talk to Ray. I've always loved Ray.
Like I said, you'll feel differently in about an hour.
It's a slow burn.
I won't be listening because I'm going out to batting practice right now with the guys, and they got a right-hander on the mound that sinks the ball. So we're going to work on stuff in batting practice.
Nice.
I'm going to get the lefties to move up on the plate, and we're gonna slice them and dice them to left center, and we're going to score some runs and steal some bases.
And if they don't do well, you make them listen to me. It's called an incentive.
Yeah.
We'll catch you later, JT. Good stuff, bro.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you next week.
Good deal, JT Snow. And, dude, I had no idea you had so much. I didn't mean when I said you have history. I just didn't know how much you'd cover him or how well you knew JT.
Oh, no, yeah. No, we never had a crossword.
You remember the article he's talking about?
No.
The piece? No?
I mean, I wrote billions.
You write a lot of crap, yeah.
you got the adjective. I'll give you that. No, but it's nice that, he saved something.
That's pretty cool. He said
he just needed a coaster.
Yeah, he said he still had the article in his office or hanging in his office at home. That didn't sound like it was a coaster. That was pretty nice. That was pretty cool. JT Snow on some good football stuff too. He always needles about the Rams, so I felt good when I saw them go down. I got to get on JT about it.
I mean, he wouldn't have been saying this stuff if Aaron Donald was still alive. Because they would have gotten a stop.
Yeah.
They're
missing him. That guy, one of the greatest of all time.
He's not dead, Ray.
Yeah.
No. In terms of why we would talk about him.
He's dead to Ray.
He is, in fact, that.
Okay.
But, no, I've never understood why people just say, well, it's not fair. The offense didn't get a chance. There's the defense, too.
That's what I always said.
They get paid, too.
Well, even when this was the overtime rule, in the postseason. That was my thought also. And JT, if you're just joining us, was upset about how the Rams didn't get a chance to touch the ball in OT against the Lions on Sunday night. Well, they didn't get a stop. Lions came down, scored a touchdown, game's over. If they kicked a field goal, they would get an opportunity to go the other way. My thought, even when I was like that in the postseason, is it's a two-sided game. I know the game's geared towards offense, but get a stop. That's part of the game.
I'm a huge believer in sudden death. Period.
So you like the field goal?
I don't care how they score.
Golden goal.
In football or life, Ray?
Your job is... Give me a list of people, and I'll tell you whether sudden death is applicable or not.
Derek Papa.
You? Oh, your room temperature yesterday.
You wanted a slow burnout, yeah.
I appreciate your honesty.
Slow bleed for Derek. Just have him bleed out.
It's hard to lie about something like that.
Slow dark. Painful.
No, I mean, hockey has the best overtime in the world because it is sudden death.
It hurts more, for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Golden goal hurts more, yeah.
And
thanks, Grandpa
that's why sudden death is always the best kind of overtime. You know, I mean, I wish football would just go on forever. I hope they'd play for nine extra.
Just play until you have a winner?
Yeah. Or a team gets frustrated and walks off. I'd take that, too.
It's over in Gobes. Ray Ratto hanging out. We're going to catch up with Kyle Shanahan at 3:30 and Farhan Zaidi at 4:50. Larry Krueger at 5:30. We'll do that all later this afternoon. Giants pregame, by the way, at 5:45 tonight to wrap up their 3-game series with the Milwaukee Brewers. When we come on back, we do this every week of the football season, but it's week one. I guess we're entering week 2, so now we're launching it this week. Coach Speak. Ray, you've been to a lot of press conferences in your career. We're going to have a bunch of coaches who spoke this week, and we'll have you rate sort of where they stand and how they answered some of these questions. Coach Speak for week 2 of the NFL season is next. Tolbert and Copes with Ray Ratto. Kyle Shanahan at 3:30 on the Sports Leader. The Giants are honoring the late Orlando Cepeda on Sunday at noon before they take on the Padres. You can hear the entire ceremony at 12 noon right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
When NFL coaches speak, we listen.
And I just think it's difficult to box without sparring.
I couldn't get free coffee?
It's football season. Most players play football in football season.
This is Coach Speak with Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes on a Thursday afternoon. It's like Mission Impossible style beat here. Derek's back there gigging. I don't know if anybody wants to see that. Ray Ratto hanging out with me today. Kyle Shanahan's going to join us in about 15 minutes at 3:30 for his weekly conversation. Coach Speak. Something we do each and every week throughout the football season. Do we have like an open for it? Did I miss it? Me and Ray talking? That sucks. Bad job for me. Okay, so Ray, you've been to a lot of press conferences. Yes?
No, never. Never been to one. No, I've been to thousands of them, and I hated every one of them. No, the press conferences are inherently evil.
Why?
Because you're getting canned answers in a room full of other reporters, and you can't get anything on your own when you're trying to develop your own
rapport.
Yeah. I mean, there was nothing better than being able to go in the manager's office after a baseball game. And after everybody else had cleared out, you could talk to him about the things you wanted to talk about.
Leland's drilling a cigarette and his feet are up on the table with his gun out. Yeah.
One cigarette. He would light the next one or the last one before he was done. He was a machine. But no, it was just, you could ask a manager without, getting into a contentious thing. It's just, what was your thinking on that move? What did you see that made you think that was the best idea?
I understand what you mean.
And you didn't have to write it if you didn't want to. You could just do it for your own information for down the road. Now you can't do that because you don't get that time. You don't get that time with managers. You don't get time with players. You are now a genuine burden. And, access is a myth. So you can't do anything that's unusual or out of the ordinary. You have to take the same sound bites that every other nitwit on YouTube does.
Ray Ratto with us. All right, we'll run through some of these football coaches, and you tell us how they answer these questions. Kyle Shanahan, who's going to join us in about 10 minutes at 3:30. He was asked about Adam Schefter's report from Monday night that Christian McCaffrey is likely out for this Sunday's game as well. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said.
There was a report that Christian probably wouldn't play against Minnesota just because it's a short weekend on turf, you're saying.
I'm saying it's amazing that person must be God, because we just found out he wasn't playing today, and I have no idea how he's going to feel tomorrow or the next day. I thought he was playing this whole week until today, so I don't know. Who knows that he's not playing next week. So.
Oh, it's very simple. If he thought this guy was God, he'd have a lot more respect for him. No, I mean
he doesn't think so. No.
Well, it goes back to the question.
Thank you.
It goes back to the question: what did Shanahan actually know? When did he know it? And why is it such a big secret after the fact?
Is it though? Like, I don't even know that it is.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. I think you're protecting a secret that doesn't need to be protected. It's like saying, I know what the result of the game's going to be. Somebody asks you after the game what you thought the result was going to be. Says, well, I don't really want to get into that. Well, but we already know how it turned out. What are you complaining about?
Moving on here in the coach speak, Kevin O'Connell, head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. He was asked, starting quarterback Sam Darnold, who was a backup for Kyle Shanahan's Niners last year, how has he benefited from having played in San Francisco? Here's what O'Connell said.
I think Sam being around, the Niners and Kyle and how he coached, that group last year, I think he took a lot out of that. And then I think just the way he went about the daily, I really stressed to Sam throughout training camp, as we installed plays, go through a process of how you were digesting that information, what you were doing at night before we, if we gave him information early, how he was going about trying to be comfortable with that, what types of questions would he ask either in the quarterback meeting or when I get a chance with him one-on-one. And then that clarity that I can give him going into the games when we go through the whole call sheet the day before, Saturday mornings. That's why we do the things that we do to make sure he does have that confidence.
Well, good last week. I thought Darnold, I mean, we'll have to wait and see if being in Kyle Shanahan's offense and the processing here helped him down the road. He's still going to be a number 2 behind a rookie.
Well, first of all, Kevin O'Connell just emitted like a minute and a half of arc bark.
Yeah.
It was just
nothing. Didn't say anything.
Yeah, no one in America would use that as a quote because it doesn't mean anything.
Well, we just did.
Well, no. We used it because we're going to make fun of it. but nobody would do it in an actual story because it didn't explain anything.
You wouldn't have printed that, no.
Oh, God, I wouldn't have touched it with a 40-foot pole. Just, and they, they all figure like, I know he asked me a question. I don't want to answer it, so I'm going to answer something completely different that has nothing to do with anything. Why not just be a creep and go, nah, that's stupid. Give me a better question. Because that one blew. And his response blew even more.
Mike Tomlin, head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, he was then asked, sort of the Jordan Mason question, asked how Justin Fields was told he was going to start the game last week over Russell Wilson. Here's Tomlin.
Justin mentioned that Russ was the one who told him he was going to get the start. Was that something Russ wanted to do or you wanted to do?
I'm not overly concerned about all that little cute minutia, to be quite honest with you, as long as the information gets passed and we ready ourselves for the work.
How much did that one blow?
Oh, not at all. Because he told you right away, this is stupid. I don't want to spend time on it. Kyle Shanahan could have saved himself a lot of grief by dropping that one on the Jordan Mason story. Just, I don't care about that.
Too little minutia.
Yeah. I mean, now, the ideal answer would have been, well, I told him about an hour after the game started. Just made a joke out of it.
Yeah.
But as it was, it's information that does not reveal any secrets about the way you do your
cute
business.
minutia.
So why is this a thing you want to fight? Just, you gain nothing. What's the gain? The gain here is nothing. That said, it's as close to honest as he's going to be.
Moving on here in the coach speak. Kyle Shanahan, by the way, going to join us at the bottom of the hour at 3:30. Brian Callahan, head coach of the Tennessee Titans. So their offense was terrible. Their defense pretty darn good, but the Bears ended up winning because of their defense. Here's Coach Brian Callahan on how good the defense was playing, but the struggles they went through on offense are what killed them.
It was situational. We were playing so good on defense that it's almost as if if we just punted it on 1st and 10 every time, we might have won the game. The way that we gave it away. So
that's a pretty good line. That's my favorite line of the first week.
But he should have done it at least once to prove the point.
No, but you can't do it once. Then first time head coach, right? Then he's answering questions about that.
So what?
Then we'd be mocking that right now.
Then you just say, "Did you see our offense?"
Yeah, but we'd be like, so you don't want to play at all? You don't want to run the ball 3 times and then punt
I'm just saying you want to prove a point. I think it would have been great.
I don't think he needed to prove a point. I think he was just saying we were terrible. We were dog-ass.
Well, I wish he'd said we were dog-ass.
He basically did.
But he didn't say the word.
Well,
I'm just saying. Literally. I'm just saying he made the point. Good for him. It was a funny line. I just wish he would have done it once.
What was your relationship with Jim Harbaugh?
He's a lunatic.
You gonna answer the question or
no? I mean, he is perhaps the weirdest single coach I've ever talked to. I mean, Bill Walsh was weird in his own way.
Really?
And they're all weird in one way or another because they're all sociopaths. But Jim Harbaugh, he was the only guy I ever talked to who actually had a solar system orbiting around his head. Because he was never truly among us.
He's like on another planet. He was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just an absolute wingnut.
Go ahead.
And, he clearly knows what he's doing. He didn't need Connor Stallions, as it turns out. But he's the sort of guy who would want Connor Stallions. That, to me, is the sign of somebody who's, he's got a couple of wrenches loose.
Yeah. I think we all know that. Your confidence.
No, but he struck me as that even in conversations. He's never fully engaged with wherever he is. There's always something else swirling around his head. And I am fascinated to see what he does with an already profoundly dysfunctional Los Angeles Charger team.
Would it surprise you if he found success early on?
No. But will it sustain itself? No.
Here's all the cut that they've given me says there's nothing about it. It just says Jim Harbaugh, no context needed. Here you go.
I love guys who like football. And guys who like football, they like me back. And I like them back. And even guys that don't like football, they try to avoid me because I'm always trying to get them to like football more.
What could he have been asked? That's my question. What was the question? What was the question?
It had nothing to do with any. He's one of those guys who answers whatever he thought the question was in his head. Just literally, if he said that to you in a bar, how quickly would you settle your tab?
I don't know. I might ask a few more. I might prod.
Why?
Because the guy's a nut. The guy's hysterical.
Yeah.
We have,
you don't.
we have the question, Tim says?
Yeah, what was the question?
Who's got it better than us?
I love guys who like football.
That's a no.
And guys who like football, they like me back, and I like them back. And even guys that don't like football, I mean, they try to avoid me because I'm always trying to get them to like football.
You have 4 or 5 footballs in there? Like a 10-second clip?
Oh, no, I mean, he's got brain lesions. There's just not a question.
Like quarterback in like the 90s, right?
I don't think that's it. I think he came out of the shoot nuts. And he's found the one place.
Came out of the shoot nuts.
Yeah. I think he found the one thing that he's really good at.
Yeah, he's great at it.
Because if he was like the night manager at a Costco, the place would be burned down within 3 days.
Good thing he's not the night manager at a Costco. He's the night manager of the LA Chargers.
He found the one thing that he's really good at. It means he's one of the luckiest people in the world.
Yeah.
But then he tells you, I like people who like football.
Yeah.
That's the sign of, he's a sociopath.
Yeah,
I did not choose that word recklessly.
I'm so glad he's back. So glad he's back in our lives on a weekly basis.
Within 6 games, you will regret saying that.
I don't know. If it burns to the ground, I'll be stoked. It'll be fun to watch. He's a show. I just think he's kind of a show. And his track record will tell you he can turn this thing around.
Yeah.
We'll see how sustainable it is.
It's the Chargers.
Yeah. House of glass.
There are certain teams in sports that no one can turn around. It can't be done. The Jets are one of those teams.
Yep.
The Chargers have become one of those teams.
We'll see.
The White Sox are all of those teams.
Yeah, they're all of them folded
They're
into
my
one.
favorite. I'm so pissed that they're off today.
You want to see them lose again? 18 home
Absolutely.
wins after that loss yesterday. It's Holbert and Coast. Ray Ratto's hanging out. Kyle Shanahan will join us for his weekly conversation when we come on back. Farhan Zaidi, 450. Larry Kruger, 530. Giants pregame, 545. Head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, next on the Sports Leader.
Colbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Colbert and Copes, Ray Ratto with me on a Thursday afternoon. Kyle Shanahan will join us momentarily here for his weekly conversation. Niners and the Vikings coming up Sunday, 10 a.m. We'll have a pregame for you over on 810 The Spread. Myself and John Lund will get you ready for the Niners and the Vikings. In terms of what you saw across week one in the NFL, like the Chiefs practice their guys in the preseason, or they run those guys out there, and they're dominant. Patrick Mahomes is incredible in the month of September. They almost never lose, and he's got insane numbers in the time that he's been in the NFL in that month or in this month. Where do the Niners look in your mind in terms of how sharp they were relative to the rest of the league? Because I think that the Chiefs look really sharp in general, but I thought the Niners, especially on defense, were as tight as you could ask for.
Well, the Chiefs looking sharp almost has nothing to do with anything because they didn't look sharp last year, and they ended up having a parade.
Yeah.
The 49ers looked like this was Kyle Shanahan's, happiest game. They did everything the way he would want it done, which is we're going to have the ball twice as long as you. We're going to score every time we have it, and you're not going to be a factor. It's a great enhancement for his image as a guy who can make any offense run. Did it make me think, oh, yeah, they're definitely the best team in football? No, because we found out that the best team in football in September is a whole lot different than the best team in football in January. And that's the one hurdle he still hasn't cleared. But they did make me rethink the Jets. They didn't change my opinion about them, but they did make me wonder if, well, maybe the Jets aren't what they're all signed up to be.
What they're advertised to be?
Well, everybody said, oh, they have such a great defense.
They've got to I feel like with a team like that hasn't been there yet, they're being labeled coming into the season as like potential Super Bowl contenders, and people believe they're going to be one of the better teams. And I just thought there's too much they have to prove and too many big question marks, unlike the Niners, who are returning a core that's been to several NFC championships.
Yeah, oh, no, the 49ers, objectively,
of course,
by any standard, would be significantly better than the Jets. But the way they were significantly better, surprised me a bit.
Yeah.
Only because when you score every time you have the ball, even if it's a bunch of field goals, that tells me that, your defense isn't what it's cracked up to be. Because it wasn't like they committed a ton of turnovers either. I mean, the 49ers moved the ball when they needed to, when they wanted to, and they moved it the way they wanted to. I mean, that was Shanahan's Christmas game. This is, what can I do to have the most fun today? And that was about it.
Run it 38 times.
Yeah, have the ball for 39 minutes. I mean, a lot of people sort of dismiss possession time. Mm-hmm. I don't, especially with these guys, because they don't need Brock Purdy to put up dazzling numbers, which is handy because he doesn't. But he doesn't put up bad numbers. He's exactly Kyle Shanahan's ideal quarterback in that he never beats you. He never does the thing that screws you.
What do you mean by that?
He doesn't throw the ill-timed interception. He doesn't do a bunch of
he doesn't beat himself almost.
Right.
And that's why Jimmy Garoppolo, the volatility was so high for him.
The volatility actually wasn't that high. When you go...
It's pretty good about putting it in a linebacker's belly.
But those stood out because they didn't happen a ton. If you look at their turnover differential year in and year out during the Garoppolo years, I mean, it was heavily in the 49ers' favor.
Garoppolo won a lot of games.
Garoppolo, when he committed a turnover, everybody would go, "Oh my God," because they thought it was coming at some point, but it rarely crushed them. Garoppolo will do better in history than he's doing right now, because he helped establish what Shanahan likes to do with an offense, and the fact that they didn't win it all doesn't change the fact that they damn near did with him, which puts him ahead of a bunch of quarterbacks. Was he an elite quarterback? No. And everybody wanted to say, well, he's not Mahomes. Well, nobody's Mahomes.
No.
He's not the guy you compare him to. He's the guy who kept you out of trouble far more often than not, and that's really all you can expect out of a quarterback.
So when you look at that NFC Championship game performance, the 6 of 8 passing, do you look at that as a Kyle avoiding the volatility of Jimmy, or just that the run game was where you had to go for 200 yards and 4 touchdowns?
I've always thought that.
It was more game plan.
The Packers couldn't tackle them when they ran, so why not keep running it? I mean, if you're trying to prove a point about your quarterback being untrustworthy, you don't pick that spot to do it. I think he said, the Packers can't tackle us. And, Kyle Shanahan, as, complicated a play chart as he runs and as, complicated as their offensive sets are, he still likes to play basic football, which is find the thing you can't do and then keep doing it until you do figure out how to stop it. And the Packers never stopped it. So why wouldn't you run the ball forever and ever and ever? I mean, that he got from his dad.
Yeah.
His dad got that from Don Shula. You go back 45 years, that's what won Super Bowls for the Dolphins. And it just, if we can do that, let's do it. Why even take the chance if I know I can get 6 yards every time I run the ball? Well, and people always try to make that a referendum on Garoppolo. I thought it was a referendum on the Packers' inability to defend the run. And all you have to do in the postseason is win the game. And they dominated the game doing the thing the Packers couldn't deal with.
And then it looked like it was a referendum on Garoppolo.
Yeah, because everybody wanted it to be.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted it to be about the quarterback. And it's the great failing about football analysis now. It's not always about the quarterback. In fact, very often it's about anything but the quarterback. I mean, Sunday, people wanted that game to be a referendum on Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers did nothing to harm them, but he didn't do anything to change it either.
No.
Because the game was won because the 49ers had the ball for twice as long as the Jets did. That's an indictment of defense as well as a credit to the 49er offense.
And being able to run the ball. Now, what's funny is people look at Brock Purdy's game. Now, he attempted just 16 passes, 9 of 16, and you say, that was the first half numbers. His game numbers, he attempted 29 passes, 19 of 29, and people say it's a brilliant performance. Took care of the football, didn't do anything spectacular, made some good throws, and they picked up third downs, like 10 or 12 of them on
because
passing.
People who look at Purdy as something other than he's a guy who's got to put up numbers. What he did was he ran the offense.
Yeah.
That's what you're after. I mean, if you don't have the guy who can go 42 for 51 for 496 and 5 scores, and he's not that, then get the guy who can move the ball down the field, even if he's having other people carry it. I mean, Purdy is he's more than a workman-like quarterback, but he's not what you would point to and go, man, he is really special. But he's perfect for what Kyle Shanahan wants to do the way he wants to do it. And as long as you can accept that, then you're fine. Because ultimately, the job is not to show off your quarterback. The job is to win the game.
Yeah.
And he wins the game.
You anticipate we'll see more running out of Debo this year, regardless of McCaffrey's health?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because he can do it.
They didn't as much last year.
No, because I think Debo was more reluctant to do it. I think he didn't seem to put up much of a stink this past week, and they were willing to use him. And I think Shanahan has been able to sort of say, listen, we're a better team when you carry the ball a few times. Mm-hmm. You're not going to carry it 12 times a game. We won't do that unless it's an emergency. But you're too good a weapon not to be using that at all. And I think Debo seems more amenable to it than he was 2 years ago. That's my theory anyway.
They've also got the restructured contract on him too, which I don't know what the language says about that, but I wonder where, there were escalators and bonuses and things that could have been had by rushing yards and touchdowns when they negotiated that last deal. The restructured deal, does that to you mean anything about his longevity here now?
No.
No?
There is nothing about the National Football League that isn't utterly bloodless. The moment they think they need to move on from you, well, that's the day after they moved on from you.
Well,
I mean, and Debo is not an exception there.
We have made the connection with head coach Kyle Shanahan. Let's start the Kyle Shanahan Show right now.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We do it every week of the football season, catch up with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, and we'll do so right now. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Kyle? How are you, man?
Doing good, man. How you doing?
Doing well. Good win on Monday night. Had to feel good starting the season off. We were just talking about how the 38 rushing attempts that you guys go for, it's got to feel like a Christmas morning for you.
It does. It's usually it's hard to lose when you run the ball that many times, and that's always our goal. My wife will ask, well, why don't you just run it 38 times in a row then? And like, it doesn't always work that way. But no, that's just, I always look at that as a team goal. You got to be playing good defense. You got to do good on third downs. Everybody has to have their part, and when it does, and you can do that, it can be really demoralizing for the other team.
So speaking of the run game, I think everybody's wondering about just Christian McCaffrey. Saw he was limited again at practice today, which I guess probably isn't much different than what has been reported or what's gone on over the last couple of weeks or so. But just a Thursday status update for McCaffrey?
Yeah, I mean, today we got to do full speed, and it was the same as yesterday. He had another limited day, so we got to do some of it, and nothing really new to add, though.
In terms of, I know some of the media were asking about it yesterday. When you guys are going through this decision-making for him and his health and stuff, do you guys take into account turf and surfaces and things like that? Is that something that plays a role in this?
I mean, you take everything into account. I mean, it's, you start with the doctors and everything, and, you get MRIs, you get all that stuff possible, so you know exactly what's going on. Then you talk with everyone with a plan to build them back up, and we have GPSs, we have rep counts, we have, we know their strength and their max speeds and all the stuff that they're supposed to hit to show that they're fully back to something, so they don't think they're all right, and then they go full speed and for the first time during a play and then re-injure it. So you have all that stuff to go through it. We take all of it into account, and but a lot of it, you depend on the player too. If you get something that you can see on an MRI or something that where that he's hurt, then it makes it real simple. You usually know how long that takes. But when it's something that doesn't show up as strong in that way, you got to have a lot of feedback from the guy. And Christian's a guy who believes he's always going to be able to overcome whatever it is, and which is something that you respect about him. And he does do that more than other people, but it's something that you got to really communicate with every single day.
In terms of, and I know it's a different situation because he's coming back from a more serious injury and a surgery, but Talanoa Hufanga also limited today. Just a status update on him as well.
Yeah, he had another good day. It was great having him out there. He gets more reps each day, and he's looking good.
You guys taking off for Minnesota this weekend, take on the Vikings. Sam Darnold, starting quarterback, he looked pretty good last week for them in their opener. I know he was here last year. I always wonder, in baseball, if a guy goes to another team and you're going to face him immediately, sometimes they'll change up their signs and stuff. Is that much to do about nothing when it comes to a player who is just on your team or in your offense, or do you guys have to approach it differently because he was just here?
I mean, I think if we had maybe the old Peyton Manning offense to a degree, where you're at the line so much and you're signaling a ton and doing things, you would definitely have to change a number of it. But we're not totally built that way. So, Sam knows what we coach and what we do, but you can see most of that on film. And most of the cases I've been in, anytime coaches spend their time talking to a former player to see what the other team was doing, it usually backfires because you spend less time really studying it, kind of learning it for yourself, so you know how to prepare your players, and you get caught up too much in the other team. And so it's something I never really worry about, because if people want to do that, great. It might give them one or two things, whatever that is, but I think it wastes a little bit more time than anything else.
And talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, nice enough to join us as he does every week throughout the Niners season. I'm curious what your thoughts were on Trent Williams and how he showed up. It was like I don't know what he looks like normally when he's at practice or in training camp or how he goes through his process, but he showed up and it felt, I think, like he didn't miss a day.
Yeah, it was nice to get, it was nice that we had an 8-day week. So he got we had 4 practices where we usually only have 3. So it was good for him to be able to do that, come out on the Monday, practice, then get a day off before we started our 3-day normal work week. And he got better each day. The first day, he's a little bit rusty, but he was conditioned right. You could tell he was in shape and stuff, but he had to get back into football. And to be able to go through 4 practices like that, he got really back to what he's been doing for how many ever years it is, and he's been doing it at a very high level. So we knew he'd go in there and give us a better chance than still anybody, but we also knew it would be a challenge. I've never rotated a tackle before, and it was much easier in a situation like BA had, because receivers is much easier to do that with, or running backs, but a tackle, that would kind of be hard for them. And I know Trent has never done it before, so it wasn't something he was into, but it was something we were going to watch him each drive, and he managed really well. It was a challenge, going on 8 pretty long drives, and I think the second to last one, it got to him a little bit, and he went in and got in the IV, but by the time I think Jalen Moore got like 1 or 2 plays when he came back, but by that time the game was pretty much in hand, and it was a hell of a first game for Trent.
Yeah, I thought he looked really good. It was cool to have him back out there. Brandon Ayuk was out there as well, and I know you said there'd probably be less of a snap count for him, or maybe not the normal workload. Just an evaluation on how he played. I know he said he felt like he probably should have had a couple of the balls, but just your evaluation on his performance week 1.
Yeah, the same thing with Brandon. I thought he had 2 big third down conversions for us that both led to scoring drives, I believe, from what I remember. I know he had that big one in the end zone, that, everyone's going to see, and, it wasn't the easiest catch, but I don't think that has to do with a lot of rust. It's just he missed one catch, and he would have loved to have that back. But besides that, I thought Brandon did a good job, very similar to Trent, and helped us win the game.
I was wondering, Deebo Samuel, it was great seeing him run the ball, had a great touchdown run there. Wondering if you guys got on him at all about taking a sack.
No, it was that was probably one of the more frustrating plays in the game. We had something planned. We ended up getting it versus the wrong coverage, and then it actually happened in the Super Bowl back in 2019 like that. We gave a reverse on a third down that Deebo was going to throw to somebody for man coverage, and they ended up tricking us and playing zone, and which usually right when that happens, I'm like, oh, we're screwed. We're going to be out of field goal range. This has no chance. And then and Deebo ran around for a while and still found a way to get the first down. So I was kind of hoping he was going to do the same thing and save us again. But unfortunately, there was too many people there, and he had to take a sack, which is much better than a turnover.
Yeah, it's just sort of funny the way it goes down in the stat sheet there. Talking to Kyle Shanahan, a couple more minutes here on the UMA guest line. In terms of the play of Brock Purdy, I mean, the numbers were good for him, 19 of 29, 231. I thought he was fantastic, hung in the pocket, made some really nice throws, some big third downs. Passing, you were just talking about a couple of them. You had Juwan Jennings had a bunch of nice plays to pick up some first downs. What do you think of the way Brock played on Monday?
Very well. I thought all the guys did good. It was a very efficient game. Brock made all the plays that were there when a couple things weren't there. He didn't do anything dumb. He was able to buy some time and still make the plays with his legs. And especially when we got there in the second half, when we had full control over the game, I felt the only chance of them getting back in it was us turning it over. And Brock was so good with the football and really made sure that was not going to happen. And that was one of the main reasons I thought we were able to run away with it there in the fourth.
Just a question on the Minnesota Vikings. You faced Kevin O'Connell last year in Minnesota. What are your impressions of him as a head coach? And coming from the Rams, is it any similar going up to a guy like going up against a guy like Sean McVay?
Oh yeah, I think that's his background. Also being in Washington, I think with Sean and Jay Gruden. So they run similar schemes. You're usually a product of your environment, and so I've always had a lot of respect for Kevin. He's done a good job wherever he's been. And I think he's done a hell of a job there in Minnesota. I remember talking to Sam, and I thought that was a hell of a place for him to go to with Kevin being there. So they got a real good coach, a real good scheme. I feel the same way about their defense. I think Flo's done a really good job schematically with all that stuff. And Kwesi, who I love, a good friend, and guy I got a lot of respect for too, is doing a hell of a job getting talent in there. And I think they're going to be a really good team this year, and it's going to be a huge challenge for us on Sunday.
Well, short week, Sunday, 10 a.m. game here local time in the Bay Area. We'll have it for you over on 810 The Spread, our sister station. Kyle, appreciate the time as always. Good luck this week. We'll talk to you next week.
No problem. Good talking.
Thanks, man. Good deal. Head coach Kyle Shanahan of the 49ers there, giving us the update on Christian McCaffrey, saying still limited in practice today. Not much different than what we've seen the last couple of days. They have to make the decision, I guess, tomorrow. They fly out tomorrow to head to Minnesota. It's an early game. And people were saying, Ray, yesterday, like, is it really a short week for McCaffrey if he hasn't played? I said I think it's more of a less time to determine as a team whether or not you're going to go with him because there's not as many workouts and practices this week.
It's 3 hours. That's all it is.
What do you mean?
Well,
of playing on the Achilles, is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, it's a 10 o'clock start rather than a 1 o'clock start. I mean, I don't think that really enters into it. I think McCaffrey is a decision based on, are you 100% and are you lying to me? I think there's an excellent chance he would lie to Shanahan to play. I don't think there's an excellent chance that the doctors would lie to Shanahan. So I think that's really he'll play if he shows there's minimal danger in him playing. I mean, and I wouldn't say no danger because it's football, but minimal danger to me says he's completely healthy. There is no sign medically that we can find that there's anything wrong with him. Go ahead. If they don't get that, my sense is they'll sit them because they don't have to play them.
Pregame gets going 7 a.m. over on 810 The Spread. Myself and John Lund, Niners and the Vikings, 10 a.m.
Oh, 7 a.m.
Yeah, I know. It's brutal. Yeah. You want to come by? We'll be here at 6:30 at least.
God, how much time do you stop? When do you stop drinking the night before?
Stop. Ray Ratto's hanging out with me on a Thursday afternoon. We are going to catch up on
that. Was a correct answer, by the way.
Farhan Zaidi at 4:50. Just keep going, dude. That's how you power through. You know what I mean? You can't drink all day if you don't start early or start the night before, and then just power through.
I mean, you're getting to the age where you have to take a couple of hours to drink water to rehydrate.
Got some right here, man. Got some right here. I don't want to cramp up when I'm sitting next to you. Larry Krueger joins us at 5:30. Farhan Zaidi at 4:50 to talk about his San Francisco Giants, who, by the way, have Game 3 of their series with the Brewers tonight, 5:45. Pregame, we'll come on back a little bit more on what Kyle had to say, and then we got a game to play with Ray. Ray, what you got to say? We'll get into a whole bunch of fun stuff with Ray coming up at 4:15. Tolbert and Copes with Ray Ratto on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Silver joined Papa and Len and discussed how close the 49ers were to not having Brandon Ayuk on the 49ers this season. Listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we've talked about it a whole bunch. Tell us about the ERC, the Employee Retention Credit.
The program's still open. If you haven't filed, it's still open till April 15th, 2025. But what if you filed a while ago and now you've grown a long white beard waiting for your checks and you still don't have them? Is there anything you can do about that? Yes. There's 3 specific things we can do to ask the IRS to hurry up. So if you're tired of waiting for your check, talk to us and let's see if we can hurry up the IRS in writing that check to you. But what if you got a nastygram from the IRS and said rejected? You only have 30 days to appeal. And with what we've been seeing in the letters that people have brought to us, we're guessing the IRS is using AI and they're making decisions rejecting people where they don't have the information to know whether you're entitled to it or not. So we definitely want to jump in there. And if you're being audited, we want to represent you there. The bottom line is anything to do with ERC, give us a call. We have a free consultation and let us tell you what we want to do to take care of your situation. All you have to do is call for your free consultation.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Get that consultation. 188-TAX-STEALER. Find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Speaking of the run game, I think everybody's wondering about just Christian McCaffrey. Saw he was limited again at practice today, which I guess probably isn't much different than what has been reported or what's gone on over the last couple of weeks or so. But just a Thursday status update for McCaffrey?
Yeah, I mean, today we got to do full speed, and it was the same as yesterday. He had another limited day, so we got to do some of it, and nothing really new to add, though.
I was Kyle Shanahan just a couple minutes ago on the update on Christian McCaffrey. As of Thursday, I mean, I don't know how much gamesmanship is going into this. He did tell us, like, he was close to playing him last week, and I don't know, Ray, how much do you put into it when a coach says something like, well, if it was a playoff game, he would have played?
I put no stock into it because, A, it's not a playoff game.
It's week one,
so
right?
that's moot. Secondly, every situation's different, but they don't want to tell you about any situations, and I regard that almost anything a coach says, in the middle of the week that isn't something specific.
Rock hard, yeah.
Is,
rock hard.
Yeah. Let's just remember one thing. They're better at what we do than we are at what they do. And it doesn't take long for a coach who's paying attention.
Yeah, dive deeper on that. What do you mean they're better at what we do?
Yeah, they understand how to deal with media.
How to deal with the media better than we understand how to deal with football coaches.
Well,
is that what you're saying? Or football itself?
Oh, no, I mean, that's one of the skill sets.
That's a good point, yeah.
Is to deal with the unwashed heathens who are allowed to be, in the press room for an hour a day. I mean, they can handle us in their sleep. That's why I'm always amused when somebody regards us as the enemy. We can't do anything to you. You're getting all the media rights money you could possibly want. The worst we can do to you is be an irritant. And not much of an irritant at that. The guys who have problems with the media are guys who seek out those problems by not being able to figure out what the game
How to
is.
deal with it, sure.
Yeah, I mean, like Deion Sanders, by getting all that stuff in his contract, basically said, this stuff bothers me. And when you show that, it's going to come back and bite you in the ass. The guys who figure it out are the guys who aren't bothered by it because there's nothing we can do to them. I mean, if you're working for an owner who is influenced by sports talk radio show or whatever is in whatever the version of the newspaper is now, you're in the wrong team because your owner's a lunatic. Kyle Shanahan's on scholarship forever. I mean, Jed York wouldn't fire him if he stole his car. So he's got nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
So if he's not answering a question, it's either because he doesn't want to be specific at that moment. And then at that point you ask, well, why don't you want to be specific now? Or he's starting to get irritated.
He did say just no real change.
Yeah.
Because I said, the limited practices, that was the thing, is people making a deal, and David Lombardi said this, of McCaffrey being out there today isn't indicative of anything because he was out there last week. He was out there yesterday. We just limited capacity. We don't know to what extent and how hard he's playing and what they've decided to limit him from. We don't have the workout schedule for him and what would be a normal load on today versus what it would be like if he was hurt. But Kyle confirms still limited. And so basically no real change is what he's saying.
Yeah. And
if there is a change, your point is he might not say it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, and
what does it benefit you on Thursday?
Yeah. I mean, let's put it this way. There's a far less chance of him playing on Sunday now.
I agree.
Because the Friday, if playing at 10 on Sunday means that, you're leaving on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not going to be that impactful practice on Friday that's going to change this. I think he's kind of answering it without answering it.
Okay.
Well,
let me ask you this, because we mentioned earlier about Jordan Mason. We were talking about their potential and Super Bowl chances and where the floor is. And I said, I still think they're contenders without McCaffrey. Everybody agrees they're, with McCaffrey, exponentially better. And you said you get to dictate terms almost when you have a guy like that in your offense with the weapons that you have. You said we were sort of facetiously saying, but also truthfully speaking, that if something were to happen to Jordan Mason, becomes a little bit more pressure on McCaffrey to come on back, and maybe you get more leeway with when you decide to bring him back. Is there a point in the season where, be it by team success or other injuries to the roster, where you say, you know what, we'll go with him at not 100%?
Yes.
We were talking yesterday through the schedule, and People are going, week 7's the first real test against the Chiefs. And I go, but who cares against the Chiefs? It's not going to matter much. You know what I mean? Like, it's just about winning football games at any point. But that game in terms of where you'll finish in the NFC won't mean much of anything.
No, I mean, you would rush McCaffrey back if you're running out of bodies. You know, and even then, you probably wouldn't, use him a lot. You change your game plan. You know, you draw up a different set of plays. But, if he's close enough and you got into that jam, sure, you might rush him back a little bit. But not now, not with the record they got, not with the team they're playing, and not with the time of year. I mean, there's just, circumstances change every week, and that's the thing it's one of the things people forget, is that whatever a coach believes in week 2, he's not bound to believe in week 5 or week 8 or week 11. Everything's different every week. And they don't have to tell you what's different about it because they don't have to tell you anything.
How you feel about a 2-part question?
It depends on the question.
All right, part 1. Who's the closest contender to the Niners right now in the NFC? Who poses the biggest threat, I should say?
On talent?
Just on what you think, on what you've seen, talent, what you can expect. Dallas.
Now, Dallas's history is that they will find a way to foul themselves.
Yeah, but today they're the biggest threat.
But if you look at that team and how it's constructed, you have to say that, that's the second best team.
The team that can't run the ball? What?
They don't need to.
Rico Dowdle and Zeke? They don't need to.
They don't need to.
You don't need to run the ball to win a Super Bowl or to be a contender?
Oh, they'll be a contender. They're a contender now.
You don't think the Eagles or the Lions? The Lions, I don't know. The Eagles?
I think Jalen Hurts has shown that he can hurt you in more ways than you think.
I think so, too. I think he's volatile.
Yeah. And it's not like they were overwhelmingly wonderful in week 1.
Okay, part 2 then of the question is, without Christian McCaffrey, how much closer, if you think it's the Cowboys, how much closer to the Niners are the Cowboys without McCaffrey than with?
4%.
Because that's kind of my point. If the Niners are that good with McCaffrey, and even without him, you think the next best team is only 4% closer, I won't say I'm not concerned. I'd like McCaffrey to be on the Niners if they're going to be contenders. But I believe in Shanahan's ability to find success with undrafted rookies, or undrafted free agents, I should say, in the run game. We've seen him do it before. We were talking Mike Shanahan and the crew of backs.
But here's the flaw in your reasoning. There are games in which the 49ers will not play well. Maybe it's the game where Purdy throws 2 interceptions or they fumble the ball.
Or 4. I mean, Baltimore last year on Christmas, that was a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, the team doesn't play the same every week.
Cleveland,
and there will be a game in which they will need Christian McCaffrey to be Christian McCaffrey. That's when you want him.
Well, yeah. A guy who can change the game. You have a guy who can individually change your fortunes with him.
Now, if every game this year was against the Cardinals, maybe you don't need Christian McCaffrey at all. But I checked the schedule. They only get to play him twice.
It's too bad. I like to play the Cards more.
Yeah, I mean, it's if it doesn't make a difference, why would you go get him in the first place? Why would you give him all that money?
Well, it does make a difference.
Because it does make a difference.
He does. He's the best player on the team.
And the later in the year you get, the more important the game, the more you need him. That's why right now, you don't need him.
I think, and I think I come off as like diminishing his value, and that's not what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying.
I think the team is so good that he makes them. Yeah. To your point, you're the best with him.
It's all circumstances change. Nothing about a football season is so uniform that whatever you're doing in week 5, you're doing again in week 11. And the reason why guys like McCaffrey matter is because there's a game where you need to pull one out of your ear. And he's better at pulling a game out of his ear than Jordan Mason is. And that's not a knock on Mason.
I know, Jordan Mason pulled one out of his ear on Monday.
Yeah, but I think a lot of that was he plays on a team that knows how to run the ball.
Yeah.
They have an offensive line that blocks brilliantly for the running game. And they have a defense that is, top 5, if not better. I mean, if he had run the ball 16 times for 9 yards, you got a problem. But you saw some of the holes he was running through.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have literally been in the sidecar of a motorcycle and not been touched. You know, that's how big, that's how much 49er offensive line bullied the Jets. And maybe I'm surprised the Jets haven't signed Hassan Reddick today based on what they saw Monday night.
I think they got bigger problems than just that. I mean, yeah, their D-line was not there, but you're right. Yeah. How desperate are you?
Yeah, I mean, I would be desperate.
I would too.
That's what you built. You built this team around your defensive prowess because you don't know what kind of Aaron Rodgers you're going to get.
And you don't know how long
don't
he's
have
here.
the wide receivers to save him anyway.
Oh, Garrett Wilson's pretty good, but it's not enough and not proven enough to take over a game in the way we're talking about. It's not Devontae Adams at this point.
And don't forget, Woody Johnson is in his late thousands, and I think he'd like to do something with the football team before he goes room temperature.
Yeah, well, oh, man. Woody Johnson. Felt good handing him that L, sending him home, too. That was nice. Tolbert and Copes, Ray Ratto hanging out. All right, we'll get into some stuff with Ray when we come on back. A game when Ray Ratto comes in, we like to play. Ray, what do you got to say? We have a bunch of random topics, some sports, some pop culture. We'll pull them out of a hat. Get Ray's enlightened thoughts. I say that facetiously.
Oh, yes, you do.
Adam Copeland, Ray Ratto with you on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers take on the Minnesota Vikings this Sunday for an early kickoff, 10 a.m. We got pregame starting at 7 a.m. with myself and John Lund over on 810, The Bread. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. Football's back. Fantasy football's back. Kickoff is here, and it's time to get in on the action with Underdog Fantasy. You can make up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite player stats. We're talking touchdowns, passing yards, receiving yards. We got a Thursday night game tonight, Bills and the Dolphins. See what they can do. That'd be a fun offensive game to maybe get in on. The Thursday night, sometimes offense is down. Anyway, you can pair some of those together and make yourself some money. Making picks on Underdog is straightforward. It's even easier to get signed up. All you have to do is go to their easy-to-use mobile app or to underdogfantasy.com. When you do, sign up using promo code KNBR like you're listening to right now, and Underdog is going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick entry plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. But you got to use that promo code. So it's Underdog Fantasy. The promo code is KNBR, and you'll get that new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hi, buddy.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Ray Ratto's hanging out. We're going to catch up with Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, in about a half hour at 4:50. Larry Kruger will stop by to talk some 49er football at 5:30. Giants pregame at 5:45. When Ray Ratto comes in, we've done this before because Ray's such a pleasant guy. We get a bunch of topics. Derek cuts them up, throws them into a little cup here. Got my little my Ray Ratto, Ray, what do you say cocktail here. And we'll just pull them out, and I'll read whatever's on the piece of paper, and then you just give us your take on it.
Boy, this is high-tech stuff.
This is high-tech stuff. So high-tech.
We got an actual paper cup?
Dude, we actually have an actual bit, like, open and bit for the show. It's called Ray, what do you got to say?
I'm Ray Ratto, and this is a minute about the F word. My buttocks. Ray. Youth sports only for orphans. What you got to say? You're a jackoff. I love pie. Ray. You bastard. What you got to say? No, it doesn't matter why. I was wrong. I'm an
Ray, what do you got to say?
I got to say that Tim Webb should be fired.
Yeah, well, I don't think he made it. I think the guy sitting behind him made it. I think the guy dancing his ass off back there.
I'll tell you what. Tie them both together and drop them off a barge. Weight the bag so there's no chance that they'll float.
We'll dive right into the cup, and here's the first one we got. Sometimes sports, sometimes pop culture. This one just simply says Deion Sanders versus the media. You gave a brief take on this. What's your thoughts on him banning members of the media from... Here's what's real funny. Told certain members they're not allowed to ask him questions. Then the other day got upset about something that was reported falsely about him telling the band not to play the fight song when Shedeur Sanders throws a touchdown.
When you start worrying about what people are saying about you, you're not coaching anymore. You're minding your image. And the only take I have on this is he did this before. He got away with it. He will get away with it here until they realize that they're 3-7, and then they're going to fire him. This experiment ends this year.
You think it's over after this year? Where's he go?
Yeah.
Get another gig, you think?
Oh, yeah. I think Florida State will hire him.
You think that's it?
Yeah, because Florida State's off the rails, too.
Yeah, they're a disaster. And why didn't he just take that job last time? Oh, I think they were a year off from hiring. I think he stayed at Jackson State for one extra year before he made the jump. We'll dive back into that. Actually, real quick, any interactions, you and Deion? Any history between you guys? Does he have an article like JT does hanging on his wall that you wrote about him? No.
He doesn't have anything hanging on his wall that was written by anybody else. I'm quite confident.
Back into the cup here. And Ray, what do you got to say? This one just says Tom Brady in the broadcast booth. Your thoughts?
Needs work, but it's expected. I mean, it's not a job he wants full time, but Fox offered him too much money to say no. The best analyst in football right now is Greg Olson because he wants the job and he works at it. It's not a job you can just walk into the booth and go, oh, here I am. But that's what Brady was hired for, to be Tom Brady. He wasn't hired there because he was going to provide incredible insight. He could if he wants to.
It's name recognition.
But he's all it is, oh, yeah, I know him.
$375 million.
Yeah.
Fox.
I mean, you could...
Still had money left after all that.
Yeah. Fox,
Those lawsuits
Fox hires guys based on that. So does ESPN. Give us the name guy. I mean, that's why they got the Mannings. That's why they got Belichick. The only person that they've hired, their splashy hire they've had, that was not based on name recognition was Pat McAfee. And even at that, he had to go out and get his own gig first.
Yeah. He had to create his own platform first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's always been known as a personality guy.
Yeah, but he wasn't the superstar player. No, he wasn't Marquette King.
Yeah, he was a punter on a series of mediocre Bengals teams.
Yeah, Peyton never bitched him out like he did Vanderjagt. We had that yesterday, right? Not the punter. Back into the cup here. And Ray, what do you got to say? This one says, would you rather eat dogs or cats? Ray, what do you got to say? Would you rather eat dogs or cats?
It would make me a vegan, and that's saying something.
They both sound delicious.
Well,
we love them both.
it's too much trouble getting the fur off.
Of which one?
Either one.
Never.
I don't know
did
if
that.
you've noticed this, but they both are covered in hair.
What would you go with? Well, yeah, of course.
So, I mean, that's way too work intensive.
I'm not saying you have to prepare it. I'm saying if there was like a delicacy, like a restaurant. I'll get some tacos. They're like, do you want?
I'd get a salad.
Do you want like al pastor? Do you want lengua?
I just get a salad and call it a day.
Tim,
I'm not eating like animals that were domesticated. That's just a rule I have.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. What about wolf? What if we went like jungle cat and wolf? Would you go that? Like a Mancoon?
Wolf is a little gamey.
Back in, what about dire wolf? Back into the cup here. Ray, what do you got to say? Let's see what. There's a bunch here in the bottom. This one says.
That's good because that's where they all reside.
This one says, is Greg Papa the reason that the show The Happy Hour was canceled?
He was never on it. So. he had an absentee record there. I mean, he was on that show as often as he was on the McNeil-Lehrer Report. I mean, it was basically he was sort of the hub of the show.
He was the draw. He was the name. He was your
and
man.
Literally like within 3 weeks. I mean, we had to put out dogs to find him. I mean, so
back to the
in
dogs,
that way,
huh?
he was not the center of the show, but he was also right in that the show died the death it deserved.
So are you saying he was like the Donald Trump was to the USFL? Was it like that?
No, because Donald Trump was at more USFL games than Greg Papa was Happy Hour.
Nicely done. Moving on here in the Ray, what do you got to say?
Greater than Vince Lombardi.
There's that was about Robert Saleh, by the way, last year when they came back against the Browns. John Fisher, A's owner, says if they make the playoffs in SAC, wishful thinking, if they make the playoffs in SAC, they may not play the playoff games in Sacramento. They might go play them in Vegas or elsewhere.
I like the chances of elsewhere.
Yeah.
Followed by they're not making the playoffs.
Yeah, I was like, boy.
I mean, no, it's another way that his tin ear betrays it. I mean, he needs Sacramento for 3 years. But his first real public stance on anything regarding the Sacramento stay is, if it's an important game, we wouldn't play here.
Yeah.
I mean, Vegas doesn't want him. But he's basically tossing out the possibility of a bone. And here, the first game you guys will get will be a really important one.
We're bringing the team to Sacramento, but if something good happens, we're not playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're already not using the name Sacramento.
It's a hysterical notion. Yeah,
why not just play in Medicine Hat, Alberta?
It's very Golden State of them.
Yeah, well, no, it's Golden State has more of a root in reality.
Does it?
I mean, it might be on
the California Angels.
Yeah, it might only be on a map of Narnia, but still, John Fisher doesn't want to own this team, but he's too stubborn to sell it. And that's what all this boils down to.
Just make some money, man. Just make some scratch.
He was making that here.
Yeah. But I mean, like, you sell the team, it's exponentially more, it's worth more than when you bought it.
Yeah, but then he has to admit that he failed, and he can't do that.
Nah.
I mean, he did fail, and he doesn't really have to admit it. Everybody knows it. But, walking around with your pants around your ankles for year after year isn't enough proof for him. So, I mean, he deserves whatever bad things happen to him and a double dose of all of it.
Moving on here in the Ray, what do you got to say? Ray, what do you got to say? This one just says Hawk Tua girl.
I have been blissfully unaware of her achievements to this date, and I remain so with joy. I don't care what she did. I know what she did, but it is of no interest to me.
You know why she's popular?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's just a statement on how American culture is bankrupt.
Well, speaking of American culture, and Ray, what do you got to say? O.J. Simpson passed away a few months back. His lawyer put out a statement a couple of weeks ago saying that they were turning some of his ashes into jewelry to give to his children. Your thoughts?
I think I'd want to announce that I was adopted. Why would you want that? I mean,
if you had to have a piece of OJ's jewelry, what would you want?
If you remember the family, just put them up on the mantle. Other than that, you've got this tiny little ashtray around your neck. What is the value here? I mean, I almost thought you were going to say, yes, he's put put his ashes in these little things that he's going to sell to his family.
I kind of thought sell them. I kind of thought that's what initially when I saw the report, I'm like, are they going to sell this jewelry?
Oh,
got to get my hands on some of this.
Yeah, I mean, just running the grift after you've gone.
That's
I can't wait to see what Trump does.
We'll find out. Mini Heisman Trophy hanging around your neck.
1/100th of 1%, and nobody would take the bet.
Okay, moving on here. And Ray, what do you got to say? Are you familiar with the game F, Marry, and Kill?
Yes.
Okay, F, Marry, Kill, Glenn Powell, that dude from The Bear, or Harmony, our sex robot. She gives gambling advice on Fridays.
This is a fresh level of hell that I was not really prepared for. Glenn Powell, probably Kill.
Okay.
And Harmony the robot, definitely Kill.
Okay. What about the dude from The Bear? That dude from The Bear. It says.
Well, since the other choices are having sex with him or marrying him, I think I'm going to have to go Kill. I mean, you didn't really give me a lot of options here.
We gave you 3.
Yeah, and two of them are incredibly distasteful, and the other one's a felon.
Moving on here. The Ray, what do you got to say? Ray, what's your take on going live on Instagram while making love?
I'm against going live on Instagram doing anything. So doing that, definitely not. I mean, Instagram is something that you do to people who've just lost the right at parole.
Our last one here in Ray.
Yay!
Ray, what do you got to say? So Tom Tolbert, people know who watch the YouTube chat or watch the YouTube stream and the video on Twitch and the KNBR app and all that. They know that Tom doesn't come in studio every day. It's nice to have you here in studio. I've got a host with me like in studio all week because Tom's out of town. So every once in a while, Tom gives an excuse as to why he's not coming in. I'm going to give you 3 potential excuses. You tell me which one is the real excuse Tom used to not come in studio one day, okay?
Okay.
Okay, which excuse for not coming in is the real one? Is it A, it's too windy on the bridge?
Okay.
Is it B, my wife took my car? Or is it C, I have to get my Christmas tree?
This is Tom Tolbert.
This is Tom Tolbert. Real excuse.
It's all 3.
The correct,
and probably on the same day.
The correct answer is he's used all 3 of these, like in the last year.
Yeah. I mean, I was trying to figure out which one it could be, but when you put the Christmas tree on, I said, it's all of them.
That's maybe our favorite one. That was the one who was like last December. He's like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I got to get the tree. And I was like,
I have 24-hour polio.
I'm going to get my tree too, but I was going to do the show and then go get it.
And it was July.
One of my favorites is it's too windy on the bridge.
I mean,
what do we do? What are you?
No,
are you driving a big rig? What is he doing getting over here?
Yeah, I mean, I have drop foot. I forgot where I work. I mean, I love Tom because he will drop these and he will make them work. Every time he's dropped an excuse like that, has he come in? No. That's victory.
Yeah, that's a win. He's the guy who can get. I don't have the stones to try something like that.
I've been elected Pope. I can't come in today.
Yeah, Derek, I can't make it today. We're going to pick out pumpkins.
That's too bad.
Yeah. Coming up in October, I'm going to miss some time. I got to pick out a pumpkin.
I mean, just, I admire his absentee record. And I think he was inspired by Derek's dad.
By Greg Papa. And he hasn't taken.
Frankly, I think he's just a hologram at this point.
I've never seen my father actually in my life. It's a weekend at Bernie situation.
Weekend at Papa's.
And you pay $125 an hour to tell somebody that in a room.
Greg does.
You are correct, Ray.
Greg does feel like one of those guys like Al Michaels, like when he's moved on to the big microphone in the sky, that maybe there's some AI that hangs around to still do shows and call games.
Or in this case, AL.
I'll be hanging with you. I'll be hanging with you. How was that bad?
What that?
The Ray, what do you got to say?
I thought the cup thing was a little showy.
Really?
That seemed like a budget buster.
The paper cup was a little showy.
Well, I mean, I know the budget here.
We do have a hard hat.
Why?
You know the budget. We have a hard hat that we usually use for drawings and things that we pull out of the KNBR hard hat.
So this bit didn't deserve the hard hat? You had to go out and soil a cup?
The cup was more expensive than you, Ray.
If you know Derek, there's not a lot of forward thinking with some of this stuff. He's like, let's do this, and then the show happens, and I'm like, well, here we are.
Oh, no. Derek is a festival of anal cranial inversion.
And that's
That's the best.
Don't even dare. Just leave it. Just let that hang for the audience. That was Ray. What do you got to say? We are going to catch up with Farhan Zaidi coming up in about 20 minutes at 4:50. We'll get his thoughts on what's going on with the Giants, the contract signed by Matt Chapman, Blake Snell's future after he threw last night. Giants got a big win over, it was a large win in runs, over the Milwaukee Brewers. We'll get into the futures of Farhan and Bob Melvin next on the Sports Leader.
There's Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Tolbert and Copes, Ray Ratto with me on a Thursday afternoon. Giants pregame, a little over an hour at 5:45, taking on the Milwaukee Brewers, and we will talk to Giants President of Baseball Operations, Farhan Zaidi, for the first time in a couple of weeks. Lots been said about his future with the Giants. John Shea yesterday in the Chronicle, he recently wrote that contracts for both Farhan and Bob Melvin are not as long as we initially thought. We'll get Ray's sort of thought on how these contracts go down, because We were talking before the show started about how a lot of times when it comes to coaches or GMs or front office people, you don't necessarily know exactly how long contracts are, what the language is, or whether or not there's option years and things like that. And you said, for the most part, there's option years added. We were of the impression that when Farhan got the extension, it went through 2026 because we figured Bob Melvin got a 3-year contract. That's, I think, fairly standard when you hire a new guy. That went through 2026. Now, John Shea writes, quote, ownership has made no public comment about Zaidi's fate or whether he'll be back in 2025. Amid talks of Zaidi's uncertain future, his contract, which was believed to be guaranteed through 2026 and in line with manager Bob Melvin's, is actually guaranteed only through 2025, according to industry sources. For that matter, Melvin's contract, which was announced as a 3-year deal at the October 25th news conference to introduce his hiring, also is guaranteed only through next season, meaning it was, in fact, a 2-year deal. Both Zaidi and Melvin have the equivalent of club options for 2026. So yesterday, Larry Bear was on with us. Dieter Kurtenbach had a question for Larry about these contracts, and here's what Larry Bear had to say. So Larry didn't have a comment on it, didn't want to comment on their contracts. Do you anticipate a sort of lame duck year next season for Bob Melvin and Farhan Zaidi?
If they're going to be 75 and 87, yeah. But we won't know that till we know it. The reason why you have option years is so that you can, wait and see. I mean, but that said, whether or not they were under contract through 2026 or not, if they would be dissatisfied in 2025, they have the wherewithal to eat both of those. So it's almost a moot point what they're signed through. I mean, the only issue that would come up with that is, well, when do we have to start renegotiating with them if we want them back? But in terms of firing either one of them, they could do that whenever they want. They just might have to eat a little more money. But they'd have to be plenty dissatisfied, because I do not get the sense that Greg Johnson is a guy who likes to wade very deep into baseball matters.
Into the operations of the team itself, you mean?
Yeah. I think he's there to handle the business. And
which is what I would prefer from an owner. I would prefer a guy like in football. I mean, pardon me, I think some of the best success the 49ers have been when Jed York has kind of stayed out of it, giving them the necessary tools they need. And he was, I believe he was far more involved when Harbaugh was around. And there was more tension, obviously, and it was a different dynamic and brass. But
because Harbaugh needed chaos. Yep. And he would aim through Balky to Jed.
And look what stability has done for the organization in the last decade.
When he hired Kyle Shanahan, I don't want to turn this into a 49ers.
No, but I was using that as a
when he hired Kyle Shanahan, he gave him the run of the building. And Kyle Shanahan had never been a head coach before, let alone a head coach and de facto general manager. So what he was saying there was, this is your baby, don't embarrass me. Because he doesn't want to do this again. He doesn't want to hire anybody anymore. No. He hated being the out front guy. He hated being the guy whose name was on those planes that flew over the stadium saying, fire Jed. He doesn't want any of that.
Yeah.
He just wants to see the checks roll in and maybe get a ring out of it.
Now, the Giants are in a different position with ownership based on the ballpark and the success that they had in the last decade and whatnot. But in terms of how a general manager or a president can operate in a season where there's no guarantee in the next year. Now, the option year gives you a little bit of that because you're still, I guess my point is we had Bobby Marks on maybe a month or two ago. And Tom asked him, because he was the general manager of the Nets, when they went and they added all those veteran players, they hired Jason Kidd to be their coach and they moved the Barclays Center. And Tom asked him, when you were in the final year of your contract, did you ever make deals that you think maybe you wouldn't have made if you weren't trying to make sure you had another, like at what point are you sometimes doing things out of personal interest and self-interest and trying to make sure you can keep your job versus maybe necessarily what's correct for the team right then and there? And this was about the trading of draft picks and whatnot. And he said, all the time. But also, I'm talking to you guys right now. Like, you start to think that way, it doesn't work. In your experience and in covering this stuff, how does that impact a guy in the final year of what, I mean, you're building a system here, right? You're trying to invest in players and in talent, and you believe in a philosophy. But right now, there's not a lot of fruits of that labor.
No, which is why, people suspect that his job might be in jeopardy, even though I'm not sure that it is yet. But if you are reacting to your employment status with the way you operate the baseball team, anytime those two things diverge, you're not doing your job anymore and you should get fired. I mean, I think more often than not, general managers and managers work the way they work. And if they get fired, they get fired because they know that's part of the deal. And I think both Farhan and Bob Melvin believed they would get another job somewhere if it came to that. So I think it would be an expression of defeat if Farhan Zaidi operated differently in 2025 than he has in the past.
I would agree, and I think part of that is like ownership allowed several long-term big money contracts to be handed out. I guess long-term is not the right, but Jung Hoo Lee is a big contract. You've extended Logan Webb, guys that you want there. Some of that, though, is, some of those pieces might be just believed to be good pieces that you want on your team anyway. For me, it's more about how the system is operating and if you're producing enough talent to compete, not just with the National League West, because the way the Dodgers are, you're just not going to compete the same way. You've got to build and invest in a different way. They've also just invested in Matt Chapman. So when you believe in some of the stuff a guy's doing, that would lead me to believe that his security is there, to your point. I don't think his job's in jeopardy yet. I do think next year is it's a very important year for the future of the team under this management.
It depends in very large part on whether the sort of, mild disinterest in the team now becomes active hostility. I don't think it's at that point
You
yet.
mean from the fan base?
Yes. So I don't think Greg Johnson's got anything to react to yet. I mean, in Chicago with the White Sox, Chris Getz is public enemy number 2 only because Jerry Reinsdorf is enemy number 1.
Right.
And so there's plenty of...
It's the ownership thing, right.
Yeah, it's plenty of discontent all the way around. And there should be. They're one of the worst teams in the history of the sport. The Giants are just bland and not terribly dynamic. And I think people are still at that stage. They're not outwardly angry yet. But I think when they become that and you start seeing that in terms of their abilities to get sponsors and, other, off-field deals, that's when Greg Johnson will step in. He won't want to because it's a baseball decision, and he's not a baseball guy. But at some point, somebody's got to make that call, and he's the only one who can. So when the discontent grows to that point, he'll act. But it isn't there yet.
It's more disinterest than discontent at this point. It's Holbert and Coach Ray Ratto hanging out. Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, is going to join us for his bi-weekly conversation. We'll catch up with Farhan next. Larry Krueger at 5:30. Giants pregame 5:45. But Farhan joins us next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's business time. From the diamond to the boardroom, Tolbert and Copes get down to business with Giants President of Baseball Ops Farhan Zaidi on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Ray Ratto with you on a Thursday afternoon. We do it every couple of weeks with Giants President of Baseball Operations, Farhan Zaidi. The Giants Executive Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union auto loans with affordable rates and personal service, and by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Farhan Zaidi joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Farhan? How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Good to talk to you.
Pretty good. We haven't had a chance to talk to you. I had a chance to talk to Matt Chapman, but not to you since Matt Chapman signed the contract. I think a lot of fans were excited about that. He's having a great year. Another good game for him last night. And it just feels like one of those, for a team to find success, you like to have those veterans who are consistent and steady and can be out there day in and day out and a leader. And he's been as advertised. Tell us about how the process of the extension went.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the plan all along when we brought him in. We did talk to him about a long-term deal last offseason. Couldn't quite match up on the terms. He was coming off what was a down year for him and wanted to bet on himself and prove his worth as one of the best players in the game, which he did this year. And as I mentioned during the press conference, he himself said, hey, my plan is for us to start talking about an extension in mid-August and get something done. And his timing was exactly right. That's when we picked up the conversation. And, you know, to your point, he's just been so valuable to us this year. I think, you know, more than the numbers, when you get a chance to watch him on a day in, day out basis, you see the impact that he brings. And, you know, it's been a disappointing season, but we are coming away from the season with a few pieces that we think are going to be huge for us, not just in 25, but moving forward. And he's definitely at the center of that. So we're thrilled to get that done.
Is it normal to open contract negotiations in the previous August, or do you tend to rather wait till everything plays out and do all your work in the offseason?
Yeah, you know, I think we were a little bit impacted by how the last couple of off seasons have gone for us. And, you know, we've been in these really extended talks that have extended, you know, past the winter meetings into January, you know, this spring, even into February. And I think that kind of length of talks creates a lot of uncertainty and is a detriment to the organization. And as we've seen in some cases this year, is a detriment to players playing to the best of their abilities. So I think for us, we were really motivated to try to get a head start on some of what we are planning to do this offseason. And so as long as the deal was fair, we weren't trying to squeeze every dollar out of the deal. And to Matt's credit, I don't think he was either. He's really happy here. He obviously loves playing for Bob. So the timing was unusual, but I think it was just a testament to both sides being motivated to get something done.
Is that going to become more of not a strict philosophy, but more of a goal about the way you deal with contracts? I mean, like, let's say as a hypothetical, Blake Snell, would you start talking with him and his people now rather than the off season the way you used to?
I think it's certainly on the table, Ray. For us, I think going into this off season, one of our goals is going to be very aggressive timing-wise to try to get things done early and not get stuck into, you know, some of these stare-down contests, some of these things that really extend where you can be paralyzed. It can sort of impact different things that you're trying to do on your shopping list. So whether it happens before the season ends or not, that's a tougher question to answer. But I certainly think going into the off-season, we're going to be really aggressive trying to get things done earlier and not have things extend into the new year.
Talking to Giants President of Baseball Operations, Farhan Zaidi. Nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. I saw an interview with, it was actually pretty funny, Logan Webb. Good interview today with Chris Rose. It was entertaining, and they talked about a whole bunch of stuff with the team. He was very candid. He's rocking his Raider hat. It was a lot of fun. But he mentioned wanting Blake Snell back, and Susan Slessor reported a few weeks ago that he would maybe have interest in coming back, that he's really enjoying it here. Seems like he's fit in with the team well. When a player and a leader like Logan Webb says something like that, does that play a role? I mean, I know you guys bring in former players sometimes for negotiations, but when current members of the team say stuff like that, how loud does that ring for you?
It really does ring loudly, and obviously, you know, Blake, it's been an interesting season. The way it got started, I don't think was everybody's dream scenario, but, you know, he's really been, you know, one of the, if not the best starting pitcher in baseball here down the stretch. And so I think that speaks to his talent level, his comfort level, the fact that he finally feels healthy, and he really has been a great fit here. I got to say that interview the main thing that I took out of it was I shouldn't have been so stressed about Webby's performance in the All-Star game. Now that I know he was in, because I'm watching it wondering if he's going to go on the IL or miss his first start after the All-Star break. And if I knew the state he was in and how much fun he had the night before, maybe I would have been a little bit more relaxed about it.
I thought the same thing, too, when I heard him say that. For those who don't know, he was like, I was a little bit hungover. I'd been out, I was having a good time celebrating going to the All-Star game. It's better, by the way, than the time. I don't know if you remember this, when Tim Lincecum just didn't even make it to the All-Star game because of the night before, right?
Yeah, no, Webby was even saying, I was glad I made it to the mound without throwing up. And I was like, that's great. Now it's all good to know all that now. So.
Do you have a metric for pitchers and how they do when they stay out late the night before start?
I do now. So, I've got a pretty strong data point now that we'll start building our analysis around.
Yeah, it's not quite Mickey and Whitey Ford. A little bit different than in those days. In terms of the starting pitching that you have, I mean, you guys have made several starts with a bunch of young guys this year. What are you looking for out of some of your young starting pitchers here in the final 3 weeks of the season?
We're just looking for them to end strong and, battle through a little bit of adversity, which we know happens with young pitchers. We're talking about Logan Webb, and it's easy to forget, 2019, 2020, his first couple years in the big leagues, he had ERAs over 5 and showed a lot of talent, but did scuffle some. And it was really 2021, his age 24 season, where he took off and really became, one of the best starters in the big leagues, which he continues to be today. You look at guys like Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong, they're 23, they're turning 24 next year. So I think for us, we're looking for them to follow the same trajectory. And for Birdsong, who's going for us tonight, obviously had a really exciting first few starts in the big leagues. He's going through some of the growing pains we see with young pitchers now. We've given him a couple extra days going into today's start, but when he's at his best, it's really exciting. You see top of the rotation stuff. And so for him to get on a roll, he'll give us a solid 5 or 6 innings in his last 3 starts, something to build on going into next year. We'd love to see that from him. We're going to see a couple more starts from Landon Roop, who threw the ball great earlier this week. Mason Black's another guy we came into with high hopes this season. It's been up and down, but we're hoping he can finish strong. It's kind of fun to get to see these guys establish themselves at the big league level and learn and set themselves up for strong seasons next year.
You brought up Logan Webb, and he's second in Major League Baseball in innings pitched. Are you considering, or have you discussed maybe, having a tighter grip on the number of pitches he throws in his last 3 starts, or whether he'll make his last 3 starts?
Yeah, I think that's going to continue to be a conversation with Webby. I mean, this is something he's really proud of, is that he posts. And like you said, I think he's leading the big leagues in starts and maybe innings pitched. He's going to be here for a long time. We've got to be concerned about his health long term. But, I think for all of us, we want to finish the season strong. We want to finish the season with a winning record. So we got to balance that. I think, we'll probably have him make his start, see how he's feeling. But, when you get to 6 innings and 93 pitches and, maybe you're wondering whether to send him back out again, I think we'll probably err on the side of caution there just to be safe and get him to the finish line feeling strong.
Rosters in September don't quite expand the same way. You don't get to go to 40. You just go to the 28 or whatever it is now. But in terms of other guys who we have not seen make debuts, anybody else you'd anticipate that we could see being called up on the starting pitcher side this year?
I don't think so. I think the guys that we have now, with Blake and Webby both being motivated to make their starts, although we'll see how that goes. We've got this group of Roop, Black, Birdsong. Robbie Ray is a guy that we're hoping can come back from the hamstring that he's been battling a little bit and finish the season on the mound. It's been a long year for him, but it's been great seeing him out there. He's going to be a big part of our plan next year. Jordan Hicks threw a rehab assignment for the San Jose Giants in the playoffs a couple nights ago, and we think he'll get activated. It might be more kind of 2-inning stints than starts, but we should get a chance to see him again. So I don't really see us kind of calling up any other young pitchers because we've got a few guys. We've got, enough pitchers to get us through the end of the season. And Spencer Bivens obviously has made some nice spot starts for us, and we may put him back in that role if we're looking to plug the gap with a couple of games down the stretch.
Given, you had alluded earlier to this being a disappointing season, what are the things that you learned this year that A, you didn't expect to learn, and B, that you will have to take into account this offseason that you didn't expect to have to deal with?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things that stand out to me. One is, there's, I think, a handful of teams that are in our position that had playoff aspirations, that were maybe projected to make the playoffs, that have kind of, not reached that standard. They're kind of in around 500, around the periphery of the race. And, the story a lot of times is the same. It's a combination of injuries and underperformance, and places you were hoping to get production from, you didn't quite get it from. I think the thing we've got to ask ourselves as we build out this team is, do we need more veteran depth? Because one of the things that we like to do is, when we have injuries, call up young players, give them a chance. And really, some of our successes this year in terms of Ramos and Fitzgerald were opportunities created by injuries and spots on the roster where we had openings. Those guys have taken those opportunities and run with them. But there are other cases, particularly on the pitching side early in the year, where we went with younger options and really struggled. And so, did we go into this year with enough depth, kind of the high floor type depth that can get you through rashes of injuries without being overly reliant on young players picking up the slack? I think that's, when we look back at, where we got some overperformance, some underperformance and some injuries, the question of whether we had the depth to kind of fill in and keep things going. Because I think when we look at the season, we just see we never really got on that roll where everything was firing on all cylinders. Even at the trade deadline, we talked about how we needed to get on a run somewhere, and we had a couple hints of it, but it never really happened for us. So I think that's going to be the question, like just having a deep enough roster to get through the season and making sure we're breaking in young players, but also can go to veterans when we think that's the right move.
Talking to Farhan Zaidi here, another minute or two on the UMA guest line. I want to ask you, John Shea had a piece in the Chronicle the other day about the status of your contract, or the length of your contract as it lined up with Bob Melvin. I guess the thought was that it went through 2026. They're saying now, per sources, it was through 2025. Ownership has not made any statement about it, but you're under contract through next year. Has there been discussions for you and Bob Melvin, or are there reassurances beyond 2025?
Yeah, I didn't read the entire story, but, there is 2026 language in both of our contracts. It's not fully guaranteed. With these contracts, it's not always the case that every detail is publicized or divulged, especially when there are kind of complicating vesting scenarios and things like that. So we just made the decision for simplicity to say the contracts, ran through 26 because there is language through 26 in them, but it's accurate what was reported that they're not fully guaranteed. I mean, Bob and I are continuing to work really well together. We're focused on finishing the season strong. We're looking forward to next year. We've had conversations about what changes we need to make personnel-wise, and otherwise to get us to where we need to go. And again, I think in a season of disappointment, overall, there's been some real silver linings and some things we think we can build on going into next year.
Without getting into this kind of specificity that I know you would avoid, how long have those sort of discussions about next year and what you want to do gone on, and how long do they continue before you have to start acting on 2025?
Yeah, I mean, the planning is very much in place. I mean, you sort of have to make this decision about how much focus you're placing on the day in, day out of the current season, which obviously is still a big focus of ours. But I think, as the calendar turned to September, as we called up a couple of our young players, you really start to have to expand your outlook. How do you allocate playing time given, the fact that you have to be a little bit more forward looking? And really in the last couple of weeks, I think we're having more conversations, at all levels, at the ownership level, at the level of the coaching staff and Bob about, what we need to do to put ourselves in the best position going into 25.
One more against the Brewers tonight, and then Padres come to town this weekend. Farhan, we always appreciate the time, man. We'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, guys.
Good stuff there. Farhan Zaidi, the president of baseball operations for the Giants. And by all accounts, I mean, that article that was written by John Shea, we talked about, language through next year, and he said that is accurate, that he is the only guarantee is through next year. But as you and I talked about, it's not totally like a lame duck season or anything like that when you have an option that can be picked up. And by all accounts, he says the planning has begun for 2025. Farhan will be here, it sounds like, with Bob Melvin beyond this season.
Yeah, well, I mean, they
pretty solidly.
Let's put it this way. Greg Johnson, I don't think has the has the freedom to eat 2 years of a contract on both those guys. I think 2025 is the show or go year.
Yeah, that next year is because if I guess my thought would be is if they're here beyond next year, that option year isn't just picked up, you're probably extended.
Maybe. I mean,
you think you go into a final year without a deal?
It's, other than the aberration of 2021, this has not been a triumphant stretch for the Giants by any means. And the fact that they've been hovering in and around 500 for as long as they have means that at some point, Greg Johnson's going to have to consider the mood of the town and just say, where are we going and are we making any progress toward getting there? And I think next year will be Farhan's 7th year. And 7 years is a long time to have one winning record. Guys don't last much longer.
Without a series win in the playoffs, yeah.
Well,
one playoff berth and one
there.
Series win, yeah.
Yeah,
not
just
without a series
getting
win.
there. I mean, you can't say that, that the COVID year threw them off whack because the next year was the one where
right.
everybody had a career year and they won 107 games. But that also turned out to be a false positive. And I think there's probably a more sober view within their offices that this is who we are. How do we get out of this? And I thought it was interesting that he said, we need more veteran backup help. And that's what they had when Farhan started. So it sounds to me like if you're looking for a splashy get, it's not coming here. And maybe that's the big lesson, is that if you're looking for the thing that's going to excite you in December, you will live to be disappointed.
Well, and I think that's the point, is that they're going to have to build differently than they've tried to over the last few years. What's funny is this offseason, I think they tried to go aggressive, and they still landed a slew of free agents, not for long term, but for some big money dollars. Matt Chapman then extends. You have Blake Snell here. It sounds like maybe there's interest in bringing him back, and he said we're going to be aggressive. We can talk more about that, but I don't think you can build and compete with the way the Dodgers have done things. You've got to go about it a different way, which is developing internally and getting more pitching.
But you know what? That's been the mantra for forever.
7 years almost, yeah.
And the truth is, the last time that worked was the late 2000s.
You mean for the Giants?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they've talked about the farm system forever. They've talked about pitching forever. But really, that peaked in 2014.
Yeah.
That's a decade now. And since then, I don't think it's unfair to say all they've done is tread water. And when you look at the number of games in which they're announcing 24,000, in all reality, that's probably closer to 18. And, they now have the area to themselves. The A's are leaving for Narnia or wherever the hell they're planning to go.
Second Narnia reference from
yes.
Ratto today.
There will be more.
Golden State was the other.
No, but it's at some point, you can't rely on, well, there's no more competition for sponsorships we have to worry about. At some point, you've got to do this just out of pride. And if they limp in, the way they did this year, where they were never more than 3 games over 500 or more than 5 games under, I think you're going to start seeing people object viscerally to the way this is run. And at that point, you'll get Greg Johnson's attention. Right now, he's still playing coy because he doesn't want to be the out front guy. But at some point, he's going to have to be.
If there's no success, then you become that guy.
Yeah, you either get rid of what you got, or they succeed and you have to go, oh, we got to do another contract.
Right.
And I think, they've been kicking this can down the road long enough. 2024 was not the denouement that everybody wanted it to be. 2025 has to be. There's no choice.
Tolbert and Copes and Ray Ratto hanging out with me on this Thursday afternoon. Giants pregame coming up at 5:45. Larry Krueger is going to stop by, talk some 49er football with us in about 20 minutes at 5:30. Farhan did say they were going to be aggressive. What does that mean for the future of Blake Snell? Go ahead.
You want me to tell you?
Well,
they say they're aggressive every year.
Yeah, well, we're going to lay back. We're not going to be aggressive. We're going to be chill this offseason.
Yeah, we're going to put our feet up.
We're taking a different approach.
We bought fuzzy slippers.
We're just going to hang. Just see what happens.
Nice tease, Ray.
Farhan's going to take up smoking a pipe.
Tolford and Gopes, Ray Ratto, a little bit more on Farhan than Larry Krueger, 5:30 on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
I was Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, just a few minutes ago with myself and Ray Ratto here. Giants pregame in about 25 minutes to wrap up their three-game series with the Brewers. 5:45, first pitch, 6:45. Larry Krueger at the bottom of the hour at 5:30 to talk some football. But basically what gets solidified there is the report from John Shea that the sources he had were saying it's not a fully guaranteed contract through 26 as initially thought. Farhan said the reason that they did that was just whatever it was for the extension, and really he's under contract through next year. I didn't really think this was the final year anyway. We hadn't heard anything. I wasn't under the impression that this was going to be it or that there were any rumblings for Farhan. Certainly not for Bob Melvin. I think you line those guys up. I think you give them a couple of years to do what they're doing. But to your point, next year is a make year. It has to be in year 7. I guess my question is, what does a make year look like? What does a successful season look like? It's got to be a playoff berth, is it not?
90 wins.
90. It's got to be that many. It's not just get in.
Yeah, I mean, this year it looks like 85 will do it in the National League.
Yeah, 84. I think they fell 3 games behind the second wild card team in win total in each of the last 2 years. Phillies went to the NLCS and then the World Series, and the same with the D-backs last year.
I mean, the one thing about the interview with Zaidi that I thought should be irksome is the idea that an option year is complicated to explain. We just thought for simplicity's sake we'd say you're signed through 26.
Well, really, the answer to that is that it raises questions. When you say we've given an extension and it's only a 2-year for Melvin with an option, doesn't it?
But it raises questions when you have to walk it back later, too. You're better off just saying what you're doing up front.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I say is you worry about too much small stuff that shouldn't matter to your operation. Because, Zaidi knows and Melvin knows. Contracts don't mean all that much if they want to get rid of you. And if it's 1 year or 2, all that is, am I getting paid through 26 or am I getting paid through 25? And I think they both believe that they will get other jobs in baseball.
Agreed.
So what's the subterfuge here? Why is this so complicated? That said, it's one of those things that ultimately doesn't matter because we sort of knew that 2025 had to be the make or break year because even if they had guaranteed contracts through 26, the only thing that it guarantees is that they would get paid for 26, whether they're here or not. And most fans don't care how long they get paid. They care how long they're going to be doing the job.
I think this is not going to make fans happy. I mean, we've talked about this already. I'm a Giants fan. Right, like I want this to work out. When you're a fan of a team, I generally want things to go in the right direction. I didn't dislike the idea of doing things differently because my feeling was after 2016, we kind of popped up after the World Series era and realized that the game of baseball had sort of passed by the era of baseball that the Giants were still living in. That the way teams were doing things with analytics and speed, the way they were analyzing pitching was just different. The Giants didn't have the talent behind that core of guys. So I was all for the change. People were very upset about the way the Bruce Bochy thing went down. And then failed to remember the 89 and 98 lost seasons at the end there. I think it was just time to move on to the next era. I also know that in that last season of Boch, Farhan's in the weird spot of trying to cater to Bruce Bochy and also put in his system and move to the next era. Then 2020 happens. I'm not saying, to your point, I don't think that's a setback year, right? Because then the next season they have the 107 wins. I think the fault here is that they have not developed at the rate that they needed to develop, I think, to find the next wave of success for the Giants.
They've missed on a lot of the people they were telling us were going to be really good.
Right, yeah.
I mean, how many times did you hear about Joey Bart?
Now, he wasn't picked by this regime.
No, but what I'm saying is, for how many years did you hear about Joey Bart?
Yeah, about 4. He was going to the
and now he's catching in Pittsburgh.
Right.
I don't think that was the plan.
No.
You know, Marco Luciano, you know, he's been here for 15 minutes.
He's 23 still, but we've heard about him since he was 19.
But we've turned about since his hair was still wet from the womb. I mean, just you know, you just sell these guys, and then all of a sudden, oh no, didn't work out. I mean, who were their home runs out of this last 8 years? Which I know some of it predates Farhan. What are their big farm system hits?
Logan Webb.
Yeah.
Right. I can't say Doval anymore.
No, I mean,
it's you got to be consistent. It's got to happen year after year, and he's not.
That's
the guy
awfully
who was
hard
year.
to get that from a reliever.
Right.
So you have to take your chances with that.
Yeah.
But
everybody can be Scott Munter for a year.
Yeah, are you willing? Well, I mean, how many closers just year after year are giving you 35 saves and 5 blown?
Just a handful, and in today's game, fewer. I feel like that you can name easily than 15 years ago.
Who leads the major leagues in saves this year?
I don't even know right now.
Yeah,
I'll look it up for you.
It's Ryan Helsley.
Look at you.
Well, but I mean, what I'm saying is that job almost doesn't exist anymore.
It's Helsley and Class A are both tied with 44. Emmanuel Class A. That makes sense. Kyle Finnegan's got 36. Robert Suarez 32. Iglesias 31. Hader's got 20.
Finnegan's got 35 with a team that's maybe won 36 games.
Hader, barely know her.
Yeah. No, what Doval is to me, he's a cost of doing business guy, but
the point you're making here is that I'm not really naming a bunch of other ones because nobody's consistent.
That's exactly it.
Like
I was going to say, do you want to have an argument about Elliot Ramos?
I don't really want to. I think if Ramos continues to do what he's done, then cool, that's a good hit.
Yeah, but he's got to do it.
But he's got to do. I can't say anybody that came up and found success this year because baseball's a game of repetition. Once the other team in the opposition figures out what you're good at, it's a game of adjustment. So I have a tough time saying, that's a hit until I know it's a hit year after year. Lamont Wade Jr. was fantastic in 2021. He hasn't done anything like that since.
Everybody was fantastic in 2021.
Right.
The reason why the Giants won 107 games is because all those guys had career years.
Yeah.
And the chances of that happening again.
Hit 29 or whatever. Crawford was like was an MVP candidate at one point.
Yeah. I mean, look, and I'm not, they won the games. Yep. You got to give them the credit, but it wasn't sustainable.
No.
And if it's not sustainable, what's plan B? Plan B was supposed to be all these young guys come up, and they're all delightful. And that hasn't happened either.
Now, the system was pretty barren when he got here. And it's not generally like you can draft a guy and change the fortunes of your franchise overnight.
No, but
what's tough is you see other teams have these young, talented players that come up, and you're like, where's mine?
Yeah, the Giants fans want their team to be the Orioles.
Yeah, where's my guy? But the Orioles went through a different type of rebuild. The Giants didn't do that. Same with the Astros. I mean, they were willing to be bottom dwellers.
When it's been 6 years, though, that's the thing. The benefit of the doubt is over because it is 6 years. 6 years is an eternity, even for a general manager. And no matter what you inherited, you've had 6 full drafts to fix that. And it hasn't happened yet, and they haven't buttressed that lack of success in the minor leagues with free agents who have stuck and been impactful. So if you're not getting veterans and you're not getting young guys, what are your options? Children? The elderly?
No.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
don't think so.
that's the conundrum they've got.
Ray Ratto hanging out. Adam Copeland, Ray Ratto, Tolbert and Copes on a Thursday afternoon. We're going to catch up with Larry Krueger. Stop by. We'll jump back into some 49er football. Then Giants pregame coming your way at 5:45 for a 6:45 first pitch. It's almost mercifully over with Ray Ratto. Thank God. Larry Krueger joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Bite me a lot.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
My Peacock froze on me like 4 times, but
Adam Copeland, Ray Ratto hanging out. Larry Krueger joins us, courtesy of the UMA guest line. Krug, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you guys doing?
Pretty good. Where are you right now? You on your way back from Levi's?
Yeah, I'm about I'm on the 680, about 5 miles from home. It's quite the commute on a Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, nice. You got to get down there and see a limited edition or a limited version of Christian McCaffrey, huh?
Yeah, he was running around today at practice. We did film some of that, and I thought he looked pretty good, to be honest. I mean, he was chopping his feet, and he didn't look. I mean, he wasn't. I would say he was running guys about maybe 75%. Your typical practice speed. But I thought he looked pretty good, and I thought JJ looked good as well.
Can you make an assumption based on that about whether he's going to play or not?
No.
Well, do it anyway, damn you.
Yeah, I would say he's not going to play. I think last year was about Christian and the MVP and everything. This year it's about get that guy right in December and make sure you get to December. And if you can run Patrick Taylor or Garendo or obviously Jordan Mason, I think that's going to be the plan.
Who plays first, Talanoa Hufanga or Christian McCaffrey?
That's a great question. I'm going to say McCaffrey. I think Hufanga plays not till week 5.
We were postulating earlier that McCaffrey doesn't play until the doctors say he's 100% rather than he says he's 100%. Is that the way Shanahan would play it, that he's going to wait for the doctors to clear McCaffrey rather than McCaffrey clearing himself?
Well, come on, Ray.
Well, I asked you because I'm trying to fake it here.
We kind of did, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if we ask Kyle that question, he's going to be, oh, absolutely. We're going to defer to the doctors. And, we would never do anything against our doctor's wishes. And, Christian has input, but only input. And the final call is the doctors. So I think his play might be tied more to, I think he looks pretty good. It's just a matter of how do they keep winning games. If they keep winning games and Mason and the other backs can withstand the workload, I think it's probably wise of them to hold him out as long as they possibly can.
Talking to Larry Krueger here on the UMA guest line. What's funny, Larry, is last week we talked about Aaron Rodgers and how you prepare for a guy like that who we don't really know what he's become after the injury. And I think we all agreed, you got to treat him like Aaron Rodgers until he shows you otherwise. Why is it different for Sam Darnold after one decent week? For me, he's still Sam Darnold until he shows you consistently he's a different guy.
I think we already know who Sam Darnold is, and you just got a chance to see the good Sam Darnold because the Giants didn't put enough heat on him. If you move Sam Darnold out of, pressure him up the middle and make him kind of move aside, and make him use his footwork, I think he's a guy that you can sack and hurry and probably, he'll probably throw you a couple picks.
What can Minnesota do that the 49ers actually have to worry about as opposed to just sort of playing them honest? Because they seem to me like a very ordinary team everywhere except the one place where you can't generate your own offense, which is wide receiver. It seems like that's a team that the 49ers, they're not going to rout them, but they're not going to be endangered by them.
I mean, the Niners, first of all, it's a tough place to play. I mean, the crowd is going to be roaring. It's going to probably mess with the Niner offensive tackles. I would imagine there'll be some plays that are interrupted by crowd noise. Then you've got the greatest receiver in the game today, as you said. But Aaron Jones is here now. And Aaron Jones, last I checked, rumbled against the Niners pretty good in the playoffs. And so, I mean, he's a tough guy. And he's just one of those guys. He's all heart. He's not the biggest. He's not the fastest. He's just all heart. And they'll throw it to him out of the backfield, and they'll hand it to him quite a bit. The Vikings have shared carries a lot in the past, but I think Jones is going to get the lion's share this year over Chandler. And it's can you stop Jones? He runs with great courage against the 49er defense. He's got great cutback ability. He's got great vision, and he's healthy right now.
How does that separate him from Breece Hall, whom they very definitely corralled a week ago?
I think it's a great question. I think Breece Hall's better, to be honest. I think Breece Hall's bigger and faster. But Jones is not going to be, Jones is a tougher guy, and Jones is more of a tackle breaker, even though he's not quite as big of a body. He's got great heart, and I just think that you have to gang tackle him. You got to corral him. You got to get a lot of multiple hats on him, because otherwise he is that second and third effort guy.
Larry, in terms of the corners for the Niners, I know we talked a lot about it in the preseason and throughout the offseason. I mean, they didn't even attack Charvarius Ward in last week's game. It's like he can shut down an entire side for you. Demo Lenoris had a funny quote to the media saying he and Sam Darnold have a good relationship of him giving him the football. I think it's going to be a tough matchup for Darnold on the outside, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I think Lenore told me last Saturday in the locker room, he's like, we're different. That we're a different defense, and they just got a lot of depth and a lot of talent on the back end. Now you got Floyd and Collins added to Bosa, and I'll say the other big difference I've noticed is that Javon Hargrave didn't have a very good year last year, right. And he just last year he seemed to have a real smile on his face, but he didn't play all that great. He's been kind of walking around with a scowl, and I think that might be a good thing.
How many players can you make facial recognition on and decide whether they're going to have a good year or not?
I would say at least 7 or 8.
Okay, good. I was going to ask a question about the defense, and in some ways, Adam kind of undercut it, but I'm going to ask this a different way. In what material, tactical way are they different? Or is this just talent maturing?
Defensively, yeah. I think the 49ers are quite a bit different. I mean, they're different in a negative way in that they took Dre Greenlaw off the field and they replaced him with Devondre Campbell. So that's definitely a step back. But I think they're quite a bit better off the defensive end spot. I don't know that anybody – I don't think they have any defensive end played as hard as Floyd plays other than Bosa. So, I mean, the motor of Floyd is so noticeable opposite Bosa. So they're quite a bit better opposite Bosa. And then Floyd is such a smart player that he understands how to play the run despite the fact he lacks bulk. And if you look at him, you wouldn't think he could play the run. And then Collins is a younger, healthier body who plays with more leverage and more functional strength than Armstead. So I think they're better across the front. And Jordan Elliott, was a nice addition. I mean, he's 315 pounds with good footwork. PFF graded him out really highly in week one, and I just think he gives them another defensive tackle that can stuff the run and has foot quickness and can pursue the passer. So I think they're better there. And then, of course, all the youth on the back end. Lenore's better. Definitely a lot of the young corners have grown up. I mean, you'll see that over the course of the year.
Another minute here with Larry Krueger. Just a thought on the backfield for the Niners in this one against Minnesota. 28 carries for Jordan Mason in week one. Debo had 8 of them. I'm just wondering at what point you think we start to see a little bit more of a share here with Isaac Guerrero getting in, because I think they like him. I imagine at some point he's going to play a little bit. I can't imagine they'll go 28 carries, even if they have the opportunity again for Jordan Mason. But maybe that's the type of runner he is. But you think we'll see Guerrero a little bit this week?
Yeah, it's one of the things I'm going to talk about tonight on the Niners Nightly at 6 o'clock. It's just I think that you're going to see that share, I think, immediately. I think there's a very good chance that you see Mason and Guerrero and a little bit of Patrick Taylor in this game against Minnesota's defense. I think you're going to start to see more of a three-headed monster. Chris Forster didn't want to say good things because coaches don't like to say good things, but his line kicked butt on that jet line, and they're going to try to do more of the same. But I don't think it's going to be all Mason. I think it'll be Mason and friends, and probably less Debo, and probably more of the other two guys.
Mason and the Pips, dude. That's what we'll roll with on Sunday. 10 a.m. kickoff. Local time, we'll have a pregame at 7 a.m., and you'll hear Larry with myself and John Lund getting you ready for Niners and the Vikings over on 810 The Spread. Larry, you will hear again in about 19 minutes over on our YouTube channel for Niners Nightly, which rolls Monday through Friday, 6 to 7. Larry, have a good show tonight. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Great stuff from Larry Krueger. Giants pregame coming up in just a couple of minutes. Ray, we did another one.
We failed to get fired. But I don't work here, so you're the only one who really had to worry about that.
I don't know. Had enough of that this year.
Only twice.
Final thoughts, Ray, on the Niners. I mean, in general, without McCaffrey, we talked a lot about it. Super Bowl caliber team, even without him, we believe. But how big of a hit do they take without him for let's call it a quarter of the season here? Anything?
No. I think the 49ers have proven over the most of the life of Kyle Shanahan's coaching is that they play the way they play. He's not going to become stylistically different without McCaffrey. The only question is how effective can they be doing it? And I don't think you'll get a true read Sunday because I don't believe in the Vikings. I think they're profoundly ordinary, no matter what he says about Aaron Jones. I mean, everything I needed to know was when he said, well, Breece Hall's better than Aaron Jones, which I think we knew. And you saw how little Breece Hall impacted that game on Sunday.
Well, and then if you put the pressure on Aaron Rodgers, again, he never threatened. He never felt like he was scary. And if you put Sam Darnold in the same playing from behind situation, I mean, there's no reason to believe that team wins that.
This is a game they should handle with some comfort.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be 47-10 the way the Saints were, but I think it should be pretty workmanlike.
They shouldn't need Christian McCaffrey to beat this Vikings team, I think is kind of the point.
Yeah. I would say that's safe to say. And if they don't, Shanahan should be fired. Deal with that next week.
There's your okay. I'll deal with that. Ray Ratto hang out today. We had Dieter the last couple of days. Tomorrow, Rod Brooks going to come in and hang out. You know, we call it when Rod Brooks comes in or Marcus Thompson with me on a Friday. It's a Black Friday, Ray.
That was just unnecessary on so many levels.
No, that's what we call it.
I have a black heart. Doesn't that count?
No. We knew you had a black heart. It's not Friday. It's
a Black Thursday.
It's not Black Heart Thursday.
No, but if I came back tomorrow,
we wouldn't pay you.
I'm not sure you're paying me today.
Yeah, neither am I. I hope not. Yeah. We got Giants.
See, there you go, being the program director again.
That's not me, dude. I have nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with accounting, checks, payments, emails, none of that. I was told today you got to check your email for something. I don't know.
Yeah, I know what my email's going to have.
What's it going to have?
You bastard.
Tolbert and Copes. Ray Ratto hung out today. Thanks to our guests, JT Snow. Stopped by, talked to, dude, he and Ray had a great big history together where he loves you, but Ray couldn't care less.
No, I care some.
You care some.
Not a lot.
Kyle Shanahan stopped by at 3:30. You can check out the full podcast version, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. Told us really no update in terms of what's gone on the last few days with Christian McCaffrey, and if they don't have any difference today, it sort of feels like probably no difference at all.
We got the update from Kruger.
He's like, not playing.
Not playing.
Gonna see JP Mason and friends.
I think when he called McCaffrey a malingerer, though, I thought that was excessive.
You sure you didn't call him that?
Oh, I did not. No. I think he's a great guy.
Malingerer.
Bacon.
The hell did that mean?
Thanks, Tim. Larry? Give me to me again. One more time.
Bacon.
That's Kruger? Farhan Zaidi, thanks for stopping by. Check out the podcast, KNBR.com, and the app. Larry Kruger, who's coming up at 6 o'clock on Niners Nightly over on the YouTube chat, the YouTube page. Didn't have enough time for Steve Kerr today. We'll get him tomorrow. Ray, thanks for coming by.
Kerr just ducked it, didn't he?
Thanks to Derek and Tim. Giants pregame next. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God.